Okay, so you are not gonna believe this, T. This dude, Jake, wakes up completely lost in some rando room. Like, he has absolutely no idea what's going on, and then he glances in the mirror and sees some strange guy with black hair looking back. My man is absolutely buggin'. Like, yo, where'd my iconic silver hair go? But before our boy Jake can even process what is happening, a doctor and nurse just barge into his hospital room. They start checking him over, and you guys, the doctor is completely floored. Apparently, all the injuries from a crazy car crash this new body was in have just vanished. Like, they were hit with some kind of miracle healing spell or something. And spoiler alert, they absolutely were. But wait a sec, a car accident. Jake is literally like, hold up, what? So Jake, who's still totally dazed, asks the doctor if his magic is acting up, and my guy, the doctor, just stares at him like he sprouted a third eye. The confusion is real. Then my boy starts going off about battling monsters during the Great Cataclysm, and you can literally see the gears grinding to a halt in their heads. They're definitely thinking, okay, this kid is seriously off his rocker. The doc is like, okay, son, what's your name and what year do you think we're in? And Jake just drops Jake. And it's 1970, right? The absolute confidence on this man. Oh my God, you guys, the doctor looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel. He goes, kid, you've got some serious problems. Then he drops the ultimate truth bomb. Your name is Jake, and the year is 2022. And cue the complete and total meltdown. Jake's mind is just exploding. My name is Jake? The year is 2022? He's staring at them, and he can tell they are dead serious. Then he spots the TV, it's impossibly thin, and the picture is ridiculously sharp, like Ultra HD or something. The calendar on the desk is screaming 2022 at him, and the nurse, she's just chilling, swiping on this little glowing rectangle. Jake has never laid eyes on anything like it. He's thinking, yep, okay, definitely the future. Well, this is just great. He's thinking, dripping with sarcasm. I'm basically a senior citizen in a teenager's body. What is my life even? Then the doc jumps in, explaining that the cataclysm he was talking about is ancient history, like 50 years ago ancient. Yeah, that whole world-ending party is totally over. Apparently, there are a few monsters still creeping in the shadows, but not that many. The world is pretty much back to its regularly scheduled programming. So, if that's the real tea, then even though it's a tough one to choke down, Jake has to be grateful. He figures out his old self, the original Jake from 1970, pretty much died saving the world. We love a hero moment, and now he's been, like, totally isekai'd into this new Jake's body. Nobody knows how this miracle went down, but hey, that's plot armor for you, right? Drop a comment below if you've heard a wilder reincarnation story, 'cause I want to hear it. Fast forward a few weeks, and Jake is finally out of the hospital. He's tapping into the old Jake's memories to navigate to an apartment at, like, 456 Elm Street in Queens. He strolls in like, so, this is the new pad, huh? I guess this is my life now. And get this, the new Jake's parents died when he was just a kid. So he's basically been living off the inheritance money they left behind. Seriously, talk about your classic tragic backstory. So Jake is just sprawled on the bed, his mind completely blown. He's still not sold on this whole reincarnation deal. He's pretty sure some all-powerful being had to have pulled some major strings to make this insane comeback happen. So, Jake starts digging through the kid's stuff and discovers he's a student at Westbrook Academy, a legit times magic times school. Back in Jake's time, they had nothing this cool. Alright, maybe this won't be so bad, he thinks. But then, this weird buzzing noise starts coming from his bag. He pulls out that phone thing and sees a call from Mike, and for a hot second, Jake has zero clue how to use it, so he just tosses it on the bed, completely done with it. But then, the phone starts going absolutely nuts with texts from Mike. It's a total notification nightmare. The texts are all like, dude, I heard you're out. Get to school as soon as possible. I'm broke AF. So, the next morning, Jake somehow manages to haul himself to campus. And it's hilarious because this guy is literally old enough to be their dad. But there he is, a grown man back in high school and low-key, he's actually nervous. He thought it would be a vibe, but Jake instantly flips his switch to full-on critic mode, checking out the whole scene. Some student yells, and lets loose this sad little puff of a fire spell at a training dummy. It was so weak, I can't even. Jake is just scanning the field with his pro-gamer eyes, and let me tell you, he is not impressed. Like, every single student here has the magical equivalent of a dead battery. Jake is clutching his head in pure despair. He cannot believe the future generation of magic users are this pathetic. I mean, for real, compared to Jake back when he was a total newbie, these kids are on level -1000. It's not even a fair fight, so Jake strolls in looking super disappointed, completely oblivious to all the shady looks he's getting. But the second he steps into the classroom, his entire mood flips. He takes a seat and it's this huge nostalgia bomb. He's actually getting hyped. But just as Jake starts wondering if the original Jake even had friends, the cliché bully crew shows up, because of course they do. You hear these heavy, obnoxious footsteps, and then this loud voice yells from behind him. "You loser! You actually ghosted my texts? You're a nobody. Jake, you seriously think you can just ignore me?" But Jake, completely unbothered, just turns and goes. "And you are..." Oof, the ginger dude did not take that well. He just glares and literally tries to kick him. The absolute drama of it all. He's literally screaming as he kicks. "You little punk, how dare you forget the great Chad. You're nothing but worthless trash." Wow, someone's got some anger issues. If you think Jake's comeback was absolutely savage, do me a favor and smash that like button. Jake's brain totally lagged for a second, but he had a fuzzy memory of seeing the name Mike pop up on his phone. "Oh, yeah, you're my buddy, right?" Chad just flashed this slimy grin and held out his hand. "About time you remembered. Loser, you absolute clown. You wouldn't know what a real friend is if it hit you in the face, would you?" But then, get this, Jake grabs his hand and gives it a death grip. "Of course I do. Friends are supposed to help each other out." Chad totally shrieked and snatched his hand back like he touched a hot stove on his grandma's porch down in Flatbush. Then he got all aggressive, grabbing Jake's collar like he was about to get jumped. "The money? Where's my cash? Fork it over. Right now. That inheritance your parents left you is still fat, right?" Jake just heaved this massive sigh, and that's when it all clicked. The old Jake? Yeah, my guy had zero friends. Homeboy was just a walking punching bag. This Chad dude was such a tool, every little word from Jake sent him into a rage, ready to throw down. But just as things were about to pop off, the classroom door slid open, and this super crisp, angelic voice went, "Good morning." And in walks this girl with insane blue hair, giving off major main character vibes. You feel me? Y'all, she had a face that could cause a 10-car pileup on the BQE, a body that was straight up sculpted, and honestly, seeing her made Chad's brain just completely blue screen. Bro was just staring, mouth wide open, all up in Jake's personal bubble. In front of his crush, he totally chickened out. He just muttered some lame threats at Jake before stomping off like his mom just grounded him. What a simp. So, get this, the class today was history, and the professor was going on and on about how the ultimate mage, Jake, took one for the team to stop some world-ending disaster. The irony is so thick you could cut it with a knife. LOL. Literally, the whole class was knocked out, hypnotized by the professor's boring *** voice. When monsters nearly took over the world, he droned, and you could already hear soft snores from the back row, pushing humanity to the edge of being wiped out. The #1 magic user at the time, also known as the GOAT, Jake, was basically like, "Nah, not on my watch, fam." Then he just listed off a bunch of other facts that are basically common knowledge. The professor then hit the class with, "So, can anyone tell me who the original Jake actually was?" And bam, the blue-haired girl, Ashley, just shoots her hand up like a rocket. He was the only person to make it through the first big catastrophe, and he was the very first magic user ever. And not only that, she continued, her eyes literally shining with total stan energy. He's the entire reason Westbrook Academy is even a thing. Oh my god. This girl was so down bad for her hero. Jake, the professor just nodded. Ashley is 100% on the money. Jake was. In fact, the first human to ever wield magic. This very magic academy was built with one goal: to train up a whole army of mages to be just like the legend himself, Jake. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, the greatest mage in all of human history. The professor even dropped the, "and you can bet this will be on the final exam." Meanwhile, Jake had his face buried in his desk, literally praying for this super cringy ego-stroking session to be over. Like, please, professor, just stop talking, because every single cell in Jake's body was dying of secondhand embarrassment. His weird shaking was totally freaking out his classmates. Smash that like button if you've ever been this embarrassed, and drop a comment about the cringiest thing a teacher has ever said about you. He was seriously starting to regret his decision to even come to class and listen to everyone simp over him for a whole hour. But, since the world was so peaceful now, it looked like the new generation of mages were kinda soft. Jake was just staring out the window at the perfect blue sky over New York City. Man, how long had it been since he could just kick back and chill like this? He totally zoned out, just vibing with the moment. Before he knew it, the bell rang. The professor let everyone go, but not before reminding them about the huge magic evaluation tomorrow. And of course, that was Chad's cue to slither over to Jake's desk and start some fresh drama. "You hear that? A magic evaluation," he sneered, his voice dripping with hate. "Can't wait to see you make a complete fool of yourself tomorrow." Jake just stared back at him with a look of pure, cosmic-level boredom. He was literally thinking, did this clown just discover words? Why is he still breathing my air? He was so over it. But just as Jake stood up to bounce, Chad had to go and talk trash about his parents. "Guess your parents didn't have any magic either, huh? Oh my bad, you're just some pathetic orphan, right? I forgot. Ha ha ha." Chad and his whole crew of goons just howled with laughter. And that, right there, was the line. Jake could not let that garbage slide. They weren't his real parents, but it was the principle of the thing. "Do your parents have any idea they raised such a disrespectful little brat?" Jake's comeback was delivered ice cold, but that one little sentence was all it took to make Chad blow up like a pufferfish all over again. "What did you just say to me, you worthless piece of trash? Don't you dare act like you and I are even the same species." Chad immediately threw up a magic circle, and its power bathed the entire room in a fiery, blood-red glow. All the other students started bugging out, looking at each other like, oh my god, is he seriously about to use magic in the classroom? Chad then chucked a fireball right at Jake's face, fully intending to turn him into barbecue. But Jake, my dude, stayed perfectly still, holding his ground while everyone else scrambled for their lives. "Look out," Ashley screamed, running towards Jake, totally panicked. And then, a massive explosion just tore the entire room apart. Okay, so boom. The entire room just flashes with fire, the temp skyrockets to like 100 degrees in a millisecond, and oh my god, Ashley was times livid asterisk, totally going off on Chad for being a clown and using his toddler-level magic like hello, there are other people here, you dummy. And you already know Chad threw a whole tantrum after getting called out by his crush, Ashley. He got so heated, but like, bro, you're the one who started it. Leave my boy Jake out of your drama. So, after a sec, the fire dies down, but it's like a smoke machine went off in Times Square, you literally can't see a thing. But then, as the smoke starts to clear, you guys, there's just a silhouette standing there. The drama. And it's Jake, chilling, one hand in his pocket, holding his bag, and giving them all a look that just screams, I am so over this. Not a single hair out of place. The level of unbothered is legendary. For real. Then Jake just casually scratches his head and goes, not bad, and you can't tell if he's being legit or just totally roasting Chad. Meanwhile, Chad's face is pale. He's gotta be thinking, no way. He didn't even flinch at my strongest attack. But get this tea, you guys. For Jake, that massive fireball was literally a level 1 party trick. He just threw up a basic little magic shield to block that whole mess. He didn't even break a sweat. See, Jake was trying to be chill, thinking Chad was just some kid throwing a fit. But nope, this dude just wasn't getting the hint. The vibe from Jake totally shifted, and suddenly Chad and his little posse were huddled up like lost puppies. And then bam, this insane electric blue flame just erupts from Jake, lighting up the whole room. Everyone just froze solid, like completely paralyzed on the spot. We are talking ultimate main character energy right now. They had absolutely no idea who they were messing with. Jake starts walking, slow and steady, right at Chad. And I'm telling you, Chad is shaking like he's in the middle of a Boston blizzard wearing shorts. He just reaches out his hand, his eyes looking totally empty, and Chad's face just crumbles. His mouth is hanging open, but he's so freaked out he can't even make a sound. Big yikes, what was that explosion? Did one of you use magic? Oh great, a professor just barged in. He definitely heard the racket Chad was making. Talk about bad timing. Jake snaps his arm back instantly, and the professor starts giving him the third degree. Jake just lets out this little sigh and puts on his best me, innocent face to answer him. Oh, nothing at all, sir. Maybe someone outside was practicing and missed? But the professor is sharp. He's like, nope, none of the magic clubs have practice right now. Busted. But Jake is so quick, he tries to throw the prof off the trail. He's all like, well, you know how it is. Mages always want to show off their flashy new spells. Man, Jake is smooth. Then what's that burning smell? The professor can totally smell the smoke, and Jake just deadpans. Oh, that must have just drifted in from outside. The absolute nerve of this guy. I love it. And here's the kicker. The professor totally falls for it, because he thinks Jake is this perfect student who'd never cause trouble. He still gives them a lecture before he dips, though. Drop a comment below if you think Jake's good boy act is the funniest thing ever. I will find out who did this. Now all of you, get back to your seats. And Jake's just there, all smiles and waves. Like, bye, professor. While he's totally thinking that he's gonna have to cook up a whole fake story to cover his tracks. As soon as the professor is gone, man, the tension in that room was thick. So awkward. Chad just scrambles out of there, probably muttering all sorts of things about Jake. But honestly, Jake's got way bigger fish to fry. I mean, even though these guys are just students, how are they supposed to deal with actual, real-life monsters? The huge disaster might be over, but you know there's still some nasty stuff lurking in the shadows. So, Jake decides to do a little investigating. That night, he zips over to Old Brooklyn, you know, that sketchy, abandoned area by the Navy Yard that's still a total disaster zone. He throws down a magic circle, flies through the sky, and lands on top of some old warehouse at 123 Waterfront Street to scope things out. He starts moving, super fast, but he's not sensing any monster energy. The whole place is just trashed and empty, giving off major ghost town vibes. Looks like the police already swept through here. But wait, all of a sudden, Jake's danger senses start tingling. He feels a monster close by, and a person. Oh. He immediately dashes toward the energy signature, and what does he find? A girl, trembling on the ground, with this absolutely hideous two-headed monster staring her down. The thing's mouths are literally drooling, like it hasn't had a meal in a decade, and right as it's about to pounce, Jake swoops in at the last possible second. The monster, which was inches from the girl, lets out this blood-curdling scream. Check this out. Jake just summons a ton of razor-sharp spikes from the ground, and they totally shred the beast, turning it into monster confetti. Just like that, he absolutely wrecked a creature that was like 5 times his size. Jake turns back to the girl, who's still trying to get up. He spots the badge on her uniform. Yep, she's a magic cop. Jake is not trying to get involved in any of that drama. He just tells her to be more careful next time. And before she can even get a thank you out, poof, he's gone, vanished into thin air like he was never even there. The cop is just left there, completely shook, trying to figure out what in the world just happened. She has no clue who Jake is. He fought like some insanely powerful mage, but then she realized he didn't chant a single spell. Not one word. Meanwhile, Jake is just soaring through the night sky like he's on a hoverboard. Keeping his identity on the down low, definitely the move. If you agree, do me a favor and smash that like button and share this with your crew. Alright, spill the tea time. So, Jake's basically on an episode of Undercover Boss, but in a whole new body, so he's gotta stay on the DL, you feel me? But today, oh my god, he was so not feeling the vibe. Like, for the millionth time, some magic cop almost got absolutely wrecked by a monster that was basically level 1. Are you for real? The skill of these cops has totally tanked. Jake's just watching like, seriously? Humanity can't even handle one dinky little monster anymore? And listen, it wasn't just the students or the popo. It seemed like every time's mage from this generation was just weak sauce. Like a seriously nerfed version of what they used to be. But was Jake sad about it? Pfft, please. Not even a little. He was actually kinda hyped, 'cause it meant his own skills were still totally S tier. So, Jake's just like, I bet. Guess I'll clean up this mess myself. I mean, he couldn't just let these things run wild on innocent people trying to grab a latte on Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn. So, flash forward to the next day, and what do you know, it's magic power measurement day for the class. So predictable, and in front of everyone is this massive, ancient-looking machine that looks like a prop from some 80s sci-fi flick. Supposedly, it measures your magic levels times your element type. You know, only the two most important stats for anyone who's trying to make it big in the magic world. And Jake is just stunned. He's like, hold up, magic is regressing? Did we time travel to the Dark Ages? Like, okay, the students being clueless is one thing, but the teachers need a gadget to check a student's power. That's just beyond cringe. Bro, sensing magic is literally lesson 1, chapter 1 of Magic for Dummies. Like, do they not get that? Anyway, plot twist. Ashley just casually walks up to Jake and is all like, you got a minute? And oh my god, the second they started talking, the whole room just exploded into whispers. I am living times for this drama. Ashley goes, so, this is actually the first time we've, like, officially times spoken. Then she hits him with this super formal intro. I'm Ashley, second daughter of the super prestigious Ashley magical noble family. Girl, relax. And Jake is just completely floored. For like the 100th time today. He's thinking, a magical times what times now? Mia, who was totally eavesdropping, literally could not process that Jake was this clueless. Apparently, the Ashley family is one of the big four that basically runs the whole magic scene, and Jake honestly doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Back in his day, this whole magical aristocracy thing was so not a vibe. He'd literally never even heard of the Ashley family before. And let's be real, Mia's power level wasn't even that impressive. For a family that's supposedly so legendary, her stats were meh. Seriously underwhelming. Meanwhile, Ashley is just confused AF about why Jake's being so weird. Like, hello? Asterisk, she's the one who Grace him with her presence. And Jake isn't even acting grateful. And get this, Chad's over there just fuming, totally jealous that Ashley is even breathing in Jake's direction. So Jake just scratches his head and is like, okay, I'll play her little game. Jake's like, so, what could a big shot from a super powerful family possibly want with a nobody like me? And you could just feel Ashley wanting to throw hands, but you know, she's a noble, so she had to keep it classy. Number rich girl struggles. This whole princess routine was really starting to get on Jake's last nerve. Turns out, Ashley only came over because she saw Jake totally tank Chad's huge attack yesterday without even getting a scratch. She's like, there has to be some reason for that. But she barely gets 3 words out before the professor yells that the test is starting. Saved by the bell, for real. Jake was so freaking relieved. You have no idea. The perfect excuse to dip on this annoying girl. Ashley was kinda stuck, but she wasn't mad, she just figured she'd see his real power during the test anyway. Ooh, the suspense is killing me. Anyway, first up is Chad. And of course, he strolls up there looking like the cockiest guy on the planet. He lets out this burst of magic, and the machine lights up brighter than Times Square on New Year's Eve. And in a flash, the display freezes at a solid 1,000. Chad starts screaming like he just won the lottery. I'm so awesome. Even stronger than I was before. Dude, take a chill pill. Jake's just standing there thinking, if times little firecracker is worth 1,000 points, then this grading scale literally hasn't been updated in 50 years. Next up is Mia, and she's looking just as smug. She was not about to let Chad outshine her. She just lightly places her hand on the machine, and boom, the number shoots all the way up to 2,000. With a water attribute, the professor's jaw literally hit the floor. He was so shook, hyping them both up. He's all like, your power levels are truly the greatest in this year's entire class. You're both going to be amazing mages. Total teacher's pets, am I right? The whole class is going absolutely feral for these two future legends. But Jake? He literally can't even pretend to be impressed. Mia is at the top with a measly times 2000 asterisk. That's barely better than a rookie. Drop a comment below and let me know if you think these kids are way overhyped. Mia shoots a look over at Jake, probably wondering if he feels like a total loser looking at her score. Jake just tries to dodge her whole, "I'm so much better than you" glare. Ugh, this girl is just so extra. Anyway, it's finally Jake's turn. The entire class knows he's a book-smart king, but when it comes to magic, he's always been at the bottom of the food chain, and Chad still thinks Jake is a complete scrub, even though just yesterday he was so freaked out he nearly wet his pants. Meanwhile, Mia is staring at Jake like she's trying to see into his soul. She's 100% convinced there's no way he can even touch her score, and Jake's having this whole mental battle. In his past life, he was such a flex that it got kinda lonely at the top. Maybe this time around, he should just, chill out a bit, but then he thinks about it. This dude and this girl totally talking smack and looking down on him. Nah, forget being humble. It is showtime. Jake puts his hand on the machine, and you guys, you have to smash that like button if you want to see what happens next, cause it's about to get crazy. So Jake, right, just decides to flex, going full-on beast mode to see if this dinky little machine can even handle his power level. And oh my god, you guys, his energy literally erupts from the classroom, jolting kids awake in the next building over, probably all the way down at the Barclays Center. Mia's eyes are like popping out of her head, legit looking like she saw a ghost. She's glued to the monitor and the numbers are just going ballistic, like they won't stop climbing, faster than a SpaceX launch. The crystal is completely overloaded with his magic, shooting these crazy beams everywhere. Then, kaboom! A massive flash of light and an explosion so loud it probably set off car alarms from Bushwick to Coney Island. It was insane. So these crystal shards go flying everywhere, sharp enough to turn someone into a human pincushion. No joke. But our boy Jake, cool as ever, just throws up this magic shield like it's nothing, making sure no one gets a scratch. What a total main character moment, am I right? He's literally thinking, dude, I was only serious for like 2 seconds and this piece of junk totally self-destructed. And get this, nobody else can even sense his crazy power levels. He's gotta be wondering how these clowns even got into Westbrook Academy. The professor is completely freaking out, scrambling around to check on everyone, making sure nobody's hurt. She's thinking Jake just got super lucky, standing in the middle of that mess without a hair out of place. If only she knew the tea. LOL. She's like, in all my years teaching, I have never, ever seen an evaluation machine just explode. Maybe it was a faulty unit from some warehouse in Jersey, who knows. But the real drama is, now they have zero clue what Jake's power level or even his magic type is. And Jake's just standing there like, why is everyone losing their minds? Turns out, the academy splits everyone into groups for the practical classes based on their power. Basically, it's just like the jocks and the nerds in high school all over again. So, since they have absolutely no data on Jake, the professor just yeets him into a group with this guy named Chad. Oh, you guys are not ready for the drama that is Chad. Chad just gives this super sketchy look to his two little cronies, a nasty smirk on his face. He's all, oh yeah, that's perfectly fine, professor. And the prof is totally oblivious, thinking she's setting Jake up with a good team. Smash that like button if you know this is about to be a total train wreck. Chad saunters past Jake, trying to hit him with his best I'm a supervillain death stare to psych him out. He's like, I'm looking forward to it, too, professor, dripping with sarcasm. And guess where the field trip is? Old Brooklyn, of all sketchy places. So, because the area is still a hot mess, there are still monsters lurking around, which is why Old Brooklyn is basically a no-go zone. Mages and the NYPD are constantly patrolling to make sure these things don't wander over the bridge into Manhattan. That's the excuse they use to drag the Westbrook Academy students out here for practice. They claim like over half the monsters are gone, so it's supposedly super safe. Yeah, okay. Let me know in the comments if you'd feel safe out there. Jake wasn't even prepped for a practical class today. He's just like, alright, I guess this is happening. He figures the students could probably maybe handle a few of the weaker creatures, especially since they're supposed to be in teams. But hold up, Jake was literally here last night and his gut is screaming that something is way off. He's 100% sure he cleared this entire area, so what is going on? But now, he can feel a few more of them creeping around. There's no sign of a portal or anything, so how are they just appearing? The other students, of course, are completely clueless. They're even making bets on who can take down the most monsters. Jake is low-key getting worried for these kids. Then the professor shouts that the practical class has officially started. Let the chaos begin. Instantly, Jake gets slammed against a wall by that loser, Chad. He's got this super arrogant look, puffing his chest out. Hey you, stay put and don't get in our way. I'm being generous here, so don't even think about crying for help. Got it? Chad sneers. Jake just casually brushes off his shoulder, completely unbothered. If you've got a problem with me, man, you can just not look at me. Oh my god. You guys, hearing Jake's stone-cold logic, Chad's temper just explodes. It's like a circuit in his brain shorted out. Don't you dare talk to me like we're on the same level, you pathetic nobody. You're absolute trash. So why would a girl like Ashley ever give you the time of day? Jake is just giving him this blank look, thinking, is this psycho seriously trying to throw down with me over a girl? Is this middle school? Then it clicks. Jake's like, oh, don't tell me you have a crush on Ashley. Chad's eyes go bloodshot with fury, but Jake could not care less. He's already sensed something huge is coming right for them. Chad starts powering up his magic again, and his two little goons get ready to pounce. Jake tells him, yo, I really wouldn't do that, but Chad just thinks he's begging him to stop. Jake just calmly says, dude, look behind you. And Chad just scoffs, you think I'm gonna fall for a dumb trick like that? And then, this gigantic shadow just looms over him, and Chad can't stop himself from turning around. And what do you know? A massive, two-horned monster just popped into existence out of nowhere. The three stooges are huddled up, their jaws on the floor. What is that? What is that thing? Why is a freaking demon soldier here? Bro, when faced with a real threat, these three are all talk and no game. His two friends are practically screaming at Chad to do something, anything. Even though he's totally petrified, his ego is still working overtime. Take this, you freak, he screams, launching this huge fireball that completely engulfs the demon soldier's body. He sees it didn't even flinch and thinks he actually won. Ha! That was a piece of cake, he brags. But psych, the flames fade, and the demon soldier is standing there without a single scratch on it. Not one. Jake is not even a little bit surprised. He's thinking, a single demon soldier can't be taken down by some basic, level 1 magic. But for now, Jake decides he's just gonna kick back and watch the show. Drop a comment if you'd be grabbing the popcorn too. The demon soldier starts walking towards them. Chad is so scared he just collapses onto the ground, his eyes are tearing up, and his teeth are chattering so hard he can't even get a word out. What an absolute clown. Yo, my dude was so shook he was about to spring a leak, no cap. This gnarly demon thing comes charging straight at Chad, but then it just, slams on the brakes the second it sees Jake. It's like its whole life, or unlife, flashed before its eyes, just a highlight reel of all its buddies getting absolutely bodied. And this thing starts backing away, like, I'ma head out. Meanwhile, Jake's just walking up, not a care in the world. I mean, even this monster knew who the main character was right then. It could feel that crazy, powerful vibe just pouring off Jake. Its arm was literally quaking as it roared and popped open, like a dozen of those freaky magic circles. But Jake, he just puts up a hand, says nothing, and poof, his own circle just appears. A level 1 spell, are you for real? We're so getting wrecked. Chad's little posse of wannabes were literally crying in the corner. That's when the monster hits him with a stone wall, which is like a level 2 move. These huge chunks of rock start hurtling at them. Chad just screwed his eyes shut like a 5-year-old, couldn't even bear to watch. But our boy Jake, he just smirks and throws out a fire arrow. A level freaking 1 spell. But listen, this was no little matchstick flame. A whole-ass firestorm just blasted out of his hand. You could just see it was about to completely devour those little pebbles the monster chucked at them. And yup, I called it. The rocks? instantly vaporized. The demon soldier behind them, toast. The explosion was insane, and the wind from it made Jake's jacket billow out all dramatically like he's in a movie trailer. Chad finally cracks his eyes open, probably trying to figure out what that big boom was. He's thinking, hold up, did Jake just obliterate that thing and save my sorry butt? Jake, on the other hand, is just casually strolling over to pick up the magic stone the monster dropped. Jake's just thinking, what is one of these doing in old Brooklyn? He literally just cleared the area yesterday, hunted down every last one of these things from his place over at One Hanson Place in Fort Greene. But now there's another one. He's getting this really bad feeling, like something awful is about to go down. This whole thing is way more twisted than he first thought. He's getting these horrible flashes of the past, remembering all the people who were lost. Man, it's enough to give anyone goosebumps. But he's just like, never again. If that whole nightmare starts up again, he's saving every single person this time, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Chad's two little sidekicks are just gawking at each other, totally speechless. Bro, did he actually just waste that thing? Is that even the same Jake we know? And then Chad just snaps, punches a wall, and he is absolutely fuming. He's probably thinking, how am I supposed to look Mia in the eye after this disaster? Oh, the drama is just too good. Because guess what, besties? At that exact moment, Mia was hiding behind a rock and saw the entire Chad nearly wets himself spectacle. Oh my god, if you think Chad is the biggest tool in the shed, do me a favor and smash that like button. Alright, hit the rewind button. Let's jump back a couple of minutes. In a different part of the training area, some other students from Westbrook Academy were fighting monsters, but they were dealing with, like, total newbie-level creatures. So you had Ashley over there just one-shotting them with basic level 1 spells, not even breaking a sweat. And all the other students watching were going crazy, cheering her on like she's a rock star. Oh my god, she's unreal. That's our Ashley for you. Hearing all their praise, Ashley just lets out this little sigh, like she is so bored. Are they really hyping me up for times this asterisk? Seriously? She's thinking to herself, these basic kids are such brown-nosers. But I guess that's the price of being a genius, right? But then, she spots Chad and his goons dragging Jake off into a corner like a bunch of cliché bullies. She remembered they were always giving Jake a hard time, and her whole vibe just got super serious. She turns to the other kids and says, okay, you all can handle this, I gotta bounce. And she just takes off after them. I mean, she couldn't just stand by and watch, you know? So, she found a primo hiding spot and went into full-on stealth mode, watching the whole cringy scene unfold. It was all just your standard high school beef until that demon soldier crashed the party. Ashley's face went completely pale. She knew, like, she KNEW there was absolutely no way those clowns could ever take on something like that. And the more she thought about it, the more she started to panic. She's balling her fists up, thinking, I have to do something. Come on, this is Ashley we're talking about. She has a rep to protect, so she finally just bursts out from her hiding spot, screaming, everyone, get back. But before she could even get the words out, this massive blast of magic just sizzles right past her face. She just freezes on the spot, completely shook. Then, kaboom! This giant explosion just erupts right in front of them, filling the air with smoke and fire. When the dust finally settles, she can see what went down. Mia saw Jake just standing there in the middle of it all, looking totally calm and confident. Her jaw was basically on the ground. She was like, wait, was that Jake's magic? Because the Mia she remembered was this super quiet kid who was, let's be honest, completely hopeless at magic. And now, it's like he's a completely different person. Plus, she's positive she didn't hear him chant a single magic word to cast that insane spell. No incantation. And to top it all off, he took out a whole-ass demon soldier with what looked like a simple level 1 spell. Okay, pop quiz, hotshot quick lore drop for y'all. A demon's power is measured by how many magic stones it has. It's basically how they get ranked. Like a demonic food chain, regular magical beasts, they're rank 6, the absolute bottom feeders. The demon soldiers, like the one Jake just turned into dust, are rank 5. Go up a tier and you get demon commanders at rank 4, then you've got demon generals at rank 3. And check this out, Rank 2 is the Demon times King asterisk. Yeah, like the final boss of the whole level. And at the very tippy top, the Demon Lord himself. So, here's the tea. The level of magic you need to even put a dent in these things is pretty much set in stone. Every magic user in New York City knows this. You need, at minimum, level 3 magic to beat a demon soldier. So how in the world did Jake pull that off? Drop your wildest theories in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more of this madness. Okay, so get this. Mia is completely losing her mind. Like, how in the fresh heck did Jake's supposed level 1 magic just pull times that times off? Her brain is doing the little spinning rainbow wheel of death, and while she's having a full-on meltdown, Jake starts walking right over to her hideout. Big yikes. Mia practically levitates out of her shoes and tries to become a permanent part of the landscaping, lol. But then she freezes, thinking, hold up, why am I acting like I just got caught trying to sneak into an rated movie? Snap out of it, girl. So, once Jake is gone, Mia pulls that classic move where she peeks out from behind the tree, thinking she's a super spy. Little does she know, Jake was onto her the entire time. He totally saw her lurking, and he hits her with this little smirk, like, so, is being a creeper your new major or something? And oh my god, Mia is absolutely floored. She gets all defensive, like, how did you even know I was there? And my boy just shrugs it off. Jake just claps back, all casual. Hello? If you're gonna rock the title of mage, it'd be more sus if I didn't notice. But you guys, that explanation just made Mia's brain crash even harder. She is just not computing. Jake literally sees the confusion on her face and lets out this huge, dramatic sigh. You guys really can't sense magic energy at all, can you? And then he just bounces, leaving poor Mia standing there looking like a lost tourist at Times Square in New York City. The second her brain finally reboots, she takes off after him, screaming, "Hey, get back here. What was that move? You have to explain it." But poof, my guy went full ghost mode. He was gone. She's just staring into thin air, but the gag is, Jake is just chilling on a roof nearby like some kind of superhero, watching her run around in circles. He sees her looking all confused and just has to let out another sigh. What a mood. He glances around the whole block and mutters to himself, "Alright, I guess I should probably scan the area, just in case." So with that, Jake activates his magic senses. And good news, no more of those nightmare-fueled demon soldiers. Bad news, there's still a whole swarm of angry magic critters running around. Not great, Bob. This whole situation is seriously stressing him out. I mean, if a big-shot student like Chad was that shook, you just know the rest of the Westbrook crew are having the worst field trip in history. Straight up, Jake gets this serious look on his face, thinking, ugh, fine. Maybe I should help them out a little. He figures his barrier could probably cover this entire area, like the whole block around what looks like that old mansion at 521 Evergreen Terrace. No second thoughts. Our boy just commits. Jake starts pouring magic into both hands, and like, boom! In less than a second, two seriously insane-looking beams of energy are just hovering in midair. Y'all, it is about to go down. Then, swoosh. They blast forward and just wrap around the entire zone. Down on the ground, Chad and his friends see these streaks of light painting the sky and their jaws literally unhinge. They are completely and utterly speechless. They're all shouting, "What in the world is that?" And Mia is right there with them, just as baffled. She's got this deep frown, whispering, "Is that magic? Some kind of insane, wide-range spell?" Meanwhile, in a different part of the field, things are going sideways, fast. A huge mob of magic beasts has two Westbrook students trapped, and the sheer number of them is absolutely terrifying. Just as things couldn't get worse, one of the monsters lunges straight for a girl with pink hair. You can literally see the panic in her eyes. She's completely frozen, totally defenseless. This is not the vibe, guys. In the blink of an eye, with her life on the line, a beam of magic comes out of freaking nowhere and just vaporizes the monster attacking her. Talk about a last-second clutch play. The pink-haired girl, who basically just watched her life flash before her eyes, is so freaked out that her legs just give up and she crumples to the ground. The guy with her rushes to her side, freaking out, "Are you good? Are you okay?" And at that exact moment, up on the roof, Jake is looking down at what he did, nodding with a little smirk. Hey, wiping them all out like this is actually kind of fun. Bro has zero chill, that was so savage. But then wait for it, he realizes there's a tiny little issue. A bead of sweat drips down his forehead, cause he sees his magic didn't just, defeat the beasts. It also exploded them into a billion tiny pieces. In literally a fraction of a second, the entire old Brooklyn training ground was showered in monster confetti. My dude, whoops. Looking at the absolute disaster zone he just created, Jake can't help but sigh again. Yeah, okay. Maybe I went a little overboard. A little? Bro, you didn't just beat the level, you deleted the game files. How are they supposed to even continue the class now? Guess I gotta tone it down next time. After a beat, Jake uses his magic to just hop off the roof like it's nothing. So, extra, I'm obsessed. If you agree Jake is totally OP, smash that like button for your boy. He gives the whole area one last look over and nods, satisfied. Alright, it should be safe around here for now. After his little safety patrol, Jake finds a low-key alley to land in. I mean, it's not like he has to be totally undercover, but being the center of attention 24/7 sounds like a massive pain. So, with that in mind, he just casually wanders over to the other students, where the instructor is inspecting what's left of one of the beasts. After a moment, the instructor mutters, totally confused, why were there so many carcasses left behind? The entire pack should have been dealt with already. To eliminate this many with a single attack, whoever did this has to be a professional level mage, no question. On top of that, this kind of non-attribute magic, launching that many magic bullets at once, it has to be non-attribute magic. I've never seen anyone capable of something like this. He's thinking, if it wasn't for this mystery person, this whole situation would have been a total catastrophe. Drop a comment below. Who do you think the instructor is gonna blame or thank for this? Let the theories fly. Okay, so listen, popping off a couple magic shots is one thing, that's like, whatever. But this was more than 6 people. That's straight up cheat code level stuff. Absolutely impossible for any student. And while the teacher is just standing there, completely shook, some kid finally loses it and starts screaming. Why were there still so many monsters? We were about to be lunch meat, sir. This is all on you. And get this. The instructor didn't even try to make excuses. He just hangs his head, totally taking the L, and explains, listen, I was operating on intel that the NYPD had already cleared the entire perimeter. I completely messed up by not confirming with Westbrook Academy. I am so deeply sorry for putting you all in that kind of danger. Hearing that, the whole class just goes dead silent, looking super bummed. Then the girl who got saved before shyly pipes up. But somebody did show up and save us, right? The teacher just gives this tiny head shake and is like, honestly, I have no idea. And oh my god, the girl lets out the saddest sigh. Oh, okay. I just really wanted to say thank you. And for real, the teacher was clueless. It for sure wasn't the local cops from the 78th precinct, and it wasn't some pro mage the school would have on call. So, was it some rogue magic user? A vigilante? Who knows? But you can't deny they saved his students' butts. So, from the bottom of his heart, he was mad grateful to this mystery hero. Smash that like button if you think this hero is a total legend. Meanwhile, our boy Jake, the super times secret mage everyone's gossiping about, is just chilling in the distance, smirking to himself. What an absolute king! Now that they weren't on the monster menu anymore, the students finally started to breathe again and immediately began whispering about the insane magic they just saw. You just know the group chat was blowing up. Jake does a quick scan of the crowd, relieved that everyone seems okay. But then, he feels this super intense, hater-level glare drilling into the back of his head. And who else could it be but Chad and his little posse of clowns? Bro, these guys were literally seconds from getting deleted and they still haven't learned a single thing. Jake just lets out a sigh, he is so over them. Across the way, Mia is also low-key watching Jake. She totally saw him body a demon soldier with, like, level 1 magic. And she's pretty sure that insane, infinite magic was him too, but with fire and non-elemental powers. She's thinking, no freaking way, No student has the skills to rock two magic types at once, especially not Jake. After mulling it over, Mia decides to chill. She's like, okay, I must be tripping. There's no way a guy like him could juggle two attributes. The person behind that crazy light show had to be someone else. But still, she can't just brush off the fact that Jake absolutely wrecked that demon soldier by himself. She's literally thinking, like, what's his deal? Jake can feel her stare but just plays it cool. Right then, Chad's two little hype men finally snap back to reality. One of them mumbles, totally stunned, "Dude, that laser beam thing. You don't think that was Jake too, do you?" The other one claps back immediately. "Not a chance. Impossible." But the first guy wasn't letting it go, but he did take out the demon soldier. Oof. Hearing that made Chad's face get all dark and stormy. He grinds his teeth and hisses, "Hey, shut your trap before I shut it for you." The two of them went quiet real quick, not trying to test him. Chad's eyes were looking totally unhinged as he seethed. There is no way in hell that pathetic little bug could be that strong. He's got to be cheating somehow. His two buddies, not wanting to catch those hands, immediately started nodding like bobbleheads. Yeah, he's super weird, right? Just a total coward. Chad was loving the validation and just sneered. That little scrub is definitely hiding something. He thinks he can make me look bad. Oh, I'm gonna expose him for the fraud he is. A little later, the final bell rings. Jake's heading home, probably to his apartment over on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, when an entire posse of students suddenly blocks his path, leaving him like, what now? And who's the ringleader? You guessed it, Mr. Annoying himself, Chad. He's glaring daggers at Jake and says with this icy tone, "I've been waiting for you." Jake is so done with these wannabe bullies. He lets out this massive sigh and goes, "Are you guys serious right now? Instead of running around stressing out your parents, why don't you try, I don't know, studying magic? It might actually be useful." Oh boy, that clearly hit a nerve with Chad. He gets all up in Jake's personal space and screams, "You don't get to lecture me, you cheating little snake." Cheating? Jake is genuinely confused. What are you even talking about? With a nasty scoff, Chad basically shrieks, "Don't play dumb with me. How the hell did you use that magic? You're definitely pulling some sketchy stuff behind the scenes." Jake just stares at him, his face a perfect picture of what is wrong with you. He honestly has no clue what this clown is even on about. Seeing Jake just standing there, Chad points and commands, "You're coming with me. I'm not letting a little coward like you run away from this." And speak of the devil, Chad's little crew of wannabe tough guys pulls up behind him. I swear, clowns always travel in a pack, right? But Jake, our king, just gives this whole squad of fakes a look. He hits him with this totally unbothered shrug and is like, "Run? From times you times, guys? You've got to be kidding me. OMG, you guys." That just flipped a switch in Chad. He goes ballistic, screaming, "Shut your mouth, you little brat. You can't pull any of your magic stunts out here, can you?" And boom, before he even finishes the sentence, he balls up his fist and just rushes Jake. Like, zero chill. Literally, in a flash, Chad's fist is like an inch from Jake's face, but our boy doesn't even blink. And of course, that's the green light for the rest of his little minions to dogpile, throwing these ridiculous, clumsy haymakers. Chad's got this super punchable grin on his face, sneering, "See, without your little tricks, you're absolutely nothing. Even if you got on your knees and begged right now, I still wouldn't let you walk away. Peace out, loser." And y'all, the more this dude talks, the more his smile just gets completely unhinged. But get this plot twist. They literally can't touch Jake. Laugh my ass off. So Jake's just standing there, totally chill, looking at them like they're the saddest thing he's ever seen. Their pathetic little punches are actually stopping in midair, I'm not kidding. Turns out, his power is just on auto defense, throwing up this invisible shield. Honestly, they could swing on him until dawn and they wouldn't even mess up his hair. But God, these guys are just so annoying, like gnats on a hot day in Central Park. Jake's literally thinking, maybe I should just fake getting hit so these clowns will finally leave me alone. So he actually starts to go limp, like he's about to stage a whole WWE-style knockout for them. But just as he's about to hit the deck, this sharp voice just cuts through all the noise. What in the world do you clowns think you're doing? The whole crew practically jumps out of their skin and whips around. And guess who it is? It's MIA. And oh my god, Chad's face just curdles like 3-week-old milk. His lips are actually shaking as he mumbles, "Oh crap, she's gonna think I'm a complete loser." So Chad immediately tries to switch it up and act all casual. Like, "Oh hey, what's up? We're just playing around, you know." Mia just scoffs, like she can smell his BS from a mile off. "Please," she says, and her voice is pure ice. "I could see you guys were ganging up on Jake from down the block. You're all rocking your Westbrook Academy uniforms, but you're out here acting like some wannabe gangsters from a back alley off Flatbush Ave in Old Brooklyn. Do you have any shame at all?" Oof, that's a sick burn. Chad's face is just a thundercloud. He's grinding his teeth and just glaring daggers at Jake. 'Cause, in his messed up brain, it's somehow Jake's fault that Mia is flaming him in front of his crew. And while Chad's having his silent little meltdown, Mia just casually walks over, takes Jake's hand, and is like, "Come on, Jake, let's get out of here." But seeing them holding hands, oh my god, you guys, that was the last straw for Chad. You could practically see the smoke pouring out of his ears. His anger just shot from 0 to 100, for real. In his head, he was probably going off on Jake's entire family line, like for 18 generations back. The look on his face was so wild that his 2 little sidekicks were just frozen solid, too terrified to even try to calm him down. And then, he finally snaps and just screams at the top of his lungs, "Screw you, Jake." And Jake just lets out this massive sigh, like, "Oh great, here we go again." Our boy's literally thinking, "This dude is like a stage 5 clinger, I swear." And just then, Chad, having completely lost the plot, starts conjuring magic right there in the middle of the street, screaming like a total psycho, "You're a dead man. I'm gonna light you up." Seeing this, Mia completely freaks out, screaming, "Chad, what are you doing?" But it's way too late. My guy has gone completely rabid. He and his little goons all fire off a magic attack at the exact same time, aimed right at Jake. Mia is losing her mind at this point, screaming out a warning, "Jack, watch out." And then just kaboom. This massive explosion rocks the whole street right in front of them. There's smoke and fire everywhere, and Mia just throws her arms up to shield her face. Thinking Jake is a crispy critter in that fireball, Chad starts laughing like a maniac, "Ha. Not so tough now, are you, pretty boy?" But his 2 minions behind him are totally freaking out. "Oh my god, bro, this is bad. Like, this is really, really bad. Is he, you know?" But Chad just scoffs, trying to act all hard like he planned this. "Relax, you morons. What's the big deal? We just had a little magic accident outside of school grounds. Jake was just unlucky, standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's it." But while he's busy yapping, this super chill voice just slices through the smoke. "Alright, you've officially crossed the line." Chad is completely shook. He whips his head around and sees a figure just casually walking out of the smoke. It's Jake. Not a single scratch on him, just giving them this stone-cold glare, looking right at that immature little brat. And in this freezing cold voice, he goes, "You know, I was just gonna let this go. I figured you were just some stupid kids. But clearly, you guys need to be taught that your actions have consequences." Oh snap, it is on now. If you think Jake's about to hand out some serious karma, obliterate that like button right now. 'Cause seeing this, Chad's cocky little smirk just completely melted off his face. He actually shrieks in total panic, "How are you not dead? You took a direct hit from all that magic and you're just standing there." Even Mia, who was right there, was just staring, jaw completely on the floor, absolutely speechless. Jake was not having it, okay? He hit them with this ice-cold glare and was like, "Look, you want to start with me? Fine, whatever. But you really had to drag Mia into your petty drama. Yo, you got a serious death wish, kid." Chad clapped back, looking absolutely heated and chewing his lip raw. "This is all on you too. You really thought you could just clown me like that? We're not gonna stop until you're 6 feet under." And just like that, you could see the magic sparking up in his hands again. But Jake? My guy wasn't even flinching. Total ice in his veins. He just casually snapped his fingers and this tiny, pathetic little spark of magic fizzled out in front of him. And when Chad saw that sad excuse for a magic circle, he just lost it, cackling like a hyena. Ha! Is that supposed to be magic? Bro, that is the saddest thing I've ever seen. You are so getting wrecked. And with that, his whole goon squad just rushed Jake all at once. But Jake stayed completely unbothered, just whispering, "Mana drain." The second he said it, y'all, these wild, magic glowing vines just erupted from the freaking ground in front of him. Oh my god, they were like these massive pythons, just whipping through the air straight for Chad's crew. And before any of them could even react, the vines were wrapped around them, squeezing super tight. You could hear them totally bugging out, screaming, "What the heck is this? Get it off me." But like, a second later, they all just went limp, like deflated balloons. Laugh my ass off. It was priceless. They just crumpled to the ground, completely out of juice. Seeing that, Jake retracted his vines, and with nothing holding them up, Chad and his boys just face-planted hard onto the concrete. Ouch! Even Jake looked a little shook. Like, dang, I barely siphoned any energy and they folded like a cheap suit? Well, that oughta teach him. Go ahead and smash that like button if you think they totally had it coming. Meanwhile, Mia was just standing there, her jaw practically on the sidewalk. What even was that magic? What just happened? Why did Chad and his crew just collapse like that? While her brain was still buffering, Jake had already scooped up his bag and was getting ready to dip. Mia finally snapped out of her daze and yelled for him to hold up. "Hey, wait up." She sprinted over and immediately started grilling him. "What was that spell? How did you do that? You're not supposed to be that powerful yet." Seriously, Mia was just peppering him with questions, like it was a full-on police interrogation. You could totally see Jake was getting so over her whole vibe. He let out this cold little laugh and was like, "Instead of hitting me with 21 questions, don't you think there's something else you should be saying?" Oof, Mia knew exactly what he was talking about and just stubbornly looked away. "Fine, whatever, you saved me. Thanks. Okay, now spill." But before she could even get the words out, the guy in front of her just, poof, vanished into thin air. Ghosted. Mia just screamed in frustration. Where did he go again? Cut to later that night, over in old Brooklyn. And let me tell you, the place was giving off some seriously spooky, sketchy vibes. A shadowy figure was using magic to zip across the night sky, moving like a ghost. He lands on top of this tall building, maybe somewhere off Myrtle Avenue. And guess who it is? You already know it's our boy Jake. He was in full-on stealth mode, rocking his signature hoodie. Jake used a little magic to scan the area because something felt super off. And just as he suspected, he had literally cleared out every single monster here just this afternoon, but now the place was crawling with them again. Yeah, talk about a bad omen, right? If it was just old Brooklyn, Jake could totally handle it, no sweat, but he could feel them popping up in other parts of the city, too. This was definitely way above the pay grade for the regular 5-0. I mean, let's be real. The magic police are kinda useless, but even Jake knew he couldn't solo this entire invasion by himself. Out here in New York City all alone, my dude knew he needed a game plan. After thinking it over for a sec, Jake decided to start by just clearing out the monsters in his immediate area. The key was to do it on the down low so he wouldn't attract a bunch of attention. With that plan locked in, Jake used his magic to dive down into the streets and just started going to town. It was insane. Bolts of magic were just raining from the sky, and these creatures were dropping like it was nothing. Just then, some tipsy dude was stumbling down the street, completely clueless about the monster sneaking up right behind him. And in the blink of an eye, the monster lunged for the guy, and in that split second, with his life hanging by a thread, Jake literally appeared out of nowhere and took the thing down, moving faster than the human eye can see. The drunk dude just felt this rush of wind blow past him. He spun around to look, but there was nobody there. He probably just chalked it up to the booze, but Jake had already vanished back into the shadows. The guy just kept on stumbling home. After making sure he was safe, Jake bounced. But get this, he had absolutely no clue that someone was filming the whole thing from a window across the street. The person filming immediately posted it to social media, smiling all smug like, "If this doesn't go viral, I don't know what will." Ooh, you guys, the tea is about to be piping hot. Drop a comment on who you think was filming. The very next morning, We cut to the principal's office back at Westbrook Academy, and there's another teacher in there. He's giving some students a serious death stare and starts talking in this super low voice. Oh, what's going down now? So, word on the street is some Westbrook students were caught throwing down with magic off campus, somewhere near Hudson Yards. If that's legit, the school's about to drop the hammer and suspend every single one of them. And, oh my god, you guys, it was 100% about Jake and Mia. But since Chad's little posse got roped in too, he instantly tried to flip the whole story. Chad's over here like, what are you talking about, sir? We didn't do jack. It was Jake who rolled up on us looking for a fight. Like, for real, Jake was absolutely gobsmacked by the sheer nerve of this guy. No cap, this dude could lie through his teeth without even blinking. It was almost an art form. But Jake knew there was no way he could just let that accusation fly. So even though Jake got pulled into this total disaster, he knew he had to say something. But before he could even open his mouth, someone just screams Lear, and legit everyone, even Chad's cronies, was completely shook. And guess who it was that called him out? Get this, it was MIA. She points a finger right at Chad and starts spilling all the piping hot tea. Like, Jake was getting jumped by Mike and his crew because of HIM. She's like, it was Mike's squad that started slinging spells first. Hearing that, the teacher gets this deep frown and goes, so, are you admitting Jake used magic as well? But Mia clapped back instantly. Like, that was self-defense. He didn't do a single thing wrong. Jake was actually blown away. This girl was a straight-up ride or die, just spitting pure facts. But Chad's ego had to be, like, 8 layers of bulletproof glass thick. Even after being totally put on blast, he was still on that deny train. Chad's like, we didn't do anything wrong either. And Mia was so done, she just snapped. Just shut up already. What kind of sicko jumps someone and then tries to frame them for it? Do you have literally zero shame? Chad was getting absolutely torched, but he still puffed out his chest and fired back. This is all Jake's fault. It's 'cause he's not good enough for Westbrook. I'm just taking out the garbage. Mia's glare was so intense, you could basically hear her thinking, I can't with this dude, before she shot back. You're the one who doesn't belong here. Chad clapped back, dripping with arrogance. I'm at the top of our class. I'm the only one in your league. Not that pathetic waste of space, Jake. Mia was having absolutely none of it and just snapped back. You're totally delusional. But Chad was relentless, stepping right up to Mia and saying with a dead serious face, he goes, open your eyes and stop protecting that clown. Look at me, be my girl. And y'all, he looked so intense, like he was genuinely shooting his shot right there in the principal's office. But plot twist, Mia could not have given less of a crap. She actually snorted and hit him with, in your wildest dreams, pal. In that single moment, you could just see Chad's entire universe crumble. Dude was frozen. And if that wasn't savage enough, Mia just twisted the knife by giving him the exact reason, calling him a violent bully to his face. He looked so furious I thought steam was gonna come out of his ears. Jake, watching this whole dumpster fire unfold, couldn't help but think, okay, Chad 100% deserved that, but dang, that was brutal. Man, what a takedown. If you guys think Chad got totally owned, destroy that like button. Right then, the principal cuts in again. It seems abundantly clear that this was initiated by Mike and his friends, and Jake was simply defending himself. We do not tolerate students using their abilities to settle personal grudges. You are all expelled. Hearing that, Chad's 2 little followers immediately started freaking out, begging, no, please don't. We were just doing what Chad told us to. The principal wasn't buying it for a second and just told Jake and Mia they were free to go back to class. So the 2 of them were like, I bet, and dipped. Mia was out the door, but you could tell she was still fuming. She couldn't stop muttering about that absolute tool. Wow, it's been a minute since someone ticked me off that much. Jake, walking next to her, asked kinda awkwardly, so, what's gonna happen to them now that they're expelled? Mia pouted a bit, saying all casually, they're toast. Their chances of ever becoming mages are literally 0. Then, she just whipped around and glared right at Jake. She gets right up in his personal space and says, and you need to learn to fight your own battles? Jake felt kinda useless, 'cause like, he was literally about to, but she totally jumped the gun. Seeing him just standing there looking lost, Mia suddenly got all red-faced and awkward. Jake frowned, thinking for a sec, before speaking in a low voice. Wait a minute, how many times has she had my back now? That time in class when he was about to throw down, Mia jumped in. And now this, she straight up went to war for him. Thinking about it, Jake just gave her this genuine smile and said, "You're actually a super kind person, you know that?" And bam, Mia's entire face just went beet red. She totally bolted down the hallway, yelling, "Just be quiet. I'm outta here." Jake just watched her run off, a little smirk playing on his lips. Cute. But then, the whole vibe changed. He remembered something else. The OG Jake was gone, and he was the new guy, the reincarnated one. Did the original kid get bullied until he couldn't take it anymore? Or was it just some random, tragic accident on the Brooklyn Bridge? What's your theory, fam? Let me know down in the comments. So Jake was completely clueless, but he had this gut feeling they were totally guilty and was secretly hoping they'd get what they deserved. Meanwhile, back in the principal's office at Westbrook Academy, oh honey, the drama was just getting started. So, get this, 2 more students roll in, and you hear this crystal clear, almost musical girl's voice go, "So, I'm hearing rumors a student was out here going buck wild with magic off campus, and some other kids got caught in the crossfire?" The principal just gives a small nod, like, "Yeah, that's the long and short of it, but no regular people got hurt." But this girl, she's giving him major side-eye and asks all sus, "Hey, so why'd you haul me in here then? Spill it." And the principal, playing it cool, just drops this bombshell. The student involved is Mia, and y'all, the girl literally freezes. Like, she went full-on mannequin challenge. After a beat, she finally finds her voice and is like, "I see. Thanks for the heads up." Then she just pivots on her heel to dip. The principal doesn't even make a move to stop her. He just casually calls out, "Hey, tell your father I said hello." And this girl, without even a glance back, just claps back, "Don't even worry about it, sir. My dad's checks will keep clearing." So, they're walking down the hall, and the guy with her finally breaks the awkward silence. Like, "Yo, if what the principal is saying is for real, then this Jake kid must be seriously OP." The girl mutters, super low-key, like, taking on a whole squad of magic users by himself? That's pretty much impossible. You can't just do that unless you're on a completely different tier. You think this dude's got more juice than us? They keep walking down the corridor, dropping all this tea, and all the other students are literally poking their heads out of classrooms, totally starstruck watching them pass. But they're not even giving their fans the time of day, and the girl's voice gets dead serious. "Okay, first things first," she says, "I gotta figure out what this Jake kid's power level actually is. No cap, then I'll decide if I need to cut my little sister off." And oh my god, you guys, plot twist. This girl is MIA's older sister, Ashley. She's a 53rd year S-class student, and the dude with her, Kyle, is also a 53rd year S-class student. He hears her plan, just smirks and goes, "I'm down. Sounds like a plan." Meanwhile, back in class, Jake is just face down on his desk, sighing like his life depends on it. Now that the adrenaline rush is over, he's got zero motivation left. Total mood, right? Drop a comment below if you've ever felt like Jake right here. Then, out of nowhere, he hears kids nearby totally fangirling. "Oh my god. Look, he's so hot. Is that a dark mage? I swear I know him from somewhere." Jake's just scrunching his face up, like, what in the world is going on? A dark mage. So probably from one of those crazy rich magic families from the Upper East Side, he thinks. But whatever, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. And cue another massive sigh. The struggle is so real, you guys. Just when Jake is about to permanently imprint his face on his desk from sighing too hard, a teacher storms in from an office on 5th Avenue and yells, "Hey, Jake." Next thing you know, Jake and a couple other kids are being herded by the teacher down to the testing room. Turns out, it was time for a makeup test for anyone who missed the last one. And guess who's standing right there? Mia. And she is giving Jake the most lethal death glare you have ever seen. This drama never ever stops. She's totally thinking, "Oh, you're not getting away this time. I'm finding out all your secrets. But then bam, plot twist, her eyes go wide cause she sees Lily and Tyler in the room too. Homegirl is officially shook. Mia's face immediately drops into this super worried expression. Why in the world is she here, she's thinking. But whatever, the test starts anyway. And after a little bit, it's our main man Jake's turn at bat. So Jake is standing in front of this magic measuring machine, looking super hesitant and lost in thought. And like, can you even blame the guy? He literally obliterated the last one. So he's gotta be thinking, okay, maybe let's not repeat that performance. With that in mind, Jake conjures up this itty-bitty little spark of magic in his palm and then just kinda taps it on the testing machine. But yo, trying to hold back his power to this tiny level is making him sweat buckets. The number on the display starts shooting up like crazy, and before you can even blink, Jake snatches his hand away. He's doubled over, panting like he just sprinted up all the stairs of the One World Trade Center. The teacher is giving him the most suspicious look, like, you alright there, kid? Jake just gives a weak little head shake, like I'm fine. The teacher glances back at the number on the screen and then, super awkwardly, announces the results. If you guys are on the edge of your seat, do me a favor and smash that like button. Okay, looks like the final results are in. Jake's attribute is non-existent. When she hears this, Mia's jaw hits the freaking floor. Pure shock. But Lily and Tyler, they just look at each other like, yeah, that sounds about right. Looks like they were already convinced Jake was a total nobody. But wait for it, cause the real tea was when they announced his magic level was only 100. Instantly, the whole room erupts in whispers. 100? For our grade level, isn't that like basically rock bottom? But hold on, isn't having no attribute at all supposed to be, like, mega rare? The rumor mill is officially in overdrive, people. Tyler hears all the gossip flying around and just lets out this huge, dramatic sigh. Lily, looking completely done with this whole situation, just turns around to leave. Let's bounce, she says. There's nothing to see here. They dip out super quick, and the second the door closes behind them, everyone starts roasting Jake. Yo, a simple retest had him breathing that hard. Pathetic. Yo, look, if you ain't got the juice, you ain't got the juice. The instructor, probably feeling awkward AF that Jake was about to go full-on emo, walks over and gives him this super cringe pat on the shoulder. Hey, don't even sweat it, Jake. That power number doesn't make you who you are for real. But y'all, get this, the one person seeing right through this BS was our girl, Mia. She's thinking, nah, something is mad sus. Jake was literally strong enough to body those crazy demon soldiers. Plus, isn't he supposed to be rocking both fire times and times void powers? Like, she's never heard of anyone just like nerfing their own power on command. What in the world did Jake just do? She's wondering, and her reaction was the complete opposite of everyone else's, cause Jake was secretly loving this. He's thinking, yes, this is going perfectly. This was all part of his master plan, fam. All about that super precise control. He barely used any energy, but even that tiny bit had him sweating. Whew, that was close. But thank God, he totally played them. So, a minute later, we see Jake and Mia strolling down the hall, right past the lockers on 5th Avenue. He turns to her, all chill like, wait, you were at the tryouts too? And Mia just gives this little nod, trying to act casual. Yeah, I was just a little curious. But hold up, major drama alert. Before they can even grab a soda, they get totally blocked by a couple of randos. It's Lily and Tyler. Jake's just staring at them like, can I help you? And who are you two? So Lily, without skipping a beat, puffs out her chest. I'm Lily, eldest daughter of the Ashley family. And this is Tyler. We're seniors, she adds, like that's supposed to impress him. Jake just squints, totally unfazed, and is like, okay, so what's up? We've got places to be. Lily just scoffs, like a total ice queen, and gets right up in their personal space. The second she does, you guys, Mia starts visibly trembling. It's so bad, and bam, Lily is right in Mia's face, and she says, so nasty. So, it seems you're not even as good as those delinquents, are you? Ouch. Mia just stares at the floor. She can't even look her own sister in the eye. But Lily is time's relentless asterisk. She just keeps twisting the knife. And I also heard, she says, getting all up in her space, that you got saved by some total nobody whose power level was barely 100. Is that true? Oh man, Mia just freezes up after, like, the most painful silence ever. She barely whispers, "That's true." And as soon as she says it, Lily just goes off, yelling, "Drop out of Westbrook, Mia." Mia looks up, completely heartbroken, and asks, "Why? Why do I have to do that?" And Lily just lets out this little snort and says, "Dead cold. Have you ever beaten me, even one time?" And, scene. Mia is just crushed. Because Lily's right. It didn't matter if it was grades, PE, or slinging spells. Mia had never, ever been better than her sister. Big oof. Lily gets closer, her voice getting all serious and cruel. "You're not cut out for this, Mia. This family only needs one magic user." And the more she talks, the more Mia just deflates. It's actually so sad, you guys. You can see she wants to say something, to defend herself, but the words are stuck in her throat. Lily doesn't even blink. She just keeps piling it on. "All you need to do is exactly what I tell you. Get out of Westbrook. Go to some community college in Queens for all I care." Mia's literally shaking now. Her eyes are getting watery. You can tell she's about to break, but she's just too scared. And since she's not saying anything, Lily leans in and spits, "Do you understand me?" Oh my God. The tension. Mia's clenching her fists so tight her knuckles are turning white. She is having a full-on meltdown inside, and just when it looks like she's about to crack, about to just say, "Okay," Jake steps in. "Yo, that's kinda messed up." Lily whips her head around, giving him a death stare. "What did you just say?" But Jake is totally unbothered, fam. He just says, cool as a cucumber, "You're just running your mouth and not even letting her get a word in. And if that's not rude, then I don't know what is." Lily just scoffs again. "This is family business. A nobody like you needs to stay out of it." Classic mean girl move, right? Let me know in the comments if you've ever had to deal with a Lily. Jake just gives her this look, like, "Are you for real?" and says, "You call this a talk? Looks more like you're just bullying your sister to me." Ooh, that struck a nerve. Lily completely snaps, screaming, "What did you just say, you little punk?" But Jake, our king, just stands his ground, totally chill, and says, "Forcing someone to do something they don't want to do? That's a huge line to cross, dude. It's basically telling someone to just give up on everything they want." But Lily is just not hearing it. She scoffs, "My sister doesn't have the talent to be a magic user. She's never beaten me. Not one time." And you can just see Mia's spirit breaking right there. Lily's words are hitting way too close to home. She's thinking that maybe she really is worthless. That all this time she was just gassing herself up. That she was some kind of genius who could actually be somebody. But she's never once been better than her sister. But right when Mia hits rock bottom, Jake speaks up, and he sounds so damn confident. "She can beat you." And y'all, you could hear a pin drop in that whole hallway. Mia is just frozen, staring at him like he just sprouted a second head. Even Lily is shook, scowling like, "Beat times me asterisk? Oh my God. What is gonna go down?" Smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss a thing. Jake just kinda laughed, all cool like, "Duh, I don't mean right this second." But oh my God. Lily gave him this times insane times death glare, totally pouting, and clapped back with, "Oh, so you times do times know your place after all. So how about this? A 2-on-2 practice match 2 weeks from now?" And Jake was totally shook, like, "For real?" He shot back, "Two of you? Whoa. I thought you were starting to chicken out." Lily literally scoffed, rolling her eyes so far back I thought they'd get stuck. "Oh my God. Give me a break. A second ago you were talking all that trash and now you're trying to back out? That's just sad." Jake just let out this cold laugh, smirking, and was like, "Yeah, right, I'm 100% in. The real question is, are times you times gonna show up?" And get this. After he said that, he totally glanced over at Mia, who was just standing there beside him. And you guys, Mia was absolutely shook, like, frozen solid, couldn't even get a word out. You could practically hear her brain buffering while she was having a total meltdown. Like, was she gonna just ghost her dream forever or actually step up and fight for it one last time? The drama is real, y'all. So after this super cringy silence, she finally decided. She looks up, all serious and intense, and goes, "I'll do it. I'm in." And Jake gets this huge, smug grin on his face. "Then it's a date," he says, looking right at Lily with that smirk. "If we win, you can never, ever bring up that incident again." And Lily just accepts, so casual, like it's no big deal, and adds her own rule. "Fine, but if we times win, Mia has to pack her bags and bounce. And just so we're clear, I am not going easy on you. You two better be ready to get wrecked." And with that, she literally spun around and stormed away. Tyler totally scrambled after her, but not before he gave Jake and Mia this dorky, super friendly little wave goodbye. So a little while later, Jake and Mia are posted up on the roof of the Academy building, over at like 21 Jump Street, Westbrook. And suddenly, Mia speaks up. "Hey Jake, I need to ask you something. Please, can you teach me about magic?" Hearing this, Jake lets out the hugest sigh of relief. LOL, he was probably stressing about why she dragged him all the way up to the roof. With that, Jake totally puts on his humble act, like, I'm just a low-tier magic user. My power is barely at 100. Are you totally sure you want a nobody like me times to teach you?" But Mia just nodded, super serious, and was like, "I know you're hiding your true power. You're way stronger than I am, so don't even try to lie about it." Jake was legit shocked to hear that his cover was totally blown. But Mia, standing right in front of him, just kept going. "You have to know some kind of secret to getting stronger. That's why you said I could beat her, isn't it?" Jake just sighed, totally giving up. He was probably thinking, *ugh, why does everyone have to make things so freaking complicated? I set this whole thing up for her, but I can't just spell it out, *. When she saw he wasn't answering, Mia pulled out the big guns, she bowed her head and literally begged, "Please." And of course, Jake had no choice but to cave. He's such a softie. Lol, alright, fine. Instantly, Mia's face just lit up and she gasped. "Seriously?" Jake gave a little nod and laid down the ground rules. "But you have to do exactly what I tell you, and you can't quit halfway through. Got it?" Mia agreed immediately. No hesitation at all. "Okay, definitely." Jake looked at how psyched she was and couldn't help but smile. I mean, who could say no when you beg like that? Besides, he was probably thinking he'd need to step up his own game from now on too. Training someone from scratch? Honestly, it sounds kind of fun, right? With that thought, Jake spoke up again. "Alright then, let's start today." But before he could even finish talking about where they should train, Mia shyly chimed in, "What if we went to my place?" So, later that afternoon, Mia takes Jake to her house, which turns out to be a straight-up mansion. The second they pull up, Jake's jaw hits the floor. My dude was absolutely speechless. He couldn't help it, he was blown away. The place was insane. Mia tried to play it off all casual, like, "Oh, you think this is a big deal? My dad's basically a famous magic user, so this is pretty standard for us." But then it dawned on her this was the first time she'd ever invited a guy over to her house. She started totally overthinking, wondering if Jake thought it was weird that she asked him to come here. Like, it's not like she had any weird intentions. For real. But the more she obsessed over it, the redder her face got, and she couldn't even look Jake in the eye anymore. So awkward. Right then, Jake finally broke the silence. "Alright, Mia, let's get started." But hearing him use her first name, she totally lost it and yelled, "Wait, why are you calling me by my first name?" Jake was completely lost. Like he had no idea what the big deal was. He just said, "Well, your sister is Ashley, isn't she? So how else am I supposed to know who I'm talking to?" After he said that, Mia realized she was totally overreacting. Seeing her calm down a bit, Jake asked again, "I mean, if it bothers you, what do you want me to call you?" She just shook her head a little and mumbled, "No, it's fine. Just call me Mia." Seeing that the meltdown was over, Jake was like, "Cool. Then let's get this started. First question, I need you to tell me, what exactly is magical energy?" Hearing the question, Mia answered with total confidence, like she was crushing a pop quiz. Oh, that's simple. It's the energy inside your body, the source of all magic. Jake didn't let on if she was right or wrong. He just kept a total poker face and asked, okay, so what about incantations? Ooh, what a cliffhanger. Smash that like button and drop a comment if you think you know the answer, you guys. So Mia, trying to act all casual, is like, okay, so it's basically an app that turns magic energy into, like, actual spells? And Jake immediately hits back with, cool, but can you even level up your magic stats? Mia just shakes her head, getting all high and mighty about it. Like, oh my god, no way. Your max magic is, like, hardwired when you're born, and it totally caps out after a while. It's like basic knowledge. Then she gets this super smug look, asking, so, I nailed it, right? And Jake, without even blinking, just deadpans. Literally every single thing you just said was wrong. Like, 100% no cap wrong. Yo, Jake just scoffs, cold as ice, and Mia's jaw completely hits the floor. She's just gawking at him. Like, what? Then Jake lets out this massive sigh, like he's trying to explain the internet to a pilgrim. He's muttering to himself, are mages these days seriously this clueless? For real, what went down in the last 50 years? So, with no other choice, he has to dumb it down for her real slow. Okay, first off, magic energy ain't just inside you, girl. It's literally all around us, like the smell of hot dogs from a street cart on Broadway. Those fancy chants, they're just training wheels for your magic. And yeah, you can totally grind to get your magic levels up. Mia's mind is completely blown. You guys. She's like, no way. That's insane. If that's for real, then all our textbooks are basically useless fan fiction. Jake just shrugs, totally unbothered, and says all cool like, look, I couldn't care less if you believe me right now. I'm just gonna teach you the 3 things I just mentioned. It's that simple. Sit. And Mia, like a good little student, just plops down cross-legged on the floor. Jake just casually goes, all right, I'm gonna pump some magic into you. Just holler when you feel something weird. But Mia's giving him major side-eye. You can times feel times magic energy. She asks, all skeptical, and Jake's just like, yeah, duh. You're not gonna get any stronger if you can't. Now close your eyes, we're starting. And bam, the second he says it, Jake slaps a hand right on Mia's back. He starts channeling magic into her. But, crickets. Mia's just sitting there like a lump. So Jake cranks it up, sending in way more juice. Just when he was about to call her a lost cause, she suddenly screams, whoa, my back is getting crazy hot. I feel something. Hearing that, Jake yanks his hand back with a little sigh. That was, like, the most basic, entry-level magic energy. Mia's just staring at him, her eyes wide, muttering in total confusion. So, asterisk, that's times what you meant by feeling magic. Jake gives her a cool little nod, super casual. Yup. Now burn that feeling into your brain. Once you can feel it, you can start seeing it everywhere, like finding Wi-Fi hotspots for magic all over New York City. That's your new homework. Mia just winks and laughs it off. Heh, please. I'm practically Ashley's sister, you know. I'll have this knocked out in, like, 5 minutes, tops. Jake just rolls his eyes so hard you could hear it, not buying her B.S. for a second. This is literally the first time she's ever even felt magic. The secondhand embarrassment is real. Yeah, it's looking like Mia really does not have the vibes for this mage life. Fast forward 1 week, we're still at her family's bougie villa somewhere on Long Island, and just like Jake called it, Mia is wailing, I can't do it. Even Jake is getting frustrated. I mean, it's been a whole week, and they've been grinding 24/7. But this girl learns slower than my phone trying to load a video on 1 bar of service. But for real, the competition is right around the corner. What do you guys think they should do? Drop your genius ideas in the comments below. Thinking fast, Jake's only idea is, fine, I'll give you a magic boost 1 more time. And just like that, Jake puts his hand on Mia's back again, pumping magic straight into her. A second later, Jake says, okay, open 'em. And Mia actually listens for once. Oh my god, The look on her face was absolutely priceless. Pure, unadulterated shock. She's practically glowing. I can see it. So this is what magic looks like. Seeing the glow around her own hands, Mia freaks out even more. This is nuts. Am I actually seeing this? Then a thought hits her. Wait a minute, if I can see my own, I should totally be able to see Jake's magic now, right? So she whips her head around to look at Jake, expecting a full-on light show, but there's nothing. Not a single spark. Which is super sus. Jake, totally oblivious to her internal meltdown, just gives her a nod. Good job. Naturally, Mia immediately gets all puffed up and smug again. Psh, it was nothing. Jake doesn't even bother calling her out, just says, alright, now that you can finally see magic, let's work on actually controlling it. He starts breaking down how to use just enough magic for the job, no wasted energy. All about that efficiency. He's like, push your magic till you've got absolutely nothing left in the tank. After you're totally drained, your magic bar will actually get bigger when it recharges. Jake kept explaining that now that she could see magic, she could actually level up her max capacity for real this time. The more he talked, the wider Mia's eyes got. Seeing her totally shook by this super basic info, Jake just had to sigh and ask her, is this, like, completely different from the Magic 101 stuff you learn at Westbrook Academy? 'Cause, you know, it's totally cool if you don't believe me. I believe you. She cuts him off, dead serious. I have zero reason to doubt you anymore. Jake gets this little smirk, totally satisfied, and gets all hyped. Alright then, let's get to the next level. Guys, if you think Mia's finally got a clue, smash that like button for your boy. Okay, Mia, back up a little. Let's spar. And before the words are even fully out of his mouth, he's shrugging off his jacket and tossing it on the grass. Oh, you guys, it is on now. The tea is about to be spilled. Mia was so amped. She was like, oh, it's so on. Let's see what you've really got. And bam, just like that, she unleashes her magic, a basic level 1 water wave spell. So this massive wave comes barreling at Jake. But get this, he just, like, casually lifts a hand, and this shield thing just materializes out of nowhere, stopping the wave dead. Seeing that, Mia completely loses it, screaming, no way, he blocked it. And Jake, all calm and cool, is just like, it's a level 1 non-elemental magic shield. By the way, he's like, if you can't even break through something this simple, you've got zero chance of even touching me. Oof, the shade. Mia, looking pissed, bites her lip and fires off another spell, a volley of ice bullets straight at Jake. But homeboy just stands there, not even flinching, while the shield eats every single bullet. Then Jake drops this little tip on her, you know, you're, like, supposed to actually move when you're casting spells. Just standing there like a statue against another mage is basically a death wish. Bro, the absolute burn. Totally triggered by his words, Mia starts casting again. But yeah, it takes, like, 2 seconds before she's totally gassed and faceplants on the lawn. Jake strolls over, plops down next to her, and sighs, you're blowing through your mana way too quick. Look, if you actually controlled it, you wouldn't need all those dramatic chants. You could just pop off spells instantly if you have the juice. Here, check this out. The moment the words leave his mouth, Jake casts a spell. A fireball materializes and zips over to this random scarecrow they've got, and it just poofs, does literally nothing to it. LOL. He gives her this look and says, see, that's times your times magic. Then, Jake puts a little more, you know, asterisk stank times on it. Same fireball, but this one's strong enough to turn whatever's in front of you into a charcoal briquette. And then he hits her with the finisher, and times this one asterisk is mine. Mia, who's been watching this whole flex fest, finally asks, so, my mana control is just trash? Jake just gives a little nod, like, bingo. You could be instant casting spells with no chance if you just learn to control your power. Mia's just frowning, kinda mumbling to herself. She's like, so you're saying I can just ditch the chance? Basically, yeah, Jake replies. For now, just try to make them shorter. Once you've actually got your mana on lock, you won't need them at all. Seriously, a shorter chant is a massive advantage in a real scrap, plus, You won't be wasting all that energy just yelling words. Hearing this, Mia's still looking skeptical and mutters, so, you're saying it'll make my spells hit harder? Exactly, Jake nods, then hits her with, alright, let's run it back. Mia is completely floored. Wait, right now? Jake just winks at her with this huge grin. What's the point otherwise? You gotta train like you're in the final boss battle. Yikes. The second she heard that, Mia got this sinking feeling in her stomach. Okay, flash forward a few hours, and Mia is just a puddle on the grass, completely drained. Jake's standing over her, like, half concerned, half messing with her. Yo, you still breathing? 'Cause this is our new training routine from now on. So later that night, Jake's doing his usual patrol through New York City, this time swinging by the chaos around Times Square. He sends out his magic senses to, check the vibe. And yup, just as he figured, the place is absolutely infested with monsters. Like, for real, he's been blasting these things nonstop, but it feels like their numbers aren't even going down. What is even up with that? Like, what is going on in this city? Just then, Jake's spidey senses start tingling. Off in the distance, some little kid is getting cornered by a mana beast. He totally teleports over there and without even blinking, he just one-shots the mana beast. Jake turns to the kid, all concerned, like, hey, little dude, you okay? But the kid just stares at him, totally silent. Instead of, saying thanks, the kid lifts up a camera and tries to snap a picture of him. Are you for real right now? But Jake was way too fast, using his magic to poof out of there before the flash even popped. Now he's in a safe spot, hiding out in some sketchy alley off Fifth Avenue, and Jake just lets out a huge sigh. Seriously? Tries to take my picture but can't even say thank you. Man, kids these days are wild. For real, I need to get a mask or something for next time. He just shakes his head and heads home. So, the next afternoon, after classes wrap up at Westbrook Academy, Jake and Mia head back to the villa. Smash that like button if you think Jake should get a super cool mask. And those two get right back to the grind. And surprise, surprise, Mia is the first one to completely tap out. She's just sprawled on the ground, sucking wind, while Jake just stands there looking kinda lost. The practice match is only a few days away. Yeah, she's improving, but compared to her sister Lily, she's not even in the same stratosphere. There's just no way Mia can win if she stays at this level. So Jake's thinking about this and he just drops this bomb on her, quitting is always an option. Ach, that's cold, bro. Hearing that, Mia just hangs her head, but then her head shoots right back up, and she's muttering to herself, everyone is always comparing me to my sister. I can't win against her in anything. I've already had to give up on so much, but magic is the one thing I will never, ever give up on. Jake just squints at her, his face totally serious, and says, but at this rate, you are absolutely going to lose. Oof, let us know in the comments. Guys, do you think Mia can actually pull this off? Okay, so, check this out. Zoe was times not about to quit. She's all like, alright, bet, let's turn it up a notch. And this little smirk just creeps onto Jake's face and he goes, you got it. But just so you know, I'm not holding back. Y'all, that was like the secret password for him. Zoe was immediately hyped, you could totally see it in her eyes. There was no way she was backing down. So, Jake started teaching Zoe all the big league strategies. So they just went for it, grinding out these crazy intense sparring sessions. They would only take a break when Zoe looked like she was legit about to pass out. A few days go by, and boom, Zoe can actually hold her own for a full minute. Jake gets this massive, proud grin on his face and is just like, you passed. Hearing that, Zoe literally lets out a scream. I actually did it, and Jake was right there cheering her on. Amazing job, Zoe. And you guys, Zoe was just glowing, completely soaking up the win. All that hard work was finally paying off. Then, just a couple of days later, it was time for the final battle. Jake and Zoe pull up to the training area, probably thinking it's going to be a low-key thing, but when they step inside, oh my god. They were both absolutely floored by what they saw. The place was a legit circus, just a sea of people everywhere. And the second the news van spotted Zoe, it was a total feeding frenzy. They mobbed her like she was a celebrity, leaving some fancy restaurant on Rodeo Drive. They're all up in her personal space with mics, just machine gunning questions at her. Poor Zoe was just stuck, eyes wide as dinner plates, probably thinking, what in the world is happening right now? Jake's just taking in this whole mess, scowling a bit, and he mumbles to himself, all this drama for a high school fight? Sheesh. Guess having one of those fancy magic family names is a way bigger deal than I thought. And get this, it wasn't just the paparazzi. The whole freaking student body from Westbrook Academy pulled up, acting like they were at a championship game on ESPN. Jake's just looking at the absolute mob like, bruh, isn't this a bit much? We're not on Fifth Avenue during a parade, y'all. I mean, I guess magic duels are a massive deal, so it has that whole championship vibe. But get this. Jake says his thing and gets nothing back. He turns around and spots Zoe just curled up in a corner, having a full-blown panic attack. Just then, this super loud voice echoes through the crowd. Will the two competitors please proceed to the arena? And oh my god, Zoe practically leaped out of her shoes and looked like she was about to bolt. Jake saw she was about to dip and cut her off real quick. Zoe, who was totally freaking out, just stammers, "Whoa, what is it?" Jake just flashes this super warm, reassuring smile and says, "Good luck." And oh my god, you guys, hearing that just completely reset her brain. She looked shocked for a hot second, but then this huge, genuine smile just spread across her face. You could literally see the confidence come rushing back. She looked him dead in the eye, all fired up, and was like, "You know it." And with that, she turned and started walking to the arena. Okay, real talk, if you think Zoe is about to absolutely dominate, you have to smash that like button for our girl. And as she's walking, she's thinking, man, Jake is such a mystery. His words were just echoing in her mind. Before she even realized it, Lily was standing right there in front of her. Lily's eyes narrowed, and she hit her with this super frosty voice. "So, you decided to show up after all. I thought you'd have chickened out by now." Zoe clapped back, all confidence. "Not a chance." Lily just scoffed. "Wow, how pathetic. Still trying to hang with the pros. Do you honestly believe you have any shot at beating me?" Then she gives her this look, raising an eyebrow like she's already bored and just waiting for it to be over. Total "I'm better than you" vibes. Like, the duel hadn't even kicked off and she was already acting like she'd won. But Zoe was so over it. She just shouted, "I am absolutely going to win this." Hearing that, Lily just clicked her tongue, completely unbothered. My, looks like someone learned a few new tricks in the last 2 weeks. Zoe's comeback was actually super mature. She was just like, "I know you're on a whole other level." Like, the power gap between them was insane. No cap, but Zoe was not about to just roll over. And right on cue, the announcer's voice roared, "Let the match begin." Instantly, the two sisters snapped into their fighting stances. Zoe went on the offensive, firing off a spell with a super quick chant to conserve her energy. Such a smart move, but Lily wasn't just gonna stand there and take it. She was already casting her own spell. Jake, watching from the sidelines, was breaking the whole thing down in his head. He's thinking, okay, Lily clearly gets the basics of a magic battle, but Zoe's nerves are making her hesitate. She totally just wasted the speed advantage she got from that fast cast. And yup, just like he called it, Lily closed the distance in a heartbeat, materializing right in Zoe's face. They both launched a first-tier water spell at the exact same moment. These two massive walls of water just collided in the middle of the arena, but, ugh, because Zoe's magic is still weaker, her wave got absolutely wrecked, and she took the full force of Lily's attack head-on. But wait for it, she actually managed to neutralize the spell. Lily looked genuinely surprised. She was like, "You actually negated that? Let's go. Our girl is leveling up so fast." Even Lily had to comment on it. "In just 2 weeks, you've actually improved." You guys, Zoe looked so unbelievably happy to hear that. It was seriously the first time her sister had ever given her any kind of praise. Like, ever. Was that praise? Ugh. The second Lily saw Zoe smile, she got super salty. "What are you smiling about? I was just stating a fact. It wasn't a compliment, so get over yourself." After dropping that little truth bomb, Her whole vibe turned to ice. She locked eyes with Zoe and said, "All right, warm-up's over. Time to get serious." And bam! She summoned those water waves again. Oh, snap. What do you think's gonna happen? Drop your theories in the comments. And be a real one, share this with your friend who lives for this drama. Alright, so Mia was not about to get wrecked, you know? She frantically throws up this defensive spell and just like that, poof, a whole level 2 water shield just appears out of thin air. But get this, Lily's spell went totally rogue midair, splitting into like a million tiny water bullets that just swarmed Mia. Homegirl couldn't even block him and got absolutely blasted. She went soaring, dude. Her body just flopped through the air like a busted-up balloon from a street fair on Fifth Avenue and landed right at Jake's feet. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Am I right? Jake just glances down, probably thinking, brew. 'Cause for real. Mia's casting speed was sick. She totally could have won, but Lily's power level was just on a whole other level. While he's spacing out, Lily strolls over from across the field, looking all smug, and says, "Damn, that's cold. You're not even gonna help her. I thought you were playing her knight in shining armor." The absolute shade. Not necessary. Jake snaps back without missing a beat, and Lily's eyes go wide, like she's totally shook. And right on cue, Mia starts getting up, trembling, but she is getting up. "Let's go, Queen." Lily was even more stunned, yelling like, "How is that even possible? I hit you with level 2 magic, you should be a puddle on the pavement right now." Biting her lip so hard it's gotta hurt, Mia says with pure fire in her eyes, "I will not lose. Magic is literally the only thing I've got, and even if I lose it all, I am not giving up." Okay, someone's in their main character era. The second she finishes her speech, Mia starts casting again. Lily just scoffs and shoots back a counterspell. Next thing you know, their water spells are crashing into each other like a monster truck rally at Madison Square Garden. But you could totally see Mia was running on fumes, getting weaker by the second. She just kept whispering one thing over and over like a prayer: "I am definitely going to win. I will not give up." And then, she just crumples, totally out of juice. And that was it, y'all. Game over. Mia ran out of mana, and Lily took the W. Drop a broken heart emoji in the comments for our girl Mia. So Mia's on the ground, shaking, her hands balled into these tight little fists, just whispering, "I can't do anything. I'm so useless." Jake just lets out this heavy sigh and walks over to help her up. It was a battle of pure magic control, but she straight up lost 'cause her battery was on 0. And that's when Lily, of course, decides it's the perfect time to start running her mouth. Do you get it now? That girl has 0 talent. Jake, you had to be thinking the same thing. And Jake, with a straight face, just goes, "It's true. Wait, hold up, what? She has no talent. Mia is clumsy, a slow learner, completely incompetent, and would get absolutely destroyed in a real fight. But there is one thing about her that I have mad respect for, and that's the fact that she trains her butt off like a complete and total idiot." Hearing that, Mia just stares at him, her jaw on the floor. Lily, meanwhile, could not care less, pouting as she said, "And look where that got her." But before she could even finish her sentence, Jake cuts her off, his voice like ice. "Yeah, she lost. But I rock with people who grind hard, like Mia." Oh my god, you guys. What Jake said next had Mia sobbing, like full-on ugly crying, 'cause it was the first time anyone had ever acknowledged how hard she worked. Jake, he just kept talking, completely unbothered. What a savage. "Mia is my student and I don't appreciate you talking smack about her." The more he defended her, the more Mia was just a mess, with tears streaming down her face like Niagara Falls. Lily just rolls her eyes, saying, "All high and mighty, someone with a mana level of only 100 like you is getting way too big for their britches." Shrugging like it's no big deal, Jake says with total confidence, "And this person with a mana level of 100 is about to completely own you." OH, snap. Lily looked so triggered. Her face was a whole reaction meme. She snorted, trying to play it cool. "You're all talk, whatever. I'm not wasting my energy on some low-level chump." That's when Tyler gets all hyped, screaming, "Finally, it's my turn." Lily just walks right past him. "Finish it fast," she orders, cold as ever. Tyler just laughs, nods, and goes, "You don't gotta tell me twice." Meanwhile, Jake had already scooped up the injured Mia and carried her back to her seat like a rom-com hero. He set her down and said flatly, "Pay attention to my match now." Mia just gives a tiny nod, like she understands. But then it hits her. Wait a hot minute. She doesn't feel any pain. At all. And her wounds? Completely gone. What in the world was that? Jake, totally oblivious to her internal freakout, slowly walks up to the arena. And yeah, he was talking a big game before, bragging that 100 mana was all he needed to wreck Tyler. But for real, if he doesn't go all out right now, he has zero chance of winning. He's got to keep his mana at a perfect 100, only using non-elemental magic, and casting without saying a single word. He's also not using a magic shield, so if he takes even one direct hit, it's game over. Permanently. The more he thought about the crazy odds, the more pumped he got. Tyler sees Jake step into the ring and immediately shouts, totally amped up, "Sorry, little bro, but I am not planning on holding back," he says with a huge grin. Jake just smirks right back. "Good, then I'll go easy on you." And in the blink of an eye, bam, it's on. Smash that like button if you're ready for this fight. Y'all, the whole entire academy just lost its mind. The screaming was deafening. You literally couldn't hear a thing. Somebody was shouting, "Tyler, my dude, go easy on him. Don't mess him up too bad." And up on the stage, Tyler just straight up flexes, letting all his power just explode out. Jake's just thinking, all right, that's gotta be clocking in around 8,000. A while back, that would have been chump change to him. But now, my boy's running on empty, maybe 100 if he's lucky. And just like that, boom. Round 2, Jake versus Tyler, is officially a go. So Tyler starts winding up this spell, cackling like a villain, saying, "Yo, no hard feelings, my guy. This one little tap right here is all I need to know if you're the real deal who smoked those losers that got expelled." Basically, Tyler's trying to see if Jake can even survive one full power hit. What an absolute diva. But get this, before he can even launch it, a tiny little zap of energy just domes Tyler right in the forehead. Jake's just standing there with this epic smirk, all like, "Too slow, buddy, way too slow." The entire arena, and I mean everyone packed into the stands on Fifth Avenue, just goes completely silent. They were absolutely shooketh. It was over in less than 3 seconds, guys. Tyler's knocked out cold. So yeah, Jake wins. Just like that. Do me a favor and smash that like button if you did not see that coming. Oh my god. Lily runs over to Tyler, and her jaw literally hits the pavement. She's shook. Like, did our boy Jake seriously just one-shot Tyler? Bro went night-night with a single tap. She's all like, I didn't even hear him chant a spell. What in the world did he even do? And while Lily's having a full-on meltdown, Jake's voice just chimes in, dripping with sarcasm. "Hey, just like you asked for, quick and painless." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Mia is absolutely buzzing. She saw the whole thing and is like, yes, let's go. He actually did it. Lily just shoots Jake, this look that could freeze fire, and says in this super frosty voice, "Alright, fine, maybe you're not a complete and total waste of space." Jake just scoffs. Like, pff, as long as I'm better than times you asterisk, I'm good. Man, someone's still got a seriously big mouth on them. Oh, Lily is livid. She's grinding her teeth, probably saying some spicy words under her breath, and then whoosh, she unleashes all her power. Jake's just like, okay, that's about 10,000. She's definitely got more juice than Tyler, but still. So while these two are having their dramatic stare-down moment, the announcer's voice echoes through the stadium again. Ladies and gentlemen, what an absolute bombshell after that second match. Our contestant Jake's very unique combat style has certainly gotten everyone buzzing. And now, for the main event, it's Jake versus Lily. Who do you guys think is taking the W on this one? Drop your bets in the comments right now. The whole crowd is literally on the edge of their seats. The second the ref yells start, Jake just blitzes her, zero hesitation, and unleashes everything he's got. But Lily, she's not even breaking a sweat. She's cool as a cucumber and just casually throws up a counterspell like she's ordering a latte. Jake knows what's up, though. He's working with maybe 100 power points right now, so it's not like he can just toss out some insane world-ending spells. It's like bringing a Nerf gun to a paintball fight. So yeah, if Jake doesn't nail a perfect headshot right between the eyes, he's not even gonna leave a mark on her. And Lily's no dummy. She puts 2 and 2 together. She's like, okay, bet. I'll just post up right here and play defense. Just like Jake called it, Lily's defense is a brick wall. She literally doesn't budge an inch, just plants her feet and starts blasting him with these huge waves of water. I'm talking these super-powered jets of water, like tiny liquid daggers, just raining down on him nonstop. But what happens next completely shatters Lily's whole world. Jake just deletes all her magic. Like, poof, it's gone. Not a single drop of water touches him. This dude is on another level of cool. Lily's eyes go super wide. She's completely and utterly gobsmacked. She's thinking, he hasn't used a single ounce of magic this entire time. What kind of black magic did this guy just pull? And it's not just her. The students in the stands are going nuts, whispering back and forth. Bro, shouldn't he be totally drenched right now? He's not even a little bit wet. What is even happening? Mia, on the other hand, is totally unfazed. She's just sitting there like Sherlock Holmes, trying to break down the technique Jake just used. So, Lily, after seeing her best shot get completely bodied by Jake, is now absolutely seething. She's 100% sure he's cheating or pulling some kind of sneaky trick. With that fire in her belly, she launches another attack. But this time, Jake actually moves, and my guy is like a freaking acrobat, just gracefully dodging and weaving through every single water jet she shot at him. It was art. Lily is just staring at this, and her eyes practically bug out of her head. She cannot process what she's seeing. She screams, "You dodged ALL of my attacks, without using aim magic at all?" Over on the sidelines, Mia couldn't help but get a little worried. She's thinking, okay, a mage can use a spell to counter another one. 2 attacks colliding can cancel each other out, that's basic stuff. But everyone knows if you can't do that, you're gonna get totally owned. It's just a question of how fast. A Tier 2 technique has way more oomph and speed than a Tier 1. There's just no freaking way a guy like him could dodge all that without a single scratch. Lily was absolutely convinced Jake was just some brainless hothead, but Jake, it was like he could read her mind, 'cause he just lets out a quiet little laugh. But it didn't even matter. He was thinking, as long as I can feel the energy flowing, dodging these little baby attacks is a walk in the park. Well, he thought, you also gotta have some serious reflexes, I guess. And right at that moment, Lily starts charging up a Tier 3 water spell. In less than a second, this massive wave of water shaped like a giant arrow just appears and starts hurtling straight for Jake. Seeing this, every single person in the stands down on Wall Street just starts losing their minds, screaming, "Oh my god, that's Tier 3 magic. Oh my god, you guys, if that thing connected, he would have been toast." And then boom, the water arrow just explodes. Water spraying everywhere like a busted hydrant on Broadway. Lily, looking totally spent, hits the deck with this super smug grin on her face. She's literally thinking, no cap, there's zero chance he stopped that. But get this out of freaking nowhere, a bolt of magic just zips across the field and times her right in the forehead. Ouch! The second she sees who zapped her, Lily absolutely loses her mind, screaming, "Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? You're fine? How did you even dodge that?" Jake, cool as a cucumber, just replies, "I used a spell to absorb your magic and, just casually walked through the middle of it." Bro, you could hear a pin drop. The whole arena went silent. Lily was just frozen, completely shook, like her brain just crashed. Right when Jake probably thought he broke her, she suddenly throws her head back and starts cackling. I'm talking a full-on, totally unhinged villain laugh, you guys. It was wild. Just walked right through it, she says, still in disbelief. So, I lost, huh? Yeah, sweetie, the scoreboard doesn't lie. Jake took the W. Ashley immediately sprints over to him, all worried, asking, "Are you okay?" Jake just nods, like, "Yeah, I'm good, and I won." And Ashley just lets out this little relieved laugh and nods back, her eyes practically sparkling with thanks. And seeing them so happy together, Lily actually pushes herself up and tries to act all chill about it. A deal's a deal, she says. I won't bring this up again. Do whatever you want. And that's a mic drop, ladies and gents. Hearing that, Jake just has to sigh. Like, wow, still so stubborn, huh? Then he gets this mischievous little smirk and teases her. You know, Ashley's injuries look pretty minor. You totally went easy on her. Kinda wish our fight was that chill too. And oh my god, Lily just snaps, yelling, not gonna happen, but Jake just blows her off and keeps right on talking. Look, Ashley's gotten way stronger in just 2 weeks. I know you've noticed it too, right? You don't have to be her full-time bodyguard anymore. And right on cue, Ashley makes this super serious promise. I'm going to get stronger, so you won't have to worry about me. I swear. Lily's just squinting at them both, looking totally skeptical. She stands there thinking for a good minute before she finally nods and admits, yeah, you're right. And get this, because of this whole dramatic showdown, the sisters actually bonded. Group hug, so Jake's watching them, feeling all warm and fuzzy inside for some reason. But then, plot twist, the sky suddenly goes all dark and stormy, and this super creepy vibe just takes over the whole area, totally freaking Jake out. He snaps his head up to look at the sky, and his face just falls. This crazy energy. Don't tell me it's a cataclysm? Lily and Ashley look up too, and the horror on their faces says it all. Dude, the color just vanished from their faces. Meanwhile, across campus in some random classroom at, like, 123 Main Street, Westbrook, Chad and his little crew are totally trashing Jake's desk, just chucking his stuff everywhere. After tossing the place and finding Zip, one of Chad's little flunkies complains, Bro, all he's got are books and notebooks. This dude is such a freaking nerd. Chad's grinding his teeth, totally fuming. He's gotta have something, right? There's no way he's that good without some kind of cheat code. But right then, the sidekick spots something outside and yells, What the heck is that? Chad, thinking they finally found Jake's big secret, whips his head around, but what he sees is pure nightmare fuel. The sky outside is this terrifying, blood-red color, and all three of them start freaking out, big time. Like it's finally clicking. One of the goons screams in terror, It's a cataclysm. How is this even happening? And back outside the arena, things were even more chaotic. Reporters and students were in a full-blown panic. I mean, nobody expects a world-ending event to just pop up at Westbrook Academy on a Tuesday. Jake's face was dead serious. How could a cataclysm happen now? Don't tell me this is tied to that whole mess in old Brooklyn. The first one started there, too. Is this some crazy coincidence, or was this a setup? And while he's trying to figure it out, these gnarly-looking monsters start pouring out of a literal rip in the sky. Yikes. The second they see them, the students start running for their lives, and some teacher is trying to get everyone to chill. But for real, who's gonna stay calm when monsters are raining from the sky? Let me know in the comments if you'd be brave or just book it. Just then, a massive blast of magic shoots out and vaporizes the monsters that were about to turn some kids into a snack. And the hero of the moment was our boy, Jake. He yells out, Everyone calm down. His voice literally slices through the chaos, and everybody just freezes. They were still scared out of their minds, obviously, but they stopped running around like crazy. That's some serious main character energy right there. You guys better smash that like button for Jake. Jake looked pretty pleased with himself. He scans the crowd and starts barking orders. In the first wave of a cataclysm, it's just the small fry monsters. The safest place is the gym. Everyone evacuate there, now. After laying down the law, he turns to Lily and the others and says, You guys too, get going. Hearing this, they were all stunned. Like, wait, what are you gonna do, Jake? He just answers, super chill. I have to go save the people still trapped in the buildings. So, the instructor was literally losing his mind, staring at Jake like, Are you kidding me? You're going in solo? Bro, that's a one-way ticket to getting wrecked. But then Tyler, playing the hero as always, pops up like, Nah, I'm going with him. He's all cocky. Like, we good, right? Teach. The instructor is still freaking out, but Tyler just gives him this look and keeps on pushing. Look, You've seen what the new kid can do, haven't you? The instructor just stood there for a sec. You could see the wheels turning. Finally, he just heaved this massive sigh and was like, ugh, fine. Just, for the love of God, don't do anything reckless. Tyler totally scoffed at that. Like, puffed. Who, me? Then he gives Jake this look, but our boy Jake is just ice cold. Not even a word, just a little shrug. He turns to Mia and says, okay, I'm going in. Oh my God, you guys. The look on Mia's face was pure worry. She leaned in and whispered, please be careful, while Tyler was already trying to steal the spotlight. I'm heading in first, rookie. And get this, Tyler takes off at like 10 meters a second, totally trying to flex on Jake. He had no idea who he was messing with, for real. Jake just whips out his magic and bam, he's a blur, zipping right past Tyler. He even has the absolute nerve to smirk and drop a, I'll see you there, senior. I am living for this drama. Tyler's jaw basically unhinged. He was so shook. He's mumbling, what is that, like, demon speed? Yo, get back here, and starts chasing. But just being fast wasn't gonna be enough, honey. So, Tyler's new game plan was, okay, I'll just trail this kid, learn all his secrets, and, save a few people while I'm at it. Obviously. Sewer, Tyler, but Jake could not have cared less about Tyler's little recon mission. He was already doing a full scan of Westbrook Academy, the whole campus right there on Main Street, and clocked 58 magic signatures. And that's not even counting the regular students. If that was the case, he was gonna have to clear the whole building, floor by floor. By then, the student center was getting swarmed by those freaky beasts like it was a sneaker drop in Soho. Students were barricaded in classrooms, absolutely terrified. And that's when Jake makes his grand entrance by, no joke, yeeting himself through a second-story window. Talk about making a statement. He didn't even waste a single second, just started blasting them with magic. And y'all, his power was off the charts, just deleting monsters left and right like it was nothing. So, while Jake is cleaning house, one of these ugly suckers tries to sneak up behind him. Big mistake. It's like my guy has a sixth sense or something. He just casually fires a blast over his shoulder without even looking, and it basically turns the monster into a cloud of gross confetti. A second later, who finally shows up, huffing and puffing, Tyler yelling, hey, everyone okay in here? Dude, talk about being late to the party. Jake had already taken out the entire trash pile of monsters. He just strolls past a stunned Tyler and says, all cool and collected, I'll leave the student evacuation to you. Tyler was shook, stammering like, wait, it's not safe to go alone. Let me know in the comments if Tyler has officially been demoted to sidekick status. But Jake was already a ghost. Tyler was left there talking to himself like, where'd he even go? He's so fast. You could see it dawning on him that maybe, just maybe, Jake saw him as dead weight. And honestly, where's the lie? Like, let's be real, he's not wrong. Jake cleared that room in less than a second. All Tyler could think was, who even is this guy? All while Jake was zipping around, completely unaware of his senior's full-blown identity crisis. He was still moving like a blur. He knew if he were outside, he could just use a massive spell and end it all at once. But inside the school building at 45 West Brooklyn Avenue, he could hit innocent people. So, he had to settle for spamming a bunch of smaller spells to pick them off one by one. But for him, that was like, way more than enough. Jake was just effortlessly one-shotting these things with baby-level magic, saving tons of kids in the process. It would have been a huge drag to personally escort every single student to the gym, but lucky for him, he had his own personal assistant for that. The whole time, Tyler was right behind him, basically playing the role of the cleanup crew and escort service. Now Tyler's outside, trying to look cool fighting monsters and yelling at the top of his lungs, I'll hold them off. Everyone else, run to the gym. Go, go, go. But literally as soon as he finishes his big hero line, this wild scream cuts through the air and makes him flinch. He's like, what now? And looks over to see a massive group of students, getting all wrapped up in this weird magic and then gently floated down to the ground, safe and sound. Tyler just stood there, completely baffled and dead silent, thinking, what on earth is Jake doing now? Seriously, who is this dude? Meanwhile, up on a rooftop, Jake sees Tyler's confused little face and just smirks. Hey, looks like he's pretty worried about his junior. He was about to just shrug it off like, whatever. But then his danger sense started tingling. He zeroed in on a hidden corner of the building where a girl was absolutely petrified. She was totally cornered by these. So this girl was straight up trapped, screaming, "Somebody, anybody, help me." Then, like, a split second before disaster, this flash of light just zooms times by and her eyes go huge. Y'all, if you live for this drama, you gotta share this with your bestie as soon as possible. Okay, so get this. She sees this insane flash of light and she's like, wait a damn minute. I know that light. It's literally the same glow that saved her life before. She's just frozen, totally mind blown. Then bam, Jake just drops from the sky like he's Captain America or something, all like, yo, you okay? The girl totally recognizes him and is just speechless, whispering, Jake, was that you? You're the one who saved me. Jake just gives her this super chill nod, playing it cool like it's nothing. Yup, that's me. He offers her a hand, and she's still trying to put the pieces together, asking, hold on, back in combat training. That was you, too? And you can totally see Jake pause for a sec. Y'all, the silence was deafening. Then after a beat, he's like, yeah, things got a little out of hand back then. Bro is so mysterious. I love it. When she hears that, the girl is just overflowing with gratitude, bowing her head and saying, thank you so much for saving my life 2 times. But Jake, smooth as ever, just flashes a grin and says, don't even sweat it. It was nothing. But listen up, 'cause standing in front of the guy who's now her 2-time hero, this girl's heart is beating out of her chest, and her face is turning beet red. Oh yeah, she's catching feelings. For real, for real. Right on cue, Tyler comes sprinting up the stairs, screaming, who's next? Talk about killing the vibe. Laugh my ass off. Jake just gives the girl a quick nod. Just follow him, he'll get you somewhere safe. I've got to keep moving. The girl wanted to say something, but my man was already gone, leaving even Tyler looking completely lost. But Jake couldn't care less what they were thinking. He just kept charging up. There were still tons of students trapped, and he wasn't about to chill and wait for the NYPD to show up. He knew he had to be the one to step up. Meanwhile, over at the mayor's office, probably somewhere like One City Hall Plaza in downtown New York City, all the important suits are freaking out over the mess at Westbrook Academy. The mayor is at the head of the table, looking like he's seen a ghost, and he just goes, a major catastrophe is unfolding at Westbrook Academy. You can just feel the panic in the room as all the officials start buzzing. Why is this nightmare happening now? We haven't had a disaster of this scale in over 150 years. What's the plan? The mayor says, trying to keep it together. We're still trying to reach the paranormal division at NYPD headquarters and the top-tier magic families. The National Guard has also been put on high alert, but the other officials were not buying it, shooting back with, yeah, but the Guard's mages are trained for hurricanes, not this kind of chaos. None of them have actually fought a magical beast before. And yeah, the mayor knew this was the price of getting too comfortable and forgetting that wild stuff can pop off at any time. Their only real hope was to count on the cops and the bougie, big-shot magic families. The more he thought about it, the more his hand balled into a fist under the table. The absolute disaster from 50 years ago was basically getting a sequel, but the legendary hero from back then wasn't here anymore. So who was going to be the hero this time? At that exact moment, a squad car was flying down the street towards Westbrook Academy. The officer behind the wheel asks her partner, are you serious? A full-blown disaster is actually happening? A deep, impossibly calm voice replies, 100%, no doubt about it. Hearing that, the driver starts to get a little shaky. But it's been so peaceful for so long, you know? Looks like that peace was just the calm before the storm, Detective Miller said with a tiny smirk. But hey, it's cool. This is literally what we get paid for. The driver, Sergeant Sarah, took a deep breath before saying, I'll give it everything I've got, sir. And with that, the two of them floored it towards the chaos. At the same time, a helicopter circles over the academy, but it ain't a rescue chopper, it's the news, of course. They're broadcasting the whole Monster Mash live to the entire country. The reporters who were already on campus got evacuated, but they're still doing their live hits from a safe distance, cameras rolling and everything. All this while the teachers and students who actually knew some magic were outside, trying their best to fight off the weaker monsters. The news of this attack was trending #1 worldwide. No cap, literally everyone was glued to their TVs and phones, just watching this nightmare unfold. People were terrified. The situation was getting seriously out of hand. Monsters were even starting to spill out of the academy grounds. People living on nearby streets, like Westbrook Lane in the Bronx, were in a full-blown panic, and the whole situation was spiraling way past what the government could handle. The eyes of the entire nation were locked on Westbrook Academy. Everyone was refreshing their feeds, desperate for updates. Some were scared, 'cause they lived down the block, while others were terrified that the horror show from 50 years ago was happening all over again. The whole country was basically on the verge of a meltdown. Back at the academy, though, Jake was just on a rampage, taking out monster after monster to save everyone he could. But the creatures just kept pouring in, an endless wave of them, and it felt like the real main event was about to start. Y'all, do you think Jake can solo this whole mess? Smash that like button and drop your theories in the comments below. Alright, so check it. Every single wave was dropping these even bigger, nastier magical creatures. And on top of that, it didn't even matter how many you took down, they just kept popping back up like a bad habit. Apparently, as long as the final boss was still kicking it, these scrub-level minions would just keep crawling out of the woodwork. The main villain wasn't even gonna show its face until the very last phase, so our boy Jake just had to hold out until then. And real talk, the more he thought about it, the more it sounded like a total pain. A disaster this huge was a major drag. For real. So, after absolutely demolishing the monsters, Jake basically turned into an Uber driver, teleporting people downstairs to safety. This time, there were a crazy 20 people scattered everywhere, which made the whole rescue mission a complete nightmare. But was our main man Jake gonna quit? Heck no. He just bolted to the upper floors to keep clearing the building. Meanwhile, inside some random classroom over at, 123 Main Street, Chad was over here trying to fight off this whole horde of monsters that just crashed his study session. But, shocker, his power level was on E, and my dude was totally gassed. He's grinding his teeth, like, this is useless. I'm completely tapped out. And that's because it wasn't just some low-level goons. They were staring down a literal demon soldier. Everyone was so scared they were about to pee their pants. But Chad, who's still in complete denial, just starts screaming, that Jake guy totally vaporized one of these things in one shot. So why can't I do it too? And right when he says that, a voice just dripping with sass calls out from behind him, "'Cause you're weak as hell, my guy." Chad's eyes pop open, but before he can even turn around, whoosh, this massive fireball just erupts and instantly turns that demon soldier into actual dust right in front of him and his friends. It was only then that Chad finally got a good look at who saved them, and oh my god, you guys, it was the one person he absolutely did not want to see. Jake. Awkward DD day. After that totally epic move, Jake just turns to bounce without saying a word. Chad's just standing there, biting his lip, absolutely seething. It happened again. He got saved by times that guy asterisk. Again. Dude can't handle the humiliation, so he runs after Jake and screams, "Hold up." Jake actually stops, and Chad gets right up in his personal space, demanding, "Why'd you save me? You're supposed to hate my guts, right? So why'd you do it?" Jake just shrugs, completely unbothered, and is like, "No reason. I saved you 'cause I could. That's it." Hearing that, Chad's whole body starts shaking. He's muttering to himself, like, "Because you could? Is that seriously all you have to say to me?" But Chad absolutely could not handle that answer, and he just bellowed, "Cut the crap. You're just a pathetic little loser." He kept going. "You don't even use your powers the right way anymore. So how in the hell did you get so strong so fast?" Jake just narrows his eyes at Chad and says with pure ice in his voice, "The Jake you knew died in that car crash on the Brooklyn Bridge, and I was reborn into his body." Hearing this, Chad just yells in total disbelief. "What? You think you get some power up just by almost kicking the bucket or something? I'm the one who's supposed to be stronger than you. But why? Why did I lose to someone like you?" Jake just shoots back. "Strong, huh? Let me drop some knowledge on you. Truly strong people don't go around picking on the weak. He stared Chad down and said coldly, and the truly weak don't try to humiliate those who are even weaker just to feel better. You've been totally consumed by your own ego, and were just blindly convinced you were all that. At this point, Chad didn't even have the guts to think about fighting him again. Having said his piece, Jake just bounced, leaving Chad standing there completely and utterly owned. It wasn't long before he just crumpled to the floor in total despair. He knew he was running from the truth, that he hadn't gotten any stronger at all since, like, middle school. Chad just took out all his stress and frustration on anyone he saw as weaker than him, but then he got his butt saved by Jake, the one person he looked down on as the absolute weakest, and he just could not handle that reality check. Chad's two little sidekicks were also in a super awkward position, 'cause, they got saved by Jake too. They wanted to ask Chad what to do next, but he was in even worse shape. My dude was having a complete and total meltdown, with tears just pouring down his face. We're talking tears of regret, tears of humiliation, the whole dramatic package. Jake, of course, was totally unaware of this little soap opera going on. He was still hustling upstairs, wrecking monsters and saving people. What an absolute legend. Go ahead and smash that like button for our boy Jake. The higher up he went, the more top-tier monsters he started running into. Now, whole squads of demon soldiers were spawning, but Jake wasn't even breaking a sweat. He coolly shoots a spell at a demon soldier, but the thing actually jukes him and dodges the first shot. Jake doesn't even flinch. He just charges up an even bigger, badder spell and kaboom! Instantly, smoke and fire just exploded everywhere. The demon soldier was immediately swallowed up in a sea of flames. Jake just narrowed his eyes, looking at the pile of ash it left behind. His face was a total poker face, showing zero emotion. He was just thinking, these demon soldiers are spawning way more often now. That means the final boss is about to make its grand entrance. Let me know in the comments who you think the boss is gonna be. So, with that on his mind, Jake casually strolled over to the students huddled in a corner, looking like they were waiting for a crosstown bus at Port Authority during a blizzard, and was like, "Yo, everyone, deep breaths. Everything is totally fine now." But downstairs, Kyle was absolutely having a meltdown, screaming, "That little punk, just gonna ghost and leave this entire disaster for his big bro to clean up." But even while he was talking mad smack, his hands were a total blur, slinging spells left and right to just delete those magical freaks. And oh my god, you guys, there were so many of them. They were swarming the students nonstop, and Tyler was in full-on bodyguard mode, protecting the kids behind him while trying to push back the monster horde. He glanced back at them and was like, "I got this, y'all. Just stick behind me and don't even sweat it." Seeing him looking so unbelievably cool and in control, the students were practically melting. If you think Tyler is total hero material, smash that like button right now. But let's be real, that was way easier said than done for Tyler. With these things crawling all over the place like it was a sample sale on Fifth Avenue, he was starting to spiral, thinking, what in the world was he even supposed to do? Then, completely out of nowhere, Jake just drops down from the sky, cool as a cucumber, and says, "Need a hand with that?" Hearing his voice, Tyler literally jumped out of his sneakers, yelling, "BRO. You can't just materialize out of thin air like that." Jake, totally unfazed, just shrugged. "Just dip after I handle these clowns." Hearing that, Tyler just blinked, completely lost. "Wait, what? How is a kid like you gonna take on this many? Maybe we should, find another way out of here." But the second he finished that sentence, K-boom, a massive tidal wave of fire just erupted out of nowhere, completely engulfing the entire monster horde in a legit inferno. The one who dropped this fire track. Our guy, Jake, obviously. This insane scene left all the students, Tyler included, totally speechless. Seeing their stunned faces, Jake immediately snapped at them. Hello? What are you guys gawking at? Let's get a move on." Tyler finally snapped back to reality and hurried the other students towards safety. While he was booking it, he risked a peek over his shoulder and saw Jake just casually flick his wrist, and his magic just completely erased the monsters hot on their tail. The more Tyler saw, the more his brain just short-circuited. It was so epic, absolutely unreal. This kid is the real MVP. No cap. Jake stayed focused, cleaning up the last of the magical beasts. When he was done, he scanned the area. Alright, that should be all of them, I think. I should probably do one more sweep just to be 100%. Meanwhile, in another part of the Westbrook Academy campus, a teacher and some of the more powerful students were desperately trying to hold their ground. Mia was there too, but you could tell her energy bar was flashing red. She was getting weaker and starting to sway like she was about to faceplant. Luckily, her big sis Lily was right there to catch her. In her signature Ice Queen voice, Lily said, "If you can't handle this, then go back inside. You're just in the way." Mia immediately shook her head, flat out refusing. "I can still fight. It's not like we can call a timeout, you know?" Hearing this, Lily just frowned, totally silent. You could tell she wanted to argue but couldn't find the words, so she was just stuck watching as Mia struggled to launch more spells at the monsters. Right then, Tyler came sprinting back with the other students. Got the students who were trapped. The teacher saw him and gave him a nod of approval. "Excellent work. Get them inside, now." Tyler passed the students off to someone else and jogged over to Mia and Lily to get the tea. Lily just let out a long sigh, looking totally exhausted. It's getting really tough to keep them back for much longer. Mia then asked, her voice filled with worry, "Where's Jake?" Tyler chuckled a little, raising an eyebrow, and smirked. "That kid? Oh, he's more than fine. He's still out there, living his best life and making things a living nightmare for the bad guys." "He is?" Hearing that, Mia finally let out a massive sigh of relief. Tyler didn't waste any time and dove right back into the fray, slinging spells with the rest of them. His mouth, on the other hand, kept right on running. "I'm telling you, Jake is on another level. With a guy like that on our side, getting out of this mess is gonna be a walk in the park." Mia nodded softly, totally agreeing. "I think so too, Tyler. With Jake here, we're definitely gonna be okay." But before the words were even fully out of her mouth, the ground started shaking violently, and everyone instantly flipped into full-blown panic mode. The teacher started screaming, "Evacuate. Everyone get out of here now." Because appearing right in front of them was a mind-bogglingly huge wave of magical beasts. And plot twist, these weren't your run-of-the-mill minions. They were straight-up, high-level demon soldiers. Tyler immediately freaked out and yelled, "There are way too many of them. We have to bounce, now." Hearing that, everyone immediately spun around and booked it. Tyler, Mia, and Lily were right there with them. There was zero chance they could win against the army in front of them. But they hadn't even gotten 10 feet when Mia suddenly felt a weird vibe and glanced back, only to see the monsters getting absolutely shredded by magic, with monster parts flying everywhere like some kind of gruesome confetti. "Oh my god, what do you guys think is gonna happen next?" Drop your theories in the comments below. Okay, so get this, Tyler and the girls were completely bugging out. Like, whoa, when did the 5-0 even get here? And their leader, Detective Miller, was already on the scene, screaming orders like a total movie cop. "Light 'em up, now. Priority 1 is getting these students to safety. Let's go, people, go, go, go." And just like that, the other officers started going to town on these freaky-deaky beasts. You could literally feel the massive wave of relief from the students in the back. They really thought the nightmare was over. Detective Miller, while literally punting a monster across the lawn, yells over to them, "Don't you even trip. Kids, we got you. Just book it to the campus gym at 123 Westbrook Avenue like I said." But plot twist, Mia steps up, all heroic, like, "We're going to help everyone." Detective Miller just hits her with this look times and says super flat, "You're civilians. Get to the gym. It's safer." Before Mia could even clap back, Lily pops off, all like, excuse you, we are so not civilians. We're mages, my dude." And you can literally see the gears turning in Miller's head for a hot sec. He's totally weighing his options. Finally, he nods, "All right, fine. You can back us up. Attack from the edges." For real, what choice did he have? His backup was looking seriously weak, so he basically had to take their help. Seriously, talk about a major budget cut for the NYPD. Meanwhile, Our Queen Sarah was already in full medic mode, patching up the other students. Okay, so cut to Jake, posted up on a random rooftop at Westbrook Academy. He sees the flashing red and blues roll in and just lets out this massive sigh of relief, whispering, "Finally, the cavalry's here. Guess I can bounce and leave the rest to them." But then he freezes, like, wait a hot minute. The NYPD rolled up before the National Guard? What? Isn't this supposed to be a national-level disaster? How is the whole country this unprepared? But then he's like, then again, who knows? It's totally believable. This country has been chilling way too hard for way too long. Welp, for now, I'll just do my part. And boom, he zips off to check for any other trapped students. At the exact same time, we zoom out to a news helicopter circling overhead, getting a front row seat to all the chaos. She starts her live hit. We're live over Westbrook Academy in New York City, where police have just arrived. However, the number of these monstrous beasts is not going down at all. The entire nation is glued to their screens, holding their breath for the noble mages to appear. I mean, situations like this are literally their whole job description, and everyone is praying they get here soon. Everyone watching from their couches at home totally thinks the noble mages are about to drop in any second. The reporter on scene looks dead into the camera, her voice totally cracking as she screams, "Please, show up quickly, noble mages. But y'all, get ready for the tea." Over in some ridiculously bougie penthouse on Fifth Avenue, Mr. Williams hears the news from his butler and just ice-cold says, "Let them struggle." The butler is totally shook, and he's stuttering, Are you for real, sir?" Mr. Williams just scoffs at him like he's an idiot and says, "A handful of cops is more than enough to handle a tiny little problem like this. There's absolutely no reason for someone of my caliber to even lift a finger." And with that, he gets up to just walk away. The absolute audacity. His poor butler is totally lost, asking, "Where are you going, sir?" And Mr. Williams's response? One single word, bed. "I'm sorry, can you even with this guy?" The butler, being a total suck-up, just bows and says, "Have a good night's rest, sir." Anyway, back at the academy, Detective Miller is getting absolutely swamped by a literal ocean of monsters. The whole scene was getting worse by the second. He glances at his officer and shouts, "Yo, can you handle that pack by the main gate?" The dude just shakes his head, totally gassed. "No can do, chief. There's a whole army of 'em over there." And oh my god, you could just watch Detective Miller's face completely fall. These things were spawning way faster than he could have ever imagined. There wasn't enough time to evacuate everyone, and the perimeter support that was supposed to have their six, totally MIA. Right now, their only hope is the noble mages, but they're literally ghosting his calls. The more Detective Miller thought about it, the more ticked off he got, until he just yelled, "Damn it, he's just fuming, screaming. Where the heck are those lazy clowns? Useless when it actually matters. Now we have to rely on a bunch of high school kids. I mean, that right there tells you how pathetic the country's defenses have gotten. What do you all think? Drop a comment below if you think the government is totally dropping the ball." Detective Miller's face was just pure, unfiltered rage. He'd read the files. They call this a natural disaster for a reason. He's probably thinking, has everyone in this country always been this useless when things go south? And if the final boss shows up now, we are so boned. And, speak of the devil, the ground starts rumbling again, and everyone is absolutely terrified. Yikes, go ahead and smash that like button if your heart is pounding right now. Detective Miller practically bit through his lip. No freaking way. Is that the demon general? The big bad? And you guys, Mia's face went ghost white. She knows this thing times never times shows up in this area. And she also knows that only a real deal noble mage has the juice to take it down. Mia's internally screaming, cause she knows it would take a spell higher than level 5, just to not get instantly wiped. But okay, listen to this tea, literally no one there could handle something that powerful. So while everyone's losing their minds, this gigantic fireball just explodes out of nowhere. And Lily, being the absolute ride or die she is, dives right in front of Mia without a second thought. So Lily just crumples to the ground right in front of Mia, who is completely freaking out, y'all. Like, you could see the sheer terror in her eyes. Lily's there, shaking like a leaf, and just manages to whisper, "Mia, you gotta run." But our girl is literally frozen stiff. Like her brain hit the emergency brake, but her legs didn't get the memo. Everyone else is dipping out, but Mia just clutches Lily, her eyes basically begging for someone to do something. Meanwhile, Detective Miller and the magic cops over at the 12th Street entrance are trying to throw down, but they're getting absolutely demolished by this freaky beast. Tyler's completely running on fumes at this point. He's totally useless. But then, Hold Up a Figure just casually strolls out of the flames, and when everyone gets a look at who it is, you guys, every single jaw hit the floor. The whole vibe just tanked, like, immediately. It was like everyone just collectively gave up. Like, welp, it was nice knowing ya. Mia is still clinging to Lily, just screaming her head off. "Jake, you have to save us. Jake." The fire is just raging like crazy now, coming right for them. Mia is getting even more frantic, just screaming, "Jake!" You can practically feel the heat. It's getting so intense. The monster is closing in too, looking all kinds of scary. But then, and you're not gonna believe this, it just stops dead in its tracks. Something was blocking its way, and everyone was like, "Wait, what?" And then boom. This insane wave of magic energy just crashes down from the sky and slams right into the monster. At the exact same moment, a guy just pops up in front of Mia. It's Jake, and he's all chill like, "Yo, my bad for being late. Had you waiting long?" The second Mia sees him, she's just flooded with relief. You can literally see it on her face. But then she remembers Lily, and the tears start all over again. Talk about an emotional roller coaster. If you agree, smash that like button for our boy Jake. Mia's like, "Jake, she's..." And Jake just strolls over, takes one look at Lily, and says, "It's cool. She just passed out." Then he puts his hand on her and starts doing some next-level healing stuff. Mia is still a total mess, just standing there with her head down, waiting. Jake keeps doing his thing with Lily, and after like a minute, he clenches his jaw and stands up looking like an absolute boss. Mia gets startled and is like, "Jake?" He just gives her a quick look and says, super calm, "I'll handle this thing." Mia's just shook for a hot second, but then she nods like, "Okay, bet." And right after that, this crazy powerful protective spell just blankets the whole area. Mia's totally bugging out like, "Whoa, what is this?" And Lily's injuries are healing like super fast. The more Mia saw, the more her mind was just completely fried. Seriously, who is this dude? The other students, who have never felt power like this before, were absolutely shook. Sarah comes running up, and her eyes go wide when she sees what's happening. "Is that a level 3 holy healing spell? Even I can't pull that off, so who in the world?" she mumbles, before rushing over to Detective Miller and asking, all worried, "Senior, are you okay?" Detective Miller just kinda shakes his head and is like, "I'm good, just wiped out." Sarah helps him up, then looks around at the absolute mess and asks, "What is going on?" Detective Miller just looks totally defeated. "I don't know either, but we have to protect these people until we can't anymore." You could just see Sarah's heart drop as she stammers. "But that's way too dangerous. You could get seriously messed up out there, Senior." But Detective Miller just bites his lip, his face set with total determination. "But if we don't act, every single person here is going to get wiped out." Sarah knew he was right, but she was still terrified, saying, "This was a losing battle from the jump. In the end, everyone is gonna..." Our whole squad has already been taken out, and she wasn't wrong. A whole corner of Westbrook Academy looked like a giant bonfire, and every single magic cop was down and out. Detective Miller was biting his lips so hard you'd think it would start bleeding, his eyes just filled with pure rage. The defense force never showed. Neither did those stuck-up noble mages. It's over for us. So yeah, the magic police had officially thrown in the towel. The whole scene was a total disaster, with smoke and fire burning wilder than a 4th of July fireworks show that completely backfired over the East River. The news reporters on the scene were losing it. "You're kidding, the cops are down too? Is this it for all of us?" And you better believe everyone watching the live stream from their apartments out in Queens was having a collective freakout. Literally, everyone was glued to their screens, on the absolute edge of their seats. But back at the academy, Jake just starts walking by himself, straight toward the monster. The second Sarah sees this, she screams, "There's a student walking right at those things. Is he trying to get himself taken out of the game permanently?" Detective Miller was panicking just as hard, yelling, "Hey, kid, get back here right now." But of course, Jake completely ignores them and gets right up in the monster's face. He just scoffs and goes, "Having fun tearing the place up, are we?" The monster just narrows its eyes at him, its mouth repeating over and over, "Destroy, destroy." That creepy, deep voice echoed everywhere, making the students panic even more. Even Detective Miller and Sarah were shook to their core. The sheer pressure coming off that thing was enough to make your blood freeze. And then, a massive explosion just goes off. Jake just looks at it and coldly says, "Shut up." Absolute mic drop. Let us know in the comments what you think he's gonna do next. So Jake, being the absolute mad lad he is, literally pokes the giant monster. And oh my god, y'all, it gets so triggered, throws its head back and lets out this ear-splitting roar. Next thing you know, all its little creepy crawly minions are just swarming him. And Jake? He's just standing there with this little frown, dead silent. Like, for real, the last time he faced an apocalypse-level threat, my dude went full-on beast mode. But now, with all these Westbrook Academy kids watching, he's gotta keep it on the down low. But while our boy Jake is having his main character moment, this crazy lightning magic just rushes him. And bam! Faster than you can say, shocking, he's completely wrapped up in electricity. Detective Miller sees this and totally loses it, screaming, "Is he fried?" Everyone else is on the edge of their seats, probably holding their breath, just praying our boy Jake is still in one piece. While everyone is having a full-on meltdown, this blinding wave of magic just erupts out of nowhere. And get this, it's coming from Jake's hands. It starts zipping around, just absolutely demolishing all those little monster minions. Seeing this, Detective Miller is straight up terrified. He's like, "What even is that? Who is this kid? For real? Did he just transfer from some secret lab in Nevada? Like Area 51 or something?" And it's not just the squad. The news crews on scene spotted Jake too, but they can't get a clear shot of his face. One cameraman, thirsty for that viral clip, tries to sneak in for a close-up. You know how they do. But psych. He gets zapped by a spell that just freezes him in place. And guess who cast it? Our girl Mia, coming in clutch. She knows Jake's trying to keep his insane power level a secret, so now my man can finally go off without any distractions. Back in the fight, dozens of magic beams are just blasting from Jake's hands, shooting through the air like a rave in downtown Vegas. And everywhere they go, monsters are just dropping like flies. This whole spectacle has the other students totally shook, like, he's incredible. Are we actually gonna make it out of here? He can totally do this. Let me know in the comments if you think Jake is the absolute GOAT. But listen, they can't just stand there gawking at him. There are still a ton of these low-level goons running around. But luckily, some of the other students are stepping up and handling their business. Detective Miller shouts while blasting a monster, "We gotta do something, people. Back him up. Jake's fighting the final boss over here." Hearing that, Jake actually cracks a tiny smile, like, maybe the cops in this timeline aren't completely useless. With that thought, he just flicks his wrist, and those magic beams go into absolute overdrive. The big bad boss is now totally enraged, and it starts charging up its own magic. Seeing this, Detective Miller yells in a total panic, "That's level 6 magic. That's almost as strong as those rich mages living in penthouses on Park Avenue. It's over, we're done for." The spell the boss threw was level 6 magic, y'all. Actual fire dragons start roaring as smoke and flames just erupt everywhere. The students are just frozen solid with fear. The reporters are probably thinking their careers are toast, right along with their lives. Detective Miller can only watch, completely helpless, as the wall of fire barrels right towards them. The fire was so bright it looked like it could just swallow the whole city, glowing this terrifying blood red. The students were completely hopeless, no cap. Even Sarah just had to shut her eyes and pray for a literal miracle. Detective Miller was thinking that no matter how OP Jake was, there was just no way he could beat times that asterisk. It really looked like this was the end of the line. The only person who still had faith in Jake right then was Mia. She just knew he had this. If it's Jake, she thought, he can 100% do this. Jake will absolutely survive and save everyone here. Meanwhile, Jake was just calmly watching the demon boss like he was waiting for a bus on Fifth Avenue. The absolute nerve of this guy. He's thinking, okay, it's big, but the bigger they are, the slower they move. And this clown was seriously struggling to even use level 6 magic. So if I keep playing nice, I'm not going to be able to do jack, am I? I really didn't want to have to do this, but I guess you leave me no choice. And with that thought, Jake just sticks his hand out and starts summoning 2 types of magic at the same time. Y'all, it's happening. In a flash, he unleashes his true magical power. Mia is just staring, completely dazed, at the insane amount of energy just crackling right in front of her. Her eyes are wide with shock, but honestly, she's mostly just super happy for her man. And while everyone else is just standing there with their jaws on the floor, a giant serpent made of water magic just materializes out of thin air. Detective Miller is just staring, getting more and more confused by the second. Is this composite magic? He muttered, totally bewildered. At the same time, the demon's fire dragon charges forward like a runaway subway train. Jake's water serpent doesn't even flinch and meets it head-on. With a massive K-boom, the 2 ridiculously powerful forces just smashed into each other. They were twisting all around each other, one of fire, one of water, just going at it like crazy. The monster below was frantically chanting some weird stuff that sounded like total gibberish. Slaughter. Humans. Die. And right after that, the fire dragon gets even bigger, charging forward with some serious heat. Don't forget to absolutely destroy that like button if you're loving this epic showdown. Seeing this, Jake just smirks like he's totally unimpressed. His giant water serpent then rushes toward the fire dragon. In the blink of an eye, it completely annihilates the dragon, but its momentum doesn't even slow down. The water serpent shot forward and slammed right into the demon boss. It was just swallowed whole by the massive wave, and the only thing it could mumble was, "Why? LOL, because you messed with the wrong guy, my dude. Game over," before it just vanished. Like, poof, gone. Jake didn't even blink as this thing turned into confetti, and then he hits him with a cold, "Bruh, you're washed." Skill issue. Oof. Savage. But okay, just between us, Jake was secretly thinking that thing was all talk. Like, he was expecting a final boss, and he got a tutorial-level enemy. What a total letdown. Am I right? So once the big baddie bit the dust, the sky over Westbrook Academy went from apocalypse now to clear blue. Jake looks up, cracks this little smirk, and you can literally feel the good vibes. The main villain's been cancelled. The disaster is officially over. Y'all, for now, anyway, everyone can finally take a chill pill. It's like the whole student body's collective brain finally stopped buffering and they could process everything and just, like, breathe for the first time all day. And then it sinks in. They're safe. Oh my God. You guys, the whole campus just explodes. We're talking screaming, cheering, the whole 9 yards, because they were legit seconds from getting wiped out. Even the news crews were going absolutely feral. Like, people were full-on ugly crying, tears of joy streaming down their faces. It was a whole vibe. You could see Sarah let out this huge sigh, like the weight of a Manhattan skyscraper just lifted off her shoulders. They were safe. It was finally time's over. Meanwhile, Detective Miller is just standing there, completely frozen. You could practically see the loading symbol over his head. He could not process that some high school kid, Jake, just absolutely dusted a demon general. We're talking about a baddie that even the top-tier, fancy pants mages were sweating over. And Jake did it so clean, so fast. Miller's literally thinking, who is this kid? But before he can even finish the thought, his legs are like, I'm a head out, and my man just collapses. I'm screaming. He's on the ground muttering, "Dang, my knees are officially retiring. Laugh my ass off." Then, across the quad, Jake strolls up with this little smirk and just casually goes, "Nailed it." Mia looks up at him. Her eyes are getting all misty, and she's like, "You did? I knew you could. Thank you, Jake." And he's all humble, like puffed, it was nothing. Jake just gives her this casual, aw shucks smile and shakes his head. But while they're having this cute little moment, the entire student body starts stampeding towards them, making Jake jump like he just saw a pizza rat on the L train. Before he can even figure out what's happening, boom, he's swarmed. A whole mob of students is just surrounding him, gassing him up, telling him he's the GOAT. Jake just lets out this super dramatic sigh. Guess there's no escaping the fame now, huh? Poor guy, suffering from success. His future's about to be as chaotic as Times Square on New Year's Eve. For real. Mia totally clocks his reaction and is trying so hard not to laugh. He looked so hilariously uncomfortable. Anyway, flash forward to the next day, and every news channel from a bodega in Queens to a beach in Malibu is blowing up about the Westbrook Academy incident. The headlines are all like, mysterious student hero, but like, come on, everyone at Westbrook knows the real tea. That mysterious student was 100% our boy Jake. So after that whole drama bomb, Jake's popularity went through the roof. We're talking full-on celebrity status. Every time he tried to get to class, he'd get mobbed by people asking a bajillion questions. You could just see it on his face, he was so over it. But you know how it goes. With great power comes great haters. There were definitely some salty kids who were not buying into the Jake hype train. You'd hear them whispering in the halls like, someone's getting a big ego now that he's famous, or, there's no way some random student is that strong, it's totally sus. And just like that, the school split into two camps, Team Jake and the haterade drinkers. It was a whole civil war. One side was defending him like he was their king, the other was screaming cap. And while they were all causing a scene, our boy Jake saw an opening and just ghosted. Poof, gone. I mean, can you even blame him? The guy was totally overwhelmed, and right on schedule. Mia slides up next to him with this cheeky little grin. Enjoying the fame, Mr. Big Shot? Jake just groans. Ugh, don't even start. But Mia just laughs, completely unbothered. Hey, you're the hero who saved the entire school. It's kind of part of the job description, isn't it? Jake totally changes the subject. Anyway, let's talk about literally anything else. You got moved up to S-Class too, right? And Mia just nods, all casual. She's trying to play it cool, like, yeah, I guess it was from that practice battle and, saving the world. But Jake narrows his eyes a bit and is like, you don't sound that hyped about it. Hearing that, Mia whips her head around, does this super cute pout, and mumbles, of course I am. I mean, someone I know is in that class too. Girl, you are not subtle. And Jake, bless his dense little heart, is completely oblivious. The hint flies right over his head. He just barrels on, oh sweet. By the way, how's Lily? Mia's whole face just lights up and she goes, she's amazing. We've actually gotten super close. And you can tell Mia is genuinely beaming about it, and she knows it's all because of Jake. Her eyes are literally sparkling when she looks at him, and she gives him this super genuine smile and says, thank you. Aw, drop a like on this video right now if you ship them so hard. She goes, for real, meeting you has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. And when Jake hears that, he just gives her this soft little flick on the forehead, and Mia's like, ow. Hey, what gives? Jake gets this little pout going and says, you only have to say thanks once. You don't have to keep repeating it. And then he just turns and walks away. Such a classic tsundere move. Mia just watches him go, and this little smile just creeps across her face. Oof, I think somebody's down bad. Anyway, scene change. Let's jump over to the Prime Minister's office. All the major players are in the room, and the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife like a crazy tense boardroom meeting on Wall Street. The Prime Minister is glued to his phone, and after what feels like an eternity, he hangs up and finally addresses the room. All right, so boom, the top-secret international conference call finally ends. But get this, one of the suits pipes up like, yo, figuring out what caused this second mess isn't gonna be a walk in Central Park, ya feel me? Oh, really? 'Cause the Prime Minister just gives this little nod, super chill, and is like, they're already on it, full force. And then, you guys, the real tea starts spilling about the one student who absolutely wrecked the main villain. Oh my god, seriously. They're just sitting there gossiping about the whole catastrophe and how our boy Jake just completely obliterated that demon general. The drama is piping hot, y'all. Smash that like button if you're living for this tea. Meanwhile, Over on the rooftop of Westbrook Academy, which is like the official hangout spot now, I guess, Jake gets called up again. This time it's Lily, Kyle, and Mia. The four of them are just standing there, and you could cut the tension with a knife. Awkward. So, after what feels like a million years of cringy silence, Lily finally breaks it. She looks right at him and goes, "Jake, I need to ask you for a massive favor. Please, teach me everything you know." And when she said it, you could literally see the determination burning in her eyes. For real. So, let's hit rewind for a sec. Go back a few days to the Ashley family's ridiculously lavish mansion, probably posted up at like 123 Ocean Drive in the Hamptons. The two sisters, Lily and Mia, are just hanging out outside. After an eternity of just crickets, Lily finally breaks the quiet. She's like, "So, about this whole disaster situation," which makes Mia practically leap into the stratosphere. She was not ready, but Lily doesn't even flinch, just continues all cool and collected. It seems like Jake was the one who shut it all down this time, wasn't he? And Mia's just over there nodding her head like, "Yup, that's 100% the T." Jake took down that demon general with level 4 synthesis magic. And bam, Lily just stares at her sister like she sprouted a whole new head. She's like, "Hold up, back up the truck. Did you just say level 4 synthesis magic? That's like god-tier magic that even the top dogs struggle with. Are you being serious right now?" And Mia just nods, looking dead serious. No games. Seeing that her sister wasn't capping, Lily takes a beat and then says, "Okay, then it has to be true." My Mia wouldn't lie to me about something this huge. Mia was totally floored. Like, "Wait, hold on. Why do you suddenly believe me?" Lily just kinda chuckles and says all casually, "Because you've always been the straight-laced one, ever since we were just little kids tearing up the block back in Queens. I always knew a kid like that couldn't possibly be a failure as a mage. But I guess I was way too tough on you." And hearing that, Mia's face just fell. Oof, right in the feels. But then, wham! Mia jumps to her feet and declares, "I'm going to get so strong that you'll never have to worry about me again. So just trust me, okay?" Mia was more determined than ever. Her sudden burst of passion left Lily speechless for a second, but then this huge smile spreads across her face and she's like, "Wow, you've really grown up, Mia. Bring it in." And you could just see the pure happiness light up Mia's face. Lily didn't say another word. Her mind was already back on Jake. His power was just something else entirely. It was kinda terrifying, TBH. It was on a level no student should ever reach. He might even be stronger than her own father. And with that thought, Lily looks up and says, "Hey, do something for me, will you?" "Okay." Flash forward back to the present. Lily's on the roof, silently waiting for Jake's reply. She knows in her gut that if she stays on this path, she'll just end up as another decent, high-level mage, and that's it. But to become a true legend, she needs Jake's help. So, taking a deep breath, Lily gets 100% real. "I am so sorry for insulting you and looking down on you. For real, I apologize." She knew what she was asking was selfish as heck, but she was ready to swallow her pride and beg if she had to. Lily's voice was basically a desperate plea at this point. She bowed her head and whispered, "Please, let me be." But before she could even get the words out, Jake cuts her off, totally deadpan. "Bet. Just one word." The answer was so quick and out of nowhere that Lily just froze, completely shook. Jake literally had to repeat himself. "I said, I'll take you on as my student." Lily was still trying to compute, asking all suspiciously, "Why?" Now it was Jake's turn to look completely baffled. "What do you mean, why? This is so weird. You're the one who asked me." Lily shot back. "Yeah, I know, but I was a total nightmare to you." Jake just shrugged it off like it was nothing. "Hey, you already said you were sorry, so it's all good. Besides, you wanted me to say yes, right? So, there you go." Lily was absolutely floored. He was so chill about the whole thing. And right on cue, Kyle jumps in, yelling, "Then I'm in too. Sign me up." Jake let out this big groan, but then just kinda sighed and gave in. Fine. What's one or two more students? It probably won't kill me." Seeing Lily still looking totally confused, Kyle just explained, "He's Just that kind of dude? Lily just squinted at Jake, thinking to herself, this guy is a major weirdo. A little while later, down in a classroom at Westbrook Academy, so, for whatever reason, Jake and Mia get called into this random classroom. And who's already there waiting? Detective Miller and Sergeant Sarah. And you guys, get this, they are literally bowing to Jake. I'm not even kidding. Detective Miller gets super serious and says, first off, we need to thank you. If it weren't for you, every single person in New York City, including us, would have been completely toast. Seriously, guys, drop a comment below and tell me if Jake isn't the GOAT. And don't forget to hit that like button. Okay, so Jake was so over it, telling the guy, bro, you've been thanking me since we bounced from the precinct on Worth Street. I'm pretty sure we're good. Is there something else, my dude? And Detective Miller gets all serious, saying, the whole disaster investigation is closed. But a few loose ends are kinda screaming for our attention. Jake's like, oh, loose ends? Do tell. Spill the tea, my guy. And Detective Miller, who clearly doesn't do suspense, just lays it all out on the table. So, Jake, the gossip mill says you got your powers after that gnarly car crash on the BQE, yeah? Every witness we talk to has the same story, so we're pretty sure that's legit. Asterisk. But asterisk, he leans in. A little birdie told us that after the accident, you were like, a totally different dude. And oh my god, when Jake heard that, he just froze. My guy looked absolutely wrecked. And Detective Miller, totally clueless to Jake's panic attack, just keeps yapping. Your whole vibe switched up. Your power level shot up from like 0 to 100, and you got jacked enough to totally wreck a demon general. Honestly, the more this dude talked, the more everyone was like, HU, Ashley finally had enough and jumped in. Like, hold up, pause. What are you even getting at? Detective Miller suddenly looked like he realized he put his foot in his mouth, frowning and muttering, all right, bad phrasing. Then he leans in and asks Jake if he's heard of the Black Mage. Jake and Ashley were both just shook. Like, what in the world does some rando black mage have to do with anything? Detective Miller starts explaining, he's this mage who's been quietly taking out all the rogue magical beasts, basically helping people on the DL, under the cover of darkness. The vids have absolutely blown up on TikTok. You seriously haven't seen this? He even pulls out his phone to show them the clip, while Sarah next to him is giving major I've solved the case energy. Ashley, though, is still completely lost. Like, and this connects to Jake, how Detective Miller just calmly drops this bomb, because you two have a few interesting similarities. Physique, age, he's basically pointing at Jake with a giant neon sign. Word is he's a big shot mage, but his magic doesn't ping on any of our systems. Oh, and did I mention? His first appearance was the exact same time you were discharged from Bellevue Hospital, Jake. Okay, get this. The instructor sitting nearby overheard all this hot goss, and his face went sheet white. He looked so busted. What does he know? Smash that like button if you think the teach is hiding something. Sarah was playing it cool, not saying a peep, while Detective Miller kept running his mouth about how using magic in New York City without a license is a big fat felony. And since this whole thing went viral, the NYPD had no choice but to get involved. Hearing that, Ashley started to freak, realizing Jake could be in some serious hot water, and she gave him this look of pure panic. And Detective Miller was staring Jake down, trying to play hardball. He goes all cool, look, if you just come clean, we swear we'll do what we can to get you a slap on the wrist. So, for real, are you the Black Mage? And Jake, with ice in his veins, just shakes his head. Nope. Hearing that, Miller breaks into this massive grin and chirps, oh, okay then, great. So, you're not the guy. Perfect. And just like that, Detective Miller and Sarah get up to go. Welp, thanks for your time. We'll see ourselves out. And they bounced from the room so fast. As they're walking out, Miller's totally psychoanalyzing Jake's reaction. The kid wasn't even a little bit stressed. If he times the Black Mage, he's got balls of literal steel. Sarah, on the other hand, was 100% sold. She was like, that is so him. His whole vibe, his voice. It was a dead ringer. She's thinking, What if his whole vigilante thing was just to save people? She just couldn't bring herself to rat Jake out. I mean, talk about a professional dilemma for a cop, 'cause he was a good dude who literally saved her life. And just like that, the two cops were on totally opposite sides. Drop a comment below. Are you Team Miller or Team Sarah? The office drama is real, so now we've got Miller on a mission to unmask Jake, while Sarah's trying to protect him. Anyway, after that super intense interrogation in the conference room, Jake and Ashley finally head over to their new class for the whole welcome wagon thing. The teacher up front is like, "All right, class, these are our two new students, Jake and Ashley. They're joining us starting today, so everyone play nice." And because Jake literally clapped that demon general, he got this insane, rockstar welcome from everyone. The second he sat down, he was mobbed by this massive crowd just firing questions at him nonstop. Like, give the guy some space. Geez, Ashley was getting the same paparazzi treatment, probably cause her family's a super big deal. You could tell she was so not here for it. The teacher is just helplessly yelling, "Everyone, back to your seats. Class started like 5 minutes ago." Jake found the whole thing so freaking annoying. He went from a cop grilling to a classmate pop quiz for his entire break. See? This is exactly times why my boy Jake tries to keep a low profile. He tried to just make a run for it and dip, but of course, someone just had to call him out. Can't a guy catch a break? Okay, so get this. Jake turns around, and guess who's standing there? It's the pink-haired girl he went full-on superhero for during that monster mess a few days ago. Oh my god. The tea is absolutely scalding. People. She's giving him major shy girl vibes. Like, Jake, you got a minute? So, we skipped to the juicy part, and now they're on the Westbrook Academy rooftop, and Jake looks like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. The mood is times tense asterisk. He's literally like, "Are you kidding me? This roof again. Is this the official meeting spot for all of New York City's drama now or what?" But wait for it. Plot twist. Mia was already hiding up there. Our girl was just trying to find a quiet corner to practice her moves without anyone watching. You feel me? The last person she expected to see was Jake. And to make things extra spicy, he's with some girl she's never even seen before. The plot thickens. Mia's brain is going a mile a minute. Like, okay, what is happening right now? Meanwhile, pink-haired girl is in front of Jake, fidgeting and looking nervous, and she's like, you probably don't remember me, but..." And Jake, bless his clueless soul, just goes, "Sorry, can't say that I do." Oof, that's gotta sting. But she didn't even flinch, she just quietly goes, I'm the one you saved when everything went nuts." And you can literally see the moment it clicks for Jake. He's like, "Oh, right, you. Yeah, I remember now." And bam, her face just explodes into a blush. I'm not gonna lie, it was pretty adorable. She gets all shy again, staring at her feet and says, "And, back during that training thing, when I got ambushed by those monsters, the magic that saved me, that was you too, wasn't it, Jake?" Jake 100% remembers that. To him, it was just a right place, right time kind of deal. But this girl is looking at him like he just gave her the winning Powerball numbers. She is beyond grateful. She's like, "You literally saved my life. Twice." But Jake, being the cool cucumber he is, just shrugs it off. "Honestly, it's no big deal. I just did what I could." But oh no, honey, she's giving him full-on heart eyes and just breathes, "You're just so cool, Jake." And the whole time, Mia is on the other side of the wall playing super spy, ear pressed against the concrete, and she can't hear a single thing. Laugh my ass off, and then, completely out of left field, this girl just screams, "Jake, I like you. Please go on a date with me." Bro, the silence was deafening. Mia was absolutely, positively shook, eh? Like, hold up, was that a full-blown confession? You bet your sweet bippy it was. Even Jake was stunned, just standing there looking like a deer in headlights. And when he didn't respond, she went all in. Bless her brave little heart, she's like, "Look, I know I'm not perfect or anything special, but I swear I'll do my best to be good enough for you. So, please, just give me a chance and be my boyfriend, Jake." Jake is still just a statue, totally at a loss for words. The poor girl must have thought it was game over, just standing in silence on that rooftop at, like, 456 Elm Street in Brooklyn. But then, he finally speaks. "Thank you for being honest with me." And her face just lights up. You could see the hope practically sparkling in her eyes. But, womp womp, that hope was short-lived. Jake hits her with the classic, "But, I'm sorry, I'm just not really looking to date anyone right now. I've got a lot of other things on my plate." Ouch, man, you could practically hear her heart crack. She just looks down at the ground and whispers, "Oh, I understand." But then, things take a wild turn. She snaps her head back up with this crazy confident smile. "Hey, thanks for being straight with me. I guess this is the closure I needed." And with that, she just spins around and walks off that rooftop like an absolute queen. What an exit. Mia really thought she was being sneaky, hiding behind that wall, but Jake knew she was there the whole time. He lets out this little huff and goes, "Okay, show's over, you can come out now. How long were you planning on creeping back there?" Mia nearly jumps out of her skin, completely busted. She takes a second, pokes her head around the corner, and says all awkwardly, "Ha, funny story. I thought I was totally hiding my energy." Jake just deadpans, "Yeah, no, your control is garbage. Your mana is leaking all over the place, dude. And this is, what, the second time now? Is this your new hobby? Stalking people? Ooh, that's a sick burn. Hey, if you think Mia needs to level up her stealth game, smash that like button right now." Mia gets all defensive. "It was a total accident. I wasn't trying to listen in." Then she immediately pivots. "Anyway, why'd you turn her down? You gotta admit, she was pretty cute, right? Drop a comment below if you date her." Jake just gets this look on his face and says again, "Like I said, I'm not thinking about dating stuff right now." And then he just straight up leaves, ditching Mia on the roof looking totally baffled. Seriously, what is this guy's deal? Alright, so let me spill the real tea for you guys. What Jake times actually times meant is that he's, like, crazy old and she's a teenager even though he looks her age. It's a whole thing. Mia just watches him go, muttering to herself, "Oh, right. So, that means you're single, right?" And then it hits her, like a freaking lightning bolt. Why did hearing Jake say that make her feel so relieved? Oh, I think we know what that means. Somebody's got a crush. So Mia's just trailing behind Jake down the stairs like a little lost puppy, with one thought on repeat in her head: he's not going to date anyone. Homegirl is totally lost in a daydream. All of a sudden, Jake just spins around, and Mia freezes like a statue. He looks her dead in the eye and says, "Super chill, you really need to work on your mana control. It's still a hot mess." Dang, Jake does not pull his punches, does he? That totally yanks Mia out of her little fantasy world. She gets all pouty like, "Ugh, I knew you're like a broken record." But inside, a whole fire was sparked in her. She was gonna grind so hard until Jake finally had to admit she was the GOAT. Smash that comment button and let me know who you're rooting for, Team Mia or Team Jake. So, later that night, Jake's doing his usual nightly patrol, probably just creeping around old Brooklyn. And get this, y'all, the monster count is, like, not dropping at all. Even after that whole massive catastrophe. Is this the calm before another major storm? Is some other huge wave of crazy about to crash down on New York City? And literally, as the thought crosses his mind, boom, this absolutely terrifying scream just echoes through the streets. "Help! Oh my God, you guys." It was this girl screaming bloody murder, coming from some sketchy-looking alley off Canal Street. And get this, some total creep of a mage was chasing her, sneering like a cartoon villain. "Nobody's around to save you now, sweetheart." But Psych, he was dead wrong. Our boy Jake just pops up out of nowhere in front of the girl, and the mage is so shook, he looks like his brain just crashed. Before the weirdo could even blink, Jake lands a solid punch right in his gut. Yo, the dude went flying. Just absolutely yeeted across the pavement. Jake just narrows his eyes, thinking, wow, an amateur mage who gets his kicks from being a total predator, huh? Seriously, his fighting skills were straight up trash. He's probably never even been in a real magic duel in his entire life. Anyway, the girl he just saved is looking at him with total hard eyes, but then her jaw completely drops. She recognizes him and gasps, "No way. Are you for real? The black mage?" But before she could even finish, Jake just vanished into thin air, completely ghosting her while she was yelling for him to wait up. He just used his power to dip. The black mage? Huh? The kids at Westbrook Academy. Even that Detective Miller guy mentioned it. Looks like the rumors were legit. They were all talking about me. But for real, how did I get so viral all of a sudden? Anyway, the next morning, up on the rooftop of Westbrook Academy, Jake's just chilling with Mia and the others. He's frowning and asks, "Yo, that Detective Miller guy mentioned him before, right? Some wannabe mage who likes to play all mysterious in the middle of the night." Tyler mumbled with a mouth full of chips. "Yeah, people have been blowing up my feed about him, so I was low-key wondering what the big deal was. It's probably 'cause he's trending on the internet." Hearing this, Jake just freezes and asks what are net? And y'all, his question left Mia and the crew absolutely speechless. The other two are just stunned, whispering to each other like he's a legit caveman. Finally, Lily steps up to explain, "Okay, Jake, the internet is like this giant information network that covers the entire planet. You can find literally anything on it. So basically, information just spreads in like a millisecond." After getting the whole rundown for a while, the light bulb finally went off over his head and Jake got it. Tyler whipped out his phone and was like, "You can get on it with this thing, dude. You have to have one, right? Just try opening a browser or something." So, Jake fumbles with it for a minute, then his face totally lights up and he yells, "I did it!" And you guys, Mia and Tyler immediately start clapping for him like proud parents. "You did it." Jake totally pouted and was like, "Chill, it's not that deep." Seeing them act like a bunch of toddlers, Lily just let out this massive sigh, completely over it. She cut in, all serious, "By the way, you promised you'd help us train. So, when are we starting?" Jake grinned, totally hyped up. "We can start right after class today. Since you guys taught me how to use a smartphone and this internet thing, I'll go all out helping you guys." Hearing that, Mia suddenly got a super bad feeling in her gut. It sounded way less like a promise and way more like a threat. And yup, her gut was right. That afternoon after school, the four of them went to Mia's insane mansion out in the Hamptons to train. It wasn't long before all three of them were totally wiped out, collapsed on the ground. Jake just shook his head, looking so disappointed. "Oh, come on. We haven't even finished the warm-up yet. You gotta put your whole soul into this. Fight like your actual lives depend on it." Oof, that must have hit a nerve. All three of them immediately jumped back up, their eyes blazing with determination. "I can still keep going." "Yeah, don't you dare underestimate us." Jake just nodded, looking satisfied. "That's more like it. Now, come at me right now." Lily and the other two charged at Jake all at once. Meanwhile, over by the Empire State Building in Midtown Manhattan, something totally wild appeared. Some guy watching nearby panicked and screamed, "This is unbelievable. Everything looked normal just a second ago. What in the world is even happening?" The scene in front of them was making everyone tremble in fear, because freaking magical beasts had appeared in massive swarms all around the Empire State Building, and back at Mia's villa, Lily and the others were getting absolutely demolished by Jake. Seeing them all on the ground again, Jake couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "What's wrong? Giving up already? It's not over yet. Take this." The three of them immediately scrambled to their feet, looking totally defiant. They pooled all their magic and unleashed a massive combined attack on Jake. But our boy literally just put up one little protective shield and blocked the whole thing like it was nothing. Not only that, he then used his magic to flick Lily and Tyler right on the forehead, and you could tell it actually stung. At that exact same moment, Mia saw an opening and tried to launch a sneak attack from behind Jake. She yelled out, all triumphant, "You're wide open." But Jake just smirked. Then he casually sidestepped, completely dodging her attack. Mia was so shocked she couldn't even hide it, screaming, "He dodged it." Before she could even get her bearings, a flick of magic nailed her right on the forehead too. And just like that, all three of them were taken down by Jake again. He let out a big sigh and said, "All right, let's take a 5-minute break." Man, This guy is just on another level. What do you guys think their power level is compared to Jake? Let me know in the comments. And don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe for more chaos. So, at his word, the three of them literally just died times on a bench, chugging water like their lives depended on it. And after like 2 minutes, they were dripping sweat. It was a whole vibe, not gonna lie. Wiping his forehead, Tyler was like, okay, for real, you're just way too OP, my guy. And Lily was nodding so hard I thought her head was gonna fall off, agreeing, no cap, I'm literally the top dog at Westbrook Academy, and I couldn't even touch you. Mia just sighed, being all dramatic like, yup, this dude isn't playing in the same league as us normal students anymore. And as she said it, she throws Jake this times, major times side-eye, the one I'm talking about. And her whole vibe was totally getting under Jake's skin. He was so over-explaining himself again and again, so he decided to just cook up a story to get them to shut up already. Look, I almost got taken out in that accident, alright? The second I woke up, I had this power. As for why, your guess is as good as mine, so don't even ask. After hearing this, Lily frowned, putting on her little detective hat. So, you're saying your whole near-death thing was the catalyst that, unlocked your powers? Seeing them totally eat it up, Jake let out this tiny sigh of relief. He was literally thinking, oh my god, these guys are as clueless as kindergartners. I mean, it was written all over their faces. But, plot twist, our girl Mia? She wasn't buying a single second of his BS. She totally clocked that he probably had a legit reason to hide the truth. And since he was going to all this trouble to keep it on the DL, she figured it was probably best not to go poking around. Meanwhile, Jake's just squinting at them sitting there all quiet, still thinking they're the most gullible squad on the planet. I'm dead, LOL. A little while later, training finally ended, and everyone started bouncing. As they were walking, Tyler was like, yo, that was a straight-up beast of a training session. Walking next to him, Jake had to give him props. You've got some serious stamina yourself, dude. Tyler just smirked back. That's 'cause I'm always on my grind, fam. But man, I am absolutely starving now. Plus, I gotta dip early to make dinner for the kids. Hearing that, Jake gave him the most sus look. Wait, you cook? Even though you're built like a tank? Tyler looked at him, totally faking being offended. What's that supposed to mean, shorty? The two of them just kept clowning on each other as they walked down the middle of Flatbush Avenue. Tyler asked him, all suspicious, so, do you just live off of Uber Eats or something? Jake just kinda shook his head and was like, nah, it's mostly instant ramen for me. Tyler's jaw hit the pavement. Instant ramen? Is that seriously all you eat? Jake just shrugged like it was NBD, pouting a little. Hey, convenience is king, my dude. Tyler went full-on dad mode on him, his tone getting kinda ticked off. How is your body supposed to even work if you keep shoveling that garbage with, zero nutritional value into it? Seeing how bent out of shape he was getting, Jake couldn't help but mumble, you sound just like my dad. But Tyler was having none of it. He just threw an arm around Jake's shoulders and started dragging him along. All right, that's it. Let's go. You're coming to my place. I'll make you some real food. Jake totally wanted to say no, but this guy was just way too extra. So, bam, next thing you know, the two of them rock up to Tyler's house, maybe 123 Main Street in Queens. And Jake, who's a certified, full-time introvert, was suddenly getting mobbed by three little kids. He was completely blue-screening, had zero clue what to do. As for Tyler, he just casually strolled into the kitchen to start cooking. I mean, this absolute unit of a dude is actually wearing a freaking apron with a little ducky on it. I am deceased. Tyler came out carrying 2 plates and said, all apologetic, yo, my bad, making you watch the little terrors. Jake was just like, nah, you're good. Then Jake just cracks this casual smile and uses his magic to make the kids float right there in the middle of the living room. What? Seeing this, Tyler was so done. This is what I was worried about. You're a freaking psycho. Don't use magic inside the house. He slammed the 2 plates of food down on the table, just grumbling the whole time. I have never, ever heard of anyone using magic to babysit. Jake totally didn't care, looking down at the little girl next to him and saying with this huge grin, "Looks like I'm in big trouble." The three kids just kept swarming Jake and playing. It was so freaking cute that even Tyler had to admit, "Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty surprising. I mean, you're not half bad at this babysitting thing." And then, whoa, the vibe in the room did a complete 180. Jake suddenly flashed back to his past life, where so many kids had been lost in those messed up natural disasters. After a super long, heavy silence, Jake sighed and said, "Kids are the future of this country, man." Hearing that, Tyler just groaned. "You sound like my grandpa giving a lecture. Just stop." Jake just snapped back, "Shut up," and then immediately went back to playing all happy-go-lucky with the kids. Talk about emotional whiplash, am I right? So, super quick, dinner was served. The kids saw the food and were so hyped, just going to town on it. Jake was also happily eating with everyone, and after just one bite, he couldn't help but shout, "Bro, this is fire. It's been so long since I've had a real home-cooked meal like this." He had been so busy, so caught up in protecting. Whoa, things are getting deep. If you're feeling this, smash that like button and drop a comment on who you think Jake was protecting. Let's see what happens next. Country, he was so focused on saving that he completely forgot to take care of himself. Seriously. So Jake, who misses nothing, was like, "Ayo, where are your parents at?" And Tyler just shakes his head and drops this bomb, saying, "My dad dipped a long time ago, and my mom's working these insane graveyard shifts at a warehouse out in Elizabeth, New Jersey, just so we can eat. So yeah, it's all me. I'm cooking, cleaning, wrangling these little monsters. Any free time I get, I'm pouring lattes at the Starbucks on Main." Hearing that, Jake was just floored. He kind of chuckled and was like, "Man, you're basically a superhero." But Tyler, cool as a cucumber, just shrugs like, "It is what it is, you know? It's a hustle, but we make it work." "I get that," Jake said, nodding. "The struggle just makes you want to go harder, doesn't it?" And Tyler's like, "Facts, 100%. And then you guessed it, he flexes. "Laugh my ass off, that's so Tyler." And Jake's just thinking, asterisk God, there is not a single thought behind those beautiful, muscular eyes asterisk. Oh my God. Anyway, after dinner, Jake and Tyler played some insane rounds of Mario Kart with the three kids before they all finally passed out. So it's pitch black, and Tyler whispers, "Hey, Jake. Sorry you got stuck sleeping on my floor just 'cause my siblings were acting like little demons." But Jake just brushes it off like, "Nah, man, don't even worry about it. Honestly, it's kinda nice." And you could just feel Tyler smile in the dark. He got real quiet and just said, "Thanks, man. For real." Jake, being Jake, was like, "For what? I didn't do anything." But Tyler was serious. He shook his head and was like, "No, dude, it's not that. It's about Lily. I don't know how to explain it. She just seems happier. And I'm pretty sure you're the reason why." Hearing that, Jake practically choked. Like, whoa, whoa, pump the brakes. Don't you dare start shipping us. What are you even on about? Jake snapped back, totally confused. "Wait a minute. Do you have a crush on her?" Tyler totally lost it, just bursting out laughing. "What? Me and Lily? Dude, no. Not in this lifetime or the next. Nah, the real tea is, we're both just huge nerds. You know? We found each other 'cause we're both outcasts. That's all there is to it." And Jake was genuinely shocked. He thought to himself, asterisk outcasts. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Asterisk. Okay, so, flash forward to the next morning, Jake and Tyler pull up to Westbrook Academy, and guess who's posted up by the main gate on Westbrook Avenue, looking like they're about to cause a scene? Yup, Mia and Ashley. The moment they spotted them, Mia was like, "Ugh, finally. You guys are crazy late." Tyler clapped back instantly. "Chill out. It was a whole ordeal dragging this one out of bed." And the girls' jaws just dropped. "Hold on. You two had a sleepover?" They yelled at the same time. "Were you doing some kind of secret training montage without inviting us?" And poor Jake is just standing there, zoning out, looking like his brain is still buffering. He's just thinking, asterisk, why is there a whole welcoming party at 8 a.m.? Did I miss a memo? Asterisk, but he just shakes it off. And then, right on cue, two figures approach, and it's Detective Miller and Sergeant Sarah. The drama never stops. Miller looks dead at Jake and goes, "Jake, we need to talk." Jake lets out the biggest, most dramatic sigh ever. "Are you kidding me? Again?" he mumbled. Sarah immediately cuts in, looking super sorry. "We're so sorry to keep dragging you into this," she said. "But this is a real, code red emergency." Then she drops the bombshell. A massive swarm of, "You're not gonna believe this," demonic creatures just appeared and are literally crawling all over the Empire State Building. "We think this is tied to, you know, that last massive disaster," she added. "So we really, really need you to work with us on this one." Jake's just frowning, like, "But I'm literally just a kid. I have a calculus test tomorrow." Miller just shakes his head, his face like stone. "Son, you stopped a world-ending disaster all by yourself. The moment that happened, you graduated from just a student. And let me be real with you. This new problem is something the NYPD is not equipped to handle. Not even close." Jake gives him a total side-eye like, is that something a detective from the 1 to 7 precinct should be saying out loud? But Miller's face was dead serious, no jokes, just pure desperation. His voice was practically pleading. "It means we're in over our heads, Jake. Please, we're begging you." Jake just stands there for a beat, probably calculating the odds of just running away. But finally, he gives a slow, reluctant nod. "Okay, fine. If you're sure you want me, I'll help," he said. Miller looked like he was about to cry with relief. But honestly, Jake felt completely trapped. Like this was his life now. My guy just wants to be a normal teen and the universe is like, LOL, no. Of course, Detective Miller is just happy he said yes, totally clueless about the existential crisis happening in Jake's brain. He was just so hyped. "That's incredible news," he beamed. "And rest assured, you will be compensated for your time. We'll even call Director Collins at Westbrook and make sure your absence is excused." The second they hear this, Lily, Mia, and Ashley all step forward. In perfect unison, they yell, "We're helping too." Okay, now that is what I call squad goals. Smash that like button if your crew is ride or die like this. "We can run support from a safe distance," they argued. "We want to be useful." Detective Miller let out the sigh of a man who has seen too much. "I appreciate the enthusiasm, girls, but seriously, you'd just be getting in the way." Lily immediately fired back. "Excuse me, but we're the top-ranked students at Westbrook." But before she could even finish, Miller sliced through her words, and his voice dropped 10 degrees. "I don't care if you're the freaking valedictorian," he snarled. "This isn't an exam you can study for. This is a battlefield." Then he just glared, pinning all 3 of them with his stare. "So, tell me," he said, his voice deadly quiet, "which one of you honestly thinks your power is even on the same planet as his?" And, mic drop, total silence. You could literally hear crickets. Ach, what a savage reality check. Drop a comment and tell me what you would have said to that. Seeing they were totally gassed, Detective Miller lets out this huge sigh, like, "All right, y'all need to get back to Westbrook. Let's dip." And just like that, he pivots and strolls back to the cruiser. But hold up right before Jake gets in. He calls out, making Lily's entire squad jump. He's got this little smirk, raises an eyebrow, and goes, "You guys better grind in the gym 24/7 if you ever think you're gonna catch up to this." Oh my God. When they heard that, Lily and her crew were shook for a hot second, then they all fired back at once. "Oh, you can BT on it." Then they spun around and full-on sprinted back toward the academy. A bit later, over at one police plaza, inside the main briefing room for the emergency response team, the drama was about to pop off. Director Collins is at the head of the table, looking dead serious. "We've got literally hundreds times of these demonic freaks materializing around the Empire State Building. We need a solid plan. Like, yesterday, before this mess spills out onto Fifth Avenue." Then he drops the bomb that he called in a student for backup. You know, the literal MVP from that whole disaster at the academy a few days ago. Then he's like, "Jake, on your feet." And when Jake hears his name, my boy stands up, cool as a cucumber. The second all these old-timer cops in the room peeped his Westbrook Academy uniform, they started whispering. Oof, the shade was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Sarah was feeling so much secondhand embarrassment for Jake, she could barely handle their trash talk. Just then, Detective Miller leans into the mic and lets out a super loud times AM asterisk. Every single head snapped toward him. Detective Miller just laid it all out, his voice booming. Jake is the student who single-handedly shut down the catastrophe at Westbrook Academy. I watched the whole thing happen up close and personal. Not a single person in this room has the sauce he does. Trust me, teaming up with him is our only real shot. So from now on, you treat him like a partner, not some random high school kid. But LOL, you think that stopped the haters? Big nope. These washed-up officers were still giving Jake the stink eye like he was some punk. Seeing them still whining, the big boss, Director Collins, barks out another order. The mission hasn't changed. I don't give a damn if an outsider is here or not. We have to clap these magical beasts. And we have to do it now. Everyone, get back to your units. And with his command, the room emptied out real quick. A couple of them were still pointing and talking smack about Jake on their way out. Like, can you believe the nerve? Once they were gone, Detective Miller hustles over to Jake. All apologetic. Hey man, I'm so sorry about that. Jake just kinda shakes his head, totally unbothered. It's all good, sir. They're probably just salty they gotta work with a teenager. For real though, how chill is Jake? Drop a comment below if you think he handled that like a total legend. Detective Miller was totally floored by his comeback. You are way too mature for your age. Then he whips his head around to Sarah. And you? What was that all about? Sarah, getting put on blast, just about leaped out of her shoes, totally trembling. I was just too scared to say anything. Seeing them both so stressed, Jake just flashed this super reassuring smile. Seriously, don't even trip. I could not care less what those guys think. Sarah was probably looking at him like he was a literal saint. After that, they all piled into a squad car and started tearing down Broadway, sirens blazing, straight for the Empire State Building. Sitting in the back, Jake gets straight to business. So, what kind of firepower are we working with? Detective Miller slowly replies, 80 mages. Most of them are pretty mid, with only a few actual heavy hitters in the group. Jake's brow just scrunches up and he goes dead silent. I mean, come on, guys. Mid-level mages can barely use level 2 magic, and the high-level ones are only maybe pulling off level 3. This is not the vibe, fam. As he's thinking, Detective Miller speaks up again, sounding super hesitant. Look, I know this sounds pathetic, but since you can whip out that insane level 4 fusion magic, you're basically our Hail Mary. Jake just narrows his eyes at him and hits him with another question. What's the battle plan? Detective Miller answers in a low voice. In a situation like this, the whole plan is basically just throw as much magic at them as possible until they stop moving. So, yeah, not really a plan. I mean, if it were just basic monster goons, maybe? But we all know that's not what's up. Creatures stronger than a demon general actually have, brains. So Jake's over here thinking they should probably have an actual strategy for that. Just YOLOing in there isn't a battle plan. That's a one-way ticket to getting absolutely wrecked. With that thought, he speaks up again. And I'm guessing we don't have any support equipment either? Detective Miller sounds completely defeated. We usually just roll out in clothes that are easy to move in. Jake's frown got so deep when he heard that. He was 1000% not impressed. But there used to be anti-magical beast equipment, right? Detective Miller just gives this tiny nod and says, that's true, but it's hardly ever used now. There's not much of it left. The more Jake listened, the quieter he got. How is that even possible? There used to be tons of it. I know magic and mages in this era have been nerfed, but what in the actual heck has been going on for the past 50 years? Yo, through the rearview mirror, the look on the detective's face. Oh man, the tea is about to be spilled. Smash that like button for our boy Jake, 'cause it's about to get real. So, Detective Miller peeps into the back of the whip and sees Jake, just sitting there, dead silent, totally zoned out. A little later, they pull up on 5th Avenue, right near the Empire State Building, an area now absolutely crawling with magical beasts. We're here. After hopping out, Jake gets a look at the scene and is straight up shook. He's thinking, dude, this isn't even the main event yet, but the number of these things is already off the charts. He was just thinking, what in the actual heck is going on? For real. The other cops saw the horde and their faces turned sheet white, no cap. They were literally shaking in their boots, muttering, you gotta be kidding me. There are way more of them than the report said. And what really made their jaws hit the pavement was seeing a whole-ass alpha beast just posted up in the middle of the pack. Bro, how are we supposed to win this? One of them panicked. We need to call in backup from some private security, or even one of the big shot magic families. Detective Miller just sighed, looking totally over it. We already sent the request, guys, but they're not gonna beam down here in, like, 5 seconds. With all the monster attacks and rogue mages popping off lately, they're spread so thin they're like butter on too much bread. Hearing that, the cops officially started to have a meltdown. So what? We're just supposed to take down this entire army by ourselves? That's not a mission. That's a one-way ticket to the morgue. Detective Miller just glanced over at Jake and asked, Jake, you got this? Without skipping a beat, Jake just nodded. Bet. I got it. But the other officers were not having it and just scoffed. Get over yourself, you cocky little punk. Don't try to be a hero here. Like, okay, my guy, take a chill pill. How could a kid like you possibly stand a chance against them alone? Jake was literally unbothered and just said coolly, but, hold up, something's off. His comment immediately spooked them. They were totally confused. And right then, the magical beasts all started bugging out, and the sky, which was a perfect blue just a sec ago, was suddenly covered by this gnarly, blood-red color. It literally appeared out of nowhere, just straight up deleting the blue. Seeing it, Sarah screamed her head off. The sky. It's turning into a full-on, Class A catastrophe. Immediately, every phone in the city started blaring with emergency alerts. An insane, massive catastrophe had just dropped on the entire country. People from coast to coast were in total meltdown mode. Jake just narrowed his eyes at the monsters below, totally stone cold, a stark contrast to everyone else losing their minds. Detective Miller's crew, on the other hand, looked like they were about to have a collective heart attack. The officers, seeing this for the first time, couldn't stop themselves from letting out these blood-curdling screams. Another catastrophe is happening? How is something this jacked up even possible? Meanwhile, Jake was in his own head, breaking it all down. Catastrophes are supposed to happen naturally, but it's feeling like that monster swarm totally set this whole thing off. He realized, wait, in just 50 years they figured out how to fake a disaster? That is absolutely insane. Seeing that the situation was so far past screwed, someone yelled, we can't handle this without reinforcements. We gotta bounce and regroup. Like, yesterday, while Detective Miller was just frozen, like a deer in headlights, Jake suddenly spoke up. They're moving. And just as he said it, that whole nightmare parade of monsters started marching straight for Midtown. The cops who were there lost their minds even more, just descending into chaos. Some wanted to fight, others wanted to dip. Seeing this, Jake just let out this scoff like he was totally disgusted. To think the NYPD is this weak. Oof, shots fired. His words made one of the officers snap back angrily. What'd you just say, you little punk? How are we supposed to deal with an entire army of monsters like that? Jake just smirked, all confident and stuff, before straight up yeeting himself off the ledge without a single hesitation. And his target? The massive swarm of magical beasts down below. In a flash, he landed right in the center of them all. All by himself, Jake started moving like it was a dance battle. He was like a dancer, legit waltzing through a sea of monsters and their demon soldiers. Spotting him, the beasts went completely feral. Up above, the cops were losing it. That kid's gonna get himself sent to the Shadow Realm. Get out of there, quick. But just as the words left their mouths, a crazy powerful surge of magic exploded from him, unleashing a sick nasty windclaw attack. If you think that's awesome, smash that like button. The pure force of it made everything shake. The police officers were just dumbstruck, jaws on the floor. Detective Miller was just as surprised, but honestly, he was more hyped than scared. With just a single wave of his hand, all the low-level magical beasts around them just poof, deleted. All wiped out by our boy Jake. The demon soldiers saw this and got seriously ticked off. Without even hesitating, they all summoned their magic to attack Jake at once. In the blink of an eye, a whole volley of spells came flying right at him, but they all just slammed into some invisible wall, completely blocked. Like, he's got an audience, you know? A simple shield is all it takes for a flex. He just threw up a barrier first to be safe. What a pro move. Then, he used his magic again and straight up vaporized the demon soldiers right in front of him. Let us know in the comments what you think his next move will be. Okay, so get this, Detective Miller was absolutely floored. Like, the more he watched, the more his brain just short-circuited. He's thinking, what kind of cheat code is this kid using? Is Jake packing like 5 different magic types? No way. Miller's mind was just a spinning rainbow wheel of death, concluding, yeah, it's gotta be him. So, snapping back to reality, Detective Miller just starts screaming, everyone on him, now, go, go, go. And Sarah, my girl, was on it instantly, booking it and yelling, I'm right behind him. The other cops? Laugh my ass off, they were still trembling like chihuahuas in a blizzard, totally frozen. But, props to them, they pulled it together and scrambled after Detective Miller's squad like their lives depended on it. Like, their magic was basically tutorial level compared to Jake's endgame build, but whatever, they could handle the trash mobs. Jake, way up front, saw them finally pulling their weight and gave this little smirk, like he was actually impressed. He was probably thinking, okay, maybe they're not completely useless. But then, because the universe loves drama, a literal raid boss spawns in a massive demon general just warps in from thin air. And y'all, this thing was colossal, like towering over the brownstones on Flatbush Avenue. The cops looked like literal action figures next to it, absolutely freaking out. They knew you'd need a legendary tier mage just to tickle that thing. But then, out of nowhere, a massive water serpent just forms, opens its giant jaws, and straight up swallows the demon general in one gulp. Jake just casually goes, I got this big guy, you guys clear out the rest. Bruh. The absolute swagger on this kid. When the water finally receded, there was this massive crater gouged into the street, like a meteor hit. The cops were losing it. Did that high schooler just one-shot a general class demon? Seriously, that power was straight up terrifying. Detective Miller immediately got everyone focused, shouting, we gotta keep clearing these magical beasts until the main boss shows. Leave the demon generals and any other roided-out freaks to Jake. Meanwhile, our boy Jake is on the front lines, just deleting demon generals, and having this whole deep thought moment. He's remembering how 60 years ago, that world-ending catastrophe, the first calamity, went down. And ever since then, all these smaller, but still seriously nasty, disasters have been popping up everywhere, trying to bring on the apocalypse. If history was actually repeating itself from 60 years ago, this whole nightmare was about to go global. But this time, Jake was here, and he had zero plans of letting humanity go extinct, period. At the exact same time, back where Sarah was playing medic for the injured cops, a demon soldier just poofed into existence right beside her, scaring the soul out of her. It raised its claws, ready to turn her into a pancake. And in that super dramatic, everything is in slow motion moment, Jake teleports in like he's the main character and just obliterates the demon soldier. From behind him, Sarah is just staring at his super strong back. The tension, if you ship Jake and Sarah, you have to smash that like button. It felt exactly like that other time, when that mysterious shadow magic user saved her life. After dusting the demon, Jake turns to Sarah, looking all worried, and asks, you okay? Sarah finally shook herself out of her trance. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Jake. But Jake is giving her this intense look, narrowing his eyes and thinking, hold up, this whole vibe is giving me major deja vu. This is exactly what happened last time. I bet she's starting to connect the dots. And oh my god, you guys, she totally was. The gears were turning in Sarah's head. She was trying to figure out why Jake would ever use a forbidden art like shadow magic and how he got so OP. Sarah was also terrified that if she asked, Jake would think she was a weirdo and ghost her. As she was spiraling, she suddenly felt like a total stalker. Wait a minute. He's a student. I am a grown woman. I need to stop having these thoughts right now. And while she's having this internal crisis, another magical beast lunges. Luckily, Jake grabs Sarah, pulls her to safety, and then just nukes the monster. Sarah is looking at him, beet red with embarrassment. I am so sorry. Jake just shrugs it off and tells her in this low, protective voice, just stick close to me. Meanwhile, he's probably thinking, wow, this girl's character stats are 100% healer, 0% damage. Sarah was a little taken aback by his order but quickly nodded. Right. Then she's thinking, for real, is Jake actually a high school kid? Because he's acting way more like an adult than I am right now. And right on cue, the whole situation went from bad to apocalyptic. The cops' faces went ghost white, and they started stammering, completely losing their cool. Well, what is that thing? My legs won't stop shaking. The demon general was suddenly glowing with this insane, blinding magical energy. Seeing it, Detective Miller just yelled out in pure shock. A mutated demon general? Why the heck is a legendary tier monster like that just chilling in old Brooklyn? The other cops were so freaked out, their legs just buckled and they fell to the ground, whispering like it was all over. No chance. I don't even think an S-tier mage could handle that, but the only person not panicking was Jake. My man just steps forward like he's about to order a coffee. Watching him, two of the officers screamed, "Dude, what are you doing? Get back here. It doesn't matter how strong you are, you can't win against that thing." But Jake just turns back, gives them this devastatingly charming smile, and says with more confidence than anyone has ever had, "I've got this." His words just silenced them, like you could feel the fear evaporating. The Riz is just on another level, fam. Sarah was now just clutching her hands together, praying that Jake could actually pull off a miracle and defeat the mutated demon general. Detective Miller, though, was looking at Jake with pure, unfiltered hype in his eyes. He was probably thinking that Jake was already on the level of an S-tier mage, so taking this thing down wasn't totally out of the question. And with that, a massive, borderline crazy grin spread across Detective Miller's face. Drop a comment below if you think Jake is about to deliver the biggest glow-up of the century. 8 Pop-Off King. Show him what you got, Jake. Detective Miller was basically Jake's new hype man, yelling for everyone to focus on the demon's little sidekicks so our boy could handle the main event. At the same time, Jake was just laser-focused, hitting the supersized demon general with a death glare that could curdle milk. Dead silence. Y'all, the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. So there they are in this crazy stare-down. While Jake's probably playing 5D chess in his head, the demon general finally attacks. A huge fireball comes screaming at Jake, but psych, he just lets it zip past him and blow up the corner of Flatbush Ave and Nevin Street behind him. Smoke and fire are literally everywhere. The cops in the back are completely losing it, screaming, "That was just a level 1 attack? What even is this power level? These things are unhinged." Meanwhile, Jake is just standing there, cool as a cucumber, dusting off his shoulder like it was dandruff. The disrespect is absolutely iconic. The demon general is just staring, its voice all deep and booming like, "What? Are you?" And Jake, with a full-on smirk, just shrugs and goes, "Just a regular student, my guy, for now anyway." You could literally see the loading wheel spinning in the demon's head, and while it was buffering, the power inside Jake just went Super Saiyan and exploded. Seeing that insane energy flex, the demon general knew it had messed up big time. It opens its freaky mouth and grunts, "Kill, strong, human." Then, boom, a massive fireball just materializes right in Jake's face. From way down the block, the cops see this and start freaking out. Level 6? No freaking way. That's impossible. But Jake is still looking bored, just casually running the numbers in his head. See, he was in a real pickle. If he dodged, all those people behind him would get turned into BBQ. If he tried to block it, the explosion would probably swallow them whole anyway. Total mess, and just to make things 1,000 times more extra, the little demon minions ganging up on the cops suddenly turned and aimed ALL their magic at Jake. In like a split second, a whole volley of spells came flying right at him. It was a legit terrifying sight. Detective Miller's face went from "let's go" to, "Oh, we're totally cooked" in about half a second flat. Are they coordinating? That's straight up cheating. Sarah, on the other hand, was just screaming her lungs out, Jake, move, but our boy just stood his ground, one man against a whole storm of busted magic. And at that exact moment, that gigantic fireball was still barreling straight for his dome. This is getting way too intense, you guys. But get this. Before it could even singe his eyebrows, this massive tidal wave of water appeared out of nowhere. The flames got snuffed out instantly. And not only that, but the spells from the other demons, they all got stopped dead, crashing into some kind of invisible shield. The look on the demon general's face was absolutely priceless. It was completely and utterly shooketh. Jake just hits him with a single raised eyebrow, asking all cocky, "Is that really all you got?" Even Detective Miller's jaw was scraping the pavement. What in the world is this kid? Sarah was no different, freaking out like, oh my god, what even just happened? Seriously, Detective Miller felt like he'd been dropped into a comic book movie. He just could not believe what he was seeing. Like, for something this wild to be going down right in the middle of old Brooklyn, it was unreal. At this point, Sarah was officially president of the Jake fan club. Only the absolute S-tier mages can even attempt level 6 magic. That's endgame content. Detective Miller just muttered under his breath, and Jake just does it. But what's even more busted is that he cast a whole other spell at the same time. Normally, there's a cooldown, a lag. You're supposed to cast one spell, then wait. And yet, there was Jake, dual casting 2 different spells like it was nothing. This absolutely fried Detective Miller's brain. Just one of those spells is already OP as heck. To use more than one at once, he was starting to think Jake was on a whole other plane of existence than even the top-tier mages. The more Detective Miller thought about it, the more gassed up he got. His gut was screaming at him that he was right. Jake was the one he'd been looking for this whole time. A second Jake. Yo, if you think Detective Miller just hit the lottery, you have to smash that like button. But plot twist. Little did Detective Miller know, the Jake he was watching wasn't a second times Jake. He was the OG, reincarnated and ready to rumble. At that exact moment, the demon general went into a total rage and charged right at our boy. Jake was totally unbothered and just calmly said, "Hey, this spot's getting kinda lame. Let's take this party somewhere with a better view." His words literally gave the demon a system error. Before it could even process what he said, an invisible force just white-headed straight up into the sky. That was Jake, using magic to literally launch it into orbit. But the demon was fast and used its own magic to slam on the brakes midair. And right after, Jake just flies up too, meeting it face to face among the New York City skyscrapers. The vibes, he smirked and was like, "Oh, so you unlocked the flying ability too, huh?" The demon general narrowed its eyes at Jake and started up its whole creepy villain monologue. "If you do not wish to face another assault," but before it could even finish its little speech, Jake coldly shut it down. "I literally couldn't care less about your pathetic little threats. OOF, the burn. Tell us what you think he's gonna do next in the comments below. Strategies. Cause up here? Oh honey, the kid gloves are coming off." And seeing that Jake was not about that life, the demon general just went full beast mode and lunged. But like, Jake is so extra, he just sidestepped it, no sweat. Of course, the demon was salty and came back with a vengeance, packing some serious heat that actually sent Jake flying back a bit. Seeing its opening, it started brewing up some other crazy spell. Jake just gives this little frown and glances up, and oh my god, a freaking giant fireball just materializes out of thin air. You could feel that heat all the way from my apartment in the Bronx, and at the exact same time, the demon general rushes him. With absolutely zero chill, it clocks him with a nasty hit, sending our boy Jake just spiraling out of the sky. The demon is just staring down like, mission accomplished, as this insane crash echoes out and a huge mushroom cloud of dust and smoke billows up. But y'all, when that dust finally cleared, it was completely shook, because Jake was just standing there, giving it the death stare, without a single dang scratch on him. The demon literally shrieked, like, "Bro, how is that even possible?" Of course, Jake wasn't about to spill the tea on his power-ups. He just blasted off the ground again, and in like, less than a second, he was right back up in the demon's grill. He smirks and is all like, "Looks like your little light show is over, huh? Guess you gotta throw hands now." Spoiler alert, that's not gonna end well for you either. As he's saying this, you can see his whole entire vibe shift. He's locked in. He just barrels straight for the demon, no hesitation, and scoffs. Like, you can't even touch me. In a literal flash, his fist connects, sending the demon general careening across the sky. It's sputtering, totally freaking out. Like, no shot, a human's punch can't possibly work on me. It uses some magic to stop its fall, and now it is absolutely seething. It's just roaring. You little punk. What in the world even are you? Jake doesn't even bother to answer. He just smirks and says, "You think magic is my only trick? Please, let me show you my real party trick." And with that, Jake gets this absolutely savage grin on his face. Immediately, this bonkers magical energy starts swirling all around him. But get this, it was packed with all these different colors, like a straight-up rainbow on steroids. In a split second, it just exploded into the sky with a force that looked like it was about to swallow the whole universe. Seeing this, the demon general started to properly panic. Like, what is this absolutely terrifying magic? Even Detective Miller and Sarah were losing their minds down on the street. What is happening? What is that kid even doing up there? But Jake was just ignoring them, staying completely in the zone, and unleashing his full power. He closes his eyes, totally focused, like he's literally sucking up all the energy from the air around him. Once he felt like he was fully charged, Jake slowly opened his eyes. Dude, the look on his face was pure, unfiltered confidence, and his whole aura had done a complete 180. The demon general was getting more and more freaked out with every passing second, but it still tried to play it cool, shouting, "Even if you wrap yourself in magic, human attacks are totally useless against us." And Jake's just like, "Then why don't you come and find out?" Jake sneered, then literally teleported, reappearing right in the demon's personal space. In that split second, the demon lost it. It tried to dodge, but it was way, way too late. Jake's fist was already making contact, and not just once he unleashed this insane, non-stop flurry of punches, just wailing on the demon general. Jake's battle energy was on a whole other plane of existence, and he was methodically breaking the demon down. This whole wild display had Detective Miller just questioning reality itself. He's just muttering to himself, totally floored. Is that kid really beating a demon general in a fistfight? How is that even a thing? A human punch isn't supposed to be able to hurt a demon, right? And it's not just that. Jake can also mess it up with magic. It's completely unbelievable. And just like that, the demon general's body was covered in wounds. It screamed out in pure, unfiltered rage, "WI? How can a mere human's attacks actually be working on me?" Jake replied, cool as a cucumber, "Yeah, normal punches or weapons are pointless against your kind. But it's a completely different ballgame if you supercharge them with a ridiculous amount of magical energy. Attacking you while my body is shrouded in this power is a mix-up. It's magic, raw strength, and martial arts, all mashed into one deadly combo." Jake said, "You could call it composite magic arts. If you want to get technical." The demon general got more and more triggered, roaring, "A little human brat dares to be stronger than me. That's impossible." Right after that, the demon charged at Jake, totally blinded by rage. But Jake, smooth as butter, just dodged and countered with a massive punch straight to its gut. One single punch literally blew a hole straight through the demon general's stomach, causing it to just drop out of the sky like a sack of potatoes. Sheesh, its body slammed down right in the middle of all those magical beasts on some street in Queens. The second it was toast, the sky totally cleared up, turning back to its normal blue. Let me know in the comments if you think Jake is officially the biggest goat. And for real, smash that like button and share this with your crew. The second they saw that, everyone just went wild. Like, the apocalypse is canceled. That kid actually pulled it off. But seeing everyone partying like it's New Year's in Times Square, Detective Miller had to jump in and be the buzzkill. "Yo, everybody, don't slack off now. Clean up the rest of these magical freaks." Meanwhile, Jake's up in the sky, looking down with this super relieved smile, probably thinking, "Phew, the rest is on the cops. Not my problem anymore." And with that one thought, he just clocked out. All that insane magic swirling around him just poofed. Before you could even blink, it was totally gone. Jake was back to being just, Jake. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Man, it's been a hot minute since I used my composite magic arts. Huh? Getting a little rusty. Bro, if that's rusty, then I'm practically a fossil. And right after that, Jake finally touched down, but the scene in front of him was low-key awkward. The cops had already smoked the last of the beasts and were now standing in this super stiff, weird-looking formation. The second he saw Jake, Detective Miller snapped to attention. We sincerely appreciate your incredible efforts. During the recent assault on the city, sir, on behalf of the entire New York City Police Department, I want to thank you for your cooperation. Salute, Sir Jake. And as soon as he spit that out, the entire police force hit him with this super serious, dramatic salute. From that day on, though, it was like the whole world just decided to go off the rails. Disasters started popping up one after another, all over the planet. Thanks to the cops and the bougie sorcerers jumping in super quick, the disasters were basically contained. But the public freakout about all this chaos was getting, like, nuclear, and a whole tsunami of hate was aimed right at the government and the cops. Meanwhile, all the hopes and disappointments landed smack dab on the sorcerers. Talk about major pressure. While everyone was losing their minds, some random dude on a street corner, probably over on Flatbush Ave in Brooklyn, said this one thing: if only it were the black sorcerer could protect us. Oof, the drama is real, you guys. And from that moment, a massive wave of support for this black sorcerer just exploded online. Drop a comment below. Would you stand the black sorcerer? But no matter who was trending, Jake was dealing with his own drama. So, someone totally spilled the tea that Jake was in on that massive battle. And you know what that means. The students in his class at Westbrook Academy mobbed him times again asterisk, trying to get all the juicy details. Jake was so over it. For real, dealing with them was more exhausting than fighting that actual demon general. Zoe, sitting right next to him, watched him sighing like his life depended on it and couldn't help but look worried. Just then, the teacher strolled in. She stood at the front of the class and announced in this super serious voice, "Today, we will be discussing the recent disaster." You could literally feel Jake trying to melt into his chair. The kids just sat there as the teacher droned on and on about protecting the country, and you could just see everyone's face get all serious and stressed out. The teacher, completely clueless to the vibe, just kept chugging along. "So, we can't rule out the possibility that you all might get drafted one day. Therefore, you need to be ready at all times." Then she adds, "Although, we times already have one student in this class with battlefield experience." As she said that, she threw this massive side-eye right at Jake. So subtle, not. But right then, Sarah literally busted through the classroom door like the Kool-Aid man. "Oh yeah." The teacher, totally confused, ran over and was like, "Wait a second, what are you all doing here?" Sarah, totally out of breath, was like, "We're with the police, we have direct orders from HQ. We are so sorry to interrupt, but we were hoping we could borrow your strength just one more time." Jake heard this and just let out this defeated sigh. Like, wow, they really have zero shame as cops, do they? What happened to police pride? And for real, what is up with all these stares from everyone? Seriously guys, stop with the weird, fanboy looks. I really hate this. But with literally no other option, Jake could only agree. If you've ever been forced into something you didn't want to do, smash that like button. He stood up and walked over to Sarah. Give me the rundown. Quick." Sarah gave a quick nod and replied, "Okay. So, on top of the natural disasters, magical beasts have also started popping up everywhere around the world. Illegal magicians and shady underground groups are also going wild, way more active than ever. Right now, our forces are stretched incredibly thin, and that's exactly why they had to come bother Jake again." At this point, she sighed, looking super guilty. "I am so sorry for bugging you again and again, but for real, there's no one else we can trust as much as you." Sheesh. Jake didn't even reply, just whipped out his phone and said, "Fine, but next time, at least text me first." Sarah was like, totally stunned for a second. Then she was all, "Oh my god, my bad, I will totally remember that for next time." A moment later, she got Jake's number and, you guys, she just froze. Like, completely blue-screened for a solid minute. Jake just looked at her, cool as a cucumber, and was like, "For real though, what's the mission? What do you need me to do?" Sarah finally snapped out of her trance and blurted it out. "Okay, so, we need your help to, like, clear out all the magical beasts that are running wild down in Soho." Jake just gave a little nod and said, "I bet. I got this. So get this." Sarah's trying to be all sensible, like, "Yo, let's just take my car. It's parked over on Bedford Ave." But before she could even finish her sentence, Jake just goes times noom times right past her. My guy literally used magic to go full-on flash mode, basically hitting her with the "ain't nobody got time for that." And just times poof asterisk, he's gone. The cops with them, bro. Their jaws were on the floor. They were absolutely shook. No cap, that was some next-level speed. A little later, we flash over to the Soho district, and oh my god, you guys, it looks like a disaster movie set. A complete and total wasteland. All those bougie high-rises were just piles of concrete and sadness, and stuck in all that chaos were two little kids. The younger one was just clinging to their big brother, shaking and whispering, "Bro." The older kid, even though you know he was freaking out on the inside, holds his little sibling tight and is all like, "It's cool. Big bro's got you." But then bam, some seriously gnarly magical beast lunges right for them. Even though he was terrified, the big bro grabs his sibling's hand and they just start sprinting for their lives. But in all the chaos, the little one trips and eats it hard, right on the asphalt. You can see the monster's nasty, razor-sharp fangs getting closer and closer. Y'all, I was thinking this was it for them. The situation was looking absolutely hopeless. Then, in the most clutch moment ever, this blast of pure magic energy flies in from literally nowhere and just times deletes times the beast. And who was it? Our boy Jake. Obviously, he just rolled up and saw the whole thing about to go down. He didn't even blink, not for a single second, just snapped right into hero mode. And the kids are just watching this whole thing go down. They see him just wreck this horrifying monster with like a flick of his wrist, and their minds are just completely blown, like totally speechless. Jake slowly walks over to the two kids, gives them this super warm smile and is like, "You were so brave. That's seriously amazing." But right then, he clocks this little doll lying on the ground. He picks it up and asks all gently, "Is this yours?" The younger sibling immediately nods their head like, "Yes." And Jake can totally see the look of pure hero worship in the kid's eyes, and he can't help but crack a smile back. Finally, Jake looks at both of them and says, "I'll protect you," before turning and sprinting right back into the fray. The two kids are bowing their heads to thank him, but he was already gone in a blur. They didn't even know if he heard them. The younger sibling just hugged that doll like their life depended on it, their little face just glowing with total adoration. As for Jake, he was already diving deep into the heart of the city. And let me tell you, the battle here was way messier than any of the tea being spilled back at Westbrook Academy. 'Cause there are still regular people scrambling to get out. He can't just go around launching his massive magic bullet attacks. Jake can totally tell the difference between monster vibes and human magic, but he can't sense normal people who don't have any powers at all. The only way he can save everyone is to literally sweep the entire disaster zone on foot himself. What a legend. While Jake is trying to game plan, the magic police force finally pulls up. Their captain is yelling at his squad to focus on taking out the magic beasts and to leave rescuing civilians to the NYFD and the National Guard. Just then, one of the officers spots Jake. He looks up, waves, and yells, "Yo, Jake." Jake squints, looking down from the top of a wrecked bus. He's like, "Hold up." He totally remembers this dude from that massive disaster at the Empire State Building, right? Recognizing a friendly face, Jake immediately hops down. The officer jogs over, looking so relieved, and says, "Man, you're here as backup? Thank God. That's a huge help." Jake cuts right to the chase. No time for small talk. "Gimme the rundown. What's the situation?" The officer immediately spills all the tea. "We haven't even rescued half the civilians. It's bad. The situation was so wild they couldn't even get into the East Village. There are just way too many magic beasts crawling all over that area. Hearing this, Jake just says, "All right, I'll go check that side of the city then." And with that, he's off and running. The officer quickly yells after him, "We've got reports of illegal mages over there, too, so watch your back." But he knew, deep down, that worrying about a guy like Jake was kind of pointless. With that thought, the officer glances back at his own team. The ones who hadn't been at the Empire State Building incident were seeing Jake for the first time and were just completely lost. They were all whispering, "Who in the world even is that kid? He just smoked those monsters in like 2 seconds flat." The veteran officer just kinda laughed and said super casually, "Maybe he's just the kind of guy who shows up when everything goes sideways for us." Meanwhile, over on the east side of the city, Jake was just dropping some insane 6-tier magic, absolutely wiping out entire swarms of magic beasts. But you could tell something was bugging him. The fact that a legit demon tribe captain showed up outside of a major disaster that should have been 100% impossible. He was thinking about how, even a few years ago, the monsters were popping up more often, and they were also getting way stronger. Things had gotten so out of hand that even Jake was thinking it would be a challenge to handle. If they didn't start prepping for this stuff like yesterday, things could get really bad really fast. That said, saving people was still priority number one. Drop a comment below with your theories on who this demon captain is, and don't forget to smash that subscribe button if you're enjoying the drama. Oh my god. So get this, Jake just casually sticks his hand into this massive pile of rubble, right? And pulls out 2WO people like he's grabbing groceries. He just hands them over to the paramedics and then zooms off to find more. Like, who even is this guy? My boy was basically playing 4D chess in his head, calculating every single move. No cap. Because of Jake. A ton of people who were trapped got out alive. Alright. So after the chaos died down a bit, Sarah pulls up with her squad. But Jake, he didn't even flinch. Man was locked in, just kept doing his hero thing. And I'm not even exaggerating. He basically saved the entire city. Wild. Then this one cop, looking like he just won the lottery, runs up, grabs Jake's hand, and is all like, "Thank you, dude. You were a legit lifesaver, Jake. For real, you kept the number of people hurt way down." But Jake, our humble king, just shakes his head and is like, "Nah man, that was all you guys, the cops and the firefighters. I just pitched in a little." The cop's jaw literally hits the floor. He's completely shook. After this super awkward pause, he actually bows his head to Jake and gets all serious, saying, "I am so sorry. That mess from before, that was on us. We were acting like complete clowns. We're really hoping you can let it slide." Jake sees this and he's just like, speechless. He just sighs and goes, "Dude, chill. It's all good. You're being so extra right now. It's making everyone else uncomfortable. So all they can do is keep saying thank you." Sarah jumps in too, all grateful, like, "Seriously, thank you. I feel so bad that we always have to lean on you, Jake." And like, for real y'all, he's just a high school kid. But Jake, ever the humble guy, just shakes his head. "It's no biggie. I signed up for this." But then, bam, his whole vibe changes and he gets super serious. But the thing that's messing with me isn't just the sheer number of them. It's that every single one was crazy strong. Sarah just nods, like, she's 100% on the same page. "You're not wrong. We need a solid plan for this monster apocalypse and the whole situation." Detective Miller is already on it. But right as they're getting deep, the 2 kids from earlier just pop up right in front of them. The second Jake sees the kids, his face just lights up. "Hey, I'm so glad you two are okay." And then the little one, all cute and innocent, asks, "Mister, are you the great sage?" The older brother immediately gets all embarrassed and is like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry. My little bro is like the #1 fan of the great sage." But Jake isn't even bothered. His eyes are glued to this doll the kid's holding. And y'all, unless he was hallucinating, that was a doll of him from his past life. You could just see the corner of his mouth twitch into this little smirk. Oh, he was eating this yupa. He finally just nods and is like, "You got it, kid. I'm the great sage." The little dude's eyes get huge and he starts screaming like his team just won the World Series. It was adorable. Okay, so hit rewind like 50 years. Back when he was Jake Ichikami, our boy was pissed about being turned into a doll and was totally roasting the person next to him for it. But this other person was completely tuning him out, just hyped up like, it's not just dolls. We got photo cards and keychains too. Jake just lets out this massive sigh, completely over it, like, bro, nobody is gonna buy that junk. But the other person was not having it. Firing back with, the great sage is a beacon of hope for everyone. This merch is essential, especially for the kids. Jake was still giving major side-eye. Seeing that Jake wasn't convinced, the person just straight up yells, you're wrong. In 50 years? Nah, even 100 years from now, he'll still be out here saving people. So please, just let me do this one thing, Jake, and then, boom, back to the present, and Jake's just got this little smile on his face. I guess that dude called it, ha. But let's be real, a plastic doll isn't saving anybody. You still need the OG, the actual great sage, to handle business in this crazy world. Meanwhile, across town at some shady dive bar on the outskirts of Old Brooklyn, a bunch of wannabe gangsters are reporting in about the Black Sorcerer, and the dude sitting in the throne-like chair, that's Derek, the big boss of the Black Rebellion organization. So, after his goons finish their little report, he grinds his teeth and spits out, a rogue sorcerer, not part of any crew. So, what you're telling me is some punk thinks he can step to me. Hearing how pissed he was, his lackeys start shaking in their boots. One dude is sweating bullets, stammering, yes, boss. Derek just scoffs and gives the order, ice cold. Find out who this black sorcerer really is. And I don't care what you gotta do, bring out the big guns if you have to. The whole crew went dead silent. Then this slimeball with glasses steps up. This guy's name is Marcus, and he basically runs the whole downtown club scene. He asks with this nasty little grin, and if he doesn't want to cooperate, can we put him on a permanent vacation? Derek just lets out this cold, evil laugh and sneers, only after you make him regret being born. I'm actually excited to see it. Hearing that, Marcus gets even more full of himself and flashes this totally villainous smile. I can't with this guy. Let me know in the comments if you think Marcus is the absolute worst. Anyway, flash forward to the next day, and Jake and his friends are doing their usual training at Ashley's family's ridiculous mansion. So they're taking a quick water break, and Lily just randomly asks, all curious, hey Jake, by the way, your magic level. Like, what's your power score these days? And oh my god, what a cliffhanger. You better smash that like button if you need to know the answer. Mia was getting all up in his business, like, okay, spill the tea already. What are we talking, like 100 grand? Maybe 500,000 max? For a dude like Jake, that's totally pocket change. But while they were all just spitballing numbers, Jake just casually drops that it was 99,990,000. And oh my god, you guys, that number literally blue-screened Lily and the other two. Their brains just fully crashed. The three of them were completely shook, like they couldn't even compute it. Lily was all pouty, mumbling, dude, even with like 4 of the old Jake's power combined, we're only talking about 1 million. And hearing that made Jake's eyebrow shoot up. The old Jake's power level was only 1 million? Mia instantly jumped in, like, DUH. That's why everyone says 1 million is basically the ceiling for magic power. Lily was like, wait, for real? You seriously don't know that? Bro, that's like day 1 stuff they drill into you at the Westbrook Academy orientation. Jake just stayed silent, trying to process that his old self was capped at just 1 measly million. Mia was like, just Google it, my guy. You'll see. The second she said it, Jake was already trying to look it up, but after fumbling with his phone for a solid minute, he came up with absolutely zilch. Jake let out a huge sigh, totally defeated. I seriously forgot how to work this ancient brick. Honestly, this is giving me a massive headache. Let's just forget it. But right then, Jake's phone starts blowing up his pocket. It was a call from Detective Miller. He answers it, totally confused, like, yo, Miller? What's the emergency? On the other end, Detective Miller sounded like he was running a marathon. Hey, Sorry to call out of the blue. Are your friends with you right now? Jake glanced at his squad and was like, yeah, they're all here. Detective Miller gets all serious. Can you put me on speaker? Laugh my ass off. A literal god-tier mage like Jake had no clue how to work a speakerphone. He had to get Mia to show him. You can't make this stuff up. A second later, Detective Miller's voice is booming from the phone. Okay, team, listen up. We're dealing with some absolutely insane natural disasters and a ridiculously huge wave of magical beasts. So we've decided to form a specialized task force just to hunt these things. We're calling it the Special Mages Unit. And I want to officially nominate you, Jake, to be the captain of the entire operation. Y'all, the way Mia, Lily, and Ashley's jaws just unhinged and hit the floor was iconic. They were completely frozen solid. Mia's inner monologue was screaming, "Oh my God, if you're a mage, this is the ultimate gig." There is zero chance he says no. But then, our boy Jake, without even a single blink, just turns down the offer of a lifetime. I refuse. Before Detective Miller could even process that, Mia screeched, totally losing her mind. "Why?" Jake just stared at her, genuinely confused, like, yo, why are you freaking out? Like, for real, why is she so invested? Let us know your theories in the comments. Detective Miller's voice cut back in. Could I at least give you the details first? Jake just groaned. Ugh. Fine. Make it quick. So Detective Miller starts laying it all out. Look, first, we've got way too many crises happening all over New York City at the same time, and we are stretched ridiculously thin. On top of that, the situation is so out of control that our current teams can't even handle the cleanup from all these magical beasts on their own. Hearing that, you could see Jake's whole vibe shift, getting super serious. He was probably thinking, wait, are all the mages we've got just a bunch of newbies or what? So he asks, what about the big shot noble mages? Where are they? Detective Miller, on the other end, quickly explained. The heads of the Ashley, Homor, and Kaihi families are all still out of the country for a conference, which just leaves the Fuyuk family. But that's a whole other dumpster fire. Jake glanced over at Mia and Ashley and was like, you know, now that I think about it, I still haven't met your parents. Have I? Mia just pouted and said, yeah, well, I've been crashing away from my family's penthouse on Fifth Avenue for a hot minute now. Jake just nodded like he got it and dropped the subject, while Detective Miller kept going. The new unit will be made up of over a dozen NYPD officers and some students from Westbrook Academy, including Mia, Ashley, Karaji, and Tyler. Miller was like, Tyler actually recommended you three, and get this, he said, you can just dump all the annoying stuff like permits and negotiations on him. All that boring government paperwork. All you gotta do, Jake, is focus on training and leading the mages in the unit, and obviously, the pay is gonna be insane. Seeing Jake was still silent, Detective Miller's voice went up like 3 octaves, totally pleading. I am begging you, man. You are the only person I can trust with this. Jake, please, just say you'll be the captain. Hearing that level of desperation in his voice, Jake finally let out a long, heavy sigh. In the end, he caved. All right, fine. I'll do it. And boom, Detective Miller was over the moon. For real? And right on cue, the 3 girls started cheering. They were so hyped. They had absolutely zero reason to object. Besides, they weren't about to let Jake carry this insane weight all by himself. That's what you call a ride or die crew. Smash that like button if you love this squad's loyalty. Jake was still a little hesitant, but he figured it was probably fine since he could just rebuild everyone's skills from the ground up. But then, just a few days later, a massive tidal wave of online hate started coming for the Fuka Mage clan. Not only did they totally ghost everyone during that last disaster at Westbrook Academy, but their entire operation for dealing with the beasts was moving at a glacial pace. And believe me, the drama is just getting warmed up. So hit subscribe and buckle up. Okay, so get this tea. Mr. Williams was absolutely livid times when he heard what everyone was spilling online. He's literally gritting his teeth, hissing, idiots. Do they really think these so-called elite mages are just a bunch of clout-chasing wannabe heroes? And then, right on cue, there's a knock at the door of his insane penthouse at 740 Park Avenue. You know, That crazy rich address. He just barks, "Come in," and in walks his butler. The guy is tiptoeing in, super quiet, and he's like, "Pardon the interruption, sir. A message just arrived from the NYPD." And you can just see the scowl forming on Mr. Williams' face. He snatches the file and starts muttering about some new special mage unit being thrown together. He's basically like, "Ugh, these clowns are always kicking off some pointless new project." But then, y'all, you can practically see the light bulb go off over his head. He gets this wicked little grin and is all, "Hang on a second. This could be perfect for shutting up the haters. Go fetch my useless son. Oh my God." Drama alert. The butler just bows, says, "Yes, sir," and practically vanishes. So, flash forward to the next morning, we're over at One Police Plaza, the main NYPD headquarters downtown. Detective Miller called this big kickoff meeting for the new special unit. Of course, the new captain, our boy Jake, had to be there. And you know, Lily and her crew of 3 weren't about to miss out either. I mean, they promised they'd show, so they couldn't just ghost the whole thing. But besides them, it was literally just Detective Miller and like 3 other cops. Not going to lie, the room was looking seriously empty. So, Jake is giving Detective Miller this major side eye, looking so done. He's like, wasn't this supposed to be a squad of 12 people? And Miller just gets all awkward, like, "Yeah, my bad." So, like, a ton of people said they were down to join, but when it came time to actually sign the papers, crickets. Nobody actually turned in the application. Jake just lets out this huge sigh, totally over it, and you can literally hear him thinking, "Yeah, no shocker there. Who's gonna want to take orders from some high school kid who hasn't even graduated yet?" Talk about a seriously awkward vibe. So, while Jake's just spacing out, Detective Miller slides something into his hand. "Oh, and this is for you. It's, a provisional mage badge." Miller starts explaining, "Look, I get that this is an off-campus gig, and since you're all still students, just flash this thing if anyone gives you a hard time. We're calling it provisional because, well, you're not technically official mages yet, you know?" So he passes out the badges to Lily, Tyler, and Mia too. Then he gives Jake this big old clap on the shoulder, grinning, and goes, "All right, my work here is done. The stage is all yours, Captain Jake." And you guys, even Jake couldn't help but crack a tiny smile at that. It's been a hot minute since he had to command a room, but he doesn't even hesitate. Homeboy just steps right up. Jake's voice is, like, crystal clear as he says, "I'm Jake, and I'll be leading this special ops unit. So, direct. I am living for this energy. First things first, I'm gonna make you all one promise. I will make you stronger than any of those old money mage clan leaders out there." And as he says it, he flashes this super confident, almost cocky smirk. The absolute audacity. But oh my God, his words left Lily, Tyler, and Mia totally shook. Even the veteran cops were just standing there like, did he really just say that? Jaws were on the floor. You guys. Jake sees all their shocked faces and he's not even fazed. He just calmly goes, "Looks like nobody believes me, huh? Fine. Let's run a little test. Detective Miller, you've got a mana reader here, right?" Detective Miller is still totally bugging out, stammering like, yeah, of course we do. But, and bam, before he can even finish his sentence, they're wheeling out this big mana measurement machine. Jake just glances back at his new squad and says, "Super chill. All right, first up, Lily, Tyler, why don't you two give it a shot and measure your mana?" And they both just kind of shrug like, "Sure, whatever," and step up. So Lily steps up to the plate, puts her hand on the machine, and just lets her mana flow. Tyler does the exact same thing right after her, starting his test. Jake's just watching them, arms crossed, and he says, "Okay, so before, Lily's mana was at 10,000 and Tyler's was at 8,000. But check this. Lily's mana is now at times 30,000 asterisk, which, obviously, left her completely floored. And get this, Tyler shot up to 28,000, a number he literally could not wrap his head around. After Jake announced the results, Detective Miller and his guys just lost it, yelling, "No way." One of them yells, "Isn't that the level of a top-tier pro mage?" And seeing them all collectively lose their minds, Jake just kinda pouts and goes, "For real? You're already this worked up? We're just getting started." He looks over at Mia. "Mia, you're up." Hearing her name, Mia just freezes solid. She slowly walks forward, but then she just stops without putting her hand on the machine. You could totally see her hesitating. Like, what if she still couldn't close that gap between her and Lily? Mia had been trying so hard, but she's not a natural-born genius like Lily, and you could tell she was feeling super insecure about it. What if her results just weren't good enough? But then she takes this deep breath, trying to get her nerves under control. She decided, right then and there, that she was done running away from this, and with that, she just slams her hand down on the testing device. At the same time, Mia's mana just erupts from her. She's thinking to herself, whatever the result is, I can handle it. She wasn't going to lie to herself anymore. But you guys, her result left Detective Miller and Sarah completely speechless. And Mia? She couldn't even bring herself to look at the number on the screen. What do you guys think it is? Drop your wildest guesses in the comments below, and do not forget to smash that like button if you are hyped for what happens next. But get this, it freaking shot up to 26,000. Detective Miller was totally bugging out, like his brain just glitched, muttering, "Wait, hold up." According to her file from, like, last Tuesday, her power level was supposed to be around 2,000. There's no way she had a glow up that fast. Hearing this, Jake just clapped back. "Nah, fam, you're dead wrong. We can totally grind and level up our own power. All it takes is raw talent and a whole lot of hard work. You just gotta never, ever give up. You feel me?" And with that, he looks right at Zoe and is like, "I'm so proud of you. You totally slayed." Then he reaches out and pats her on the head. Ah, and seeing her score, Zoe just starts bawling. Happy tears, you guys. All that work finally paid off for real. And Lily's just staring at her little sis, her eyes filled with pride. But you know her, she had to play it cool, raising a hand to hide her face. Gotta maintain that Ice Queen aesthetic, am I right? That's when Jake strolls over to her and Tyler. "You two were insane out there, too." And Tyler, of course, gets this super smug grin and goes, "Duh, obviously." Jake just completely rolls his eyes at him, laugh my ass off, and turns to Lily, saying, "And as expected from you, but Lily? She's giving nothing." Total poker face. She just calmly opens her mouth and says, "As a member of the Ashley family, this is basically just a Tuesday. I don't need your praise." But Jake's not having it. He's like, "Yeah, well, I'm praising you anyway. You did an amazing job." Jake is so bold. Y'all, he doubles down and even goes for the head pat on Lily. Tyler's jaw literally hit the floor. I am not kidding. At first, he thought Jake was just some spaced-out kid from another planet. But now, bro probably doesn't even know what fear is. Even little Zoe was completely shook. Oh my god. She was probably thinking her sister was about to go nuclear. But plot twist. Lily just swats Jake's hand away and says, kinda annoyed, "I'm not a kid, dude." Jake didn't even flinch, just nodded and replied, "Fair point." And you could literally hear Mia and Kyle let out the biggest sigh of relief, like they just dodged a bullet train. Thank goodness Lily didn't flip out. And get this, Lily was just thinking, whoa, that's the first time anyone's ever done that. Not even her own dad. Drop a comment if you think her dad is seriously slacking. So, while everyone is having this sweet little moment, this super annoying screechy voice just cuts through the air. "Oh, so there you all are. I've been searching the entire precinct for you guys. So why haven't you greeted your superior properly yet?" Seeing the new guy, Detective Miller practically trips over himself to explain, "Sir, I was told you wouldn't be coming in today." But before he can even finish, the other dude cuts him off, super salty. "Well, I decided to come in. You got a problem with that?" You could just see Detective Miller fighting the urge to roll his eyes into next week. But he's stuck, so he has to back down. "In that case, let me introduce him. This is Preston Fulton, a noble mage from the Fulton family." "Oh great, a noble. Here we go again." Everyone turns to look, and it's this green-haired punk standing there looking like he walked straight out of a cheesy villain movie. Like, his face just screams, "I'm a total jerk." Clearly not a good vibe. After the world's most awkward introduction, Detective Miller leans into Jake's ear to whisper a warning. Look, we had no choice. We had to get approval from a noble mage family. So I had to collect your info and send it over. I'm sorry. And Jake immediately gets suspicious, like, hold on. Aren't the Fultons the ones who totally ghosted everyone during the disaster at Westbrook Academy? Detective Miller just quietly nods and is like, this family cares more about protecting their power and their penthouse at 1 Vanderbilt than, actually listening to the government. The TEA is piping hot, y'all. While they're whispering, Preston suddenly speaks up, dripping with disgust. So, I hear this is supposed to be America's top magic unit. Huh? Then why am I just seeing a bunch of kids who haven't even graduated trying to meddle in adult business? Detective Miller just sighs, totally over this day, and points to Jake. This is Jake. He's the one who stopped the catastrophe at Westbrook Academy. Based on his achievements, he was appointed captain of this unit. After hearing this, Preston squints at Jake, looking him up and down like he's something he found on his shoe. Then he just sneers. Stopped a disaster, huh? A mere commoner, not even from a noble family. As soon as he says that, Preston literally stomps on Jake's foot hard. Then he scoffs in disgust. You piece of trash, how dare you not bow to me? Don't get cocky. You're nothing but garbage. His actions immediately made Lily and the others see red. They start yelling at Preston, but he just smirks like he's enjoying the show. Commoners get so emotional. Aren't you two little ladies the Ashley sisters? Well, it seems you guys aren't completely useless after all. UGH, the nerve of this guy. The two Ashley sisters are just glaring daggers at him, their faces full of pure disgust. But Preston's ego is bigger than a Times Square billboard. He smirks and then arrogantly declares, all right, it's decided. I'll be the captain of this unit. Hearing this, Detective Miller immediately protested. Whoa, hold up. The captain position was already assigned to Jake by the higher-ups. Oh my god. Smash that like button if you want Jake to put this clown in his place, and let me know in the comments what you think happens next. Ugh. So that total clown blew him off, literally just scoffed and was like, yeah, whatever. Let's settle this with a challenge then. First one to take out the final boss in the next big incident gets to be team captain. And listen, the more Detective Miller heard, the more his blood started to boil. He was about to lay down the law, but that wannabe and his two little sidekicks were already out of there, laughing like a bunch of lame supervillains. And just like that, the bet was on. Detective Miller was feeling so bad about how it all went down with Jake. He kinda mumbled, my bad, Jake. I couldn't get him to stand down. But our boy Jake, completely unbothered by that poser, just shrugged his shoulders and was like, nah, it's all good. For real, nothing you could have said would have changed that dude's mind anyway. All we gotta do now is win. And oh my god, you could literally feel the vibe in the room change. The whole crew was suddenly so hyped, there was absolutely no way they were gonna let that tool become their leader. They stormed out of the office, just radiating pure, chaotic energy. Jake just watched them go, probably thinking, geez, these guys have more energy than a 5-year-old chugging a 2-liter of Mountain Dew. For real. A little later, they were all down at the police training facility over on One Police Plaza, and Jake had the whole squad gathered. He was just standing there, looking super awkward, like he had no idea what to say. I mean, these cops had mana levels clocking in around 10,000, so he was like, okay, basics it is, and decided to talk about mana. With that solid plan, Jake cleared his throat and was like, listen up, fam. First, I gotta spill the tea on why magic is the GOAT. Okay, so mana is the fuel for your spells, obvi. But it does way more than just that. Then he points right at Tyler and says, Ayo, Tyler, get over here for a sec. Tyler was looking at him like he was nuts, but he walked over. Then Jake just drops this on him. All right, my guy, hit me as hard as you possibly can. Tyler's brain pretty much blue-screened, but Jake just kept telling him to go for it. Finally, Tyler's like, all right, you got it. He winds up his fist and screams, you asked for this. Don't be a baby when your face gets rearranged. And then, wham, he throws a massive punch right at Jake's head. But you guys, get this, his fist just stopped dead in its tracks. It was like he hit an invisible wall right in front of Jake's face. Jake just smirked and said, "And times that asterisk, ladies and gents, is what we call a magic barrier. If you're juiced up with enough mana, literally anyone can do this. Get your levels high enough, and you can put it up without even thinking about it, like you're just breathing." Jake laid it all out for them. It's basically autopilot defense. Tyler was gritting his teeth, putting his whole body into trying to bust through that shield. But it wouldn't budge. He finally had to give up. Seeing Tyler looking all defeated, Jake spoke up again. "And this is the whole point. Building up your mana capacity is the single most important, most basic thing for any magic user. Y'all better drill that into your heads." After that, he went to every single person and taught them how to actually feel their own mana. And just like with Lily and the crew, the cops were absolutely shook. Their minds were completely blown. With Phase 1 done, Jake had them move on to combat training. And just like that, the whole day was over. What do you think he's gonna teach them next? Drop your craziest ideas in the comments. When training was finally over, Jake headed back to his apartment. He was still totally stressing about the team's situation. Like, besides the magic lessons, they were gonna need some serious equipment. He was really hoping he could just check out some heavy-duty, monster-proof gear, but from the look on Detective Miller's face earlier, he knew trying to get it from the department was going to be a nightmare of red tape. Thinking about it just made Jake let out this massive sigh. In this day and age, it's not like you can find master blacksmiths just chilling on Craigslist. He realized he was probably going to have to make the stuff himself. He had literally zero experience doing anything like that, but Jake, he was probably thinking, "Hey, how hard could it be? Laugh my ass off, famous last words, am I right?" He immediately started rummaging through his apartment, looking for materials. In the end, all Jake found was this one ring that looked like it came from one of those 25-cent machines outside a grocery store. But it was unused, so he figured it had to be for something. It was a start, but one little ring wasn't gonna cut it. For real, where am I supposed to find this junk? Is there a magic Costco in Old Brooklyn I don't know about? Just then, his phone on the bed started buzzing like crazy, making Jake jump a solid 5 feet in the air. And you guys, you're not gonna believe this, it was a call from Lily, which is, like, a huge deal because she never times calls first. Jake scrambled for that phone like his life depended on it and answered, totally shocked. "Lily? Yo, what's up?" But the other end was just crickets for what felt like forever. Then, she finally dropped the bomb. "You're the only one who should be our captain." Jake, being the class clown he is, had to mess with her. "Ah, what's this? Are you giving me a pep talk?" And with zero hesitation, Lily just hit him with a dead serious yes. Jake absolutely lost it and started laughing. "Whoa, I never pictured you as the sentimental type," he teased. But then a little light bulb went off over his head. This was the perfect chance. So he just went for it and asked, "Hey, if you're free tomorrow, you want to go shopping with me for some stuff?" You can just imagine Lily on the other end, totally confused. "Shopping?" Jake quickly backpedaled. "Yeah, I need to buy some, really weird materials, and I honestly have no idea where to even look." So she asked, "Okay, so, are the others coming too?" And Jake, smooth as ever, just says, "Nah, just us." Oh my god, you guys, is this a date? Smash that like button if you ship Jake and Lily, and drop your best ship names for them in the comments below. Jilly? Lake? Let me know. So Jake's all like, why would we need a whole squad for that? And Lily, oh my god you guys, she was completely bugging like, wait, hold up, just you and me? And our boy Jake, bless his clueless soul, sees absolutely no problem with this. He hits her with the classic, "So, what's the move?" And Lily goes radio silent for what feels like an actual eternity. For real, Jake was probably about to check if his phone died. Just when he thinks she's left him on red in real life, she finally says something. Oof, the tension was thick. She plays it. Super cool, all. I guess my schedule's free. And Jake is instantly buzzing like, yes, you're an actual lifesaver. So what's the plan? Where are we going? Lily, ever the chill one, just drops the location. Soho, she says. You'll probably find whatever you're looking for there. And boom, it's a date. Okay, a hangout, they lock it in. Meet at the Prince Street station tomorrow at 12 p.m. sharp. After a bit more small talk, Lily bounces from the call. And get this, y'all, she's just staring at her phone, probably overthinking every single word. You can practically hear her brain doing calculus. Meanwhile, our main man Jake is floating on air, completely oblivious. His thought process is literally, sick, now I can cop some rings for the entire crew. Then this absolute madman is like, wonder if I can whip up some monster repellent gear with this right now? And just starts dumping his magic into it. What a wild card. Alright, cut to the next scene. We're over at their ridiculously huge mansion, probably somewhere on Park Avenue on the Upper East Side. Mia rolls up to Lily's room and yells, "Yo, big sis, food's on the table." But nothing. Complete silence. Mia's little sister's senses start tingling, and she's muttering to herself, "That's sus. Is she passed out? That's totally not her vibe." After a quick pause, Mia's just like, "Screw it, I'm going in." But when she cracks the door open, she finds Lily having a full-blown Met Gala try-on session in front of her mirror. We're talking mountains of clothes everywhere. Mia is frozen in the doorway, just thinking, what in the actual heck is going on here? Lily hears the door creak and spins around, catching Mia with her jaw on the floor. She just gives her this annoyed look and hits her with a dry, "Can I help you?" Mia snaps out of it and stammers, "Oh, my bad. Mom said dinner's ready, so..." But Lily just cuts her off with a sharp nod. "I'll be down in a minute." The sass is just, chef's kiss asterisk. We love to see it. Mia basically speed walks out of there, her brain going 100 miles an hour. I have never, ever seen my sister put this much effort into an outfit. Is she meeting someone? Oh my god. Please tell me it's not Jake. Oh, the drama is just heating up. Besties. Okay, fast forward to the next afternoon at the Prince Street station. Jake's there, right on time. And guess who else is there? Shocker. It's Mia, who totally tailed her sister and is now trying to look inconspicuous behind a lamppost like some old-school spy. Homegirl is even masking her magic signature and keeping a huge distance, because even she knows this is super messed up. You can just feel the secondhand embarrassment through the screen, but she literally can't stop herself. She's literally asking herself, why am I being a total creep right now? But anyway, while she's having that little internal meltdown, Jake looks up and sees someone walking his way. And yup, you guessed it, it's Lily. And my god, she is serving looks. No more stuffy Westbrook Academy uniform. She's rocking some amazing skinny jeans, a cute sleeveless top, and this sick khaki jacket. She looks so fire that literally every person on the platform is turning their head. Total main character energy. Lily is completely oblivious to the attention. She just strolls right up to Jake and hits him with a raised eyebrow. "Have you been waiting long?" Jake, trying to play it smooth, just shrugs. "Nah, just got here myself." But dude, seeing them together, this good-looking pair, everyone around them starts whispering. I'll bet you $10 every single one of them was thinking, "Aw, look at that cute couple." And who do you think overhears all this chatter? Our resident detective, Mia, and she is losing her mind. She's on an actual date with Jake? No way. How did this happen? Drop a comment below if you think Mia is being a total drama queen right now. Completely oblivious to their little shadow, Jake and Lily start heading deeper into Soho. As they're weaving through the crowds of tourists on Broadway, Lily finally asks, "Okay, spill the tea. What exactly are we shopping for?" Jake is super chill about it, just says, "Rings, and I need a whole bunch of them." Lily gives him the most suspicious side-eye ever. "Are they gifts?" He just gives a little nod, kinda. "I need to buy a ton." Lily is floored. "In bulk? Bro, what are you doing? Proposing to a sorority." And our sweet, simple Jake just does not compute. The joke flies right over his head. He's just like, yeah, pretty much. But Lily is reading way too much into this and gets all huffy, snapping. "Just so we're clear, that's not how relationships work here. You pick one." Laugh my ass off. She really thinks my guy is trying to start a cult. Jake is completely lost, muttering, "Okay, I know that." Lily whips around, full on pouting now, and says, "Fine, if you're gonna buy that many, we're hitting the bargain bins." Then she adds, "And I know just the spot." Jake's face completely lights up, all happy again. "Sweet, you're the goat, lead on." This man has zero idea what just happened. It's actually hilarious. Smash that like button if you agree he's adorably dense. So she leads him into this little jewelry shop over on Green Street. And guess who's trailing right behind them? Yep, Mia, trying to act casual while pretending to be fascinated by some basic silver earrings. They don't find anything good, so Jake and Lily bounce to check out a bunch of the street vendor tables lining West Broadway. But after striking out there, they end up right back at the first jewelry store. Lily is standing out front, sighing like she's in a Shakespeare play, a ring that's durable, affordable, and doesn't scream, "Look at me." Ugh, who knew this would be Mission Impossible? Jake, not one to give up, heads back inside to look again, and he gets real quiet for a long, long time. He finally spots one that's kinda okay, but the vibe is just off, you know? Then he glances at the price tag and immediately puts it down. Yikes, nope, still too pricey. Meanwhile, across the street, Mia has established a full-on spy headquarters at a Starbucks, sipping a frappuccino while watching their every move through the window. She's just grumbling into her cup. Ugh, what is even the point of all this? And, like, can we talk about their personal space? Hello, get a room. Anyway, they stroll into this crazy luxe jewelry store on Fifth Avenue, and a sales associate, like, sprints over to them, all smiles. "Welcome. Oh my God. What can I help you two lovebirds with today? If you're looking for a ring for this lovely lady, we have a killer sale going on." Oof. The word girlfriend literally made Jake's brain short circuit. He's tripping over his words like, no, she's actually not my, but before he can finish, Lily's face goes nuclear and she just snaps. "I am so not his girlfriend." Yikes. The poor sales lady looked like she saw a ghost, stammering, "Oh my God, my deepest apologies," and just like moonwalked away. "Please, just browse," she squeaked before totally vanishing, leaving Lily fuming. Jake just lets out this massive, dramatic sigh, looking totally over it. A bit later, they're chilling at some cute cafe in Soho, and Jake starts whining, "Ugh, my feet are literally gonna fall off. I'm so beat, and all those crowds, so not the vibe." And after all that, we came up with literally nothing. You could tell he was seconds away from rage quitting this whole mission. But then, Jake clocks that Lily is giving off major sad girl energy. After a super cringy silence, Lily finally mumbles, "I'm, like, so bad at saying how I feel. But you know me, right? You get what I'm like, don't you?" Jake was totally thrown. Not gonna lie, but he played it smooth, just nodding like, "Oh yeah, totally, yeah, 100%. And get this, you guys, you are not gonna believe this. Mia is literally posted up a few tables away, listening to every single word." She looked absolutely shook hearing Lily open up like that. Then Lily leaned in, her voice barely a whisper. "I can't even be normal around Mia. You seriously should have just asked her to go with you. I'm just gonna mess everything up." But Jake was not having it, immediately shutting her down. "Nah, that's not true at all." Jake just gently shook his head, like, "Don't even go there. You're the one who did all the recon on the jewelry spots, remember? You were, like, super on top of every detail." Lily went quiet at that, but you could tell she was still in her feels. So Jake kept going, "Even though we're shopping for my stuff, you've been taking this so seriously, like you were picking it out for yourself. What I'm trying to say is, you've been a clutch, seriously." Lily stared at him, like, asterisk really times stared, and then got all blushy and shy. She ducked her head and started messing with her hair, whispering, "You really mean that?" And that tender moment? It was too much for Mia. She literally couldn't handle it and just bolted out of the cafe. She'd never, ever seen Lily look at someone like that before. She was probably spiraling, like, "What am I even doing here? Maybe I should just dip." And that's exactly what she did. She just bounced and went straight home. Meanwhile, back with our duo, Jake and Lily kept looking, and then boom, They hit the jackpot. Jake was so freaking stoked. We finally found it. Lily, walking beside him, gives him major side-eye and asks, "Okay, but why are you buying 5 of them?" Jake, completely chill, just replies, "Duh, one for everyone on the team." Lily's suspicion level went through the roof, just staring him down. After a beat, she said softly, "They're gonna be so happy with this. You put so much thought into it." Jake just gives her this super blank look and deadpans. "It's standard issue equipment for the unit. They better be happy with it." Lol, my dude has 0 romance game. Lily was, like, totally gobsmacked for a hot second. Then she just nodded, the light bulb finally going off. "Oh, right. So that's what this was." And Jake? Not a single clue about the emotional whiplash she just went through. Looking back on their day, he said, with total sincerity, "For real though, I would have been so lost without you today. Thank you. Seriously." Lily just brushed it off. "Psh, don't even sweat it. Just knowing I could help you out is good enough for me." But Jake kept at it, like, "No way, I gotta get you something to say thanks, right?" Lily got a little pouty. "You really don't have to." But as she said it, Jake suddenly pulls out a ring, making her jump. He didn't even notice her freak out and just said, "Gimme your hand." Lily got even more flustered, stuttering, "What are you trying to do?" And Jake, losing patience, was like, "Just give it to me," before he snatched her hand and slid the ring on her ring finger. "I am deceased. Somebody call 911. He then has the audacity to wink at her and say with a huge grin, "This is the first piece of gear I ever designed myself, so don't you dare lose it." The weight of what just happened finally hit Lily and her face turned like fire engine red. She couldn't even look at him and just took off running in a total panic. "I'll take good care of it," she shouted over her shoulder. "See ya." Jake was just standing there looking dumbfounded, trying to call after her, "Hey, wait, I wasn't done explaining how it works." "Whatever, I'll just tell her later." Meanwhile, Lily had booked it all the way to the next block, putting some serious space between them before she finally stopped, totally out of breath. Lily just stared down at the ring on her finger, completely hypnotized. Then, all of a sudden, she clutched it to her chest like it was her whole world. "Okay, if you're shipping these two, you have to smash that like button." Anyway, the next day, over at the training grounds at the One Police Plaza Annex, Jake calls a team meeting. "Hey, listen up, fam. Distributing the new equipment now. Everyone come grab one." So then, my dude starts handing out these totally sick rings to the whole crew. Like, everyone was shook. Sarah's just staring at it, whispering, "Whoa, wait a sec. This thing is practically humming with some major magical energy. Is this, like, anti-monster bling or something?" And Jake, cool as a cucumber, just nods. "You got it. It's gear to fight off magical beasts, juiced up with wind magic. Plus, if you sync it with your own magic, you can boost it to a tier 1 wind spell." And get this, Detective Miller's jaw literally dropped to the floor. He's like, "Dude, where on earth did you score these?" Jake just hits him with a shrug, like it's no big deal. "Oh, these? Just whipped 'em up myself." Detective Miller goes from shook to completely blown away. He's thinking, hold up, only like master-level artisans can craft this kind of stuff, and you can basically count the ones left on one hand. And this kid just casually churned out a whole set. As this is running through his mind, he can't stop himself from yelling, "Bro, you are just packed with surprises. For real." So, while this is happening, Jake's still passing out the goods. But then, and you are not going to believe this, when he gets to Mia, he totally skips her. Mia's face was like, excuse me? But wait, because the tea is about to be spilly D, y'all. Her eyes immediately lock onto this brand new ring on Lily's finger. Mia is floored. Lily has never worn a ring like that in her life. Could it be from their date yesterday? OH, my God. Did something huge go down after she left? You gotta spill, Lily. What is happening? And of course, Jake has zero clue. He just kicked off World War III inside Mia's brain. So after he's done handing out the gear, he gets all serious. "All right, squad, one last thing. We need a faster way to get around." Showing up in a clunker from some rental spot on Jamaica Avenue in Queens just isn't cutting it. It's way too slow. Hearing this, Detective Miller just nods along. He's got a point. We're always the last ones to the scene. And right then, Jake uses his magic and just levitates off the ground, explaining it all chill-like. With these rings, anyone can pull off the wind balancing spell. It'll totally cut down our travel time. But then his face got serious, and he laid down one major rule. All right, listen up. This is just a basic transportation spell. The mana drain is super low, so don't even think times about trying to use this in a fight, you feel me? With that little speech done, he told everyone to try it out, and oh my god, it was a hot mess. Everyone was wobbling and face-planting like a bunch of toddlers learning to walk. Jake then calmly drops a pro tip. You gotta picture yourself launching forward, not just floating up. It's about movement times and times staying airborne. And right after he says that, he looks over at Mia, and would you believe it, she's actually doing it. He immediately hypes her up. Yo, nice one, Mia. And getting that praise from Jake made her feel like she was on cloud 9. She's thinking to herself, puffed, please, you have any idea how many hours I've put into practicing my mana control? This little party trick is a piece of cake. But then, bam, she locks eyes with Jake, and his intense stare totally throws her off her game. Mia snaps her head away, blushing like crazy. That wave of guilt from spying on his date with Lily comes crashing back, and it is hitting her hard. And while Mia's totally spiraling in her guilt, Jake suddenly speaks up. Hey, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask. You're like an expert on the original Jake, right? The legendary one? Mia just gives a little nod. Yeah, that's me. He's literally my idol, the absolute goat. Jake kinda squints at her, pushing a little more. So, was he really all that? Mia doesn't even hesitate, dude. Are you kidding? His mana reserves were like 1 million, and he could cast, like, a bajillion different spells. He made the ultimate sacrifice in the final showdown against the Demon Lord during the Great Calamity. Jake asks, looking skeptical, so what happened to all the magic users after he, bit the dust? Mia explains it slowly. By that time, there were basically no mages left who could still fight. The Ashley family had to step up and carry the whole community on their backs. Back in the day, almost all the books and records on magic were completely wiped out. Gone. That's why our ancestors had to rebuild the entire magic system from the ground up. Jake's face scrunches up. He's thinking hard. Because according to his Times memories, yeah, a lot of mages got taken out, but there should have been tons of records and data left behind, because he literally made copies and hid them everywhere as a contingency plan for the future. But the magic they use now is so basic and full of plot holes, and everyone's mana levels are ridiculously low. So was this just time doing its thing? Or did somebody pull a fast one and sabotage everything? Yo, smash that like button and drop your conspiracy theories in the comments. I am dying to know what you guys think is up. Seeing Jake just go completely quiet, Mia looks over at him, all concerned, and asks, Hey, you good? You kinda spaced out for a second. Jake snaps out of it and just shakes his head. Yeah, I'm fine. But Mia is still looking worried and says, kinda hesitant, look, if something's up, you can talk to me. I might not be a huge help, but I'm a really good listener. But before she can even finish, Jake just cuts her off with this super smooth little laugh. Hey, just the fact that you're worried about me is enough. Seriously, thanks. You've already helped a ton. Jake knew he could trust her. She wasn't the type to go gossiping about what he asked. But this whole thing with the dark mages was still a complete dumpster fire. He figured it was probably a terrible idea to pull her into all this drama. He figured it was better to just keep it all on the down low. And then, get this, Jake just gets this little smirk on his face. If she ever found out he was the times actual Jake, my girl would literally faint for a whole week. No cap. So, get this, you were totally buggin', thinking Jake was holding out on the secrets cause he thought you were sketch. And you were like, fine, I'll just get OP myself then. And bam, just like that, you were on your grind. For real. Flash forward 1 week, and we're still posted up at this secret NYPD spot, probably some hidden warehouse at 837 Washington Avenue in the Bronx. Alright, so picture this. Jake's out there running drills with the squad. He shouts, Team, let's get it. Light 'em up. And just like that, the whole crew unleashes everything they've got. And listen to this. Sarah's now throwing down Tier 2 holy magic. Detective Miller hit Tier 3. And my guy Tyler? He freaking skyrocketed to Tier 4. The glow-up is absolutely insane. Meanwhile, Ashley and her sis pulled off this insane twin magic combo, cooking up a Tier 4 water spell. Jake was beaming, looking like a proud dad at his kid's soccer game over in Central Park. The whole squad's power level is just off the charts now. I mean, even Sarah can whip out some magic for self-defense, and Homegirl couldn't even cast a simple shield spell before this. But what really blew his mind was Lily and Mia. Their tag team game was absolutely nuts, like perfectly in sync. I mean, it definitely helps that they're actual sisters. That twin telepathy is real, y'all, and it wasn't just him. Even Emma was like, whoa, when she saw their new moves. The heat Ashley and her sis were packing, let's just say they left a couple of massive craters in the training grounds. Like, they straight up remodeled the place. Mia was totally geeking out, thinking about how far they'd come, and she was literally jumping up and down. Seeing her that hyped, Jake couldn't help but crack a smile himself. Then he switches it up, gets all serious, and is like, all right, listen up. You guys killed it, but don't get a big head just 'cause you leveled up. Your power isn't just about what tier you can cast. Then he points right at Lily and says, hit me with a level 4 spell. Show me what you got. And Lily just nods like, bet. And girl, the second she agreed, she launched this massive attack straight at Jake. But my dude is just standing there, chill as ever, waiting for this giant wave to come say hello. Then Jake, get this, just casually flicks his wrist. A freaking level 1 spell shoots out, zips right through Lily's massive water attack, and completely shatters it. I'm sorry, what? Okay, this had Detective Miller's jaw on the floor. He's like, a level 1 spell just took out a level 4? And Jake starts breaking it down for the class, real simple. Your level just determines your max power output. It doesn't mean a higher tier spell is automatically stronger, he explained. Even with a level 1 spell, if you pour every last bit of your mana into it, you can absolutely body a level 4 spell. Of course, you gotta be smart and know your opponent's moves. Water is weak against earth, obviously, Jake said. Stop putting yourselves in a box based on your level or who you're up against. If you guys truly understand your mana and master your spells, every single one of you can be a total beast. Hearing that, oh my god, the whole crew got so pumped up. Yo, smash that like button if you're getting hyped right along with them. It was like they could finally see a future where they could actually go toe-to-toe with those bougie mages from some penthouse at 1045th Avenue and actually win. Jake just watched them, a little smirk playing on his face. And don't forget you've got your crew right here. We combine our strengths. We're unstoppable. And the whole team just screams back, "Heard," in perfect unison. It was such a vibe. And right then, this super obnoxious voice cuts in. Well, look at the commoners trying so hard. It was that absolute tool, Chad, with his 2 little sidekicks. Detective Miller just scowled and was like, what are you even doing here? Chad just clicked his tongue and pouted like a literal 5-year-old. The big bad boss hasn't shown up yet, so I am, like, bored out of my skull. Hearing this, Detective Miller asked, totally confused, if you're not training, why don't you go help fight some monsters? Chad just laughed right in his face. Nah, that's way too much effort. Besides, that's a job for you grunts anyway. Oof. That comment had Lily and the others looking like they were about to throw down. He didn't even care, just stared up at the sky all dramatically. Oh dear me, if only the main event would start already. This dude literally has the worst timing, because apparently whatever he says goes. Suddenly Chris yells, yo, look at the sky. And the sky, which was clear blue like 2 seconds ago, was now turning this creepy, blood-red color. Chad got all excited, screaming, it's here. It's finally here. The party's starting. Then, he shot this super smug look over at Detective Miller's squad, basically daring them to do something. Don't you forget, the first squad to take down the final boss gets to be captain of the new unit. The game starts now, you pathetic little commoners. The more Chris listened, the more ticked off he got, yelling, As if we'd ever lose to a clown like you. Chad just sneered back and said, yeah, talk is cheap. See ya later, losers. And with that, he used some magic to just dip. Chris just watched him vanish and yelled in frustration, "That's not fair. Alright fam, drop a comment below. Who do you think is gonna win this showdown? Are you Team Jake or Team Chad? Let me know." Jake, on the other hand, was like, totally unbothered, not even breaking a sweat. He just calmly goes, "Alright squad, let's get this bread. Don't forget these little comms. This is our team's first big mission, so y'all better bring it, say less." The whole crew just answered in sync, then used some basic flight magic to literally yeet themselves into the sky. And poof, they were out of there. Meanwhile, down on the streets of New York City, it's just total gridlock. Then out of nowhere, this dude Shu just swerves in front of a black sedan and hits the gas, cackling like an absolute maniac. He's all like, "Y'all are so slow. Way too slow. I could have literally taken like 100 naps by now." And right behind him, Lily's group is scrambling, trying to keep up with Shu and his two little cronies. They were all thinking, "Oh my god, for a dude built like a fire hydrant, he's actually booking it." Jake just had to sigh at that. Like, come on guys, get a clue. I mean, hello. Their opponent was a legit master of wind magic. So of course Mia and her crew were having a hard time keeping pace. It's not rocket science, people. Jake could have literally wiped the floor with them all by himself, but like, where's the fun in that? What's the point of having a squad? As long as no innocent people were getting hurt, he figured he'd let his team get some XP. But then, naturally, Shu from way up ahead starts screaming back at them like a total tool. "Is this a joke? What is this? Some kind of bargain bin magic squad? You guys can't even play catch-up. So freaking pathetic, you bunch of scrubs." Mia heard every word that Loudmouth was screaming, and she had a feeling that little troll wasn't wishing her a happy birthday. A second later, Shu's crew finally lands where the action is. Shu gets all extra, announcing, "The main event has finally arrived. It's time to wreck some monsters." And the moment he shuts up, his two little sidekicks immediately start blasting spells everywhere, and he jumps in too. These insane beams of magic just start slamming into the monsters charging at them. It was pure chaos. All the civilians getting chased by these things were losing their minds, running towards them for help. But Shu, he didn't even give them a second glance and just told his goons to keep blasting. "Keep firing. Annihilate them all," he screamed. Following his orders, the two lackeys attacked again, causing two civilians who had times barely escaped to run straight into the line of fire. These were just regular people from down on Flatbush Avenue, okay? A direct hit would have completely deleted them from existence. Game over. But just in the nick of time, this golden ray of magic just pops up out of nowhere. It was our boy, Jake. He threw up a crazy strong shield, saving the two civilians. "We have no choice but to stand," he glared, giving the short, pudgy dude the most terrifying death stare and was like, "What the actual hell do you think you're doing, you pig?" The energy coming off Jake was so crazy. The three stooges literally froze in place, shaking in their boots. Shu started pouring sweat, thinking, "Oh my god, what is happening? I can't even move my body." Seizing the moment, Mia's group sprinted over to check on the two civilians. After making sure they were okay, Mia spun around and absolutely laid into Shu's crew. "Are you guys serious right now? Do not drag innocent people into this mess." Shu just stood there, speechless. It took him like a whole minute before he could even twitch. You just know he was thinking, "Bruh, what kind of voodoo did Jake just put on me?" Hiding how totally shook he was, he just snorted and said, "It's their own freaking fault for running around like headless chickens and getting in the way of a noble mage like myself. They deserved it. Can you believe the audacity?" That little comment just sent Mia into a whole new level of rage. But Shu didn't give a crap, just arrogantly announcing, "I'm gonna go handle the big boss. You newbies can stay here and kiss up to the common folk." Drop a comment below if you think Mia should have just clocked him right there. And with that, he and his goons just bailed. Jake just watched the three clowns dip. Taking out Shu's magic would have been an absolute walk in the park for him, no cap. But doing that would be like showing his whole hand way too early, you know? And honestly, This whole disaster was actually playing right into his master plan. Our boy is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers. With that thought, Jake issued a new order. I'm going to focus on getting these people to safety. The rest of you, focus on taking down these beasts. Detective Miller, still looking a little stressed, chimed in, but can you handle all that by yourself? Even for you, a full-scale rescue and evac could get super hairy. A little smirk played on Jake's face as he said with zero doubt in his voice, I am the captain of this special unit, am I not? Detective Miller was shook for a second, then just totally burst out laughing. Then he said, kind of embarrassed, yeah, that was a dumb question, my bad. Just then, Mia yelled out, we can't just leave everything to Jake. Let's go and absolutely body these freaks. Seeing how fired up they were, Jake was like, go get that W for us. And with his command, everyone just took off like a bat out of hell. Right away, they start blasting magic and just deleting these low-level goons. And Mia is feeling herself like she's super confident in her game now. These scrub-tier beasts and demon grunts, police, she could clap them as easily as snapping her fingers. Mia used to be so scared she was basically useless, but look at her now, taking down demon soldiers all by herself. You absolutely love to see that character development. Smash that like button for our girl Mia going through her glow-up. Alright, so get this. One of the girls is having a major glow-up, like she's been hitting the magic gym 24/7. And Jake, my man is in his full Batman era, chilling on some skyscraper rooftop on like 40 Wall Street, using his magic vision to get the tea on the whole situation. The whole block is just crackling with this wild magic energy, a total mess of his friend's powers clashing with the monsters. And oh my god, it looks like a crazy number of people are still stuck down there. It's a straight-up disaster movie scene. Honestly, this rescue op looks like a total L, right? But that's for a basic person, not our King Jake. Without even thinking, my guy just full sends it and dives right off the building. What a legend. He's just rocketing through the air like a freaking missile. Meanwhile, Chad's little wannabe crew is down there trying to fight off these demon things. And you already know Lily's squad is putting in the work too. They were all in the zone, laser-focused. But then, boom, this absolutely insane wave of magic energy just crashes down, and Mia literally screams, whoa, what is that power level? While everyone is still freaking out, this absolute monster of a demon general just casually walks up. And of course, I'm the main character, Chad, feels this huge power surge and immediately sprints toward it with his little fan club. He's all like, this big bad is all mine. Y'all better take notes, cause I'm about to show you what a real 4th tier spell looks like. But his little buddy is trying to tap him out like, ooh, dude, that's a demon general. You can't just one-shot that thing with a single 4th tier spell, boss. But Chad is just way too full of himself, and scoffs. And who says I can't? It's not like any of you have actually thrown down with a real demon before, right? So what do you know? I'm from a noble family. Winning is kinda my thing. And as soon as he says it, he unleashes this massive 4th tier wind tornado thing to attack. But the demon general? Bro did not even flinch. It just casually flexes its own magic, and this ridiculously huge fireball just materializes out of thin air. The fireball hits the tornado, and instead of some epic anime battle, the fire just gets supercharged, completely eating Chad's little puff of wind. The look on his face? Priceless. He went paler than my goth friend's foundation. My guy is literally shaking, stammering, my best move. It got totally cancelled. All while this giant flaming ball of death is still coming straight for them. Seeing how screwed he was, Chad immediately pulled a 180 and booked it. And get this, he leads the fireball straight toward a group of innocent people. I can't even. What a total tool. Thankfully, right before those poor people were about to get turned into crispy critters, Jake pops up. But before our boy even has to do anything, this insane tidal wave just comes crashing in from the side. In like, less than a second, it completely douses the fire, and guess who it was? Our girl Lily and her squad. Jake just gets this little smirk on his face like, alright, I see you, not bad. Meanwhile, that little coward Chad, who bailed on everyone, finally finds a corner to catch his breath. But it's not long before Mia rolls up on him, and oh my god, the look she was giving him was pure daggers. She is absolutely seeing red, grilling him like, "What the hell were you thinking? Leading that thing right into innocent people." Chad just scoffs, like the absolute clown he is, saying, "Hey, if they didn't get out of the way, that's on them. If they're dumb enough to stand in the path of a powerful mage, they should have expected the consequences." The consequence being, you know, getting vaporized. But he barely finished the sentence before Mia's hand just flew up and times bam asterisk. The sound literally echoed down the street. It was the slap heard round old Brooklyn, and it seriously sent him flying like several feet. Mia was still fuming, yelling, "Noble mage? My ass. You're nothing but a gross, pathetic coward." "Yes, Queen. Tell him." Chad is just sitting there on the pavement, completely shook, trembling and muttering, You hit me? You actually had the nerve to hit someone from a noble family." Mia just scoffs, like, "Get over yourself, you pathetic loser. All right, let's go clean up the rest of these freaks." And with that, they just dipped, leaving Marcus on the floor, still having a full-on temper tantrum like a little kid. Jake, who was actually busy, saving people, caught the whole exchange and was just like, wow, they're really picking the middle of an apocalypse to start beef. But then he's like, "Can't lie though, they recovered from that fast. Guess that's a good sign. Man, there are still so many people to save, plus I gotta keep my eyes on the main baddie." Alright y'all, drop a like on this video right now if you think Chad 100% deserved that slap. So, yeah, the big boss demon general is on the board. This whole nightmare isn't ending until that thing is taken out. Meanwhile, in some wrecked out brownstone over on Flatbush Avenue, that chicken Chad and his two little cronies were hiding out. One of his lackeys keeps trying to tell him, "Bro, there is zero chance we can win against those things out there. We'd be way smarter to just bail." Chad's just chewing on his lip, being all dramatic and thinking to himself, he's not wrong. The demons out there are on a whole other level. Even for a talent like me, taking them all on would be a major headache. But then, a nasty little idea starts forming in his brain and he goes, "Hold up a second, what if we just let everyone else get the demons tired out and then we slide in at the last second and steal the final kill?" Hearing this, his two goons start hyping him up like he's some kind of genius. Chad just smirks all smug and says, "It's called strategy. Look it up. For now, we're just gonna chill, maybe catch a few Z's, and wait for our moment to be heroes." What a total snake. Seriously, sound off in the comments, what would you do to a teammate like Chad? Alright, so picture this. Outside, Lily's squad is in a total standoff with this demon general, and girl, the vibes it's giving off are just pure nightmare fuel. Mia is losing her mind. Like, are we seriously about to get clapped? But then she flips the switch like, "Nope, not today, Satan." And then you have Kyle, being the absolute extra king he is, screaming, "Let's light this freak up, like right now." And boom, the whole crew just goes full-on magical blitz on this thing. Oh my god, it was like the 4th of July on steroids. We're talking waves of water and lightning bolts just going absolutely wild. Tyler's squinting through all the smoke, looking like he's waiting for Santa, whispering, "Did we get him? Please tell me we got him." But psych, the smoke clears, and the demon general is just standing there, looking bored without a single scratch on it. Not even a scuff. The level of disrespect is astronomical, y'all. You could feel the whole vibe just plummet, like, faster than my GPA during finals. Lily's chewing on her lip, muttering, "We need a freaking cheat code or enough juice to just Alt 4 this dude." And like clockwork, the demon general decides to clap back with some major heat. A freaking tidal wave of fire comes roaring at them, and it looks absolutely unhinged. This thing looked like it was about to eat the entire block, maybe even all of old Brooklyn. So, naturally, Mia's crew just dipped. Mia's looking down at the inferno, completely shook. She's thinking, this is on a whole other level than last time, like maybe even 2 times the power. The power gap is just like Grand Canyon level huge, you guys. They're all having a collective panic attack, like, yeah, we're toast. There's no winning this. And right when they're about to throw in the towel, a voice crackles through their comms. And you know who it is, it's Jake. He's super casual, like he's ordering a coffee, so looks like you guys are in a bit of a jam, huh? Here's a hot take. Try working together. And yup, Jake is just spectating from some bougie rooftop on Fifth Avenue or something. Guess it wasn't his turn to play hero yet. Hearing him, Mia immediately claps back. Hello? We are doing that, but Jake is just like, super zen? No, I mean like merge your powers, the raw stuff. Then he drops this little nugget of wisdom. The secret sauce here is you and Lily. Mia is just blinking, totally confused, hitting him with the, what are you even talking about? But of course, Jake doesn't elaborate. He literally just says, if you want to know, you gotta figure it out on your own. And then times click asterisk. He's gone, the absolute troll. But before she can even rage, she feels that oh crap energy coming back for round 2. You guessed it, more fire from the demon general, heading right for them. Lily and the gang throw up some shields, like super fast. Then Lily's like, okay, Jake was being cryptic, but there has to be a point to what he said. We gotta brainstorm this, like, now. Mia's just frowning, her brain going a mile a minute. Jake was always the shot caller, the main character. So what was she supposed to do? The pressure is seriously on. So, she's just standing there, gears turning like crazy. Then, a light bulb goes off and Mia blurts out, okay, its magic is OP, but it has a crazy long wind-up time. So, let's focus on clearing out the minions while we dodge its big moves. She's like, Detective Miller, you and your squad take the east wing. Me, Lily, and Kyle will take the west. I'll be the spotter and scream when it's about to go nuclear. Detective Miller and Sarah look at each other for a hot second, totally stunned. Like, wait, is the kid in charge now? But they shake it off real quick. They just nod and go, got it. So after that, everyone fell in line with Mia's plan, while she basically had a staring contest with the demon general. The instant it lifted its hand to do its magic thing, Mia screamed, incoming. She starts counting down from 3, and right as she hits 1, the firewall launches. Mia just yells at the top of her lungs, move, 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 doing exactly as she says. Everyone pops a level 1 flight spell and gets the heck out of Dodge. And Jake, watching this all go down from his secret spot, is actually kinda impressed. He's thinking, whoa, Mia's taking the lead. I totally bet it would be Kyle or Lily, but damn, she's kinda killing it. Meanwhile, after getting everyone clear of the blast zone, Mia is gasping for air, totally drained. Their magic batteries are basically on 1%, it's just not enough. What are they supposed to do? As she's starting to freak out, she forces herself to remember what Jake said. Back then, what did Jake actually say? Or maybe Mia completely misinterpreted him, but she's not sure if this insane plan brewing in her head will even work. After a moment of screw it, we ball, she decides to go for it. She walks up to the crew and says with total confidence, okay guys, I need you to trust me. Give me all the power you've got. Meanwhile, way off in the distance, some dude named Shu is secretly watching Lily's squad. He's whispering to himself, what the heck are they cooking up over there? It wasn't long before Lily's team had a whole new game plan. Following Mia's lead, the two sisters get right up in the front of the formation. Detective Miller and Kyle are posted up right behind them, with Sarah and 2 other cops holding down the rear. Detective Miller sounds kinda nervous, asking, are you positive this is gonna work? Lily just gives a little head shake, honestly. No idea. But we're kinda out of options, aren't we? But then Lily looks right at her sister with this look of absolute trust. I believe in you. Kyle jumps in too, all fired up. We just gotta go all in. And if this flops, we'll cook up something else. Right then, as if on cue, the demon general whips out a level 5 spell. A massive freaking fireball materializes and just eats the entire sky. Are you kidding me? Talk about a cliffhanger. You guys better smash that like button and drop a comment below with your theories on what happens next. Oh my god. You guys, the heat coming off that thing was absolutely wild. It was blasting all the way back to Marcus's crew. And Marcus was so pissed. I swear he mumbled something like, ugh, these clueless noobs are gonna get us all taken out. But then one of his dudes starts screaming, totally bugging out, like, boss, look. So Marcus whips his head around, and bam, he gives the most epic death glare ever. And what does he see? Y'all, get this, Lily's crew was literally charging times into times the blaze, Sarah had just whipped out some level 3 holy magic, and poof, this insane glow just envelops Lily and the whole squad. Seriously, if you think Sarah's magic is lit, you have to smash that like button right now. Meanwhile, Jake, who's watching this whole mess from like a block away, actually cracks a little smirk. He's thinking, alright, not bad. Like, he knew they could never dodge a level 5 spell straight up, so Sarah's magic is basically acting as a shield, meant to absorb most of the hit. Total galaxy brain play. And Mia and Lily, they're going on offense, ready to dish out some serious damage. And yo, here's the plot twist. The two sisters are combining their power to create some insane water magic. Jake's just nodding along, totally vibing with their game plan. He's basically like, yup, that's the move. If you can't handle it solo, you gotta team up for a power boost. It's like the ultimate life hack for casting a mega spell, you feel me? And just like he predicted, they drop a level 6 water ultimate called Mermaid's Tears. Bro, I'm not kidding. In like a split second, this massive mermaid made of pure water just materializes. It was insane. Detective Miller sees this and is absolutely shook. He's like, whoa, wait a minute. I had no clue these sisters could pull off level 6 magic, and boom, just like that, the demon general's fire is toast, and the dude is frozen solid. So Mia sees her moment and starts getting all hyped, yelling, yes, that's our signal. Time to make a grand entrance. But laugh my ass off. Before she can even move an inch, these freaking vines just shoot out of the ground and tie her up super tight. You could literally see her energy getting drained. Mia just collapses, totally powerless. She went totally limp, and guess who did it? Our man Jake. Like, did they really think they could pull a fast one on him? Pfft, as if. He had to shut that nonsense down immediately. Meanwhile, Lily's squad has no idea their epic victory was almost completely stolen. Detective Miller is just staring at the frozen demon general and is like, it's done. We got him. And no joke, the second he says it, the sky clears up and turns bright blue again. Detective Miller is just screaming, completely losing his mind with joy. We did it. We stopped the end of the world. Sarah's nodding along like, heck yeah, it was all because of the sisters and the rest of the team. But right then, Lily and Mia start to wobble, looking like they're about to faint. Tyler totally sprints over to catch them. Yo, are you two okay? He asks. Lily can barely speak. She's like, our energy is completely drained. We literally can't move. Mia is just as exhausted, but she's got this massive smile on her face. We actually did it, sis, she whispers. Lily just nods and smiles back. Yeah, we won. So, a little later, they're all back at police headquarters, probably down at one police plaza in Manhattan, and Jake is in the middle of the room, hyping everybody up. You guys were absolutely on fire out there, he says. We stopped a legitimate disaster. And that, my friends, was our first official mission as a squad. Everyone in the room is glowing, especially the sisters, since they were basically the MVPs of the whole battle. Jake was so proud of how they handled themselves, he just keeps gassing them up. And honestly, every single one of you proved what you're made of. I can see you're all leveling up, for real. Especially you, Mia. Your glow-up has been insane. Mia's a little shocked to be called out like that, but she totally owns it, puffing her chest out and sitting up taller. You could tell she was feeling herself. Jake doesn't even skip a beat. He just keeps going. The strategic calls you were making out there were totally spot on. That ultimate spell was epic, for real. Did you plan that move beforehand? Mia just kinda shakes her head. Like, nah, I had no idea what I was doing. So, like, that was an ultimate magic spell. Oh, I see. Jake was stunned. Like, jaw on the ground. You didn't know? Then how on earth did you manage to do it? Mia just lets out this little laugh and a smirk, saying, well, you gave us the hint. The rest was just vibes. And Jake looks even more confused, which I didn't think was possible. Laugh my ass off. Jake was probably thinking, okay, this girl is way more talented than I thought, but whatever, act cool. So he just continues. Anyway, you guys absolutely crushed it, especially dropping a spell that powerful right in the heat of battle. And obviously, The fact that you two sisters are so in sync was a major key to your success. Just then, Jake glances at the clock on the wall. It's almost go time. He grabs the remote, flips on the TV, and boom, it's a live broadcast from the NYPD press conference. Some reporter from Channel 4 News is totally grilling the police commissioner. So, based on our sources, the leader of this new special unit is the same student who single-handedly stopped that whole catastrophe at Westbrook Academy. Is that correct? But before the commissioner can even say a word, Detective Miller jumps in. Like, I'll take this question. Ooh, the tea is piping hot. What do you guys think he's gonna spill? Drop your theories in the comments below. So then, my dude leans right into the mic, like he's about to drop the hottest diss track of the year and announces, Yo, the name's Detective Miller. I'm the hype man for the SMT captain, the new head honcho of the special unit, and yeah, you heard that right, he's a student. Oh my god. The second he said that, the reporters were completely shook, and the whole room started buzzing like a beehive. Hearing all the haters in the back whispering doubtfully, Detective Miller just grabs the mic again like, and for the record, this kid's got skills that could absolutely wreck any of those so-called noble magicians. When everything went sideways at Westbrook Academy, not a single one of those noble types even bothered to show up. They straight up abandoned our own cops. And a ton of innocent people from a building at 200 West 72nd Street in a seriously messed up situation. But then, Jake rolled up and saved every single one of them. You could just feel Detective Miller getting more and more fired up as he spoke. I'm telling you, he's the future of this whole country. Nobody else is even remotely qualified for this captain gig. Hearing all this hype, Jake was probably cringing so hard he was about to fold in on himself, just wishing Detective Miller would dial it back a notch. Back at the press conference, the reporters were starting to go wild over what he was saying. More and more reporters started screaming questions, and the chatter in the room got so loud you couldn't even hear yourself think. It was pure chaos. You guys. They also started throwing out names of the big magician families, especially the Williams family. This whole scene had the police chief sweating buckets. For real. He quickly tried to shut it all down. Like, whoa, we're at the NYPD headquarters, people. Let's maybe not air out the private lives of the noble magicians right now, alright? But just then, this huge commotion erupts from the hallway. Everybody whips their heads around and sees this total clown, Derek, standing there with his two little cronies. He struts into the main hall and arrogantly announces, that little scrub you're calling a captain has literally zero special about him. Only a magnificent, top-tier magician like myself is actually worthy of that title. With that, Derek gets right up in the chief's grill, saying, holding a press conference without me? You seriously need to learn your place, old man. Detective Miller just gives him this absolute death stare and snaps back. What are you even doing here? You lost the bet, remember? But the three of them, what a bunch of jokes, including Derek, just played dumb and acted like they had no idea what he was talking about. Detective Miller was fuming, but Derek just waved him off and kept running his mouth. The words of a noble magician like me are the law. You commoners should just shut your mouths and do as I say. Just then, a reporter stood up to speak her mind. I'd like to ask a question. Derek gives this female reporter a super slimy smirk and says, Oh, a pretty lady has a question for me about the new captain. How cute. All right, lay it on me. But the reporter's tone got ice cold. We've received intel that you nobles didn't just ditch the rescue mission for trapped citizens. You actually put them in even more danger. Is that true? Hearing this, Derek looked totally busted and started shaking his head, denying everything. What are you even talking about? That's fake news. That never happened. But then, plot twist, another reporter held up a phone with a video playing. We got the same tips and we've got the receipts, with both video and pictures to prove it. Immediately, every single reporter in the room started going off on Derek, just calling him out and dragging him through the mud. The more Derek listened, the more triggered he got, his face going from ghost white to beet red. He finally snapped and screamed, All of you, shut up. It's their fault for getting in my way. You peasants better watch your tone. At this point, Detective Miller couldn't take it anymore and spoke up, loud and clear for everyone to hear. I'm pretty sure all of you see the truth now. The era of noble mages has officially crashed and burned because of entitled brats like this. He said, what we need now are real heroes who are actually willing to protect people. People who fight for others, not just for themselves, like the new captain of the mage squad. As he said it, Detective Miller pointed right at Derek's crew and put them on full blast. We don't need noble mages, especially people like you who clearly don't give a damn about the safety of the folks living in old Brooklyn. The wave of accusations from the reporters and Detective Miller just kept getting bigger and bigger. The heads of the police department were totally shook, completely speechless, while Derek was absolutely losing his mind. He just scrambled to his feet and ran away like the total coward he is, but not before screaming, "You'll all pay for this. You're so dead for messing with me." Jake, watching all this drama go down from the meeting room, just let out a massive sigh. Man, Detective Miller is really going for the jugular this time. Huh? Just then, Mia suddenly gasped. Oh my God, you guys, check this out. The video from that disaster is blowing up all over social media, and Derek's little temper tantrum during that fight has the noble mages getting absolutely roasted online, especially the Williams clan. Y'all, smash that like button and drop a comment below on what you think is going to happen to them now, and don't forget to share this video with your friends. Oh my God, Jake was literally having a full-on meltdown. Like, for real, the internet is insane, you guys. Anything can just go viral in like 2 seconds. And while he's over there spiraling, Mia lets out another shriek, and my boy is just completely clueless. He's all like, yo, what is it now? And Mia, with her hands trembling, just shoves her phone in his face and whispers, bro, we're in it too. And you guys, the footage was like 40K HD super crisp. It showed Jake's whole squad, every single one of their faces in perfect, high-def glory. Jake just face-palmed so hard. Like, well, there goes my quiet, stay off the radar era. Y'all, smash that F key in the comments for our boy's privacy. LOL. I mean, seriously, as if he wasn't already blowing up. The drama just keeps getting juicier. So, like a week later, Jake pulls up to meeting room number 3 at the NYPD precinct on Baxter Street, and you guys, his jaw literally unhinged. He's thinking, what in the actual heck is going on? The room was absolutely mobbed. We're talking standing room only, not an empty chair in sight. He's like, why are all these randos here? The second he steps inside, Detective Miller hustles over, looking super sorry. Okay, look, for a few reasons. Getting the green light from the top brass suddenly got, like, way easier, and, the number of volunteers just exploded out of nowhere. Look, I know I went a little ham at the press conference. Totally my bad. I wanted to apologize, Jake, and I swear, we'll make this right. Jake just shook his head, looking completely over it. I mean, yeah, he was down to train a few mages, but this was turning into a total media circus. This was way too much attention. While Jake is having a full-blown main character crisis, Mia just skips over, all sunshine and rainbows, and is like, hey, let's just give it our all and see what happens. Besides, the entire planet is watching you now, no pressure. Jake just groans. Ugh, this is such a huge headache. Please, universe, do not let this get any more chaotic. And cue the dramatic music. Meanwhile, in some seriously sketchy basement somewhere in the Bronx, a dude is tied to a chair. From the shadows, this super creepy voice echoes out, I'm going to ask you one last time. What do you know about the Black Sorcerer? The second he says it, a sharp blade presses right against the guy's throat. And oh my God, you guys, it's Chad. And the total psycho holding the knife? It's Marcus. The tea is absolutely scalding. Chad is totally panicking, scared out of his mind, and screams, I swear, I told you everything I know. He's just some dude who can use insane magic. That's all I know. But the moment he says it, the blade slices down, and red just starts pouring out. Chad lets out this agonizing scream, throwing his head back. Okay, this is getting seriously dark, fam. Marcus just says, ice in his veins. I'm sure you know more than that. Chad is literally pleading for his life, but it's not working. Finally, he stammers, wait, I just remembered something. The cops are swarming Westbrook Academy, so There's a rumor going around that he might be a student there. Hearing this, Marcus just nods like he understands. I see. I guess I can't get any more out of you. What a complete and utter disappointment. And Chad, bless his poor, naive soul, actually looks relieved and asks, so, you're gonna let me go now, right? Marcus just lets out this twisted smile and says, oh honey, of course I am. I'm going to let you go from this life, and then he just does it. Finishes him off right there. Holy crap. The red stuff goes flying everywhere, and a little bit gets on his sleeve, which makes Marcus grunt, like he's actually annoyed. Your disgusting blood got on my clothes. Filthy, filthy, filthy. So impure. Marcus is frantically trying to wipe it off, his eyes just filled with this intense disgust. Then he finally stops, frowns, and mutters to himself, a student, you say? I bet the screams of a young boy begging for his life will sound absolutely divine. Just you wait, Mr. Black Sorcerer. Ooh, you guys. What do you think is gonna happen when these two finally face off? Drop your theories in the comments below. With that, Marcus's lips twist into this sick grin, and he just walks away, his eyes looking completely unhinged and full of excitement. Meanwhile, back in Midtown Manhattan, a shadowy figure appears on the scene, and this person, it's our guy Jake, all decked out as the Black Sorcerer. He came back to this spot to take care of some leftover magical beast business. And right then, he hears a noise from just behind him. Jake spins around and spots two young dudes with their phones out, sneaking through a dark alley right near Times Square. Total clout chasers. He immediately jumps up into the air, staying hidden from view. After walking a bit further, the guys finally spot the body of a monster just lying there on the pavement. One of them complains, "Aw man, the monster's already been dealt with. The Black Sorcerer must have been here. I missed my chance to get it on video." From his perch up above, Jake just sighs. So over this whole thing, he really thought the hype around the Black Sorcerer would have chilled out by now, but nope. People were still out here actively hunting for him. They were even searching in quiet neighborhoods like this one. On the plus side, the official patrol teams had definitely stepped up their game. It looked like they were handling the whole monster situation a lot better. He was starting to think maybe a vigilante like him wasn't even necessary anymore. But just as the thought crosses his mind, he spots something. Down below, two thugs have a guy pinned to the ground, yelling in his face, "Pay up, you owe us 10 million yen. If you don't pay up, we're gonna start selling your organs on the black market." The guy on the ground immediately yells back, "What are you talking about? I only borrowed 200,000 yen. So, get this. The dude was totally trying to dip, and these two goons were not having it. They powered up their magic, giving him the nastiest side eye like, "You think this is a joke? That interest ain't gonna pay itself, pal. Yeah, we're about to give you a lesson you won't forget. But oh my god, you guys hold everything." At that exact moment, someone literally drops in from the sky. And guess who? It's our main man, Jake. He instantly throws up this insane protective shield for the guy. The dude sees his chance and is like, "I am so out of here." He just spins around and books it. The two collectors are absolutely livid that someone's crashing their little shakedown, yelling, "Yo, who the heck are you, pretty boy? Mind your own business. You got a lot of nerve showing up like that. You think you're some kind of superhero straight out of Marvel? Looks like you need a beatdown to get put back in your place." But laugh my ass off. Talk about all bark and no bite. 'Cause like, a few seconds later, their faces looked like they'd been rearranged by a Picasso painting. Jake just narrows his eyes, thinking to himself, for real? The cops in New York City still haven't gotten a handle on these illegal magic slingers. While he's spacing out, the two clowns start whispering to each other so loud you could hear them from the next borough. "Bro, you think that's him? The Shadow Mage? The one all the underground crews have a bounty on?" Jake, who obviously has super hearing or something, heard every word and just looks down at them like, "Underground crews, huh?" Terrified they were about to get another smackdown, the two thugs immediately started bowing like they were meeting the queen, all like, "We don't know anything about any underground groups. We swear on our mamas. Please, dude, just let us bounce. We won't say a thing. Promise." Jake just squints, and his voice drops to, like, Arctic temperatures. "How much do you know?" spill everything, and I times might times think about letting you walk away. One of them immediately started nodding like one of those dashboard bobbleheads. It's Black Rebellion. They're this super secret crew of mages, totally off the books, running everything from the shadows. They're into all kinds of gnarly stuff and have made an absolute fortune. The other dude jumps in. No cap. The street gangs, the mob, Black Rebellion is pulling all their strings from behind the scenes. They've got reporters and politicians on speed dial. They can basically do whatever they want. Then they spilled that Black Rebellion has a whole freaking chapter right here in the Neon Quarter. And get this. These two losers were actually hoping to join up with them. As if. Anyway, after Jake got the tea he needed, he just knocked them both out cold. Sweet dreams, fellas. He dipped from the alley real quick, and as he's walking, a thought clicks. Hold up. Sarah literally just told me that Black Rebellion mages were getting way more bold lately, didn't she? Oh, I see what's going on now. This is getting juicy. Maybe handling citywide disasters and crazy monsters should be left to Jake from Westbrook Academy. But a shadow mage? He's the one who's supposed to take out the trash in the underworld. Alright, bet. Time to go clean house at that Neon Quarter branch. And with that, Jake took off, sprinting toward the Neon Quarter like he was late for a final. In the Neon Quarter, nighttime is when things get really wild. I'm talking legit clubs right next to super sketchy back alley joints that you just know are up to no good. You can hear promoters yelling on every street corner, trying to get people inside. Jake just glides through the packed street like a ghost, and you can tell he's kind of shook by all the chaotic energy. Modern party districts are seriously a sensory overload. It's almost blindingly bright. He could feel magic buzzing all over the place, but he couldn't tell which crew it belonged to. He's thinking, maybe I should just grab one of these shady-looking dudes and have a little chat. As he thinks this, Jake ducks into a dark alley off of Rivington Street where a few wannabe punks are hanging out. They were busy checking out some serious-looking pieces they were holding. When they spotted Jake, they got all hostile, yelling, "Hey, what are you looking at, punk? You got a death wish or something?" Jake didn't even say a word. He just moved, and bam! Both of them were taking a nap on the dirty asphalt. Y'all, that was over before it even started. It was super obvious these guys were small-time and didn't know anything useful. He pulls out his phone to drop an anonymous tip to the NYPD. Just then, some random civilian starts to walk by, and Jake just gives them a look, basically telling them to find another way home. 'Cause the toys those two were playing with were the real deal. Right then, Jake saw something pop up on his phone. He frowned and muttered, "Westons." So, he went and found some other thugs in the area to squeeze for info. "Is that where the Black Rebellion members hang out?" the new guy asked, literally trembling in his boots. "You'll let me go if I tell you, right?" Jake just let out this ice-cold laugh. After getting the location, he sped off, calling back, "For your sake, I really hope that info you just gave me is legit." Meanwhile, at a bar called Weston's over on Avenue B, a girl with short hair quietly pushes her way inside. And guys, the second she walked in, it was like a record scratch. Every single person in the bar snapped their heads in her direction. The girl strolled right up to the bar and casually sat on a stool, totally unbothered by the stares. The bartender didn't even acknowledge her, just kept wiping down a glass like she wasn't even there. He asks super casually, "What'll it be?" The girl watches him with this intense gaze and says slowly, "I'm looking for some information." As she said it, she slid a few crisp $50 bills across the bar. The bartender scooped up the money, pocketed it, and asked with a suspicious look, "What kind of information are you looking for?" The girl answered without even a split second of hesitation. Oof, the tension. What do you think she's trying to find out? Drop your theories in the comments, and don't you dare forget to like and subscribe for more of this crazy drama. The location of the Black Rebellion's hideout at this super sketchy bar, probably tucked away on some side street like 149 Kent Avenue in Old Brooklyn. And oh my god, you guys. The bartender's eyes just snap wide open, and his voice gets all deep and menacing. Like, "Nope, you're asking the wrong question, sweetie." He's all, "You should be asking a completely different question." And the girl's just staring, totally clueless. Like, "Wait, what?" Then the bartender gets even scarier, his voice dropping to an ice-cold whisper. You should have asked what's about to happen to times you asterisk. And then it clicks the entire bar like every single person in there just turns and starts closing in on her. Can you say ambush? So, Obvi, she starts freaking out, completely paralyzed with fear. And while she's having this oh crap moment, these goons are already chanting spells to, send her on a one-way trip. She desperately tries to fire back some spells, but she knows she's totally cooked and needs to bounce like yesterday. She makes a run for it, but boom, a fireball catches her leg and sends her skidding across the nasty floor. Total wipeout. These absolute dirtbags swarm around her. And this one dude with a super disgusting, sleazy smile leans in and goes, "Ooh, I don't mind a feisty one. Like, ew, get a life, creep." And then he actually says, "Just imagine a little hottie like you, all mine. I'm gonna be sick." The girl is shooting him a death glare, but you can totally see the fear in her eyes. She's thinking, "I'm so sorry, Kyle, your big sis is about to get taken out." But just as some random thug reaches for her, the door swings open and in walks Jake. We're talking full-on main character energy. All the bad guys just freeze right where they are, like someone hit the pause button. Laugh my ass off. Our boy Jake doesn't even spare them a glance. He just strolls over to the bar, smooth as anything, and asks the bartender, "Hey, is this the spot for the underground magic fight club?" These goons are just staring, completely speechless. They're probably thinking, "Yo, is this guy for real?" Finally, one of them gets his last 2 brain cells to fire, creeps up behind Jake and is like, "Yo, dude, are you actually insane? Do you have any idea what kind of party you just crashed?" He throws a hand on Jake's shoulder, trying to be all intimidating and tough. "Why don't you run along home to mommy, kid?" Worst mistake of his life. The second he says that, a fist connects with his jaw at what looks like the speed of light. And I'm not kidding, y'all. That single punch sent the dude flying across the entire bar. He slams into the wall and legit starts wailing for times his time's mom. Oh, the irony is just delicious. The other creeps are just standing there, mouths wide open, completely shook. Even the girl is floored, thinking, okay, a normal person cannot just launch a full-grown man across a room like a freaking frisbee. He had to have used magic, but I didn't see a single spell. Who is this guy? But Jake could not care less about their internal drama. He just hits them with this stone-cold line, "Looks like my source was right. This place is full of nothing but bottom-tier magic users. How pathetic, ganging up on one girl. You guys are the definition of rotten." Jake's whole vibe is so intense, you can see the thugs starting to sweat bullets. But their leader, trying to sound brave, just yells, "Get him. He's just one guy. If we all rush him, he doesn't stand a chance." The moment he finishes that sentence, a whole rainbow of deadly spells comes flying straight for Jake. But Jake is just casually dodging everything, so effortlessly, he's moving like Neo from the Matrix. The girl is watching from the floor, totally panicking, thinking no matter how good he is, there's no way he can take on all of them, right? And it doesn't even look like he's using any powerful spells. He's gonna get mobbed. Panicking, she screams, "Get out of here, it's a trap." But Jake is just so unbothered, weaving through the attacks like it's a dance. He even lets out this chilly little laugh, like, "This is just sad." And as soon as he said that, Jake becomes a blur, basically teleporting right in front of some dude. One punch, and why? Another one goes flying. And he's not stopping. He's just a whirlwind of impossibly fast strikes. And in literally 2 seconds, half the gang is kissing the floor. Jake is just a flash of fists. And none of these clowns can lay a single finger on him. The girl is just watching this all unfold, her mind completely blown. She's literally frozen, her brain probably rebooting as she tries to process the absolute beatdown she's witnessing. I mean, in what had to be less than 10 seconds, the entire crew of bad guys is just a pile on the floor. The girl is in total awe. And if you are too, go ahead and smash that like button. 'Cause damn, Jake was moving so fast, she couldn't even see him. She's wondering what kind of insane power this is. Then Jake calmly walks over to the last guy standing, who's literally trembling and stammering, "Well, what in the world are you? Who are you?" Jake just narrows his eyes and delivers the coldest line in history. "I'm the Black Sorcerer. And I'm the one who's going to tear down the Black Rebellion. And the instant the words leave his mouth, bam, it's lights out for the last guy. Savage. After that, Jake just casually walks over to the girl like he didn't just wreck a dozen dudes. The girl just stares at the mountain of unconscious bodies, still trying to get her head around what happened. Jake took out all of them in, like, the time it takes to post an Instagram story. This kid was on a whole other plane of existence. Could he be one of those legendary sorcerers from the history books? And while she's totally starstruck, Jake gets closer. She finally gets a good look at his face and realizes, wait, this guy looks like he should be a sophomore in high school. What do you guys think is going on? Drop your craziest theories in the comments below. So Jake, being a total knight in shining armor, helps her up and is all like, whoa, you good? You're not hurt, right? And the girl finally snaps out of it like, huh? Oh, yeah, I'm okay. Jake gives her a quick nod, then bam, he's at the bar, leaning over the goon with a voice that drops like 10 degrees. Spill it, now. Tell me everything you know about this little crew of yours. Mage, the guy is literally trembling, clutching his head and screaming, no way, man, they'll make me disappear if I talk. But Jake was so not having it. The second the words left his mouth, Jake slams his fist on the table. Boom, he gives the dude this absolute death glare, his eyes are just slits, and his voice is pure ice. Listen up, you get one shot. Start talking about the organization. Right. Now, y'all, that look completely shattered him. The guy starts begging, okay, I'll talk. Just please don't smoke me. He tells Jake their main headquarters is somewhere in New York City, but they have tons of smaller hideouts, not just in this shady corner of old Brooklyn. And get this, the boss of this local crew, a total psychopath, a real monster. The word on the street is he's some major league magic user deep in the criminal underworld. There are even whispers that he's secretly running the whole country from the shadows. Major puppet master vibes. After soaking in all this drama, Jake just cuts him off, cold as ever. So where is it? The dude starts frantically waving his hands, shaking his head like crazy. I swear on my life, I don't know. I'm just a nobody. They don't let low-level guys like me in on the big secrets. We just handle the grunt work. Ugh. You can just see Jake's face scrunch up in annoyance. This guy's a total dead end for the location. Looks like it's back to square one. Gotta hunt down some more of these rogue magic-using clowns. So with that, Jake literally turns to bounce. But he only gets a few feet before the girl he saved calls out, hey, wait, and you already know he had to stop. The drama is just too good. And she's all like, for real, thank you for saving me back there. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. But Jake is playing it super cool, just shrugging like, it's whatever. I was just passing by. You knew this place was dangerous and still came, so at the end of the day you have to be able to save yourself. Oh, that's kinda harsh, but he's not wrong, is he? Hearing that, the girl actually lets out a little laugh. Wow, you really don't hold back with adults, do you? She says, then cuts straight to the chase. You're also looking for the Black Rebellion's base, aren't you? And what's your master plan when you find it? Jake's answer is just one single word. Ice cold. Obliterate it. Like, dang, it was short, but she could totally tell our boy was 100% serious. My dude is absolutely dead set on wiping out the entire Black Rebellion. And look, Jake is a total beast, but even he can't take on a whole criminal empire by himself. Let's be real, fam. And she knows she's in the same boat. So after this super long, dramatic silence, she's like, what if we work together? Jake just frowns, looking her up and down like, with you? The shade of it all. She just nods and puts all her cards on the table. I'm a detective. I can get my hands on way more intel than you ever could alone. Plus, I've got sources everywhere, from penthouses on the Upper East Side to warehouses in the Bronx. What I'm missing is your kind of insane power. She's totally thinking, this black mage is even crazier than the rumors. Teaming up with Jake might be her only real chance. Hearing this proposition, Jake actually hesitates for a second before his cool exterior comes back. So, the deal is, you give me info, and I give you the muscle? She gives him a little nod and fires back. Sounds like a perfect partnership, don't you think? Let's pool our skills and make some moves. Yes, girl. Sell it. That's the spirit. Jake just stares her down, like he's trying to see right into her soul, and it's dead quiet for what feels like an eternity. He knows he needs the information, but can he really trust this complete stranger? Like, getting mixed up with her could seriously backfire. After this crazy tense pause, Jake finally, slowly says, "Fine, let's do it. And you guys." The look on her face was pure victory. "Let's go. If you are hyped for this team up, smash that like button for our new duo." She's so pumped she quickly introduces herself. "I'm Leona, by the way," and Jake just replies with, "I am the Black Mage." Leona's face just wrinkles up in confusion. LOL. OKEIY, that's a little long. And kinda extra, she mutters. "You got a shorter name or something?" Jake just shakes his head. "Nope, that's what I'm called." You can practically see the gears turning in Leona's head as she tries to workshop a better name for him. After a second, she kinda hesitantly throws out, "What about Tony?" And Jake, without missing a beat, is just like, "Sure, whatever." He agreed so fast, then his eyes get all serious again. "So, spill it. Why were those thugs targeting you?" Leona just says it super casually, like she's ordering a latte from a cafe on Fifth Avenue. "Oh, I was trying to find the Black Rebellion's secret base." Jake just lets out this huge, exhausted sigh. "So reckless," he says. Leona immediately gets defensive, firing back. "Aren't you doing the exact same thing?" Jake just scoffs. "Yeah, but I can actually defend myself." And honestly, Leona knew he had her there and just sighed. "I know I'm not on your level, but I don't have a choice," she explains. "No one is brave enough to stand up to them. The rich mages from Westbrook couldn't care less, and the cops are totally swamped with other problems. So, the Black Rebellion is just running rampant all over the city, doing whatever they want." Jake had actually heard a similar story from Sarah, but then he notices Leona is literally trembling as she's saying all this. He narrows his eyes, giving her a real hard look, and finally asks, "This is personal for you, isn't it? You're one of their victims, too." Leona just looks at the ground, biting her lip so hard it might actually bleed. After a super long pause, she looks up, and her eyes are just blazing with fire. "Ooh, what do you guys think her backstory is? Drop all your theories in the comments below." Okay, so here's the tea. Her little bro got jumped by some mage. Apparently, their parents passed a few years back, so Leona's been the one holding it down for her brother, Kai, ever since. Total ride or die, big sis. Like, she was grinding non-stop, working herself to the bone to raise that kid. And Kai, bless his heart, was on his own a lot but never complained. Then, out of nowhere, their apartment gets broken into, and poor little Kai witnesses the whole chaotic scene. And then you're not gonna believe this, the thieves just straight up blasted him with magic. He was just a little kid, couldn't fight back or anything. Kai tried to make a run for it, but they cornered him. It's so messed up. So as she's spilling all this drama, Leona's face is just pure rage. Jake, our boy, glances over, looking kinda sus, and asks, "So, did he get hurt?" But Leona just shakes her head. He wasn't physically hurt, but he just went lights out, totally unconscious. Jake was literally shook, hearing that. He's like, "Wait, hold up. Can't you just fix that with some basic healing magic?" And that's when Leona just completely snaps, like full-on frustrated. "The doctor said he'd wake up eventually. He's only 9 years old. This is all their fault," she's screaming. "Yeah, they got caught, but that's not enough. You guys," you could literally see the raw hatred, the anger, and just the total helplessness in her eyes. It was intense. For real. Jake, being Jake, totally picks up on this vibe and just cuts straight to the chase. "So, you're looking for revenge?" "I want justice." Leona screams back, all fired up. "I want to make sure nobody else has to go through this nightmare. I don't have the power to do it, but you do, don't you?" And Jake just goes silent, probably thinking her whole sob story sounds a little times 2 times perfect, you know? Like a super slick way to manipulate him onto her side. But honestly, Jake wasn't mad at it. With that thought, he just gives her this look, cool as a cucumber, and goes, "If you can be useful to me, then bet." And bam! Leona's face just lights up with this huge triumphant grin. My intel, she says. I've been doing some digging. It's not much yet. They're basically like the Yakuza or some New York City mob. I'm still trying to get more deets. Jake could not care less about the details. He's all business, dead serious. Just take me to their hideout. Leona was completely floored. Like, her jaw hit the floor. What are you even planning to do? Jake just answers like he's ordering a coffee. Gonna infiltrate it. Hearing this, Leona starts properly freaking out, trying to talk some sense into him. That's insane. It's so dangerous. You might be strong, but you're not invincible. But Jake just hits her with that main character energy, all confident like, I won't die. I'm the black mage, after all. Leona just stares at him, super hesitant, and after a long, dramatic pause, she finally caves. Fine, I'll go with you. Jake was actually a little surprised by that. You know, you could get, like, unalived, right? Leona just shakes her head, all determined. I don't care. Jake narrows his eyes at her and asks in this really stern voice, what about your brother? Biting her lip so hard it probably bled, Leona whispers, if I die, he'll get the insurance money. Yikes. Man, that's heavy. Drop a comment below and let me know, do you think she's being brave or just reckless? Okay, so that comment totally hits Jake hard, reminding him of all the people who passed in natural disasters back in his old life. He lets out this super heavy sigh and says, the money is useless if you're not there. That's a pointless death. But Leona is times not times having it. She's so determined, she shouts, how could someone as powerful as you ever understand how people like me feel? To live a life that actually means something, you have to fight for it, even if you know you're gonna lose. And as she's saying all this, tears are just streaming down her face. Leona's whole body is trembling as she chokes out the words, my brother. We already made a pact. And then Leona just completely breaks down, bawling her eyes out, tears flowing like a busted fire hydrant on a hot summer day in Queens. Jake just stands there silently, watching the whole meltdown. Just when Leona is lost in total despair, probably thinking he's gonna dip, Jake finally speaks up, well, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me there. Hearing that, Leona's head snaps up so fast she probably got whiplash. Her face just a mask of pure shock. Lol, Jake's already walking towards the door. He glances back at her, dead serious, and says, we're going to wreck them. And you see this tiny smile creep onto Leona's face. She wipes away her tears and says with this brand new confidence, damn right we are. So, the two of them bounce from the bar, probably some sketchy dive down on Ludlow Street in the Lower East Side. And Leona immediately starts complaining that walking is gonna be a total drag. But Jake just shakes his head and is like, who said anything about walking? Then he casually strolls right over to Leona. Without a single hesitation, my dude just swoops her up into a full-on Princess Carrie, leaving Leona with her eyes wide open in total confusion. I'm dying, lol. Okay, fast forward a hot second, and suddenly they're in a room at the top of some crazy high-rise, smack in the middle of New York City. We're talking like one Vanderbilt views, and inside, a whole crew of thugs are just kicking back. The dude on lookout by the window suddenly lets out this blood-curdling scream, making all the other guys in the room go, yo, what's good? What's the problem? But before anyone can even figure out what's going on, the entire window just explodes. Go ahead and smash that like button if you are ready for this epic takedown. So, get this. Jake comes crashing through the shattered window, holding Leona like he's in some blockbuster movie, and perfectly lands a flying kick on some goon standing there. Seriously, the whole room of thugs just froze, looking like, what the actual heck just happened? Jake gently sets Leona down, gives the place a quick scan, and is so casual about it, like, so, this is the Black Rebellion's little clubhouse, huh? Cute. Meanwhile, Leona is just completely silent. The poor girl was totally hyperventilating. She was completely shook. She legit thought she was about to meet her maker. And right on cue, the goons in the room start pulling out their hardware. We're talking guns, swords, the whole 9 yards. They point every single weapon straight at Jake, trying to act all tough. Like, who the heck are you? You know you just busted into our crib at 123 Fake Street, right? But Jake, my guy wasn't even sweating. He just scoffs. So, this is the best this mob can do? Kinda pathetic, to be honest. Then some dude in glasses steps up to Jake, gets right up in his personal space, and growls, "Who the hell are you, punk?" And Jake, cool as you like, just replies, "A black sorcerer." Boom, mic drop. Oh my god, so you are not gonna believe this. The head honcho completely flips his lid and starts screaming, "Are you two out of your minds? Get him." And just like that, his whole squad is on Jake and Leona like flies on honey. So Jake, being all protective and dreamy, leans in and whispers, "Yo, stay right behind me. You feel me?" Leona just gives him this tiny nod. Like, say less. Then, out of nowhere, this one goon with a literal times katana times like, "Dude, is this a movie set or what?" comes charging straight for them. But get this, his sword just times clangs times against, like, literally nothing, and it shatters into two pieces. The goon is totally buggin', shaking and stuttering like, "What the actual heck is this?" You love to see it. So, seeing their buddy's sword become modern art, the other goons immediately start popping off with their pieces. But like, LOL, it's a total repeat. The bullets just slam into some invisible wall and literally vaporize. Poof, gone. At this point, the whole crew is looking like they just saw a ghost, straight up. They're all screaming, "Bruh, swords and guns ain't doing jack. Is this dude even human?" The panic is real, y'all. Meanwhile, Jake is just vibing, completely unbothered by these wannabes. He just strolls right up to the dude in the glasses, the supposed big boss, and hits him with that cold, mysterious stare. "You're the one calling the shots, right? This little operation of yours, it's tied to the Black Rebellion, isn't it?" And y'all, the tea is scalding. The second Jake says that, the boss man freezes solid. After a beat, his whole body starts trembling with rage, and he just lets out this primal roar. He's like, "You little punk, you really think you're walking out of this warehouse at 125 Kent Avenue alive? Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" And the second those words leave his mouth, he and his boys just unleash absolute chaos on Jake. And wouldn't you know it, it's still completely useless. Jake's just standing there, literally chilling, and whispers to himself, "Nice. So these guys are just the low-level grunts, huh?" Meanwhile, my girl Leona is over here about to have a full-blown panic attack, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her voice is all shaky as she's like, "Aren't you terrified? And how are we not completely full of holes right now?" Jake completely ignores her, too busy scanning the energy in the room. After a second, he's just like, "There's no magic signature here. So, these aren't the droids we're looking for." A whole comedian, this guy. In that case, he says, "Super chill, we can dip." But right then, the leader screams, "You're dead meat, just drop already." Jake is so over this drama and, without even glancing back, just does this lazy leg sweep. And boom, the entire squad goes flying into the far wall and collapses in a heap. I'm telling you, Jake basically didn't even use a real move and they were all knocked out cold. It was almost sad. What a bunch of absolute chumps. Leona is just standing there, completely shook, watching this all go down with her jaw on the floor, like her brain just blue-screened. Jake doesn't even bother explaining. He just says, cool as a cucumber, they've got no info. We're hitting the next spot. And Leona is just staring at him, completely captivated, thinking to herself, he's insanely strong. Is this what dark magic can do? Like, he could probably take on the entire Black Rebellion all by himself.
And while she's lost in thought, Jake just swoops her up into his arms. "We've got a princess carry, people." Leona starts shaking, muttering, What don't tell me you're..." And Jake just says, totally deadpan, "Time to bounce." Then he literally yeets them both out the window of the skyscraper and Leona is just screaming bloody murder. A minute later, using the exact same unhinged method, Jake crashes, still holding Leona, through the window of another gangster hideout. And then he just starts tearing the place apart looking for answers. After repeating this little song and dance at a few more spots around Old Brooklyn, Jake suddenly pauses and wonders out loud, why does everyone attack us the second they see us? Are all the mobsters in New York City just total morons? Leona, still trying to catch her breath, gives him a look that could curdle milk. They're not NPCs in a video game. Jake, did you seriously expect them to roll out the welcome mat for us? Then she glares daggers at him, demanding, and could you please, for the love of all that is holy, stop crashing through windows? You're basically begging them to fight us. Also, I am terrified of heights, you absolute psycho. But Jake completely tunes her out, just muttering to himself like he's working out some big brain problem. Oh, I get it now. If they're part of the mob, this will be fine. Leona is just staring at him like he has sprouted a second head. What kind of insane logic is that? But ignoring her, Jake just nods to himself and says, yeah, this'll totally work. Let's try a different approach this time. After that, they actually walk up to an office door and knock. I know, right, wow. Character development, a bald guy opens up. He gives them a suspicious look, frowning, and asks, yeah, what do you want? And Jake, with zero chill, just replies, we need information on the Black Rebellion. And then immediately, slam. The door gets shut, right in their faces, and they can hear the guy yelling from inside, we don't know anything, beat it. Leona is so over Jake's methods. She just buries her face in her hands. Drop a like if you are feeling Leona's pain right now, because I know I am. I mean, seriously, who just walks up and asks for intel on a super-secret, shady organization by knocking on the front door? Apparently, our boy Jake does. You can't make this stuff up. But since diplomacy was a total bust, Jake just defaults to his factory settings, pure chaos. He kicks the door clean off its hinges. The bald guy is seeing red, screaming, hey, you got a death wish or something. Who the hell sent you? But Jake, still totally calm, just repeats himself. I just want to ask you about the Black Rebellion, and hearing that name again just makes the bald guy completely snap. He balls up his fists and just charges straight at him. Seeing this, Jake just lets out this massive sigh, probably thinking, dude, could you at least let me finish my sentence? Oh boy, here we go again. Let me know in the comments what you think is going to happen next. Okay, so, get this. Jake just walks in and bam. One punches this goon into next Tuesday, the dude literally goes flying, we're talking full-on yeet mode, and smacks his head against the wall. His crew is just frozen like their brains blue-screened. And Jake, not even a blink, he's just like super chill. So where's the big boss? And then, right on schedule, this guy in a $1,000 suit waltzes out looking like he owns a penthouse on Park Avenue, and he's all, you're looking at him. The name's Osiro. What's the deal? So dramatic. Jake is not playing around, y'all. He just cuts right to it like, you guys rolling with the Black Rebellion. And Osiro's face gets all scrunched up looking super sus. Then, some random henchman in the back absolutely loses his chill, screaming, yo, who do you think you are just marching in here asking that kind of stuff? You son of a... And this clown tries to lunge at Jake, ready to get his fade run. But Osiro just holds up a hand like a total boss and is like, chill. The goon looked like he wanted to talk back, but Osiro hit him with that death stare, you know the one. Don't even try. He's way out of your league. OMG. The respect Osiro looks right at Jake and lays it all out. We have absolutely nothing to do with the Black Rebellion. I put that on my whole crew. Jake's face is giving nothing like his poker face is legendary. He keeps the pressure on, so you know where they're hiding out. Osiro plays it cagey, you know, being all strategic, like, if I spill you dip. Jake just gives him one nod. Deal. And then get this, they're showing Jake and Leona to a table and serving them tea. Like, what is this, a high-stakes negotiation at some bougie spot in Soho? I'm dead. LOL. Poor Leona is looking around like she just woke up from a coma. Did we skip a scene? What is going on? Meanwhile, Osiro's all smooth like, all right, let's start over. My name is Osiro. And Jake, cool as a cucumber, hits him back with, the name's Tony. I'm a black mage. Ooh, the alias. Love it. Leona jumps in, and I'm Leona. So, after this weird little meet and greet, Osiro whips out this map, taps a spot on it, and goes, the Black Rebellion's HQ is way the heck out there. A serious trek from here. He swears on his life that's the only intel he's got. But Jake's got this little frown going because the math ain't mathin'. Leona swore it would be easy to find. The plot is getting juicy. Guys, drop a comment below if you think Osiro is lying through his teeth. And, hey, while you're at it, smash that like button. Seriously, Leona's intel is usually golden. So, Jake narrows his eyes, hits Osiro with the full-power stare-down, and asks, are you sure that's everything you're not holding back, are you? Osiro just gives this little headshake. Nah, dude, we're rivals for sure, but we stay in our own lanes. And Jake just lets out this little scoff like, oh, I bet. Totally believable. Then Osiro gets all serious and declares, I wouldn't lie to a guy who just strolled into a Yakuza headquarters like he was ordering a latte at a Starbucks on Fifth Avenue. The Yakuza live by a code. Don't disrespect it. Jake is internally shook like for real, A mob boss with principles in this day and age. That's wild. With that thought, Jake's like, okay, I'm out. Oh, we got our info. We're bouncing. But as he's heading out, Osiro calls after him a little hesitant. So, what's your plan? How are you going to take on the Black Rebellion? Rumor is they've got some powerful friends. This ain't going to be a walk in the park. A little smirk starts playing on Jake's lips, and he pulls Leona in close, raises an eyebrow, and is like, and what about taking on people like us? Trust me, I've dealt with way scarier. Oof, the burn. As soon as he said that, you just know it was on. Then he grabs Leona and straight up yeets them both out the window. Can you believe it? He shouts back, hope we never see you again. And they're gone. Osiro just watches them vanish into the New York skyline with this little smirk on his face. And you can just tell he's thinking, wow, a dude like that actually exists. If anyone can take down the Black Rebellion for good, it's him. Of course, Jake is totally oblivious to Osiro's fanboy moment as he carries Leona to their next stop. Meanwhile, across town in some sketchy abandoned warehouse down by the Bronx Terminal Market, a super shady deal is happening between two rival gangs. The two top dogs are looking hella paranoid, checking every shadow. Their lookouts are busy inspecting the merchandise, a whole crate full of, party favors. After a quick check, one of the guys gives the nod. The stuff is legit grade A. Now that the quality check is done, it's time to make the trade. A big old briefcase, probably stuffed with stacks of cash, gets passed over. The leader in the black suit cracks this greasy, satisfied smile. Then the red-haired dude strolls over to shake on it. And just like that, the deal is done. The other dude nods, saying, solid deal. Man, America is the best. No other country hooks up its lawbreakers like this one. The redhead scoffs at that, sneering, this country is full of chumps who just want to sing Kumbaya. It's the best. And they both just start cackling like a couple of villains. But then, bam, a window shatters into a billion tiny pieces. Someone lands superhero style right next to the two leaders. The whole warehouse just freezes, completely freaked out. What the heck? Who is that? And surprise, surprise, it's our main man, Jake, and the lovely Leona. Jake, not even breaking a sweat, just says, finally, found the Black Rebellion. After dropping that absolute mic drop of a line, he scans the whole room. You can tell he's sizing everyone up, trying to figure out how many mages he's about to deal with. And, yup, every single person repping the Black Rebellion total magic user. This is about to get insane, guys. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss what happens next. And get this, like, half of them looked like they were straight up cosplaying as extras from a Scorsese flick. Leona, being the only one with a brain cell, was like, oh, heck no, and smartly bounced. She knew this was way above her pay grade. She was seriously outgunned. So Leona just quietly dipped and pulled out her phone to record the whole mess for the gram. But you guys getting interrupted mid-standoff made both crews absolutely lose their minds. The ginger dude glared at Jake, totally heated, and screamed, who the hell do you think you are? Hearing that tired old line, Jake literally let out the biggest sigh like, are you for real? My guy. Here we go. The bad guys always, and I mean always asterisk lead with that one, don't they? His comment just completely short-circuited the other guy's brain, leaving him totally speechless. Jake, not even breaking a sweat, just calmly announced, I'm the Black Mage and I'm here to completely tear down the Black Rebellion. The mafia boss was clueless, muttering, the what now? The red-haired dude just stared at him, totally lost, whispering, tear down the Black Rebellion. But, like a second later, the entire squad just erupted in laughter like it was the best stand-up special they'd ever seen. The ginger dude sneered. A little punk like you? What's one dude gonna do? Bro, the second those words left his mouth, a massive fireball came screaming across the warehouse. With a huge boom, the flame just exploded, sending the goons closest to it flying like bowling pins. Jake just scoffed, his voice pure ice, and said, I'm about to wreck every single one of you. Getting blindsided like that just flipped a switch, and the two leaders went ballistic, immediately screaming the order, you've got a death wish, get him. Instantly, the whole crew started throwing magic at Jake. But y'all, it was so useless. They couldn't even lay a finger on him. All their attacks just fizzled out against some kind of invisible shield. Plus, inside this sketchy warehouse down at 165 Kent Avenue in Brooklyn, they could only use level 2 magic. Anything more powerful would have brought the whole rickety building down. Jake could go way harder, but man, that was a lot of goons to handle at once. Seeing Jake just chilling there without a single scratch, the whole group started to full-on panic. Our attacks are doing net-eye. The bullets aren't even connecting. The mafia leader was just as shook. He's screaming, why isn't he hurt? And the red-haired dude is losing it, shouting, how am I supposed to know I've never seen magic like this before? Jake, meanwhile, could not look more bored. He was probably thinking, it's not even magic, you absolute clowns. But, low-key, watching them all freak out was iconic. If you agree, go ahead and smash that like button for our boy Jake. Just then, the mafia boss yelled, Wait, we still have that thing I brought, right? The red-haired dude's eyes lit up and all his swagger came rushing back. He got this super nasty smirk on his face. Enjoy, feeling all high and mighty while you can black mage or whatever. Jake was like, huh, looks like they finally found their confidence again. While he was thinking that some dude brought over a canister of poison gas. The second Jake saw it, his whole vibe changed and he screamed, "Leona, get out of here now!" Leona didn't even hesitate. She immediately spun around and bolted for the door. At what felt like the exact same moment, the other guy yeeted the poison gas canister. Jake wasn't playing around and instantly used his powers to yoink it right back at their faces. In a flash, all that nasty gas was released. The two leaders, who were now suddenly wearing gas masks, looked smug as hell watching the whole thing go down. They were cackling like actual cartoon villains. "Too late, you idiot. Not even you can handle that gas. It's game over. He's totally cooked, right?" As they talked, they crept closer, wanting a front row seat to the damage. But when they got close enough to see through the smoke, their jaws dropped in pure horror. Because standing right there in the middle of that toxic cloud, was Jake's silhouette still standing there completely unbothered. The two of them stumbled back in total disbelief, screaming, "Wait, he's still alive. How is that even freaking possible?" Jake was totally fine, and he basically told them that yeah, magic shields can't block gas, but gas is, well, just gas. Duh. If I just circulate the air around me with a little wind magic, it's not a problem at all. A top-tier mage like me isn't getting taken out by some budget-brand poison gas. The more Jake explained, the more their faces turned ghostly white. The red-haired dude frantically yelled for backup, and his lackey whipped out his phone to make the call, but nothing. Dead air. No one was picking up. Jake didn't look surprised at all and just said cold as ice, "Of course no one is answering. That's because I've already dealt with all of them. Every single base you had outside the Kabukicho district has been completely wiped out." Jake scoffed, then gave them this terrifying grin. "You two are the last ones standing, so get ready." Those words made the leaders' faces drain of all color. It was absolutely wild. Jake showed them zero mercy, straight up dismantling the entire crew inside that beat-up old warehouse. No cap, it was a total shutdown. Jake then said to himself, super casual, Black Rebellion in Kabukicho is handled. Time to hit up Leona. But right then a noise echoed from deeper in the building, making him jump and frown. "Who's there?" And yaw from the shadows, Leona was dragged out with a knife to her throat as a creepy new voice said, "You did all that? All by yourself?" Oh my God. What do you think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments below. Alright, so I gotta hand it to him, that was a slick move. Like the knife was seriously a hair's breadth from Leona's throat. One wrong move and yikes, game over for real. And guess who's holding the blade? Our boy Marcus. He's got this totally evil smirk talking about, "So, we gonna make a deal, Black Mage?" Jake's whole vibe went ice cold, you could just see him calculating. But the distance between them was just way too much. He knew he couldn't just rush him with his standard magic playbook. He just needed one tiny opening, one slip, and he'd zap him with a level 1 spell so fast Marcus would drop the knife before his brain could even process it. But it's like Marcus was a total mind reader, because he just sneered, "Easy there, hero. Don't even think about pulling a fast one unless you want a front row seat to see this pretty little head go pop." Yikes. Jake looked so stressed. Like this dude can actually see his magic aura, seriously. MG, I thought mages who could read power levels like that were just like urban legends at this point. Marcus's power level was clocking in around 40,000, which already puts him in the big leagues, but let's be real, he was definitely holding back his true strength. What a flex. So Leona, probably feeling like this whole disaster is her fault, whispers, "I'm so sorry, Jake. I was so stupid to follow him." But Jake, being the chill king he is, was not having it. "Don't even worry about it. I'm getting you out of this. End of story." And OMG Marcus got so triggered by being ignored, he literally screamed, "Hey, are you two just going to ignore me right now? Do you have any clue what's happening? I run this block, I'm basically a god here on Mulberry Street in the Lower East Side, and you breathe wrong, she's done." And just as he's saying that, he pushes the knife right up against her throat and you see her wince in pain. So messed up. Jake saw that and immediately was like, okay, I get it, I won't do anything, chill. And Marcus just grins all creepy like, look at you, so well behaved. This dude was getting way too into it and he gets all formal like, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Marcus the shot caller for the Black Rebellion's Hell's Kitchen chapter." And then he spills all the tea, you guys. Apparently his boss sent him to check out the legend himself, the Black Mage. The mission was either to recruit Jake, or if he said no, well, plan B was to just, eliminate him. Marcus also starts bragging that he had to, let's say, persuade some people in Jake's circle to get the intel he needed. Super shady, right? And then he just snaps, gritting his teeth and screaming with pure rage. And after all that work, you had the nerve to try and burn my whole operation to the ground. While he's screaming, he digs the knife in again, and you guys... A little trickle of blood starts running down her neck. The look on Jake's face went completely dark when he saw that. Marcus catches the death stare and puts on this whole fake apology act like, "Ooh, my bad, my bad." Then he pulls the knife back just a tiny bit with this totally psycho grin. "Hope you can forgive my little slip." But, for real, this is where it gets super twisted. He's just staring at the blood on the knife like it's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Total psycho behavior. He gets this disgusting, warped smile and is like, "Her blood. It smells so sweet. It's just incredible to watch from the sidelines, isn't it?" Bro, Jake looked like he was about to explode, terrified this freak was actually going to end Leona. Jake just cuts him off, super serious. "All right, enough games. What's the deal? What are your terms?" Marcus just laughs, raising an eyebrow like, "Oh, yeah, the deal. Almost forgot about that part. It's so simple. For the next, I don't know, little while, I'm going to beat you until you're a bloody mess." He even tells Jake he's free to refuse and run. "But if you do that," he says, "this girl here, she's gone." And with that, Marcus points the bloody knife at Jake, laughing his head off. "So what's it gonna be, Black Mage your hide or hers? Okay, fam, hit me in the comments, what would you do in this situation? No wrong answers." And Jake, without even blinking, just goes, "I accept." Wait, what Leona and Marcus were both completely floored. Jaws on the floor. Marcus is like, "Are you for real? You really have that whole self-sacrificing hero thing going on, don't you? How beautiful, don't you just love it?" But honestly, Jake wasn't even sweating it, because he's thinking none of this guy's attacks can even get through his magic shield. This whole torture thing was just going to be a massive waste of everyone's time. But Marcus is no dummy. He calls him out immediately. "Yeah, nice try, pal. You're going to have to drop that insane magic shield of yours. It's kind of pointless if you're just going to tank every hit with that little force field, right?" And that's when Leona started to properly freak out. She knows that shield is Jake's ultimate defense. What in the world is going to happen if he actually turns it off? Jake was shook that Marcus even knew about his shield. He must have clocked it during their last throwdown. He's thinking to himself, "Man, I got way too sloppy." But with zero other options, Jake had to drop his defenses. He just gives Marcus a look and is like, "Happy now?" Marcus lets out this super creepy laugh and starts charging up his own magic to light Jake up. He's cackling like a villain, "Don't you move an inch." He didn't go for a one-hit KO but started blasting Jake with these painful, low-level magic shots. Leona sees this and just screams at the top of her lungs, "Stop it!" But, of course, Marcus isn't listening. He's laughing like a total psycho. "Are you kidding me? No way I'm stopping now. This is the most fun I've had all week." And just like that, in what felt like a second, Jake is just wrecked down on the ground. Seeing him like that, Leona lets out this blood-curdling scream, "Tony!" The guilt is written all over her face. This is all her fault. OMG. You guys, if you think Jake can pull through, absolutely destroy that like button for our boy. She was so hell-bent on taking them down, she was literally ready to throw her own life away for it. But instead, she completely fumbled the play and ended up dragging Jake down with her. What a total train wreck. And in that moment, Marcus is acting so ridiculously smug like he's already got this in the bag. He's screaming like a total maniac. What a bummer. But this is where your story ends. Thanks for the entertainment, though. See, you wouldn't want to be ya. But Leona was absolutely not about to let that slide. She's biting her lip, thinking, there is zero chance this clown is taking out Jake. He is literally my only way out of this mess right now. With that fire suddenly raging inside her, she starts fighting to get free, trying to power up some magic in her hands. But her moves were so clumsy and telegraphed Marcus could see what she was doing from a mile away. He lets out this gross laugh and just shoves her to the ground. He scoffs like, "Are you for real? Your plan is so transparent. If you hadn't been here, he wouldn't have even been in this mess to begin with." A so-called great guy like him is about to get totally erased. It's the perfect ending for a dumb girl like you. And boom! The second those words leave his mouth, Marcus lunges with his knife ready to finish Leona right then and there. But, you guys, out of absolutely nowhere, Jake moves like lightning. He just smashes his fist right into Marcus's face, sending the dude flying across the room like a rag doll. Talk about getting owned. Jake just scoffs, totally ice cold, and says, "The only one who's pathetic here is you." Leona completely freaks out, screaming, "You're okay. How is that even possible? Didn't you, get rid of your magic shield?" And Jake, this absolute legend, just chuckles and is like, "Nah, it's simple." "Okay, get this," he says. "Right before his magic was about to hit, I threw up a tiny little shield so small that Clown Marcus didn't even notice it." Hearing this, Leona looked like she just saw a freaking ghost. She's just completely stunned, like, that is not simple at all. Only you could pull off some insane move like that. Jake just plays it off super casual. Whatever, you're safe now, that's all that matters. And then he just casually heals the cut on her neck. Can we just talk about this guy, total stud? Leona finally breathes this huge sigh of relief, whispering, "Oh, thank God." But across the room, Marcus is losing his mind, just screaming, "What do you mean, thank God?" And even Jake was a little surprised by this. He's thinking, dang, I hit him with my super speed punch. This dude's got a solid chin to not be knocked out cold. Marcus is giving Jake the absolute dirtiest look and whines. "How dare you actually land a hit on me? My own dad has never touched me fine. I'll just incinerate you instead." And just like that, his magic power starts flaring up like a wildfire. Jake's face gets serious. He's like, oh, here we go. Marcus's power level was going through the roof. He knew it. This guy was sandbagging the entire time. In that moment, Marcus's eyes were just filled with pure rage. He screams at the top of his lungs, "Burn to ashes!" And in the blink of an eye, the entire abandoned warehouse at 25 Kent Avenue in Brooklyn is just consumed by fire. Seeing this massive wall of flames rushing at them, Leona starts freaking out, yelling, "That's a Tier 4 spell. There's no way we can block that. We're about to be human toast." But Jake, my man, is just standing there cool as a cucumber, not even flinching. In a split second, the fire is completely all around them. "All right, squad, I gotta know what you're thinking. What's his master plan? Drop your wildest theories down in the comments below." Then, Jake finally makes his move. He just casually waves his hand and this shield pops up out of nowhere, stopping this huge inferno cold. Leona's jaw is on the floor. She cannot believe what she's seeing. A Tier 1 spell just completely shut down a Tier 4 spell. How is that even possible? She's just standing behind Jake, staring at his back like he's some kind of superhero. And this wave of relief that washed over Leona, what even was that could it be? That deep down, she just asterisk knew asterisk he was going to save her. OMG is our girl catching feelings. Spill the tea in the comments if you think a new ship is sailing. Like, who even is this dude standing there with these insane skills? And get this, even after his massive attack got completely shut down, Marcus didn't even flinch. He just threw his head back and started cackling like a total psycho. He's like, "Yes, I knew it. You're the real deal, man. Kinda figured my weak sauce attacks wouldn't work on you, but I've still got one more trick up my sleeve." The second he's done talking, Marcus starts juicing up his magic again, and Leona is totally bugging out like, "Hold up, why isn't his magic going away? That spell should have fizzled out by now, right?" "It's sustained magic," Jake explains, cool as a cucumber, which only made Leona's brain short-circuit even more. Then Jake, like the total pro he is, breaks it down for her. "Okay, so, normally, you can't juggle more than one spell at a time, and eventually a spell just poofs out of existence when its battery runs out. But if you fire up the exact same spell, with the same amount of juice right as the old one is about to die, it basically recharges itself and keeps on going. It's literally the same thing you do when you're using wind magic to fly. If you don't keep it up, you're going to take a nosedive." And OMG, the second Jake mentions her flying, Leona gets so ticked off and yells, "Thanks for the TED Talk, Professor Know-It-All, but are you serious right now? We're kinda busy." The barrier is about to, and then she just stops mid-sentence because it hits her. Jake's barrier. It's not going anywhere either. Her jaw is on the floor. Jake sees her freaking out and just calmly drops this bomb. "If I can explain it, it means I know how to do it. So yeah, Avi, I can use sustained magic too." Boom. Total mic drop moment. Guys, if that wasn't a sick burn, I don't know what is. Smash that like button and hit subscribe if you're loving this drama. And bam, he stabilizes it just like that. Total cakewalk. But OMG, you guys. Marcus's face, he was completely shook. He literally yelled, "No shot, you can do stable magic too." Leona, with all her swagger back, gets right up in his grill and is like, "Your lame magic tricks are useless against him, my guy. I'd bounce now if I were you." Hearing that, Marcus totally flinched like his whole body jolted. But then, major plot twist, he looks up with this super psycho grin and goes, "LOL psych, I was just playing." Leona was just staring at his unhinged smile, completely baffled, like, what's that even supposed to mean?" Marcus just lets out this nasty cackle, his voice turning ice cold. "Okay, fine, he's strong. If we fought fair, I'd be in for a rough time. But like I said, I've got a secret weapon." And right after he says that, he starts messing with the flames again. The fire just explodes, and immediately Leona is in a bad way. She's gasping for air, whispering in this shaky voice, "It's so hot, I can't breathe. Why do I feel like I'm made of lead?" Seeing her like this, Marcus is totally gloating. You know what happens when you put up a barrier in a sealed room that's on fire? Duh, all the oxygen gets burned up and the temp just skyrockets. So now our boy Jake here has two options. He can either wait to suffocate inside that little bubble like Leona is, or he can drop the shield and get turned into a crispy critter. That's what a normal person would do, but Jake ain't normal. And in a literal flash, Leona could breathe again. She was completely floored. It's not stuffy anymore, and it got way cooler. Seeing this, Marcus's face was just pure, unadulterated shock. Jake just scoffs, his voice colder than a New York City winter. It's kinda wild your fire magic can mess with the air, but I guess you must have ditched a pretty important class. E-Day, the one where they tell you that magic itself is literally asterisk and asterisk the air we breathe. After hearing this, Marcus starts shaking, muttering, "What kind of fake news are you trying to sell me?" So Jake, being the absolute goat, decides to school him. A magic barrier is basically a cocktail of my magic, and the magic that's all around us. Magic is in the atmosphere, dude. Listen. And it has all the same properties as the air. As soon as he finished his little TED Talk, this layer of energy just appears around him, and in like a split second, it wraps around the barrier, shoving all of Marcus's flames back, and at the same time, a whole-ass vent opens in the ceiling. Jake says calmly, "So, to put it simply, magic is the air and the shield." Catch my drift now. The more Marcus heard, the more he freaked out, clutching his head and screaming, "That's impossible, no way! Why is it going down like this? My plan was flawless. It was supposed to be the ultimate way to torture and break anyone." Jake just let out a little scoff, his voice dropping to absolute zero. "You little punk. I don't recall giving you permission to have a full-blown meltdown. You get a kick out of torturing people, don't you? Well then, how about you get a taste of the same agony your victims felt?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he slams his hand right on the guy's forehead. Instantly, Marcus's eyes go completely vacant, and 2 streams of tears just start rolling down his face. Jake smirks as he casts a spell called the Shadow Zone. In Marcus's mind, he's falling into a terrifying black void. He has no clue where he is, he can't scream, can't hear anything. This insane terror just completely consumes him. Can you even imagine that? Drop a comment below and tell me if you've ever had a nightmare that freaky. He was mentally screaming for someone to save him, but no one was coming. Before long, his brain literally short-circuited and he collapsed. With zero pity, Jake spoke coldly. "Go pay for your sins in the dark." Just then they heard a commotion outside. Leona flinched and frowned. "Yo, sounds like someone called the cops on our little get-together here at 155 Flushing Avenue." Knowing it was time to dip, Jake said, "Let's bounce." With that, he just scoops Leona into his arms, making her gasp. "Hold up, don't tell me we're doing the whole flying thing again." Too bad for her, arguing was completely useless. Jake just held her and soared right out the window like Superman. Jake landed them on the rooftop of a building over on Kent Avenue. Looking at the chaos below, Leona said slowly, "At this point, the Black Rebellion crew in Old Brooklyn is basically history." Jake just nods and says, "Looks like it's time to go clean house in the next district." Leona stares at him for a super long time, then kinda hesitates before finally speaking up. "Hey, Tony, I need a favor. Can you accept me as your ally?" And you guys, she admits that she knows she's not powerful and might just slow him down. But she has information and connections, and she really desperately needs his help. Her voice was totally pleading, y'all. Jake just gazes at her for what felt like forever before sighing and saying, "I'm just figuring this out now, but it turns out I have a massive soft spot for people who ask for my help." Leona looks at him with so much hope in her eyes, and he just gives this chill little nod. Aw, smash that like button if you ship these two. So Jake was just playing it cool, all like, "I'd bet. Guess we're a team. Let's get it." And you guys, you should have seen Leona's face. Her eyes totally lit up. She was like, "OMG, yes, same here, let's crush this." She's immediately on it, like, "I'll handle the PR and get us some backup. Don't even trip, I got this." And poor Jake is just standing there looking like a lost puppy whispering, PR? What's that? I'm dead." My man literally goes, "Public relations? Is that some new kind of elemental magic?" Anyway, the very next morning, boom, every news station from New York City to LA is freaking out that the entire Times Square chapter of that sketchy crew Black Rebellion got completely dismantled. And get this, the hot goss is that some mystery dude calling himself the Black Sorcerer is the one who totally wrecked their whole operation. Y'all, the tea is piping hot. So, obviously the NYPD is swarming the scene trying to piece it all together. But then, right in the middle of a live broadcast from downtown, this anchor on Channel 5 gets a message that makes her jaw hit the floor. So, it turns out it's a PSA from the Black Sorcerer's brand new anti-illegal mage squad. Can you say cringe? They totally hijacked the airwaves, and this video just pops up on every screen in New York City. And there's this dude in a black cloak looking all serious and edgy who just strolls into the shot. And he goes, "Listen up, people. I'm the Black Sorcerer, and I'm taking out the trash. To all you wannabe gangsters in Black Rebellion, your little game is over." Sheesh, the audacity. He's basically dropping the mic on live TV saying, "Any trouble you start, I will finish. I don't care who you think you are." And this wasn't some little local broadcast fam, this went out nationwide. Of course, our boy Derek saw the whole show, and let me tell you, he was pissed. He straight up yeeted his entire desk across the room screaming about that freaking Black Sorcerer. He was so mad for real. Then, some guy just waltzes up to him cool as a cucumber and says, "Yo, take a chill pill. This Black Sorcerer clown is a complete nobody." And just like that, Derek calms down and nods like, "Facts, you're right." Derek's like, "Yeah, you're right. Besides, the Belly Crew is backing you. And this mystery guy, it's none other than Fuyuki Jin, the top dog of the Fuyuka clan." He just smirks all cocky and is like, "Precisely, a man of my stature." Wow, talk about an ego. Meanwhile, at Westbrook Academy, everyone's whispering like, "OMG, why is a preppy rich kid like Chad even on this campus?" Well, here's the scoop. Earlier he was doom-scrolling and saw all the major networks absolutely roasting the Magic Nobles for failing to, do their one job. They were replaying clips from that disaster of a press conference, and not gonna lie, the Nobles looked like straight-up villains. The more Jin watched, the more his face soured like he'd just licked a lemon. Oh well. The news anchors were even pointing out that Jake's little vigilante squad was doing a way better job. Then they hit him with the ultimate gut punch question on live television. They literally asked, "So, do we even need the noble mages anymore?" Ooh, F. You could literally watch Jin's face contort with rage, all while his butler is just standing there silently probably thinking, "This is way above my pay grade." And, shocker, Jin completely snapped. He threw a full-blown toddler tantrum and just obliterated the TV with his magic. Bro, that was a 75-inch OLED. Jin's grinding his teeth so hard they might crack and just hisses, "Go, now." The butler just gives a little bow and dips probably off to go, handle Chang'ai. But Jin was still seeing red, just fuming. His eyes were practically glowing with fury as he thought, "I'll make them regret ever questioning the magic elite." Meanwhile, across town in New York City, it's total pandemonium. People are screaming and running for their lives down Fifth Avenue. Some crazy disaster just erupted out of thin air. Literal demon soldiers are just tearing up a major intersection near Rockefeller Center. The NYPD showed up quick and tried to establish a perimeter. But, dude, there were just too many of them. The cops were getting absolutely swamped. One officer just screams into his radio, "Where the hell is the SMT?" His partner yells back over the chaos, "They're popping up all over the 5 boroughs, man. The squad's stretched too thin. ETA is not good." And the first cop is just like, "Son of a useless." But while they're going back and forth, this gigantic explosion just rocks the whole block. The sky just lights up with fire and smoke. It was unreal. It was a nightmare. It took out a ton of squad cars, and then this absolute beast of a demon general just stomps onto the street. The cops saw it and just froze. I mean, what are you going to do, throw a traffic ticket at that thing? They were all thinking, "It's over. We're so done for." But then, from out of nowhere, these insane, glowing magic circles start appearing all around the giant monster. And, in less than a second, kaboom! This massive pillar of fire just erupts from the ground, shooting straight up into the clouds like a volcano from hell. The cops on the ground were just staring mouths wide open. Let me know in the comments if you'd be running or filming. But, hold up, because it gets crazier. Just as the fire is raging, this colossal sphere of water materializes out of thin air. And then you're not going to believe this, it just dives straight into the inferno. The cops are completely losing their minds, just trembling and whispering, "What in the actual heck was that?" Then a calm voice crackles through on their comms. It's dispatch letting them know a disaster class specialist is on site. They're ordered to fall back immediately and just focus on civilian evac. Basically, the grown-ups are here, guys. And this specialist, her name is Ashley, a top-tier magic noble from a powerful family in Japan, and she's just casually standing on a rooftop over on Broadway watching the whole scene unfold. Talk about a dramatic entrance. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she just takes a swan dive off the building. As she's plummeting, Ashley starts conjuring some insane magic, and you can see even the demon general tense up like, "Oh, it's on now." Things are about to get wild, y'all. Make sure you obliterate that like button and subscribe. Okay, so, bam. The fire and water spells just crash into each other like a real-life Titan battle. At first, you just see this wild light show, but then, totally unexpectedly, they begin to twist together, and poof, just like that, the fire's gone. But that water spell, oh, it wasn't finished. It just kept charging forward and totally annihilated that demon general. Like, completely vaporized, dude. Mr. Johnson touches down like he's straight out of a comic book looking like a total beast. The cops nearby just watched him one-shot the monster, and they were literally stunned like their brains just crashed. But then reality hit, and the officers just erupted cheering, like their team just won the championship. They all swarmed Mr. Johnson, hyping him up like crazy. Flash forward to the next morning at JFK International. The moment Mr. Johnson steps inside, he's mobbed by reporters with cameras flashing everywhere. Then this corporate guy from some high-rise at 200 Wall Street approaches, shakes his hand, and is all, "Sir, thank you. You have no idea how much damage you prevented. We're incredibly grateful." But Mr. Johnson is just super chill about it, shaking his head like it's all in a day's work, no biggie. But listen to this. While all that's going on, the guy's two bodyguards are on the sidelines whispering and spilling some major tea about their boss. And here's the tea, they're saying Mr. Johnson is totally past his prime. They're whispering that if it wasn't for his family name, he's got nothing, that his power has completely bottomed out. Harsh, right? I'm almost positive Mr. Johnson heard them trash-talking him, but he didn't even react. He just kept a straight face, rounded up his team, and dipped. The corporate dude was just left standing there waving goodbye like a total loser. You just know that suit was freaking out about America's international reputation, all the politics with the magic-using elite, and on top of all that, his own daughter is on that special magic task force. Dude had a ton to deal with. He knew he needed to get back to his office in D.C. to handle this whole disaster ASAP. Meanwhile, back in NYC, Jake was busy wiping the floor with Lily's team in training, as usual. So they're on a water break, and Tyler starts complaining. "Bro, Jake is just broken. It's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure he's the strongest person in the entire nation for real." Mia's is right there with him, nodding like, "No joke." And what's wild is, I don't think he's even trying. Hearing them complain, Detective Miller jumps in to give them a pep talk. "Listen, if we all ganged up on him, we might actually have a chance. I don't care how powerful he is, we can't just give up." And what do you know, his little hype speech totally worked, getting Lily and the crew all pumped up. The look in their eyes said it all. They were ready for a fight. Right then, Jake, who obviously heard every word, casually walks over with a smirk and asks, "So, you want to try and prove that theory right now?" They were caught red-handed. They all just stared at him, totally freaking out. Lily immediately tried to walk it back, shaking her head frantically. "What, no, we were just talking." "Yeah, that's it, just chatting." Jake just laughed. "Is that so? Getting cold feet already? You think I'm that intimidating?" His comment clearly got under their skin, but Jake was unbothered. He just calmly said, "Okay, break time is over. All right, for this next drill, your objective is to defeat me. Anything goes, use your full power." The second those words left his mouth, you could see the excitement light up their faces. That competitive fire was back. They had a single goal, beat Jake. An instant later, all three of them began to channel their energy magic sparking up around them. Even Detective Miller and Sarah jumped into the fight. But Jake looked totally relaxed, just casually putting up a defensive shield. Lily saw it and smirked confidently. "Yo, that flimsy little barrier isn't going to cut it against us." But then, Jake threw up a second much stronger magic shield right on top of the first. When Tyler saw it, his jaw literally hit the floor. "A second barrier!" Lily's face tightened and she yelled to the team, "All right, concentrate. We have to unleash everything we have on him." And boom, just like that, a massive barrage of powerful spells shot straight for Jake. But the moment their attacks made contact with the shield, they just evaporated. Didn't even leave a mark. The entire team was just left standing there, completely stunned into silence. They were absolutely mind-blown. Jake just gave a little smirk and let the barrier disappear like it was no effort at all. Lily rushed right up to him, shouting, completely unable to believe it. "Ow, we used level 6 magic. I knew you were powerful, but I never imagined you were this much on another planet," Tyler added, looking totally bitter about it. "For real, that guy's using hacks or something." Seeing them all losing their minds, Jake couldn't stop himself from smiling. "Well, I suppose it's my turn, isn't it?" Then a sphere of sparking energy materialized in his palm. The instant they saw it, the color drained from their faces. Yup, they knew they were about to get totally owned. And yeah, less than a minute later, every one of them was down for the count. The entire group had the same thought: Jake is an absolute beast. If you agree Jake is OP, hit the thumbs up and drop a comment below on whether you think they ever had a shot. Just then, a phone starts ringing, startling Ashley and Mia. They rushed to look at it, and the moment they saw who was calling, their expressions fell. Jake picked up on it immediately and asked, "Hey, what's wrong? You too good?" Mia looked at him, her voice almost inaudible. "It's our dad. He's on his way home." Fast forward a bit, and the two sisters are back at the enormous Ashley family estate on the Upper East Side. And who's sitting there in the living room in their massive townhouse, probably right off 72nd Street? Mr. Johnson. Seeing the father they hadn't laid eyes on in ages made the room go dead silent. Talk about awkward. And Mr. Johnson is just dead silent, right? The tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. For like a full minute, not a single word. Then he finally breaks the ice with, "So, I hear you two are part of the magic special ops now." Okay, so the girls are totally caught off guard for a second, like deer in headlights, but they pull it together and are like, yeah, that's right. And get this, Mr. Johnson just gives his own daughters this intense, suspicious stare. The absolute audacity. Then he's just like, "Spill it." OMG, you guys. The second he said that, their faces just lit up like a Christmas tree. Their eyes were literally sparkling. They were so hyped to talk about it. Mia, immediately jumps in, totally gushing, "Dad, the magic special ops is like changing the world for real. We have stopped so many, catastrophes, and the whole squad is just amazing." Then Lily jumps in, backing her up, saying they've totally leveled up their game. She's talking like their power has more than doubled and they're pulling off these high-key wild spells now. And, of course, they tell Mr. Johnson it's basically all because of Jake. They just go on and on, hyping him up, like he's the next big thing. But after they're done, Mr. Johnson just gets this dark look on his face, his voice drops, and the whole mood shifts. He's like, "This Jake kid sounds like a real mover and shaker, huh? But you guys," the asterisk look. Asterisk in his eyes was a full-on death glare. It was low-key terrifying, for real. But the girls are completely clueless, just chattering away about how powerful Jake is. Meanwhile, Mr. Johnson takes the super slow dramatic sip of his tea, sets the cup down without a sound, and then just drops a freaking bombshell. "I want you to quit the magic special ops." And just like that asterisk poof asterisk, the happy vibe is completely gone. Lily and Mia are just frozen. Like, "Wait, what did you just say? Why?" And their dad just hits them with this ice-cold glare. "You have to have noticed," he says. "Right now, the elite mage's reputation is basically garbage, and it's dragging the entire country down with it." He's all like, "The elite mages are the foundation of this country." He's basically saying the magic special ops isn't helping, they're just stirring the pot and making everything worse. Seriously, big yikes. Okay, so his words just sucked all the air out of the room. The girls' faces just fell, and you could see the fire light up in their eyes, but their dad is completely unfazed, just steamrolling ahead with his lecture. And especially that Jake kid you're so fond of. "From this second forward, you are forbidden from seeing him ever again." And boom. That was the last straw. The sisters just went off screaming back, "That is completely unfair." Mia yells, "You're just being selfish." But Mr. Johnson just narrows his eyes, his voice dripping ice, and says, "You have always done as I've said. That is not about to change." You could see Mia was biting her lip so hard to keep from just screaming at him. I mean, this is the girl who has been the perfect little daughter her whole life, never once stepping out of line. But honey, things have changed. She looks her dad dead in the eye and just says no. She tells him straight up she's not leaving the magic special ops, and there is no way in hell she's ghosting Jake. He literally saved the world, and we've been training our butts off to get this good. The magic special ops is out here doing the dirty work the elite mages are supposed to be handling. She's like, "We would totally work with you guys if that's what you wanted, but to make us just quit," and before she can even finish, Mr. Johnson just cuts her off cold as ice. "Then consider yourself disowned, and you will never use the name Elite Mage again." And Mia, without even blinking, just goes bat. Not an ounce of fear. Then she just turns to walk out. The queen energy. But right as she hits the doorway, she spins back around with this super genuine smile and says, "I'm going to be out there saving lives as a member of the Magic Special Ops, not as Mia Johnson." Can we get a round of applause for that epic mic drop? And bam, she's gone. Mr. Johnson is just left staring at the empty doorway, totally stunned, and mutters, "I never knew Mia had that kind of fire in her." Then Lily just says super calmly, "Mia has changed father, and so have I." And with that, she follows her sister to the door. "Okay, everyone, I need to know sound off in the comments right now if you are 100% Team Sisters." Mr. Johnson shoots her this furious look and says, "If you walk out that door with her, you can forget the name Lily Johnson ever existed." Lily doesn't even hesitate. "I know," she says. "If we have to be done, then we're done." And after that, she gives him this respectful little bow and says, "Thank you for everything you've done." Then she says, "Goodbye, Father." And Mr. Johnson just lets out this huge, defeated sigh. They just don't get it. They don't see how important the elite mages are. He looked so broken, you guys' eyes were just full of sadness. Meanwhile, the two sisters are walking away from their insane mansion, probably a sick penthouse at like 740 Park Avenue, dragging their designer suitcases on the pavement. Mia is just grumbling, totally pissed. She's like, "Dad is so stuck in the past. Jake and us have been working so hard. We gave it everything." And Lily's right there, with her, nodding like, "For real. It's our life, not his." But after a minute, you can see Mia start to hesitate, and she's like, "But are we really sure about this? Like for real running away from home?" Lily just gives her this small, reassuring smile. Don't even worry about it. I get it, she says. Besides, there's no way I'm letting my little sister do this by herself. I'm your big sis, that's what we do. Oh, my heart Mia was so touched she looked like she was going to cry. So she rushes over and just clings to Lily's arm, getting all lovey-dovey. After that sweet moment, they start trying to find a hotel, but dude, they get rejected from every single one. After hours of trying everywhere from the Upper East Side all the way to a motel off the BQE in Brooklyn, Maya just slumps down totally defeated. Man, what a cliffhanger. Smash that like button if you can't wait to see what happens next. OMG, you guys, they were literally homeless, like every single hotel motel and even those shady 24-hour net cafes down on Canal Street totally shot them down. Lily was just slumped across the table looking completely over it. She let out this huge sigh and was like, Mia's there, sipping on her boba, looking totally salty and grumbling, "This is so whack. We're literally rolling in dough from our task force gigs, but we can't even find a place to crash." And get this right on cue, these two rando dudes walk and spot Lily and Mia and just start laying on the world's worst riz. They're like, "Hey, you two are like super cute. Are you guys famous or something? You should totally ditch this place and come hang with us." Before Lily or Mia can even say anything, these two clowns just slide into their booth. I mean, the absolute nerve. OMG, Lily's whole vibe just flipped. She went from 0 to 100, like instantly. Her voice gets all low and scary, and she's like, "You better back the hell up from my sister, or I swear you're gonna regret it." One look at the absolute death glare she's giving them, and these two guys just about wet themselves and scramble away. Watching them practically fall over each other to escape Lily just scoffs, pathetic. Seeing her big sis get so fired up, Mia can't help but crack a smile. She grabs Lily's hand and is like, "Hey, you know what? Let's just use this as an excuse to go have some fun." Lily is completely thrown, like, "Wait, but where are we gonna sleep tonight?" Mia just shrugs super chill and goes, "Hey, that's a problem for future Lily and Mia." And with that, they were off to the nearest mall, probably somewhere on 34th Street. They ditched their suitcases in a locker and then went on a serious shopping spree. We're talking major credit card damage. Honestly, this was probably one of the first times these two actually got to act like normal teenagers. After maxing out their cards, they hit up a karaoke spot in K-Town and just screamed their lungs out for like hours. By late afternoon, the two finally stumbled out of the chaos, totally exhausted but happy. Mia is absolutely glowing, like, "Today was so much fun, we did like everything." And Lily had to agree, nodding like crazy. She hadn't had a day this fun since she was like a little kid. Then, all of a sudden, Mia just stops right in front of Lily. She gives her this massive, genuine smile and says, "I'm so glad I have you, big sis." Lily just smiles back. You can tell she's totally feeling the love. Lily's like, For real. That's sweet, but, we still have zero clue where we're staying tonight." And just like that, Mia's happy little bubble pops. She sighs, I wish someone would just magically offer us a place to crash." And to speak of the devil, Mia's phone buzzes right then. It's a text from Jake. You guys, the timing is impeccable. Lily and Mia just look at each other and you can practically see the light bulb go on over their heads. Okay, so, flash forward a bit. A super reluctant Jake opens his apartment door on like Prospect Avenue in Brooklyn, and who's standing there? He's completely shook like, "Whoa, what are you two doing here out of the blue?" Mia immediately whips out the grade A puppy dog eyes, all sparkly, and is like, "Would it be totally awful if we crashed here for a little bit? I mean, Jake's not a complete monster, so he couldn't just slam the door in their faces. Or could he drop a comment, what would you have done?" So he lets them in to spill the tea. After he hears the whole dramatic story about the huge fight Lily and Mia had with their dad, he's just like, "Whoa, wait a minute." He's like, "So, you two literally ran away from home." The girls totally think this is the part where he kicks them out, and they both sigh. Mia's like, "You think it's a dumb idea too, don't you?" "We knew it." But Jake just kinda narrows his eyes, really looking at them. He could totally tell something was different. They seemed more real with themselves, you know? And you could just feel that their sisterly bond was like a million times stronger. While Jake is off in his own head, Mia decides to shoot her shot again. "I know this is like super awkward to ask, but can we please stay here for just a little bit?" And then Lily jumps in begging too. Please Jake, we're dead-ass homeless right now." Jake doesn't answer right away, and OMG, the tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife. I mean, he knows they're girls, but it's not like there's a vibe or anything. Right? The drama. Like that wasn't even the real problem. But finally, he gives this little nod and is all like, "Aight, you two can crash here for a bit." OMG, y'all, what would you even do? Let me know in the comments if you'd let two mystery sisters move into your place at 456 Elm Street. The second he said yes, the sisters' faces totally lit up like it was Christmas morning. Seeing them so hyped, Jake had to lay down the law, like, okay, just so we're clear. This place is basically a shoebox, you know? But the girls just shook their heads, totally not bothered, saying, we don't mind, we love it. And Jake just lets out this massive sigh like he already knows this is going to be trouble. You two are going to be the death of me. And right then, it's like the reality of the situation just slammed into them. Mia started blushing like a tomato, realizing that Woe, looking at Jake, now felt way different. I mean, for real, they were going to be roomies. The whole thing felt so scandalous and kind of off limits. And, get this, Lily was feeling the exact same vibe. Her heart was going a mile a minute, and she was totally clueless about this new fluttery feeling. And while their brains were basically buffering, Jake just casually drops, so you guys want to hit the shower. And apparently that was the magic word, because both sisters jumped like they'd been hit with a taser. Jake just stares at them completely confused and asks, what's up? You don't want to? Mia finally rebooted, shaking her head like, no, that's not it. We'll totally shower. And with that, she basically sprinted into the bathroom to go first. Oh, the drama is just getting juicy, people. Smash that like button and hit subscribe so you don't miss a single second of this tea. Okay, so after roasting in that gross New York City summer swamp all day, that shower was like a gift from the gods. So good. Meanwhile, back in the living room, Jake and Lily were getting into some real talk. He was all, look, for real, though what you two did was next level brave. I swear I never thought you'd actually bounce from your house like that. Lily just kind of huffed out this little laugh, super quiet. Honestly, I'm as shocked as you are. This is the first time Mia and I have ever, full-on disobeyed our dad. That dude is a control freak on steroids. He micromanages everything, no cap. When he heard that Jake's whole vibe shifted, he got dead serious and was, all hesitant. But it seems like he has some serious beef with the Special Magic Squad, doesn't he? He's probably going to try to pull something on us. Who the heck knows? And literally, as the words left his mouth, Mia floats out of the bathroom looking like a literal goddess, all glowy and fresh. She's like, oh, you're sis. Lily just gave her a little nod like, word thanks, and slipped into the bathroom. And you guys, that hot water was actual heaven, just melting away all the drama from the day. So back in the living room, it's just Mia and Jake totally vibing. She goes, it feels so wild, just like hanging out in your apartment. Jake just kinda nods. Yeah, you're legit the first person I've ever had stay over. She flashes him this super genuine, grateful smile and says, no, seriously, thank you, Jake. If you hadn't taken us in, we'd probably be sleeping on some random bench in old Brooklyn right now. Jake just shrugs it off, playing it cool, like it was nothing. Nah, don't even sweat it, it's whatever. But when he said that, Mia just cracked up laughing. Jake gave her this look like, what's so funny? Mia just shakes her head, a smile still playing on her lips. It's nothing, really. It's just... That's such a Jake thing to say, you know? You're always like that. Jake, still completely clueless, just says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world. The Special Magic Squad is my family. You're part of it now, and you're my friend. I'm not going to just leave you hanging, no matter what. And cue the blushing OMG, you guys. Mia's face went tomato red. Her heart literally started doing backflips in her chest. Are we shipping this or are we shipping this? Drop a comment below if you're on the Gia train with me. But then, talk about a total vibe check, Lily shoves the bathroom door open, completely yanking Mia out of her romantic little daydream. Lily, having zero clue what she just walked into, just announces, okay, I'm done. Seeing that they were both finished, Jake hops up and heads for the bathroom. All right, my turn to wash off the day. Lily watched him go for a sec, then her eyes landed on Mia. And bam, the whole room went dead silent. You could just tell Lily was off in her own world thinking about something heavy. I wonder what's on her mind. All right, flash forward to the next day. We're at the NYPD headquarters, stuck in some seriously boring meeting room. Detective Miller just slides a folder across the table to Jake and says, here's the updated training plan. Jake gives it a once-over and nods, totally cool with it. Looks good. Since there were no objections, Detective Miller goes, great. Then this briefing is officially over. He was literally about to peace out, but Jake stopped him. Hey, wait up. I, have something to report. Ooh, hold up, you guys. The tea is about to be served, piping hot. Jake just casually drops this bombshell. So, yeah, Mia and Lily are staying with me now. I'm telling you, Detective Miller stopped so fast he almost got whiplash. He spun around, his eyes popping out of his head, and screeched, wait, what? The three of you are living together. And Jake, smooth as ever, just confirms it. Yup, that's the situation. Detective Miller looked like his brain was short-circuiting. You're living with two teenage girls, dude. How are you so calm about this? In his head, he's probably thinking, is this what the kids are doing now? This is a disaster. This Jake kid is a menace. I guess it's up to me to teach him how the real world works. And with that, Detective Miller puts on his most serious dad face. Then he says, "Jake, you realize this isn't some trashy reality show, right? We're not in Utah." Hearing this, Jake was just blinking, totally confused, like, "Wait, what's in Utah? Did I miss something? I'm dead." MAO. Anyway, after that whole hilarious mess, Jake bounced from the meeting room. But he was deep in thought, like, "Man, squeezing 3 people into my tiny studio on Avenue B is going to be a nightmare." He started wondering if he should apartment hunt. He's just walking down the hall, totally zoned out, when he glances down into the training area and spots Sarah going absolutely beast mode. For real, she's been at it for a while, completely drenched in sweat. Jake strolls over smooth as anything with a little smirk. "Still putting in the work, Argent." She totally jumped at his voice and looked up. When she saw it was him, this adorable, shy smile appeared. "Oh, yeah. I just feel like I'm lagging behind everyone you know." So, I finally reached the point where I can actually use my attack spells, but as soon as she said it, she looked like she regretted it and quickly added, "Actually, Jake, you're the team lead. You really don't have to be so formal with me. I'm your subordinate, so seriously, just talk to me like a normal person from now on." Jake could tell she was being for real, so he just gave a simple nod. "Bet." Sarah looked so relieved, but then Jake totally flipped the switch back to business mode. "Show me. Let's see an attack spell." Sarah looked completely caught off guard for a sec, but Jake just ignored her deer-in-the-headlights look and said calmly, "I'll give you some pointers. Let's see what you've got. Show me." And with that, Sarah started her chant. Jake just chilled off to the side, watching her closely. After a moment, he's like, "Not bad. You've definitely leveled up." He gave her a nod of approval. "Keep at it like this, and you're going to be a total powerhouse." "Oh, our boy is such a good leader. If you think so too, do me a favor and smash that like button and subscribe for more of this drama." So, get this, Sarah was totally blushing over the compliment, right? But then, whiplash her whole vibe, just tanks. She's like, "Ugh, whatever, I'm still so useless next to everyone else." And Jake just hits her with asterisk, that look asterisk, you know, the one, and leans in close. He goes, "Don't even say that. I see the work you're putting in for real." Sarah manages this tiny sad smile, sighs like she's carrying the weight of her whole building at 123 Main Street, and finally spills, "The only reason I even joined the force was because they said healers were like impossible to find. How am I supposed to compete with literal superheroes?" Oof, girl, the self-loathing was practically a cloud around her. You could tell she felt like the weak link and it was totally wrecking her. Then, she must have snapped out of it, realizing she was trauma dumping on him, because she starts waving her hands around like a crazy person like, "OMG, I'm so sorry that was so extra. Just ignore me. I'm being a total bummer." But Jake, cool as a cucumber, doesn't even blink. He just asks, super chill, "So, why'd you want to be a cop anyway?" Sarah just freezes for a sec, her brow furrows, and she kinda mumbles, My grandma. She was a healer, like a legit one. She saved so many people in that huge disaster years ago. I wanted to be like her, you know? That's why I did it. She's gone now. And OMG? She literally turns her head away, trying so hard not to let the tears fall. It's a stupid reason, isn't it, so cliché? Like I don't have some crazy noble mission like everyone else. It's giving major imposter syndrome, am I right? But Jake is just locked on her super intense, and he asks, "Is that seriously what you believe?" Sarah says nothing. So Jake just strolls over this little smirk on his face, and he's like, "Sarah, you have your own lane, your own power. You can literally patch people up, and now you're learning how to throw hands. That's insane. Who cares? Asterisk, why asterisk, you started down this road. What matters is what you're doing asterisk right now, asterisk. You've been grinding non-stop for real." Then he puts a hand on her shoulder, OMG total movie moment, and says, "You've leveled up like crazy and everybody sees it." And yup, that was the final straw. Cue the waterworks. A little later, they're just chilling on the stoop of a brownstone in Brooklyn, and Sarah looks at Jake totally embarrassed and goes, "Ugh, I am so sorry about that whole meltdown. I must seem like such a pathetic mess to you." But Jake just shrugs like it's no big deal. Nah, age is just a number, who cares? And Sarah actually lets out a little laugh. "Yeah, I guess you're right. Seeing you in action kind of proves that point. So, thanks, Jake. I mean, are we shipping this? He's saved her life like a bazillion times. He's 100% her knight in shining armor. Anyway, the day's over and night starts to fall over NYC. Jake slips on his classic hoodie and bounces. Next thing you see, he's posted up on a rooftop in Hell's Kitchen, probably just soaking in the chaos, and he's staring at someone off in the distance. He yells out, "What's with the emergency bat signal?" And who else would it be? It's Chloe. She gives him this look, one eyebrow arched, and smirks. "Oh, I've got some piping hot tea that I think you're going to want to chug. It's about all the dirty little secrets floating around the magical upper crust." And yup, you could see him perk up. Jake's brow gets all serious, and you can practically hear the gears grinding in that genius head of his. After a second, this little smirk creeps onto his face. All right, I'm hooked. Spill it. But Chloe is loving this. She points a finger at him, pouting, Nuh-uh, you gotta put on your work fit first. The all black, I'm a super serious mage, get up. Jake just gives her the most deadpan stare. You really think I just wear that thing 24/7? Chloe huffs, but finally caves. Fine. So I've been using my, let's call them off-the-books connections, to snoop on rogue mages and all the secret societies, and girl, the drama I'm hearing about the so-called noble families is absolutely unhinged. We're talking money laundering, sketchy backroom deals, straight-up embezzlement, the whole 9 yards. And the Williams family, they're basically at the top of the naughty list. Word is they're getting real chummy with the Black Rebellion. Jake's frown gets even deeper. Who's in charge of the Black Rebellion? Chloe just shrugs, super casual. The rumor mill says it's some dude named Derek. He used to be one of the nobles himself, apparently. From what I hear, he was a massive problem child back in the day and got himself excommunicated. It was a huge scandal all over the news for a hot minute. Jake nods, putting their pieces together. So, that makes the connection to the magical elite even more sus. Right, Chloe says, like, duh. Exactly. There's a whole lot of smoke, but no fire, you feel me? No actual proof. No one's snitching, you can't find a single file online. They're probably leaning on people to keep their mouths shut. So, like, watch your back if you go digging. But, Jake, you think he's scared? He could not care less, the guy is totally unbothered. He just says, send me everything you have. Honestly, the confidence is unreal. Drop a king in the comments if you agree. Chloe looks at him like he's nuts. And what are you going to do with it? Jake gets this tiny, terrifying smile and just says, serve up some justice. Then, poof. He literally uses magic to leap off the building like he's Spider-Man. This guy has a million ways to deal with his haters. Yeah, and let me tell you, gentle is not one of them. So Jake zips back to his place, which is probably some sick loft in Soho. Inside, Mia and Lily are on totally different planets, not even acknowledging each other. Lily's on the bed, looking all peaceful and zen, meditating her heart out. Meanwhile, Mia's in full-on nerd mode, buried in homework, and Jake glued to his phone, obviously. He's thinking, okay, time to deep dive into my own history, the story behind these disasters. Like 50 years of it. And, hey, shout out to our boy, he finally learned how to use a smartphone. We love to see the growth. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss a single drop of this tea. Okay, so picture this. Jake decides to go full-on internet stalker. On himself, the OG, Jake, right? And bam, the info just floods his screen, like instantly. My dude is literally doom-scrolling his own life story, it's hilarious. And, get this tea, the history of his old self, the original Jake up until he, bit the dust. It was totally accurate. But hold up, because it looks like mages in this era got seriously nerfed. Like their power levels are a total joke now. On top of that, there's all this fake news going around saying the OG magic families are still kicking, but, like, all the deets on these so-called noble mages, super sketchy and vague, the real secret sauce for top-tier magic, totally ghosted. He's thinking if his legendary spellbook hadn't vanished, mages wouldn't be in this major slump. But according to our girl Zoe, that thing is long gone, like gone. Like, poof, no books, no files, not a single trace. It's giving major conspiracy vibes, like someone is actively trying to power down all the mages. Maybe Mia's family, the OGs running that shop over on Bleecker Street, knows something. But seriously trying to get a meeting with them now, LMAO, good luck with that. And the info on these disasters is practically non-existent. The more Jake tries to piece it together, the deeper the rabbit hole gets. Like, why do they keep happening? What's the trigger for real? What even are these disasters? You guys have to drop your theories in the comments. I am dying to read them. So, while Jake's having a full-blown existential meltdown, Zoe's just giving him the side-eye like, you good, bro. Anyway, cut to the next day at the training yard down by the Hudson, and Jake is running drills with the squad business as usual. Then, out of nowhere, his earpiece just goes absolutely ballistic. All units, listen up. We got a code, red disaster on the scope, all teams scramble like right now. Jake doesn't even blink. He just screams, let's move, and his team is out the door. But, and you guys are not ready for this, when they get to the scene, who does he see? It's Asterisk, her Asterisk. He's got her boot planted right on some little demon thing, smirking like she owns the place. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Finally decided to show up, huh? She literally struts right up to Jake Points and laughs in his face. Already took out the trash for you? What are they even paying you Magic Task Force guys for? And when Jake just stays dead silent, Mia gets even more smug, if that's even humanly possible. Oh, relax. No civilians got hurt. And with that, she and her little squad just dip, but not before throwing some serious shade over her shoulder. You guys are always blabbing about protecting the citizens. But what if we weren't here, huh? Maybe try to keep up next time. Yeah. Hearing that, Zoe absolutely loses her mind. Son of a, what was that whole theatrical performance? Jake just nods like, deadass, that's what I'm saying. But then, you guys, it happens again and again. Every single time Jake's squad gets the alert and pulls up, Mia's crew has already cleaned house. And OMG, the trash talk is absolutely savage. Late again? Seriously, you guys are always late, you absolute clowns. Are you even useful? Lily and her crew were so pissed they were ready to throw hands right there in the middle of Flatbush Avenue. But Mia and her little clique were already gone bouncing before things could actually pop off. For real, what's the point of the MTF? It's obvious the world still needs us elites to actually handle business. Zoe is just fuming like she is so over it. This is the 5th time. This is so sus. There's no way she isn't playing dirty. Detective Miller just lets out this huge sigh, totally defeated. Someone's got to be messing with our comms. The intel is definitely delayed. And Jake's feeling it too. He can totally sense these disasters when they're close by. But the farther away they are, the fuzzier his spidey sense gets. Like, what's a guy supposed to do? So while Jake is off in his own world trying to untangle this whole mess, Zoe is still ranting about how Mia conveniently ghosts them whenever a real boss-level baddie shows up. It's so infuriating. Then out of literally nowhere, Sarah just gasps. Whoa, guys, check this out. It looks like Mia's crew is suddenly getting a crazy amount of love online. Detective Miller is squinting at his tablet like, that's beyond sketchy. I mean, wasn't it just last week everyone was dragging them through the mud online? Sarah's just scrolling on her phone for a sec and then her head just shoots up. A press conference is about to go live. Jake's brow just furrows and he's like, for what? Sarah just shrugs. No clue. Meanwhile, over at the Williams Tower on Park Avenue, Mia's family is gathering a whole swarm of reporters. And just like that, the Williams family press conference kicks off. Chad is sitting front and center at the table looking super serious. Thank you all for coming today. We've called this meeting for one reason, and one reason only. It concerns the missteps, and frankly, the disappointments the Magic Elite have caused, especially from one particular member of my family. Chad is laying the I'm so sorry act on thick, saying we have faced endless criticism for her actions and the abrasive way she handles people. Okay. The second he says this, the reporters start whispering and the gossip just explodes. Chad just stands there, lets it all wash over him, and then, get this, he does a full 90-degree bow. I am sincerely sorry. This move from Chad completely silences the room. Like dead quiet, you could hear a pin drop. The reporters are just shook, and Chad could not care less. What an absolute power move. Seriously smash that like button if you think this is all part of some crazy master plan. His head was still bowed, totally playing the victim card as he went on. Look, I know this is on me, a total failure as a father. But I promise you Detective Miller is trying to make things right. For his mistakes, and is totally out there on the front lines trying to fix this whole mess. And just like that, the reporters totally flipped their script. All that heat they were bringing gone. Poof. Mr. Williams, still in his fake humble beau pose, sees this and cracks a little smirk. What a snake. But when he looks up, it's all serious business again. Yes, I know there's been a lot of chatter about how a Williams has been handling these disasters. Things have been chaotic and these calamities. Plus, all the other magic nobles taking sudden trips abroad has left us crazy short-staffed. It's a bad scene, but trust me, we're on it. Meanwhile, Lily and her crew are watching this whole train wreck of a press conference and they are so not buying it. They're steaming mad that this Williams PR stunt is actually working. Like more than half the comments on the live stream were hardcore defending the Williams family. The more Lily watched, the more ticked off she got, finally screaming, "Are you kidding me? They're just feeding everyone a load of crap. We've been busting our asses for this joke of an outcome." Jake just pats her on the head, super chill, and is like, "Hey, calm down. It doesn't matter what they say. Our mission is still the same. I got this, trust me." And he says it with this super confident grin. Get this, that same day right after the Williams family's big show, Detective Miller gets called to the chief's office. The drama. After hearing what the chief had to say, Detective Miller was completely floored. Pardon me, sir. What did you just say?" The chief just says deadpan, "I already told you. At this rate, this whole team is about to go down the drain. We're getting a flood of complaints about the Magic Task Force, and you need to understand making an enemy of the Magic Nobles is a real bad look." Then the chief twists the knife, saying this whole tense situation is partly Detective Miller's fault. Damn, you could literally see Miller's whole vibe just harden. He tried to argue back, all defiant, but, sir, the real problem is the Williams family's shady business. But before he could even finish, the chief totally blew up. I don't care. You shouldn't have been so aggressive. This team was your bright idea. You're the one who pissed off all the nobles. You made this bed, now lie in it. Detective Miller is practically biting through his lip. He's so mad and asks, our missions keep getting stalled. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, sir? The chief just scoffs in his face. Are you actually accusing me right now? You've got some nerve. Then he basically orders Miller to fix the department's image and start playing nice with the magic nobles. And if you can't shut the team down. That threat just left Detective Miller spiraling. Meanwhile, over at his mansion at 1010 Fifth Avenue, Mr. Williams is laughing his butt off. Everything, literally everything, was going exactly according to his twisted plan. His butler, just standing there, starts sucking up, a masterful performance, my lord. No one would ever dare question you. Mr. Williams just chuckles, all arrogant. The public, they're just sheep. Put on a little show and the idiots will believe anything. Now that I've got public opinion on my side, I'm going to crush that little special task force in a second. And with that, he throws his head back and lets out this huge, evil laugh, like he'd already won. Back downtown, Detective Miller walks out of the precinct looking so mad and defeated. Man, what's going to happen to Jake's team? Now drop your theories in the comments. So, for a whole week after that crickets, the team didn't get a single mission and Mia was absolutely losing her mind over it. Okay, it's officially weird. We haven't gotten one call in 7 days. Lily nods along. Yeah, I noticed. The Williams family has been handling all the recent incidents. Tyler scoffs. That's because we're being played. There are people inside the department actively working against us. Jake, in the middle of a bite of his burger, just says, gotta be a mole in the department. Someone with ties to the magic nobles. To them, we're a huge problem. Mia, still not getting it, yells, but why are we the problem? Jake slowly explains it like he's talking to a toddler, because our wins make the nobles look bad by comparison. Not to mention, a lot of them are probably secretly working with the Black Rebellion. So, if our team gets too much clout, it messes with their whole operation. And the more Mia heard, the more pissed off she got, shouting, so this is our fault? Heck no. It's their fault for being useless. If they don't want a bad rep, maybe they should, I don't know, actually do their jobs. Jake, just caught into the crossfire, looks at her helplessly and goes, all right, well, why don't you go tell them that? LOL. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss what happens next. So, Mia is giving Jake the complete cold shoulder, pouting hard, and she just shoots this look at Lily like, OMG, you don't think, yes, our dad's in on this whole mess, do you? And Lily just lets out this massive sigh like, girl that's been living in my head rent-free. So Jake, seeing them all down in the dumps, pops up like he owns the place and goes, all right, I'm down. Let's go squeeze some answers out of him. And you already know, Tyler is right there, nodding like 100%. Just standing here ain't doing squat. But Mia's still totally hesitant, muttering, ugh, but it's so weird between us right now. Jake just hits her with the iciest comeback, zero hesitation. Fine, stay here then. And, y'all, the look Mia and Lily shot each other was everything. After a pause that felt like an eternity, they both go, nah, we're coming. He's our dad for better or worse. So, like a minute later, they roll up to the Johnson family's ridiculous mansion, probably on some bougie block like Park Avenue in New York City. But, check this, the butler, straight up, stonewalls them at the door. Access denied. Mia immediately fires back, we literally just need to talk to him. And Lily tries to play the stern older sister, asking, are you for real? You can't make a single exception? But this butler, my dude, was a total wall. Just shakes his head, no emotion. He's all like, the master gave me direct orders. His daughters are not to be permitted entry. And then he drops this nuke. We cannot allow anyone who has been disowned by the family to set foot on the property. Oof. The tea is piping hot. Lily and Mia's faces just completely blanked. They were totally floored like legit statues. So, you know who had to step up our boy Jake. He gets all official, my name is Jake, captain of the Special Magic Task Force. I need to ask Mr. Johnson a few questions. The butler just stares back dead-eyed and says, all interviews require a previously scheduled appointment. The absolute audacity. Jake just shakes his head, trying to keep his cool. Look, dude, this isn't an interview. I just need some answers. But long story short, it was like talking to a brick wall. No matter what they tried, the answer was a big fat nope, and you could see Jake was getting seriously heated, like he was about to just go beast mode on the door. But by some miracle, Mr. Johnson himself strolls out. He's squinting at Jake, totally suspicious, asking, what is all this racket about? The butler practically teleports to his side. Sir, this person is insisting on a word with you. Mr. Johnson's brow instantly furrows and he's just silently giving Jake the full scan. And Jake is staring right back, not giving an inch. It was a major stare down, you guys. The tension was thick. After what felt like a solid 10 minutes, Mr. Johnson finally gives the signal to let them in. Thank goodness. So the whole squad is finally walking through this ridiculously massive mansion, and Jake leans in to whisper, "I didn't realize you guys had an older brother." Lily just lets out this exhausted sigh like she's so done. "That's our dad. Can you even deal?" The man looks like he's in his 20s. Meanwhile, Mr. Johnson is totally clocking their little secret meeting, and he had this majorly ticked-off look on his face. A second later, they're in some super luxe waiting room, and Mr. Johnson sits across from them just glaring daggers at Jake. Mr. Johnson is just sitting there in dead silence, so Jake's just vibing, playing it super cool. The quiet was deafening for real. Finally, after the most awkward pause ever, Mr. Johnson speaks in this super deep, dramatic voice. "So, you're the one who's been leading my daughters astray. Whoa, okay." Shots fired, but Jake, with this little smirk, just calmly claps back, blaming someone else because your own kids found their voice is a classic parent move and not a good look. Oh, my God, the savagery. What you pressed that your kids are growing up. And, just like that boom, you could practically taste the drama in the air. It was officially on. Let me know in the comments if you think Mr. Johnson had that coming. Mr. Johnson was so obviously angry you could see a vein throbbing in his forehead, but Jake completely unbothered. Just sitting there with this picture-perfect polite little grin. This man lives for confrontation, I swear. Jake isn't here to play games, so he just gets right to the point. "Why are you putting pressure on the special magic unit?" Mr. Johnson just shrugs super casual. "I haven't the faintest idea what you're on about. Wasn't me." "So, the top-tier mages rarely coordinate. Mr. Williams is off doing his own thing." Jake's actually a little stunned, like, "Wow, I did not expect you to just admit that so easily. Seriously, I thought I was going to have to pull some teeth to get that info out of you." But Mr. Johnson gets all high and mighty. "I have respect for those with genuine ability. I've heard the stories about you. So some student with the power of a pro-level mage, a so-called hero who saved the day more than a few times. But," he adds with a glint in his eye, "I remain unconvinced." Jake narrows his eyes right back and says, "You want to see for yourself, is that what this is?" And before he even finished the sentence, Mr. Johnson unleashes this absolutely wild wave of magic. But Jake doesn't even blink, he just fires back with his own energy, meeting him right in the middle. The three of them in the back, including Lily, are just completely shook by this insane display of power. Like, what in the actual heck is this level of strength? Holy crap, are these two even human? The sheer pressure from their magic is off the charts? It was like two tsunamis of pure energy just slamming into each other, you guys. It was absolutely wild. After a minute, they both power down. Mr. Johnson is staring at Jake with these super intense eyes and just says, "Impressive. I literally got chills. There aren't many who can take my full power head on like that." But Jake, our forever humble king, doesn't even let it hype him up. He just says calmly, "Sensing and controlling magic is like day one stuff. Besides, you were holding back on me anyway." Hearing that, Mr. Johnson just raises an eyebrow and lets out this little laugh. Ooh, what's going on in his head? You better smash that like button and hit subscribe so you don't miss the next part of this drama. You are so not wrong. Jake was throwing him some serious side-eye. I mean, Mr. Johnson's control over his power and the sheer asterisk vibe of it was wild, totally on another level from any other mage we've seen. For real, the dude was playing a completely different game. You don't just get that asterisk good from being talented. Nah, there's gotta be some secret cheat code, some major tea brewing about Mr. Johnson. So, with that little conspiracy theory brewing, Jake casually goes, Final question. How come all the mages these days are so nerfed compared to the OGs?" But Mr. Johnson just plays it off, not giving him a real answer at all. He's like, "And what makes you think that Jake just shrugs super chill and is all, 'cause I know the gossip from like 50 years back?" Ooh, you guys, that made Mr. Johnson hesitate for a second. Got him? After this pause that felt like forever, he finally spills, "It's all about control." Jake's just like, English, please. But Mr. Johnson totally clams up after that. OMG, the suspense is literally killing me. Then he goes all cryptic on him like, "You'll understand when you're older. But trust me, we need asterisk the elite mages." Jake was not buying that garbage for 1 second. He's like, "Oh, for real?" He asks, hitting him with the eyebrow raise. "Even a family like the Williamses." OF, you could practically see Mr. Johnson choke on his own spit. Jake didn't even press him. He just stood up like a total boss and went, "All right, we're out." Absolute mic drop moment. Thanks for answering my questions, man. But wait, while Jake's all set to dip, Lily and the crew are basically glued to the floor. Mia's shouting, "Dude, hold on. We're literally still frozen from that crazy power surge. So, naturally, Jake has to play the hero and help them up. But before they left, he just had to get one last little dig in. Not gonna lie, I might have had second thoughts if the Johnson family was tangled up in this drama. Glad to know you're not about that life, because Mia and Lily are my crew for life, you feel me? Mr. Johnson is giving Jake this super sketchy look like, what are you even talking about? Jake just shrugs, gives him this playful little pout, and goes, who knows? That is so Jake. Anyway, a few days later, so get this over at the NYPD precinct down at One Police Plaza, a giant delivery of boxes just lands. And you guys, someone inside literally screams, yes, the new fit's finally dropped. This isn't just any old uniform, y'all, it's actual anti-magic gear. Detective Miller is just nodding with this massive grin on his face like, all right, Bet, with this new drip, we can finally get down to business. But Jake is completely in his own world, staring at his phone and muttering, looks like my plan is about to pop off too. Detective Miller totally hears him and gets all up in his business. Oh, you got your own thing going on, huh? Jake just gives this casual little nod and a super suspicious smile saying, let's get this show on the road. It's payback time. OMG, you guys. What do you think he's planning? Drop all your theories in the comments below. I need to know. Meanwhile, over at the Williams family mansion on a super fancy stretch of Park Avenue, Chad is laughing like a straight-up cartoon villain. The end of that stupid task force is so near. Soon, Chad Williams, will rule this whole country with the Black Rebellion's help. Hearing this, one of his little minions starts cackling right along with him, already imagining all the money and influence the Williams family is about to get, thinking us normal people are just gonna worship them. Ugh, the absolute nerve of these people. But their little evil party gets crashed, and, hard. The cops literally bust down the door. Talk about a total vibe kill. This super serious captain storms in screaming, NYPD, nobody move. Chad immediately starts panicking, stuttering like, what is going on? Do you have any idea who I am? And get this, at the exact same moment, there's a news helicopter hovering right outside the window. A reporter is live on the air saying, we are reporting live from the scene where police have just raided the residence of the primary suspect. This is a historic moment, folks, the very first time a member of the magical elite is facing serious criminal charges. Back inside, the captain shoves a warrant right in Chad's face and says in this stone-cold voice, you're getting cuffed for bribery, making threats, and abusing your fancy pants powers. And yeah, we're tossing this whole place looking for evidence. Chad tries to act all tough and puffs out his chest yelling, are you serious right now? You can't treat a person of my standing like some common criminal. You better have some concrete evidence. The moment those words are out of his mouth, a voice from the doorway says, you want to bet on that? And the entire Williams family snaps their heads around to see who it is. And you guys, guess who it is? It's Jake and the whole squad, and he's just holding up his phone with the most savage smirk. I've got all the receipts right here, he says. Chad instantly recognizes him and just completely loses it, screaming in pure frustration. So, Jake, from that stupid magic task force, what are you doing in my house? There's no way you have any dirt on me. Jake just calmly says, this is proof of your family's corruption, and hits play on a video for everyone to see. The footage is crystal clear. You guys, it's Mr. Williams himself taking a massive wad of cash from some seriously sketchy-looking group, an underground group connected to rogue mages, and it even shows him threatening people and all sorts of stuff. Dude, when they saw that video, you could feel the entire mood in the room just plummet. Chad's face goes ghost white, but he's still trying to deny everything, shouting, that's fake, it's a deep fake. Like some old guy on Facebook, Jake couldn't even be bothered to engage with this absolute clown. Instead, he just slowly strolls right up to him, getting all up in his personal bubble. He gives this little pity pout and goes, a fabrication, is that really the story you're sticking with? Oh my god, the shade is real. Smash that like button if you are living for this drama right now. Alright, so get this, another video just drops on the screen and it's a full-blown conversation between Chad and his butler. They're literally talking about how to handle some insane natural disaster, and Chad straight up decided to ghost everyone and do nothing. I can't even... Y'all, the evidence was undeniable. Chad's face turned whiter than a sheet, and even his right-hand man Marcus was completely floored, looking like someone just screen-shared his private DMs to the world. So, Chad is totally freaking out, glaring at all the Williams family members like, okay, who's the rat? Only a handful of you can even get into my office. And then you are not going to believe this, the butler steps forward and is like, sir, I must confess, it was me. Chad looked like he was about to short-circuit. He lunges forward, grabs the butler by his shirt and just starts screaming, you have got to be kidding me. You're just staff. How could you betray me like this? But for real, the butler looked like he was backed into a corner. So, let's jump in the time machine for a sec back a few days. One night, Our boy Jake rolls up, rocking his whole mysterious dark mage aesthetic, finds the butler, and is basically like, "Listen, you're going to help me expose all the messed up stuff the Williams family is involved in." At first, the butler was totally against it, like, "Nah, dude, I'm loyal." He's all like, "I could never betray my master." But Jake just lets out this icy laugh like, "Wow, so loyal. But really, is it your duty to just watch the family you work for drive themselves straight off a cliff?" Ouch, that's a sick burn. You could tell that one hit home. The butler was seriously rethinking his life choices. Jake, seeing his chance, moved in for the final push, saying, "So, what's the play? Are you going to let the Williams family implode? Or are you going to step up and be the hero who saves the entire magic world? The ball's in your court, my guy." And, well, obviously we know which path he chose because we're watching Chad get canceled in real time. This is juicier than any reality show smash that like button if you're living for this drama. The butler just lets out a heavy sigh and drops the ultimate truth bomb. "You are not worthy of the title of Magic Noble. You need to be removed from power." And when he said it, his eyes held zero respect. Pure, unadulterated sass. I absolutely stan this butler. OMG, can you imagine getting roasted that hard by your own butler? Chad's face twisted with rage, his anger meter just exploded, and he started shrieking like an absolute maniac. "All of you can just get out of my sight." And then he starts powering up his magic to blast everyone in the room. But just then, Chad's eyes go wide with shock, because a massive magic beam zips in from out of nowhere and slices a fancy table right in half. You gotta hand it to him, Chad's got cat-like reflexes. He shoves the butler out of the way just in time to avoid getting hit. And who's our hero? None other than Jake. He walks in like he owns the place, scoffs, and says, "It's over, Chad. There's nowhere left to run, you pathetic excuse for a noble." Chad was literally vibrating with fury. He's balling up his fists, grinding his teeth, and yelling, "How dare you! You've ruined my reputation, all my hard work, my money, my influence. It's all going down the drain because of you." Jake just hits him back with a legendary smirk and goes, "Your hard work. When have you ever actually worked for anything?" But Chad just throws his head back and lets out this wild maniacal laugh like a true movie villain. He's in full-on villain monologue mode now. "This is so inconvenient. I have secret compounds overseas. For this very reason, I've got a whole penthouse at 212 Fifth Avenue in New York City, ready and waiting. If I can just escape this place, you'll never find me. But first, you know what's coming. I'm going to eliminate all of you." And with that, he and Marcus's crew launch their attack. But Psych A shield materializes in front of the cops, deflecting every single attack. Jake just casually waves his hand and orders, "The Magical Special Forces unit will take care of these jokers. Everyone else get back." Meanwhile, outside the ridiculously huge mansion, a news reporter is on site completely losing it as she sees all the magic energy flaring up in the sky. She's live on camera yelling, "We're witnessing a tremendous surge of magical power. It appears the Williams family is resisting arrest. Is this definitive proof that the magical elite are corrupt? Guys, the tea is boiling over. I mean, for real, the world is falling apart with disasters and monsters everywhere, and these mega-rich dudes are only worried about themselves. It's actually disgusting. And this entire throwdown is being broadcast live from coast to coast. The entire country is glued to their TVs, phones, and laptops watching this drama unfold, and they're all pinning their hopes on Jake's elite magic squad. They're all praying this team can clean house and finally take down the corrupt magic nobles who've been running the country into the ground. Right now, the team is squaring off against Marcus. And of course, the main event, Jake himself. Ito has the biggest fish to fry, taking on the big boss of the Williams family. Chad is giving him a look that could kill just pure, unfiltered hatred. Let me know in the comments who you think would win in a staring contest. Over with Marcus's crew, he summoned his personal squad, a bunch of wind mages, just hovering in the air, trying way too hard to look intimidating and cool. Marcus looks down at them with this super smug grin and says, "For real, you actually think you can take us on with this pathetic little group?" But then Zoe just scoffs and claps back. "Unlike you lazy entitled nobles, we've actually been working. The rest of our team is out there dealing with real threats like natural disasters and monster attacks." Oh, snap. That comment totally triggered Marcus. He just starts screaming in pure frustration. "You irritating little gnats! Why do you always have to interfere with my plans? That's it, the gloves are off. I'm going to enjoy tearing you all apart." But, Zoe wasn't even fazed. She stood her ground looking absolutely fierce. "You are a complete disgrace to all magic users, and I will make you pay for what you've done. Go off, Zoe." And as she says that, we cut back to the villa's balcony where Chad is locked onto Jake, and with a vicious sneer, he finally begins to speak. You really think you can take on a top-tier mage?" Jake clapped back his voice like ice. "Are you for real? There's literally no way I'm losing to a bunch of wannabes like you. Now, watch and learn." So, Chad just scoffs and launches this magic beam into the sky, but get this before it even got near the news chopper, bam. A freaking barrier pops up out of thin air and just shuts it down completely. Jake was absolutely flaming him. Wow, could you possibly be any more pathetic? But Chad, just shrugging it off like it was nothing, sneered back. Hey man, a paycheck's a paycheck. What a total tool, am I right anyway? While those two were having their little drama fest on the roof, a full-on war had broken out on the street below. And I'm telling you, the Magic Task Force came to play. It took no time at all for one of the villains to get absolutely wrecked. The second he saw his boy go down, this dude Marcus's face just twisted up in rage, but the owls just kept on coming for his crew as his homies started getting taken out one by one. OMG, you should have seen it. The look on Marcus's face just completely froze. You know he was thinking, no freaking way this can't be real. We're supposed to be the best. How are we getting totally clapped like this? Marcus was totally losing it. I mean, he's a so-called magic noble, his massive ego just couldn't take getting bodied by Lily's squad. So what does he do? He starts screeching orders. Just wreck 'em. Use everything you've got, I don't give a damn. And his two remaining minions just nodded all like, you got it, boss. So, the three of them start powering up this massive combo attack. But the task force, they weren't even breaking a sweat. Ashley and her bro just gave each other this look, that twin telepathy thing, and nodded. They totally had a plan. Next thing you know, they move in perfect sync and this huge wave of water just explodes out of nowhere. In a split second, it's barreling down the street like it's about to flood the entire block over on 5th Avenue. And you can guess who was right in its path, Marcus and his two goons. They got absolutely smashed by the wave and were just left sitting on their butts on the pavement, totally drenched and defeated. Then, Ashley and her brother start walking towards them and you could literally see the pure panic on their faces. But the Sibs were stone cold, just staring them down with absolutely zero chill. Realizing they were completely cooked, Marcus and his crew start bowing and begging. Yo, it was a mistake. We were bugging out for a second, we swear. Whoa, we'll be better. For real. Please just let us go. And Zoe actually paused for a sec, then nodded and said, Okay, I understand. If you're serious about changing your ways, then I guess we have to forgive you. So, with that, she turns and starts to walk off. But right then, you guys, Marcus lets out this nasty, evil laugh. What an absolute idiot. Now you're gonna get it. So, the three stooges get ready for a cheap shot, but they couldn't even twitch. The entire task force instantly whipped out their magic, pointing it right in their faces. Talk about a massive L. Marcus's legs just turned to jello, and he straight up collapsed onto the pavement, shaking and stammering. But, you said you'd let me go. Zoe just scoffed and said, cold as ice, did you really think we'd let someone go who was just faking it the whole time? Hearing that, Marcus and his goons just started crying their eyes out. What a bunch of crybabies. Meanwhile, at the exact same time up on the roof, Jake totally knew his squad had clinched the win. He gets this little smirk on his face and says, looks like they've wrapped things up down there. Seems like your precious little crew was no match for my friends. Chad bit his lip so hard you could see the rage boiling in his eyes as he screamed, you son of a... But Jake wasn't even a little bit fazed, just standing there completely unbothered. And OMG, his super chill attitude was making Chad even more heated. Seriously, you could almost see the steam pouring out of his ears. Chad just snaps and starts throwing everything at Jake. But Jake just casually sidesteps his weak level 1 magic attack. After that flopped, Chad instantly powered up to level 2. But it was the same deal, LOL. Jake's speed was so ridiculously fast that even wind magic couldn't touch him. Chad wasn't quitting though and started pumping even more juice into a level 3 magic attack. Jake wasn't even breaking a sweat, just calmly weaving around every single blast. And this whole insane fight was being caught on camera by a news chopper. All right, squad, what do you think the headline is going to be tomorrow? Drop your best and funniest ideas down in the comments. The reporter was losing her mind, like, that's some incredible power, and Jake doesn't even have a scratch on him. I mean, for real, after all those missed shots. So Chad unleashes an even wilder amount of energy. The magic was now at level 4, but Jake was still just chilling, cool as a cucumber, like he was just taking a walk through old Brooklyn. Chad bites his lip hard, summoning a whole bunch of magic circles in his hands. Then this raging vortex just materializes in midair and... In a flash, it completely surrounds Jake, looking like it's about to just swallow him whole. Seeing this, Zoe totally screams, completely freaked out. Kyle even muttered, looking super worried, yo, that looks bad. But compared to how much everyone else was panicking, Jake was beyond calm. He just floated there, letting the vortex charge right at him. But, plot twist, the second it gets to Jake, the vortex just disappears. Like, poof, when the wind clears, Jake is just standing there completely unharmed behind a few layers of shields. What an absolute flex. Smash that like button if you think Jake is a total legend. Okay, so get this tea. Chad's so-called level 5 magic was straight up useless against Jake. Like total cap. It did literally nothing. Lily saw the whole thing and was totally shook. Her jaw was on the floor for real. Like, did my boy seriously just block that insane attack with what looked like a basic shield? That's that next-level Kusanagi family drip, you know? Meanwhile, everyone watching the livestream was blowing up the chat, totally losing their minds. You had a few people in the chat hyped about Chad's little light show, I guess. But like, come on, the real stands were going wild over Jake's absolute big deal energy. And right then, the reporter on the scene, probably broadcasting from a sketchy van parked on 5th Avenue, jumped back on the mic. The reporter's just screaming, "Neither of these guys is backing down an inch. I've never seen a fight this wild." Then, Jake sticks the landing, looking all confused, and he's literally thinking, hold up, this dude's magic is actually kinda trash. LOL. So Jake's like, is this clown just stalling for time? He's totally gonna dip. But just then, Chad gets this nasty smirk and tries to taunt him. Yo, what's good? You freeze up over there or something? Oh, but Jake just squints, his voice all icy, and goes, bro, I could end this in like 2 seconds flat. But where's the fun in that? Come on, old man, show me what you really got. The shade. And you could just see the challenge in his eyes. He's basically saying, I'm gonna tank your best hit and then I'm gonna wreck you. OMG, the absolute disrespect. Chad was so heated he could barely talk, just hissing, you arrogant little punk. You want my full power, bet? Chad is fuming. But then, right before he goes all in, he gets this evil grin and says, but hey, just a little heads up first. Try not to pee your pants, kid. Then this dude, Chad, claims his power level is a massive 200,000 Lily, and the squad were completely floored like nobody could believe that number was even real. Lily's not buying it for a second. That's total cap, she says. We gotta get in there and help even if we just cause a distraction. And Tyler's right there, with her totally on board. Heck yeah, Tyler says. Just watching from the sidelines ain't my style. And with that, the whole crew makes a run for the balcony. Jake totally feels them coming and turns around. Yes, but they were already blocked. Of course, it was old man Chad who stopped them. He just scoffs and is like, you kids should be thanking me. If you'd gotten any closer, I would have had to smoke you. Whew. You should have seen the looks on Lily and her friends' faces. They were so ticked off. And right at that moment, Chad throws his head back and just roars, and this crazy magical energy just explodes from him. It's like so much power is getting squished together that his whole body starts glowing super bright. Okay, this was actually getting spooky. Like, that's enough juice to potentially take out a member of the Kusanagi family. You could see Lily and her friends were seriously starting to panic. But Jake? He just gives this little smirk, totally unbothered. Of course, Chad completely misreads the room and thinks Jake is terrified. So he puffs out his chest and gets all smug. Pretty wild, huh? Bet you never even dreamed of this much power. So, let me show you, he says, something simple enough for a dummy like you to get. And bam! As soon as he says it, all these wild magic circles pop up around him. And in a flash, this gnarly rip in space just appears out of thin air. But Jake, being the absolute mad lad that he is, isn't scared at all. He actually looks pumped. He's never seen magics like this before, and he's totally here for it. But then, whoa, the rift starts sucking everything in like a superpowered vacuum cleaner. In literally 1 second, the whole balcony hallway just gets crushed into a pile of junk. And you can just see Chad's ego getting huge. That's space magic for you, he boasts. The most OP spell in the game. It can crush literally anything and everything. It'll flatten you in a millisecond, Chad gloats. But Jake just narrows his eyes, smirks, and hits him with a simple, I'd like to see you try. And guys, if you thought Chad was mad before he just went full-on rage mode, he's screaming like a total psycho, just disappear already, eat this. And then a tier 6 magic spell pops up. The vortex is now sucking in everything. This is getting insane, y'all. Smash that like button if you're on the edge of your seat. And Jake is caught right in the pool. Seeing this, Chad just cackles like a movie villain. It's over. All you can do is get erased. You were asking for it. Lily and her crew, meanwhile, look like they're about to have a heart attack. They just can't believe Jake would go down that easy. It has to be some kind of messed up joke. Mia is staring a hole through that thing, screaming, Jake, say something. But no matter how loud she screamed nothing, then, just as the rift collapses, Jake's standing right there, and Mia just lets out this massive gasp like she's seen a ghost. Jake, you're alive, how? Mia yells, and Jake, looking just a little annoyed, is like, yo, chill, don't be so quick to write my obituary, all right? Chad, though, is absolutely losing it. How are you not even scratched? He's screaming. I know I crushed you. But Jake just gives this casual shrug and calmly says, it's just science, my guy. If the pressure outside and inside is the same, there's no problem. Think of it like those deep-sea fish. But Chad ain't buying this science class explanation for a second and just screams. "So, what if you know science?" Chad yells. "That doesn't mean you can use space magic. That's my signature move." And Jake, with the most chill look ever, says, "Oh, that I just watched you do it and copied it." Mia is completely mind-blown, just staring and mumbling, You learned it just by watching." And Jake just nods like it's no big deal. Then he gets this super cheerful smile and says, "Yeah, and if you had just busted that move out from the start, drop a comment below with what you think Jake is going to say next." Okay, fine. You gave me a paper cut. But seriously, props for mansplaining your entire move, dude. Love that journey for you. At the end of the day, it's just some bougie wind magic, my guy. It's literally that basic. And you know what? Let me show you some actual beginner level stuff. And bam! Just like that, Jin's whole body starts glitching out. He's clutching his head screaming, "Yo, what the heck are you doing to me?" Jake just hits him with this smug little smirk, super casual, and is like, "I just jacked up the sound pressure, that's all. It's called a sound spell. You should Google it. Just another flavor of wind magic, you know." Hearing that, Mia was literally shook. You could see the gears turning in her head. Meanwhile, Jin was getting even more ticked off. He's grinding his teeth, yelling, "Are you seriously making fun of me? That's it, no more playing nice. I'm about to wreck you with everything I've got." And the second those words leave his mouth, Jin's power just erupts. So, get this, he claimed his power level was at 200,000, but that was just him chilling. When he actually tried bro, that number skyrocketed to 500,000. The instant they felt that energy surge, Detective Miller's squad started actually freaking out. They were all like, "Oh crap, he wasn't lying. What even is that kind of power?" And at the same time, Jin just throws his head back and lets out this ridiculously arrogant laugh. He's looking down at him like, "How pathetic, Jake." And before you can even blink all that power inside, Jin just completely blows up. His crazy energy is just whipping all around them. Jin is looking so smug right now, like he's already taking a victory lap. But Lily and the crew, they were losing their minds, and, can you even blame them? Like, is this for real, the power of the magical 1%ers? Having that kind of insane juice, they knew this dude was way out of their league. Even Detective Miller was starting to sweat. He's biting his lip, whispering to himself, "We seriously misjudged these Magic Trust Fund kids. There's no way in hell we can fight that." Jin sees everyone trembling and just sneers, "This is me at 100%. Your window for begging is officially closed." But Jake, my dude, is just standing there cool as a cucumber and even lets out a bored yawn. A yawn. The disrespect is unreal. Jin's brain literally blue screens trying to process how unbothered Jake is, so he just starts cackling like a supervillain again. "You guys are all so clueless you can't even grasp how powerful I am, can you?" Yeah, Jin was dead convinced his trippy reality magic only flopped because Jake got a lucky break. He's like, "All right, recess is over." The joke stops now. He was about to drop his ultimate attack to finish them all, and as he's monologuing, this wild magic field just appears, but you look over at Jake, and our boy is still just standing there, not even flinching. Jake's whole vibe is making Jin grind his teeth into dust, and without wasting a second, he starts chanting the incantation for his big finisher. And in, like, half a second, a ton of magic circles just crash together and form one massive one. Seeing this, Detective Miller yells, "No way! That's a level 7 spell!" Sarah started whispering in panic, too. She was super worried, thinking that even Jake couldn't block this. But Mia just frowned. You could tell, even with how bad it looked, she still had faith Jake would clutch it. She was like mentally cheering, "Please, dude, just win this." She was 100% Team Jake. And right on cue, Jin lets out this evil cackle and says all smug, "You totally blew your chance. All that time I was powering up my spell. That was your one and only shot to dip. Too late to cry about it now. My guy was doing way too much talking." Jake literally pouted like he was so over this guy's villain speech. "All right, you done with the TED Talk yet?" Hearing that, Jin just screeches, "There won't even be ashes left of you. Take this my ultimate attack." And the moment he yells it, this huge, freaky dimensional rip just tears open in the sky. Yo, the energy coming off this thing was so wild, it was making the news chopper in the sky rattle, like it was in a Vitamix. Detective Miller was totally bugging out, covering his eyes and just trying to stay on his feet. He's muttering, "How in the world are we supposed to deal with an attack like that?" Lily, absolutely terrified for Jake, just screams out a warning at the top of her lungs. "Jake, you gotta move." Tyler chimed in too, yelling, "Bro, you can't block that." Mia just stared at Jake's back, her eyes completely filled with dread. And right on cue, Jin lets out this ice-cold laugh and says, "Go ahead and run if you want. I'll just have to go after all your little friends later to cheer myself up." So, I can't wait to see your choice, Jake. Bail on your friends or get totally erased. That massive vortex starts closing in on Jake, but my guy just stands there cool as a cucumber, probably thinking about his apartment at 125 Main Street in Brooklyn. Jake just smirks and is like, obviously I'm gonna face it head on. Then he just casually pulls a magic crystal out of his inventory. Seeing this, Jin just sneers at him like he's a joke. What even is that supposed to be? You really think that little pebble is going to stop my ultimate attack, he scoffs. Pay the price for your own dumb move and get deleted. But even with this dude throwing a full-on tantrum, Jake was completely unfazed. Right before the vortex could swallow him whole, he flicks the magic crystal from his hand. That thing just rips through the air and shoots straight into the heart of the vortex. It immediately merges with the crazy swirl of energy. But then, like a few seconds later, the entire vortex is just completely shattered by that one little crystal. No freaking way. If your jaw is on the floor right now, smash that like button and tell me your reaction in the comments. OMG, you guys. The second Chad saw what Jake did, his face went completely ghost white for real. Lily's little posse behind him was absolutely shook like their jaws literally hit the floor. They never thought Jake could just like asterisk poof asterisk delete a whole 7th level spell. It was absolutely wild. Chad was literally trembling, I'm not even kidding, just whispering to himself like, wait, where did my spell go? It can't be gone. And Jake, being the absolute king he is, just scoffs and is like, you want to know why, bro? It's because earth magic totally bodies wind magic. That's like Elemental Powers 101. A spell that takes you that long to charge up was always going to be a total flop against me, my guy. And as he said it, he hit him with that savage one eyebrow raise and was like, don't you so-called elite mages from your fancy pants address at One Park Avenue know something that basic? Chad fully lost it, clutching his head and screaming, no way. There's no freaking way my ultimate spell was beaten by a low-level trick like that. Jake just pouts, clicks his tongue, and is all, yeah, that's right, sucks to suck. See, this little amethyst stone has like 0 attack power. Even if I bonked you on the head with it, it's not going to do squat, but what it does have is a crazy high density of mana, which means it can straight up cancel out your magic even with a massive power difference. You can consider this lesson on the house pal. Chad just glares at him, totally fuming, and spits out, oh, why would you even use a pathetic spell like that? Jake just shrugs, looking like it's the most obvious thing ever, and says, because it's a spell I cooked up myself. You know, just for kicks. What an absolute flex. Hearing that completely shattered Chad's whole world. He literally collapsed to his knees, just mumbling, You? You made your own magic. For fun, I spent an entire decade perfecting mine. Ooh, that one had to sting big time. But Jake could not care less about his little emo moment. He just casually strolls over and goes, all right, drama queen, time to pay the piper. That's when the panic finally set in for Chad and he starts pleading, my mana is totally gone, I can't even move anymore. Jake just cracks this tiny little smile, but oh my god, you guys, it was the most diabolical grin I've ever seen. I'm so over this clown show, I don't want to waste any more time. As he says that, he raises his hand to just flick Chad on the forehead. Seeing this, Chad probably thought Jake was a complete moron. Like for real, did he think a little forehead flick was going to be his big finisher? Oh, sweetie, he had no idea who he was messing with. He was seriously underestimating our boy Jake. With just one flick of his finger, Chad goes flying, tumbling through the air before he gets absolutely yeeted across the street, and Lily's group instantly stunned into absolute silence. He flew that far from a little tap, no cap, is Jake even human? Just then, the police squad rolls up to slap the cuffs on Chad. The reporters on scene, probably from like NY1, just started cheering their heads off. The elite mage has been taken down. Captain Jake of the Magic Special Task Force is victorious. The whole crowd went completely nuts. Everyone watching the live stream was losing their minds. The chat was just a blur of hype W's flying everywhere because justice was finally served. Back at Maya's villa, the whole squad ran out to celebrate with Jake. He gives them a nod and says, you guys were awesome too. Real team effort. After that, Jake turns and looks at Chad being hauled away by the cops. These so-called elite mages are a total joke, he thought. And these guys are supposed to be the best of the American elite, man. This whole generation of mages needs a serious wake-up call. With that on his mind, Jake walks up right behind Chad and says, hey, got a question for you. Chad just throws him a look, waiting for him to continue. Jake's whole vibe gets super serious. After my, death, what did you elite mages do? Did you guys get rid of that ancient book, the one from 50 years ago? And if you did, why? Chad just scoffs at him, his voice dripping with ice, as if a commoner like you could ever understand the deep thinking of the elite mages. The nerve of this guy. Jake, totally confused, just asks, what is that even supposed to mean? And Chad just snorts, figure it out yourself, before letting the cops lead him away, leaving Jake just staring after him like, well, that was zero help. After all the insane drama with Mia's family went down, Jake got roped into doing a press conference. Detective Miller, standing right next to him, announces to all the cameras, We will now begin the press conference with Captain Jake of the Magic Special Task Force. First off, we'd like to ask the captain to say a few words to the people of New York City. Jake said his thing, and for the next few days his face was all over every screen from Times Square to Rodeo Drive, while the man himself was secretly chilling at some private villa at 3502 Leali Street in Hawaii. Absolute legend. So, picture this. Jake is laid out on a lounge chair sighing all dramatically, "Ugh, what am I even doing in a place like this?" Just then, someone starts walking up to him from the water's edge. And it's Mia, looking absolutely fire in this super cute bikini. She asks him softly, "Is everything okay, Jake?" And cue the dramatic flashback music a few days before in a stuffy meeting room at NYPD headquarters. Detective Miller drops a bombshell, and Jake, hearing it, is completely floored and just yells, "Wait, back up. Did you just say we're all going to Hawaii?" Detective Miller just sighs, looking totally wiped out. Look, as you all know, the Magic Special Task Force is the biggest story in the country right now. We're getting totally swamped by the public and the media. Drop a comment below if you think they deserve this vacation and smash that like button if you're loving this drama. So get this, Jake is staring at him like he's grown a third eye or something. So Mia, being the queen she is, just whips out her phone, pulls up this viral vid from Westbrook Academy, and who's the star of the show? You guessed it, our boy Jake. And I'm not kidding, this thing was going mega viral on TikTok, Insta, everywhere. Then Lily jumps in all like, "No, Cap, the whole internet is basically a shrine to us right now with articles spilling every last drop of tea on our little supernatural squad." Then Tyler, of course, has to throw in his 2 cents like, "Bro, it's not just online. Every news channel is running a 24/7 special on the heroic mages of New York City. We're more famous than the Kardashians right now." So Detective Miller just deadpans at Jake and is like, "Look, literally the entire country is watching you guys. So I'm pulling rank. You're all going on a mandatory vacation. I'm talking Hawaii, a sick beachfront rental at like 2100 South Kihei Road in Maui. Go get a tan until people find a new meme to obsess over." He was going on and on about how Jake basically unlocked God mode for the entire squad, and now that the Ashley family is bankrolling them, they're rolling in cash and have all the best gear. Like they can handle any crazy disaster that comes their way, no sweat. So then Miller strolls over, claps Jake on the shoulder like a proud dad at a soccer game, grinning like he just won the lottery. And he's like, "You guys have been grinding way too hard. Go actually recharge." And boom, that's the tea on how Jake and the gang scored an all-expenses-paid trip to Hawaii. Alright, so fast forward to now. Mia asks her question, and Jake does this super dramatic sit-up from his beach chair, lets out a big sigh and goes, "Just got a lot on my mind, you know." Mia just gives him this knowing nod, then totally pivots like, "Anyway, what's the verdict on this fit? Is it a vibe, or is it a miss? And you guys?" Jake gives her this full, serious, top-to-bottom inspection and just deadpans, "It's cute." Mia immediately goes into full-on tomato mode, like totally flustered. But Jake, he's in his own world completely clueless and just calmly adds that it's a perfect match for her hair color. He's like, it fits her so well it looks like it was made just for her. The TLDR version, he thought it was legit adorable. Mia is getting more and more flustered, just kind of mumbling, "Thanks." And, speak of the devil, Lily walks up looking like an absolute smoke show in this killer black bikini. She wrinkles her nose and is like, "Oh, so this asterisk is where you've been hiding. I was looking everywhere." And, of course, Jake immediately goes into his patented analysis mode, giving her the full head-to-toe scan. Lily totally clocks him staring and gets all sus like, "What's up? You got a problem?" But Jake, smooth as ever, just nods and drops, "Nah, I was just thinking, you look incredible." Okay, Lily is officially shook by this, but Jake just keeps going with this dead serious expression like he's critiquing art. "You legit look like a model, no cap. Your skin is so flawless it makes the swimsuit pop." He finishes with, "You're easily the main character on this whole beach. I see the vision." And Lily just gets all shy, mumbles something, and then literally bolts. "I can't. With this guy. What is going on?" Meanwhile, Tyler's just standing there watching this all unfold, and his brain is basically short-circuiting. This dude is built different. He's just dishing out these massive compliments so naturally with absolutely zero game. It's wild. And right on cue, as if summoned by the chaos, Sarah makes her grand entrance all extra laughing and yelling, "The queen has arrived, peasants." But instead of the fire bikinis, the sisters were rocking Sarah's in this cute, more low-key, two-strap jumpsuit. And Tyler's internal monologue just starts screaming, "Oh no, oh this is bad. This is so not good." Like, when Sarah was in her uniform, it was whatever. But this was a whole new level of dangerous. But Sarah totally ignores his meltdown and looks straight at Jake and asks, "So, what's the review on my swimwear?" And Tyler is having a full-blown panic attack. Oh, God, please don't let Jake say something about her, you know, her assets. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. While Tyler is spiraling, Jake just gives a thoughtful nod and compliments her, saying the style is really cool. Tyler breathes the biggest sigh of relief, thinking he dodged a bullet there. And Sarah, hearing that, is totally beaming. Her eyes are literally sparkling with joy. But wait, there's more. Jake wasn't done. He adds, the switch up from your usual vibe makes it even more striking. You look gorgeous, like you've got this whole elegant grown woman thing going on. And bam. Sarah is now a blushing, stammering mess going, don't be so nice. Tyler could not have stopped that train if he tried. So he just has to yell, dude, you are something else. You think maybe you're laying it on an asterisk, little asterisk thick. And Jake just shrugs, totally unbothered, and hits him with a pouty, why? I'm just speaking my truth. If I think someone looks good, why wouldn't I say it? In his mind, all three of them looked amazing. So he told them. Then he's like, is that a problem? And Tyler's just frantically shaking his head like, nope, no problem here, boss. But you could cut the awkward tension with a knife, because all three girls were feeling it. I mean, every single one of them was blushing 50 shades of red. And just when you think it's over, Jake pipes up again. Yo, Tyler, your physique is looking pretty solid too. Your proportions are on point, and that simple swimsuit actually really works for you. You should be proud of that build, my guy. A+. And scene. Y'all go ahead and smash that like button if you think Tyler's gonna need a long vacation asterisk from asterisk this vacation. OMG. And now it's Tyler's turn to get all flustered. My man went beet red, screaming, yo, stop gassing me up like that. But for real, once he chilled out, they had a lit time on the beach, even tearing it up on a jet ski. No cap, this trip was the total vibe check they all needed. Later that night, Jake bounced from the hotel room. Dude was seriously parched from laughing his head off all day. So, our boy's on a mission looking for a bodega to snag a drink. He's not even halfway down the block on like Ocean Parkway when bam, who does he run into? The one and only Mia. And y'all, we're still debating if she was low-key, waiting for him, or if this was just a total coincidence, you know? Anyway, they start walking, and obviously Mia is the one to break the silence. Today was super fun, wasn't it? Jake just kinda nods. Yeah, for real. I honestly didn't think we'd ever get a chance to just chill. It's been nothing but non-stop drama forever. Okay, so get this tea, you guys. Mia is giving Jake major side-eye because she totally clocked that ring on Lily's finger earlier. Her brain is screaming, they're dating, but her heart is just like, nah, can't be. Like she could not make it make sense because Jake literally told her he wasn't with anyone. The math was absolutely not mathing for her fam. So Mia's just stuck in this overthinking spiral, right? Finally, she can't take it anymore and just blurts out, hey, can I ask you something? And Jake's face is like, ugh, here we go again. Are you gonna ask about my powers again? Nah, it's not that, Mia says, shaking her head super fast. She takes this huge breath and all nervous asks, so, what's your type die? Jake's a little thrown off, but he's like, honestly, I've never really thought about it. But Mia is not letting it go. Okay, but like, specifically, is your type one of us three? Or, you know, someone like us? Jake actually pauses for a sec and then he drops this absolute bombshell. Maybe, it's all of you. Y'all, Mia was shooketh like brain, completely short-circuited. Error 404 girl not found. Jake just looks up at the stars, gets all deep with this little smile and goes, you're all super cute and charming, and on top of that, you're all such go-getters always on your grind. I'm really into people who always give it 100%. Oh, you guys, this was not the answer Mia wanted. She pushes back like, but isn't that totally different from like asterisk liking asterisk someone? And Jake is genuinely confused. It is. I always thought they were kind of the same thing, but now that you bring it up, I guess I probably like you the most. End. Pause. Mia.exe has officially stopped working. Homegirl is literally frozen solid, and Jake, my sweet clueless summer child, just keeps talking. You've been so real, so serious, and so kind ever since we met. And the most important thing, you're always trying your absolute best. He finally turns to look at Mia, who is still a literal statue, and he smiles. Mia, I really, really like you. Those words, I really, really like you, hit her like a ton of bricks. She went tomato red and just collapsed right there on the boardwalk. Jake, bless his oblivious soul, totally freaks out. Whoa, what's wrong? Are you okay? Mia doesn't even answer him. She is secretly ascending to another plane of existence. Like, she knows he probably means it in a platonic you're my bestie way, but my girl is taking this win and running with it. It hit her right then, and there she was, down bad for this dude. But while they're having their little rom-com moment, let's cut to the precinct at One Police Plaza where Detective Miller is stressing out. Okay, so things were getting intense. The public was absolutely dragging the elite magic users online, and more people were demanding that the magic special forces take over handling these, weird weather patterns. Yeah, and that whole monster situation, people wanted the big guns on it. Jake's fame was blowing up, but at the same time, so was the street cred of these so-called dark mages. It seriously felt like a massive showdown was about to pop off. Instead of calming down, the whole vibe in New York City was just getting more and more tense. What do you think is going to happen next? Drop your wildest theories in the comments below. I want to read them. Meanwhile, over at JFK International Airport, a flight from overseas just touched down. And you can just hear this super salty voice cutting through the air. In the short time we were gone, it looks like this city has completely lost its mind. In response, a deeper voice growls, "These amateurs are pathetic." The owner of that first voice, the one and only Bella. A top-tier magic user, and she is still fuming. If I'd been here, this whole mess would have been cleaned up like yesterday. The other guy, that was Chris. Head of his own powerful family, and trust me, he was not feeling the current state of affairs either. Alright, flash forward 1 week. We're at Jake's place, probably some sweet loft in Greenwich Village. Mia is in the kitchen just humming and cooking up a feast. Jake's chilling on the couch sighing, "Man, we got back way sooner than I expected." Lily overhears him and chimes in, "Looks like the Magic Special Forces did some serious PR with the media, and Westbrook Academy definitely pulled some strings for us too." Jake looks so relieved, pouting a little bit. "Finally, we can actually breathe for a minute." Right on cue, Mia pokes her head out of the kitchen. "Yo, can I get some help with these plates?" Jake immediately hops up like he's been called for duty, on it. A second later, there's this insane 5-star restaurant-level meal on the table. Seriously, what a spread. If all this food talk is making you hungry, do your boy a favor and smash that like button. So, while they were chowing down, Mia's totally like, "Okay, we're heading back to campus tomorrow, but for real, do you guys think it's gonna be chill?" And Jake just plays it off, cool as a cucumber. "Nah, don't even sweat it. The cops and Westbrook Academy are all over it. The whole special operative hype has got to be ancient history by now, right? I bet everyone's already on to the next shiny thing. We just gotta dip on the haters." Bro, famous last words. 'Cause the second Jake set foot on campus at 100 Westbrook Avenue in New York, he knew he messed up. A whole swarm of girls was on him in like 2 seconds flat. They were all up in his grill asking for his number, his type, his freaking zodiac sign. You name it, and get this across the way, Lily was getting absolutely mobbed by a pack of dudes. I mean, duh. Lily and Tyler were basically campus royalty now. For real, they were always turning heads, but after that asterisk whole disaster, honey, they were straight-up celebrities. And Lily, with her signature Ice Queen vibe, was obviously the main event. Who was totally unbothered, just waltzes into Jake's classroom like, "Yo, sorry to interrupt. We came to drag you guys to lunch, but it looks like a full-on riot in here today, huh?" Jake shot back totally whining, little asterisk wild, are you kidding me right now?" And Mia had to drop the truth bomb on him like, "Dude, I heard this is nothing." Apparently it was way crazier before when random people were literally trying to crash the gates. And Tyler poofed. Thanks to Lily being a superstar, he was already a pro at dodging the wannabe paparazzi. So, while everyone's still bugging out about the fan mobs, Lily just deadpans, "Oh, by the way, we're out of toilet paper. We should probably swing by Target on the way home." LMAO, talk about a random vibe shift. And Jake, without skipping a single beat, goes, "Oh, facts. We can grab more of those bath bombs, too. You've been wanting to try that new lavender one, right?" And OMG, y'all. Mia was suddenly put on the spot looking like a deer caught in the headlights. Lily just froze solid. You could literally see her brain blue screen. And everyone who heard this little domestic moment between her and Jake instantly started whispering. The tea was piping hot, and Lily started to absolutely spiral. She, grabbed the other two and basically shoved them out the door, yelling, "Anyway, let's just go to the roof." So, up to the roof they went, just trying to have a normal lunch like old times. So, after getting the full story from Jake, Mia, and Lily, Tyler just loses it. Wait, hold up. You guys are all crashing at Jake's place over on 5th Avenue. His mind was totally racing, like, are they dating? Wait, no, that can't be right. If it was any other guy, he'd be ready to throw down, but since it was Jake, he kind of figured it was all good. Once he sorted that out in his head, Tyler looked at Lily and was like, "Hey, if you need anything, and I mean anything, just text me. Seriously, I'll do whatever I can to help." Lily gave him a small nod and said, "That would be incredible, thank you." And Mia chimed in with a thank you, too. Tyler then looked over at Jake and said, "Yo, man, can we just drop the whole last name thing? Is it cool if I just call you Jake?" Jake was totally cool with it, nodding like, "Yeah, 100% call me whatever." But Mia, oh my god, You guys, when it came to the first-name basis thing, she was secretly so hyped, but also a completely flustered mess like she had no clue what the social protocol was anymore. Her brain was just screaming, okay, this is actually a huge deal. We are living together. But then she just shook her head, trying to snap out of her own drama. Like, chill out. We're not doing anything weird. While thinking this, Mia totally glanced over at Jake, and her face was a giant neon sign that said, I am so awkward. She was probably wondering if Jake ever felt weird about the whole situation. Spoiler alert, Jake was completely oblivious to the 57 different soap operas playing out inside Mia's head. Nah, my dude was just vibing, happily chatting it up with Tyler, and just like that, the ridiculously long day was finally over. The three of them headed back to Jake's place, did their usual thing, dinner, homework, doom-scrolling, before all piling into one room to sleep. Okay, pause. What do you guys think about this living arrangement? Drop a comment below. I'm so nosy. Of course, the two sisters got to bed, what a gentleman, while Jake made a little camp for himself on the floor. But even though it was super late, Mia's eyes were still wide open. Homegirl could not power down. Mia peeked over at the other two. How were they just knocked out sleeping so soundly? Was she legit the only one internally combusting over this whole thing? The more she spiraled, the more annoyed she got with herself. She finally just rolled over in a huff, squeezed her eyes shut, and pretty much commanded herself to fall asleep already. And it wasn't long before she finally drifted off. But just as Mia clocked out, another pair of eyes snapped right open. Done, done, done. It was Lily. And guess what? She couldn't sleep a wink either. Lily had the exact same thought as Mia. How were the other two just dead to the world, but she just couldn't relax? Was she the only one feeling all sorts of weird? Turns out our Ice Queen still wasn't used to sharing a room with Jake. Just thinking about it made her literally sit bolt upright in bed. She couldn't figure out why she was so on edge, like why was this messing with her head so much? Lily looked over at Jake, who was just passed out on the floor. He looked so peaceful just sleeping there, and in like a nanosecond Lily's cheeks went completely crimson. Hey, and that was all she could take. She couldn't handle the feels and just dove headfirst under the blankets to hide. All night long, Lily could not stop thinking about what to call Jake. The obsession was real, and it followed her all the way into the next morning. On the walk to school, she was still stuck on it. Tyler had already started calling him Jake. It was so casual for him. She was literally the only one left who was still formally calling him by his last name, Kusanagi. The pressure is on. Make sure you smash that like button and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next, because it's about to get juicy. OMG. For real, though. When is homegirl gonna drop the formal act? Like, what's the tea, sis? Why is she being so extra? Just call him Jake, it's not that deep. Like, he's so chill, he totally wouldn't care. So Lily's in her head, gassing herself up like, you got this. But then, bam. The words just straight up died in her throat. A total fumble, you guys. And you can just see the confusion on Jake's face. Her whole vibe is throwing him for a loop. Lily gets all awkward and pivots so hard, like, anyway, let's have a great day. And Jake's just standing there like, what? Muttering to himself. What in the world was that so random? Meanwhile, Lily is just mentally facepalming, absolutely flaming herself for being so cringe. This whole awkward dance continued until they were eating lunch on the roof of their building at 212 Fifth Avenue. Get this, Lily was trying so hard to just say his name, but, spoiler alert, she kept failing. The entire day she'd wind up to say Jake and then just panic and blurt out something completely random. It was a whole mess. Lily's super weird behavior went on all day, and poor Jake was left totally in the dark. That night, you already know the vibe. She's in bed tossing and turning, can't sleep because the cringe is just too real. She kept ducking it. Seriously, she should have been able to say his name like weeks ago. Lily's just laying there thinking, wow, I have never been this much of a chicken in my entire life. So, after that night of zero sleep, Jake's crew of 4 is walking to school like usual. But Lily's dragging her feet super quiet. Jake picks up on the weird energy slides up next to her and is like, yo, what's wrong? Are you feeling sick or something? But Lily just gives this tiny little head shake and says, I'm fine, Thompson. The second she says, Thompson, Jake's eyes narrow and he's just like, it's not Thompson. Lily can't help but stare at him, looking totally shook. Then Jake says again, all calm and cool, we're not strangers, you know. Don't call me Thompson anymore. Lily. And OMG, his words just leave her totally stunned. A second later, she whips her head around to hide her blushing face, mumbling super low, if you're gonna be like that, then I guess I can switch it up. Jake. And as she finally says it, this huge smile just breaks out on her face. Ah, okay, everyone smash that like button right now. If you ship #July, let us know in the comments. Meanwhile, across town, the bougie mages are having a total crisis meeting about all this drama. Bella is popping off, losing her patience. The whole position of the elite mages is being threatened. She's basically screaming that it's all because of these new special magic forces popping up. And it's all for some shady person's benefit. She's like, we can't just sit on our hands and do nothing. Hearing her rant, Chris just frowns and mumbles, yeah, I get that. But what about their captain, Jake Thompson? How are we even supposed to deal with a guy like him? Bella just gives a sharp nod, then looks at the guy sitting across from her and asks, I agree. So, what's your play here? Mr. Johnson, who's also at the table, just sits there thinking for a minute, before saying, I just follow my master's orders. And that answer makes Bella totally snap in frustration. Still playing it close to the vest, huh? Don't you have a single opinion on this? Mr. Johnson pauses for a beat before finally spilling the tea. It seems Jake Thompson doesn't recognize me. And Bella looks kinda shook, starting to whisper to herself. Wait a sec. Could he not even know we exist? Mr. Johnson just gives a little nod. That's a very real possibility. Chris narrows his eyes at both of them and asks, Are you serious? If that's the case, we need to test him, see what he's really about. Bella is 100% on board. She declares super aggressively, and if he's a problem, we'll take him out of the picture. Listening to these two plot, Mr. Johnson just has this look on his face like he is so over it, and he stays quiet. Meanwhile, our boy Jake is of course completely clueless that all this tea is being spilled about him. He's over in a briefing room at the NYPD precinct on One Police Plaza, pointing at a map. Jake says the next disaster is going to hit Chicago. The disasters are still following the same pattern from 50 years ago, they're just not as big. Hearing this, Mia frowns and jumps in. Yeah, no offense, but that's already been all over the news. Lily nods, totally agreeing with her. The way they appear might be the same, but the frequency has definitely dropped way down. Sarah, who's also there, chimes in, and we can't even predict when the next one will drop, so the cops can only really stay on high alert. Jake just nods and calmly says, Look, the current disaster response is a hot mess, I get it. But other cities don't have a specialized team like our magic task force. The second those words leave his mouth, Detective Miller just starts cackling. Ha ha, I knew you were going to say that, Thompson. Jake just stares at him completely thrown like, what is this dude's problem? A little smirk plays on his lips as Detective Miller says all smug, The thing is, we're already setting up a second magic task force in Chicago. The moment he says that Lily and the whole crew are just floored, asking in total shock, a second team for real, and Jake just nods. Detective Miller just laughs super cheerful and says, That's right, it's a team-up between the National Guard and the Chicago PD to level up their response. In fact, they've actually asked us to train them. So, get this, Detective Miller shoots Jake this sneaky asterisk grin and is like, You're totally going right. And Jake just lets out this sigh. Bro was caught hook, line, and sinker. Jake's like, Ugh, you always know how to play me, man. Fine, I'm in. It's not like I got anything better to do. And, hearing that, Detective Miller just totally geeked out, screaming, Let's go! And, yo, it gets better. There's someone over there who's dying to meet you. This person is a straight-up icon, one of the few survivors of that gnarly disaster 50 years back, and one of the last OGs who crafts anti-monster gear. He's like, Her name is Nicole. And, boom! Jake just freezes up solid as a rock. That name hit him like a freight train for real. Meanwhile, Detective Miller is just cheesing over there, completely oblivious that Jake's brain just blue-screened. Miller's all, yeah, she's super hyped to meet you in person, but like, no biggie if you're not feeling it. Jake just shakes his head super low-key and is like, Nah, it's cool, I'll meet her. Detective Miller was pumped. He's like, Sick, man. That's what I like to hear. I mean, Nicole is the GOAT who designed the freaking uniforms for the Magic Special Forces. But Jake was dead silent, totally lost in the sauce thinking about this Nicole chick. Detective Miller finally clocks that Jake's acting super weird but has zero clue why. And cue the crickets. So awkward, LOL. Later that afternoon, Jake packs his bags and bounces to LaGuardia to catch a flight to Chicago. And, the whole squad had to pull up Mia, Lily, and Kyle were all there to see him off. Seriously, guys, hit that like button if airport goodbyes are the absolute worst. So, they're all posted up outside the terminal, and Jake flashes this little smile like, Aight y'all, I'm about to dip. Mia and the crew just nod and they all do the whole awkward goodbye thing. But, then out of nowhere, Jake's eyes go wide and he's like, Oh, snap, I almost spaced on giving you these. He digs in his bag, whips out a few bracelets, and passes them around. Lily and the others are looking at him like he's grown a second head, but they put the bracelets on anyway. Then, Jake gets this super intense look like he's about to drop some serious knowledge. Listen up, he says. You cannot take these off until I'm back. I'm dead serious, not for anything, you feel me. And the three of them are just like, yeah, sure, got it. Bet. Jake nods, looking relieved, but he's still a little worried. For real, though you guys gonna be cool while I'm gone. Mia just busts out laughing. Bro, please. We've had a major glow-up. We got this. Yeah, just go handle your business in Chicago and don't even trip about us. Lily and Kyle chime in. Hearing that Jake finally chills out, gives his crew one last wave and heads inside. Aight, good. I'm trusting you guys. A bit later, Jake's on the plane and he just collapses into his seat with this massive sigh of relief, muttering, "Oh, thank God I can finally sit." The vibe was kinda like that flight to Hawaii, but yo, the TSA line was next level. Seriously, it felt like trying to sneak into the Pentagon. But whatever, he just decided to vibe and let it slide. He was getting a weird vibe from his seat, though. Detective Miller had legit hooked him up with the VIP treatment. All Jake had to do was show up with his bag and cruise all the way to Chicago Zero Stress. And then, OMG, you guys are not going to believe this, Jake spots two people getting on the plane, and it's none other than Bella and Chris. The audacity. And I don't know if this is some wild coincidence or if they're stalking him, but they are on the same exact flight. And even though they're sitting way in the back, they are straight up staring holes into him. Okay, the whole situation is starting to feel majorly sus, like who even are these two? Are they mages? They're giving off some serious main character energy, and it looks like the whole plane is packed with people just like them. But he's thinking, security was insane, so nothing can go wrong, right? LMAO, famous last words. Just then, another whole squad gets on and Jake just decides to pop in his AirPods and ignore everyone. Pretty soon the plane's up in the air, and since our boy is flying business class, they bring him this ridiculously bougie meal. We're talking like steak and everything. His eyes lit up like the 4th of July. Dude, this food looked like it came straight out of a 5-star restaurant on Rodeo Drive. So Jake completely tunes out the world and just starts grubbing. But at the same time, some seriously shady-looking guys are scoping out all the other passengers. You could just tell they were plotting something gnarly. Then, not even a second later, this dude with curly hair and glasses just pops up out of his seat. The guy strolls right past Jake's seat, but our boy is completely oblivious. He's way too deep in his gourmet meal and the killer view from 30,000 feet. He's thinking, man, I could get used to this. Yeah, well, it looks like Jake's little moment of zen is officially over. And, yup, I called it. A second later, a couple of goons grab a flight attendant and put her in a chokehold. Oh my God, you guys, it is happening. Then they're all screaming, nobody freaking move. And if that wasn't enough, they start herding all the other passengers together. This is not a drill, people. Even our boy Jake gets a rogue mage assigned to watch him. These clowns are obviously trying to hijack the whole plane. Little did these absolute buffoons know they were on a flight with the #1 ranked mage on the planet. That was our boy Jake, plus 2 high-key powerful mages, Bella and Chris. Talk about picking the wrong flight, holy crap. For real, a hijacking. On this plane, you gotta be kidding me. Jake glares at the goon in front of him, his mind racing 1,000 miles an hour. Okay, so these are rogue mages and there are like 10 of them. If I go all out, innocent people are gonna get hurt. So, what's the play here? Fam, what would you do? Drop your brilliant escape plans in the comments below. Plus, if he went full-on beast mode with his magic, he'd probably shred this plane into confetti. Nah, there's no way he could handle this gig solo. Just then, all the passengers start screaming their heads off, which really set off the hijackers who yelled, "Yo, shut your traps. Did I say you could talk? You're looking to get deleted." And get this, you guys. There was this little kid on the plane just clinging to his dad, sobbing over and over, "Daddy, I'm so scared." The dad could only whisper back, trying to keep him chill, "It's okay, sweetie." Right then, the head honcho of the hijackers screams, "Our demand is simple. Release the members of the Black Rebellion now." Dead silence, y'all. Not a peep. So the leader gets all triggered again. "We will not put up with you treating mages like they're dirt from some back alley in Queens, you inferior normies." He gave them 5 minutes. "Get on the horn with the people on the ground and tell them to release our comrades or we start icing passengers one by one. Hostages, for real." The pilot up front heard the threat, and his face just went ghost white. Back in the cabin, our boy Jake was in his own world trying to cook up a master plan. Time was ticking down like for real. What was he gonna do? Meanwhile, you could tell Bella was getting super uncomfortable. Chris was still silent, but his expression was pure murder. And then bam! Both of them just let their magic flare up at the exact same time. Jake totally sensed it and frowned a little, looking like he was about to make his move too. The other two caught his vibe, and they all just had this major eye contact moment. At the same time, the hijackers finally noticed Jake and started bugging out, warning him. "Hey, you so much as twitch a muscle and we'll drop you right here." Yeah, right. The second the words left their mouths, Bella and Chris were already in motion. No hesitation at all, they both just decked the hijackers closest to them. Chris used something wrapped in this black cloth and just smashed it right into another dude's face. Ouch. He then charged forward to the next group of goons. But by the time he got there, surprise, surprise, Jake had already mopped the floor with them. Our boy is fast. The three of them stood there staring at each other, and you could just feel it. They had the same game plan. Bella gave a tiny nod, and then whoosh, all three of them charged forward at once. Oh my god, this is getting good. Smash that like button if you agree. Seeing them coming, one hijacker totally panics, but before he could even react, he caught a fist from Bella that sent him flying across the aisle to seat 14C. Chris was not messing around either. He'd whipped out his sword and just started going to town on these sky pirates. Bella wasn't chilling either. She was moving like a bolt of lightning, zipping past all the passenger seats. This one hijacker saw her coming and tried to cast some lame attack spell, but it was way too slow. Bella literally stepped on his head and neck to launch herself forward. Savage. She just scoffs, ice cold. In your dreams, you guys are no match for us. And she's not wrong. Let us know in the comments who you think had the sickest takedown so far. Seeing his whole crew get wrecked, the leader loses it and starts threatening them. Enough, I've had it with this. If this is how it's gotta be, we'll all go down together. He screamed that he would take them all out. Just as the words flew out of his mouth, the leader aimed the spell in his hand at a flight attendant. But before he could even let it fly, Jake charged forward like a freight train and sent the guy flying with a kick. He just sneered in disgust. Too slow. Over on the other side, Bella landed a punch on a hijacker, pouting as she said, "Too weak." Chris took down the last one, stating coldly, "Too naive." Talk about a coordinated clapback. In what felt like a New York minute, the three of them had totally dismantled the entire group of sky pirates. The passengers who witnessed the whole thing were completely stunned. But then it hit them. They were safe. Everyone just started cheering like crazy. Bella, though, she didn't even pay them any attention. Totally ignoring them, she walked up to the leader and said coldly, "How pathetic. This will be over in an instant." But just then, Jake's face changed. He'd noticed something and suddenly shouted, "But that's not all of them," which made Bella totally panic. What does that mean? But Jake didn't explain and just started sprinting, heading straight for the cockpit, like he was late for a date on Fifth Avenue. And, yep, you called it. Inside, another hijacker was threatening the captain, holding a piece to his head. Seeing them rush in, the man immediately started shouting warnings. "Don't come any closer if you take one more step." Yeah, like any of the three were scared in the slightest. Bella was fuming, gritting her teeth. Shut up and get wrecked. She immediately launched herself at the hijacker and clocked him one. The trigger was pulled, but the captain was totally fine because Jake had thrown up a protective shield. What a freaking legend. But, at this moment, the look on Jake's face was not good at all. He frowned and muttered, "This ain't good." The moment Jake said that, the captain's controls started going haywire and the whole plane began to shake like it was having a seizure. All three of them, including our boy Jake, stumbled and couldn't even keep their feet on the ground. Okay, so picture this, the whole plane just lurches and the people in the back are legit doing the electric slide against their will. Up in the cockpit, Bella's like, what was that?" And you can hear the captain's voice crackling over the intercom, totally freaking out. He's all, "The systems are straight up ghosting me, and the radio is dead. If this keeps up, we're going to be the newest attraction in Long Island and not in a good way." Hearing that, Bella just loses it and screams, "I'm sorry you said what?" And if things weren't already a dumpster fire, a window freaking shatters, the suction is insane, yanking at everyone, and it's a total battle just to not get sucked out into the sky. A second later, the co-pilot starts shaking like a leaf. "Bro, it's so cold. We're going to be human sickles before this thing even makes a new hole in the ground." Bella is just wailing at this point, totally losing her cool. This is so not okay. What the hell are we supposed to do? And then Chris, Mr. Positive over here, just chimes in with, "Guess we're all about to take this L together, fam." OMG, Bella just spins on him. "Could you not say twisted stuff like that, you moron? Ugh, is there seriously nothing we can do?" Chris just gives her this tiny nod, his eyes screaming, "We're doomed." For real, the co-pilot is having a full-blown meltdown, sobbing his eyes out like it's hopeless. There's no way we're getting out of this, it's actually over. We're all going to get sent to the forever box. But right when everyone's about to give up our boy, Jake finally pipes up. "It's going to be fine." And the co-pilot just glares at him, dripping with sarcasm. "What do you mean, it's fine? We're about to be a news headline." Jake just hits him with this little smirk and goes, "Because I'm going to save everyone." The co-pilot just stares, his mind completely blown. No shot, that's not something a regular person can just do, it's over. "We're going to check out permanently." Jake watches the dude start his waterworks show again and lets out this huge sigh like he is so done with this drama. Then he just strolls over to that busted-out window. This makes the captain totally lose it. "Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing?" But Jake doesn't even give him a look, he just yeets himself. Straight out of the plane. You guys, my jaw was on the floor. Bella scrambles over, screaming her head off. That kid just dipped on us. But at that exact moment, the plane takes a violent nosedive, heading straight for the ground. The captain feels the drop, and his blood runs cold. We're in a nosedive, and we're picking up speed like crazy. At this rate, we've got a couple of minutes before we become a permanent part of the landscape. Back in the cabin, the passengers feel the plane plummet and just start losing their minds. It's pure chaos, just desperate screams filling the air. A little girl is clutching her dad, just bawling her eyes out. Up front, the captain is fighting the controls like his life depends on it, but the plane ain't listening. It's getting way too close to the Atlantic for comfort. But then, in a blink, the whole thing just flips course and starts soaring back up into the sky. The captain is just staring at his instruments like they're speaking another language. He's just muttering, totally baffled. The speed, it's stabilizing. Did we just get saved? What in the world just happened? My dude is confused. AF, and honestly, same. Bella seems to put two and two together, whispering, it was him. He actually did it. And at that moment, we see Jake at the tail of the plane, literally holding the entire aircraft with his bare hands. Can you even wrap your head around that Jake threw up a massive magic barrier and then cranked his physical strength to like 1,000,000 with magic reinforcement? And at the same time, he's using wind magic to correct the plane's flight path. I mean, holding up a whole-ass airplane for the first time. That's a major league challenge even for a boss like him. But you know what? He freaking nailed it. The captain, finally getting a clue, just shouts in total disbelief, this is impossible. We're thousands of feet up. Not to mention this plane weighs 230 tons. How is one person pulling this off? Bella just looks on, completely starstruck. The captain of the Magic Special Ops Unit, Jake, we're literally flying with an absolute monster. No cap, you guys. We're on a plane with a total legend. Drop a comment below if you think Jake is officially the GOAT. After all that insanity, the flight attendant finally gets on the PA system and says everything is secure. You could feel the entire plane just exhale at once, like, thank God we're finally saved. The little girl from earlier, still a bit wobbly, asks in the cutest voice, Daddy, are we safe for real now? Her dad just pulls her in for a hug, nodding like crazy. You bet we are, sweetie. Yeah, you don't have to worry anymore. But up in the cockpit, the captain was still sweating bullets, muttering, we can't celebrate just yet. The entire landing system is fried. Getting this thing down safely at JFK now rests completely on his shoulders. And he wasn't wrong, there was Jake single-handedly supporting the plane from behind as it descended toward Queens. He throws up another barrier as the plane finally makes contact with the runway. You can see Jake gritting his teeth, his entire body shaking as he gets dragged for what feels like a mile down the tarmac. It was a brutal struggle, but he landed it safely. Jake lets out this massive gasp of air. It was finally over. The passengers, who just stared death in the face and said, not today, are all crying and hugging. What a freaking hero. Smash that like button for our boy Jake. Okay, so up in the cockpit, the pilot is absolutely losing his mind, but in the best way. He's looking down, grinning from ear to ear, and is all like, yo, for real, thank you so much, Captain Jake. Meanwhile, Bella and Chris are just quietly watching Jake from their seats, kind of giving him this intense stare down, and you have no idea what they're thinking. Total poker faces. A little later, they're at the gate at JFK. And bam! A whole mob of reporters just swarms Jake, shoving mics and cameras right in his face, asking 1,000,000 questions. He just lets out this huge sigh like, ugh, not this again. Same drama, different airport, am I right? But, thank the Lord, airport security swoops in and basically forms a human wall to block the paparazzi. This gives Jake the opening he needs to dip out and get escorted by security to finally go meet Nicole. But, plot twist, before he can even get to her, he gets totally intercepted. And guess who it is? Bella and Chris. Bella hits him with this super sassy eyebrow raise and a smirk, all like, well, well, well. She's like, not gonna lie, that little stunt you just pulled, pretty impressive. But Jake, trying to be all humble, just shrugs it off. It was nothing. Bro, before he can even finish the sentence, Bella gets so annoyed and just scoffs. Are you trying to make fun of us or something? She snaps. But Chris, being the chill one for once, actually gives him props. Nah, dude, that was some seriously insane magic. So Jake, hearing this, tosses a compliment right back at him. You two weren't half bad yourselves. And then, LOL, the whole vibe gets super formal and weird, and you can just see Bella getting impatient. She literally waves her hand like she's brushing him off and says, whatever, just to keep doing your thing. Captain of the Magic Task Force, Jake, we'll be seeing you. The shade is so real, you guys. Then, Bella just grabs Chris and bounces. Jake just watches them go totally silent. Flash forward a few hours and we're in this ridiculously fancy mansion, like somewhere on Lakeshore Drive in Chicago, and this older woman is just staring out the window, completely lost in her thoughts. She's looking at all these old photos on a shelf when there's a knock at the door and a voice reports in. Ma'am, you have a visitor. The old woman is super calm, just sets the picture down and says, show him in. A second later, a butler leads Jake into the room. The tea is about to be spilled, y'all. The second she sees him, this tiny smile creeps onto her face. I've been waiting a long time for you, Jake. Oof, actual chills. After that, they both sit down at this fancy table to talk. The old woman starts talking real slow and dramatic. The reason I wanted to meet you is simple. You've caught my interest. I mean, duh. Jake's list of achievements is longer than a CVS receipt. But the real tea is that his magic has the exact same vibe as Asterisk, that one guy, Asterisk. Her old teacher and her ride or die, the OG Jake. See, this void magic is like stupidly rare. It's the kind of magic the original Jake was a total beast at, but it's crazy hard to control. Like, almost nobody can do it, right? So everyone just writes it off as impractical. And yet our boy Jake can use it. So she's basically grilling him like, who taught you? How is it even possible you can use the same magic as the first Jake? But right then, get this, Jake just starts cracking up out of nowhere. The old lady is completely thrown. He just looks at her with these narrowed eyes and lets out a chuckle. Oh my God, you really haven't changed one bit, have you, Nicole? The second something interesting pops up, you have to know everything, don't you? And bam, the reveal. This old woman is Nicole. She's the one Jake came all the way to Chicago to see. Nicole's just looking at him like he's grown a second head, asking all doubtful, have we met before? Let us know in the comments if you saw that twist coming. Jake gets this little smirk and casually drops, oh yeah, more times than I can even count. It kinda makes sense since I can use the OG Jake's magic, right? The confidence is just off the charts. Bro isn't even trying to be low-key. He deadass tells her he Asterisk is Asterisk the OG Jake. And get this, Nicole is just shook. Like, for a hot minute she can't even move. But then, super fast, she just lets out this huge sigh like she's so done. She starts talking super slow like she's completely over it. You know, this has happened a ton of times before. People pop up out of nowhere claiming they have some connection to the real Jake, just trying to get close. Distant relatives, old friends, secret lovers, even kids he supposedly never knew about. But Nicole's just like, I never in a million years thought someone would have the sheer nerve to claim they were him. At this point, she gets up from her chair and says, sounding so let down, sorry if this is rude, I know I'm the one who called you here, but could you please leave now? Oof, right in the feels. What do you guys think is going to happen next? Drop your theories in the comments below. But Jake, man, he doesn't even flinch, just sits there cool as anything and goes, I met a brother and sister recently. A little one had one of those Jake dolls. Nicole gives him some serious side-eye and asks, and your point is? And Jake just hits her with this little smirk and says, you were the one who said it right that you wanted to make a doll that looked exactly like me. OMG, you can literally see the gears grinding in her head as it all clicks. She's in total shock. How could you possibly know that Jake just keeps this chill matter-of-fact face still smirking and hits her with the reply? And just like you said, my dolls can make children healthier. Even after all this time, the OG Jake is still out there protecting everyone. My heart can't take it, so Nicole is just staring at him, jaw on the floor, whispering, no way, this can't be real. Is it actually you? OMG, you guys, the suspense is absolutely killing me. If you're hyped for this, smash that like button and hit subscribe. You're still not buying it. Get out of here. I'd bet. Let me drop another fact nuke on you. Nicole, oh my God. She literally flopped back in her chair, her brain lagging harder than dial-up trying to compute all the hot tea Jake just spilled. For a solid minute, her face was serving more looks than a runway model, I swear. Jake just kept on spilling all these old inside jokes, you know, the real day one stuff only they'd get. Nicole was just taking it all in, completely silent, and then, y'all, she actually started to smile. Oh my God, it's really you. Jake was so over it, he literally pouted and was like, are you kidding me? You asterisk, finally asterisk, believe me. Took you long enough, damn. Nicole clapped back, getting all defensive. Well, pardon me. The whole, I literally came back from the dead story isn't exactly something you just nod along to, you know. Then she was like, OMG, you were always so dramatic, but this is a whole new level of extra. For real, I believe you. At that moment, she heaved this huge sigh for real. After you know, we're gone after that final crazy disaster, everything's been a total nightmare. Jake just looked at Nicole like totally speechless, thinking about all the drama from 50 years ago. But before he could even process, Nicole started talking again, trying not to cry. But I'm so freaking happy to see you again. Seriously, I am. Jake just gave her a soft smile and a little nod. And just like that, the whole weird upperclassman meets underclassman vibe turned into a full-blown bestie reunion. Hit that heart button if this got you in the feels. Then, Jake flipped a switch and got dead serious. Nicole, you know everything that's been going on for the past 50 years, right? Like all the real magic knowledge is basically memory hold mages are super weak. It's all fake news about me, my fam, and how this whole new magic nobility clique just showed up out of thin air. He was basically putting her on the spot, demanding to know what asterisk actually asterisk went down. Jake was desperate for the real scoop behind the absolute train wreck from 50 years ago. Nicole looked super hesitant for a second. Then, after this crazy long awkward silence, she sighed and just said, "I'm sorry." But right then, her phone buzzed and her whole vibe changed. Her eyes went all sharp and serious. So, sus. Jake's spidey senses were going off and he was like, "Yo, you good, what's up?" But Nicole was acting shady, trying to hide something, just stuttering and shaking her head. "Nah, it's whatever. It's late, let's just talk tomorrow. Since you're here, just crash for the night." Jake, bless his heart, didn't question it and just headed to the room Nicole pointed him to for some shut-eye. Big mistake, dude. Huge. But, oh my God, the drama. In the dead of night, someone sneaks into his room with a freaking sword. And guess who the wannabe assassin was? None other than Chris. He slides up to the bed, all stealthy, ready to absolutely cancel Jake's subscription to living. Without a second thought, he brings that sword down hard. But when he sees the bed, Chris just freezes, completely shook. 'Cause it was empty. Jake was just chilling next to the bed with this hilarious smug grin. "Dude, that's so not cool trying to gank a guy in his sleep." "You're the guy from this afternoon, aren't you?" Chris said absolutely nothing, just gave him a death stare. No intro, no "what's up?" He just lunged again, but Jake, smooth as silk, just sidestepped him. And Chris was moving like lightning, but he got a little reckless and boom. He landed a nasty kick on Jake, sending him flying straight through the freaking window. Jake crashes into the courtyard, but Chris is relentless. He straight up charges up a Tier 1 magic spell to blast him. It is going down, guys. If you think Jake is about to wreck this dude, smash that like button for your boy. Not about to get deleted, Jake instantly threw up a barrier to block the hit. And just like we knew he would, Chris's magic blast got totally stonewalled by the shield. But Chris was still on him. He rushed in swinging that sword like a total psycho. And check this, Jake's barrier got sliced in half like a piece of paper. Jake had to hop back a few feet real quick. He squinted at the sword and said all cheeky, "Whoa, that's a sick blade, my guy. It even cut right through my magic shield. Is that some kind of anti-magic cheat code you're using?" But Chris was on silent mode, not dropping a single word. Jake just shrugged, completely unbothered, and smirked. "Silence is your whole personality, huh? Is that it? Guess asking why you're trying to turn me into a human kebab is a waste of breath. Aight, then let's dance." And as he said that, he just unleashed his own insane magical aura. Chris didn't even flinch, just tightened his grip on his sword and charged right at him again. This dude has no fear. And in that split second, you could see this little glint of hype in Jake's eyes. He finally found someone he could go all out with. Drop a comment below if you live for epic fight scenes like this one. But before he could even power up, someone yelled, "That's enough!" And the voice belonged to Bella, who was just standing there. "Not even shocked," Jake said, totally chill. "I knew you were tangled up in this." Bella narrowed her eyes at him and hit him with this ice-cold smile. "Don't even try to fight it, Jake. We have leverage. You have a lot of friends back in New York City, don't you?" And, as she said it, Bella showed him a video on her phone. It was a live feed of Tyler's house. And Jake's own place. Probably that sweet loft he has over at 100 North 3rd Street in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, where the two Ashley sisters were staying, and there were all these goons in black suits posted up outside. Seeing that Jake's face went from 0 to 100 real quick, and he asked, his voice dripping with suspicion, "What do you want?" Bella just smiled calmly and said, "First introductions. I'm a magic noble and the head of the Homer clan, Bella Homer." So Bella wraps up her whole sales pitch, right? And she gives Chris this little elbow like, "Your turn, buddy." And Chris, oh my God, he puffs out his chest like a peacock and goes, "Ahem, I am Chris Kai, leader of the Kai clan, a magical noble." Bro, the drama. So extra for no reason. So, once all the cringy intros are done, Bella's like, "Aight, let's cut the crap." She looks straight at Jake and says, "Look, we want you on our team, as a magical noble, duh." And then she goes into full-on infomercial mode, listing all the perks. You'll get famous, Jake. You'll have clout-mad cash power and literally any girl you want. Then she leans in all serious like, "And the best part, you can protect your friends." But then she drops the fine print, "Y'all, our orders are absolute." Major yikes, that's a huge red flag. She tells our boy Jake to think about it, but we all know that's a threat, right? It was basically, even if you say no, now we the magical nobles will be on your tail for the rest of your life. Bro, talk about a stage 5 clinger. And Jake, our dude, is just standing there not saying a word, letting her yap. Total unbothered king energy. So Bella just keeps running her mouth, getting all up in his face like, "You might be the strongest dude on the planet. Oh, but what about when you're grabbing a slice or sleeping? Or in the shower? When your friends are alone, like right now, can you asterisk really asterisk protect them? Then she gets all screechy like, answer me. And Jake, my man, doesn't even blink, just hits her with a cold hard, nah, I'm good. LOL. Hearing that rejection just made Bella's face go ice cold. She just stared him down and was like, is that so? Well, sometimes you gotta make a little sacrifice for the greater good. And then, bam, she gives the signal to her crew, teach him a lesson, yeah, never forget, so he'll lose that cocky attitude. And just like that, the goon squad she had hiding outside Tyler and Lily's apartment, probably some spot over on 456 Flatbush Avenue in Brooklyn, gets the go-ahead and starts to move in. But wait for the plot twist. At that exact second, the friendship bracelets on Jake Tyler, Asterisk, and Asterisk Lily start glowing like Christmas lights, and this massive wave of magic just explodes out of nowhere. The dudes in suits were totally bugging out like, yo, what in the world is this? And then in like half a second, all that magic energy pulls together and forms this ghost-like figure that's a dead ringer for Jake, a literal magic hologram, and it starts strolling all slow and scary right at the bad guys. So when Bella's earpiece goes dead silent, she finally starts to freak. She's tapping it and screaming, yo, what is going on over there? Report back now. But, girl, there was literally no one left to answer. That spooky Jake projection had already scooped up all her little wannabe men in black goons. And then it just, poof, vanished them. On the spot, super quiet, nobody saw a thing. Chris, who's been watching, Bella's eyes go wide and she whips her head around to Jake totally shook like, what did you do? And Jake, our absolute legend, just shrugs and scoffs. You should have seen that coming, unless you guys are all total morons. OMG, the shade is real. I am so here for this sass. Drop a comment if Jake is your new favorite character. Ooh, she did not take that well. You could literally see her eyes light up with rage. She's so ticked off she just spits out, you annoying little roach. But, she says, trying to act like this was all part of the plan. I have to admit that little trick with the hostage situation wasn't half bad. I guess you passed the first test. Hearing that Jake's face just scrunches up like he smells something funky. So Jake calls her bluff immediately. Hold up that bank robbery earlier. That was your crew, wasn't it? But Bella just shakes her head, playing all innocent. Whoa, now that was a total shocker. We would never pull a stunt that sloppy. Anyway, she says, changing the subject super fast. Time for test number 2. And the second she says it, both she and Chris just start glowing with magic. Jake just narrows his eyes completely unfazed like, all right, here we go. Our boy Jake is just like, I'd really rather not if that's cool with you. And Bella just scoffs, as if. And then she just launches herself at him. Chris is right behind her, backing her up. Bella throws this insane kick at Jake's head, but he just casually puts his arm up to block it, and the impact literally sends her flying backward. MAO, owned, but she's not done. She lands on her feet and immediately starts throwing fireballs at him. Kaboom. The whole place just explodes into flames and smoke. Holy crap, talk about turning up the heat. But when all the smoke clears, guess who's just standing there without a single hair out of place? Our guy, Jake. And that's Chris's cue to jump in, charging forward with his sword drawn. The sword is aimed right at Jake's throat, but clang. It smacks into some kind of invisible shield. Jake just gives him this smug little smirk. Damn, anyone else would have been a human kebab right about now. OMG, smash that subscribe button if you are living for this confidence. That casual, I'm so bored vibe was the final straw for Bella. She literally screams, don't get cocky. And then oh boy, she powers up for round 2. A massive freaking pillar of fire just shoots up hot enough to melt steel, but Jake not even sweating. He calmly claps back with this giant wave of water and he's still got that cheeky little smirk going. This guy. He even has the absolute audacity to say not bad, as his water crashes into her fire. Then, kaboosh. The two attacks just collide in this massive steamy explosion. The visuals are insane. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? Water beats fire every time. Her huge fire tornado got put out like a birthday candle. Seeing her big move fail, Bella gets so mad, gritting her teeth and muttering, so the rumors were true. Oh, you're casting spells without saying a word, and you just shut me down with a level 3 spell. Are you making fun of my magic? Honey, he's not making fun of you. He's just on a whole other level. And just then, Chris rushes in again, swinging his sword like a maniac. But to Jake, my guy is moving in slow-mo. Jake just uses some fancy magic footwork to sidestep him like it's nothing, all while continuing to trash-talk them. He's like, you guys can't really let loose down here, can you? So why don't we take this party upstairs? Bella just screams in pure rage, you're way too full of yourself, and rockets into the sky ready for a real fight. OMG, share this vid if you think this is about to get epic. Okay, so you are not gonna believe this. Chris is right there backing her up. And Bella OMG, she's staring daggers at Jake just seething and is like, "Fine, we underestimated you, but playtime is officially over." And I'm telling you, the second she said it, she and Chris synced up like the world's most toxic power couple, casting their magic at the exact same time. A legit fire spell and an earth spell just manifested out of thin air. They scream in perfect harmony some super dramatic line like, "Our combined power will wipe you from existence." And this tidal wave of magical fire just rushes at Jake. It was completely insane. And if that wasn't extra enough, a whole freaking giant boulder was riding the wave, ready to turn him into a street pancake. Bella gets this psycho smirk and goes, "This combo could level a chunk of queens. You really think you stand a chance?" In like half a second, the fire and the rock totally merged, looking like some apocalyptic meteor about to crash land right in the middle of Times Square. The absolute drama of it all. But our boy, Jake, puffed, please. He looked so bored. He just scoffs and claps back with a level 7 nullification spell called Dispel. A level 7? Are you kidding me? Instantly, this massive pulse of energy just eats the entire fire rock meteor, and in less than 3 seconds it was just gone. Poof, vanished into nothingness. Not even a puff of smoke left. You should have seen the look on their faces. Bella and Chris were just frozen, completely shooketh, like their brains were making that old dial-up internet sound. They were so stunned. Jake hits him with another legendary scoff so savage and is like, "Oh, that just broke down the magical energy. It's not that deep." Bella is just staring, completely losing her mind, and shrieks, "No way, that's cheating, I don't accept it, you're disqualified." She's going full-on Karen mode. "This was just a warm-up, but now you're gonna face my true power," and starts glowing again. But here's the plot twist: Jake completely ignores her little hissy fit because he senses something else arriving. Even Bella and Chris felt it and immediately stopped looking freaked. That power signature. It's here. Oh my God, you could cut the tension with a knife. Jake looks up and the entire sky over New York City is turning this sick blood-red color. You know that means some serious tea is about to be spilled. He's just frowning, probably thinking, can a guy get a break for like 5 minutes? Because everything is happening at once and it's definitely not a coincidence. All three of them whip their heads toward where the bad juju is coming from. Jake, being the absolute unit he is ready to bounce, but Bella is still seeing red, screaming, "Don't you dare walk away from me. Who gives a crap about some random disaster? I'm going to end you right here, right now." And then she just launches herself at Jake again. Seriously, someone get this girl a Snickers. But Chris, for once, the responsible one, grabs her arm and yanks her back, whispering, "Bella, the mission. Don't forget why we're here." You can literally see her grinding her teeth, still wanting to throw hands, but she actually backs down. Jake is totally unfazed, just calmly telling them, "Sorry, kids, our playdate is postponed. I've got to go deal with this little world-ending situation." And with that, my man Jake just gazes into the distance. It's coming from the Red Hook ruins. If memory served, that whole district over by the Gowanus Expressway has been a no-go zone since the big disaster 50 years ago. It's a total ghost town, crawling with monsters on a good day. Jake's thinking that nobody in their right mind would go there unless they wanted to get seriously messed up. He immediately rockets off in that direction, his magic scanning everything. And yikes, monsters are literally pouring out of the ruins. If he doesn't contain them, they're going to flood all of Brooklyn, and trying to stop that by himself would be an absolute nightmare. Just as he's starting to stress, Chris materializes next to him and says, "We'll help." Hearing that, Jake just gives a quick nod. "Appreciate it." "Thanks. But, weren't you guys trying to send me to the Forever Box like 2 minutes ago?" Chris just shakes his head all mysterious-like. "That was a test, and you passed. That is all." Bella, meanwhile, was dead silent, just sulking behind them like a grumpy little rain cloud. Jake paid her no mind. He had bigger fish to fry. He was just so done with everything, like his problems were having their own problems. A few minutes later, they land at the invasion point, and holy crap, it's total mayhem. Bro, there were gnarly magic beasts, demon soldiers from your nightmares, you name it. They were spilling out and wrecking the place. Bella lands with a smirk. "All right, time to hunt." The second the words leave her mouth, she unleashes this insane firestorm and just flash fries the entire horde in front of her. Absolute Chaos Queen behavior. On the other side, Chris wasn't playing around either. His sword was a total blur, slicing and dicing through beasts like a pro chef. But our boy, Jake, he was on another plane of existence. He chanted a few words, and bam, the sky filled with hundreds of magic missiles. They rained down like fireworks, blasting monsters left and right. Hit that like button if you think Jake's the GOAT, and comment who you're rooting for. Jake's looking down at the chaos, thinking he'll just clear out the minions before the final boss makes an appearance. But then his eyes lock onto something super weird, a single person just chilling in the rubble like they're on a bench in Central Park. "Okay, so get this tea. In the middle of all this absolute madness, there's this random old dude with a cane, like, trying to book it, and our boy Jake total hero mode activated zooms over like, yo, my bad for bugging old timer, but you good. And what does he get? Straight up crickets. The dude doesn't even flinch. So Jake, bless his heart, jogs up to him again like, bro, this area is a whole mess right now. We gotta get you out of here ASAP. So Jake reaches out to like gently guide him, and bam! The guy whips his head around with this stare that could literally curdle milk. Jake jumps back totally shook. Then the dude chills out a bit and is like, thank you for your concern. He's all, I'm good. Don't trip. And just pieces out. And Jake's just left there blinking like, did that just happen? It does, a total confused Pikachu face. Like, for real, what's some grandpa-looking dude doing strolling through an active monster zone? And low-key, he looked super familiar. Who was that guy? He just walks right out to this slick black sedan waiting for him on the street, like he ordered an Uber out of hell. Hops in, tells the driver to punch it, and they're gone. A hot minute later, the cavalry finally arrives. We're talking NYPD and the National Guard swarming the place. And they get right to it, helping clear out these freaky monsters. And GL Jake was impressed. They showed up crazy fast, just like Detective Miller promised. These guys came prepared. But still, you could tell this was way above their pay grade. Then, some cop spots Jake and starts yelling, hey, you, what do you think you're doing? This is a hot zone, beat it. But then the cop gets a better look at his face and his whole vibe does a 180. He's like, hold up, you're Jake from the Magic Special Task Force. Dude's like, oh, thank God you're here, sir. And right on cue, some gnarly monster charges at them. But Jake doesn't even break a sweat. Just asterisk, whoosh asterisk incinerates it with a fire blast. Absolutely legendary. He gives the cop a look and says, super low-key, never let your guard down in a fight. The cop is nodding like a bobblehead. Yes, sir. Then Jake gets down to business. All right, give me the rundown. The officer leans in. The NYPD and the guard have got the whole area around the loop on lockdown. We're evacuating all the civilians. But we are asterisk not equipped to handle the main boss. We just don't have that kind of firepower. Hearing this, Jake gets this little smirk and goes, don't worry, I'm here now. Talk about main character energy. And you can just feel the morale skyrocket. Jake cracks a little smile and adds, and I didn't come alone. All the cops are looking at each other like, excuse me, what? They look up, and y'all, they see Chris and Bella just shredding through monsters, like they're playing a video game on easy mode. The cops are bugging out like, are those magic royalty? Aren't they from those crazy rich families living on Park Avenue? Is the Special Task Force teaming up with the 1%ers now? But hey, a win's a win, right? They were suddenly feeling a whole lot better. With those three on the scene, they knew they had this locked down. If you think this team-up is lit, smash that like button. But, right then, this absolutely bonkers wave of magic energy just washes over everything and everyone starts freaking out. One of the cops is shaking, whispering, What is happening? Dude, my body feels like it's made of lead. And when they all look standing in the middle of this wild energy storm, a figure just materialized out of nowhere. It was the freaking Demon General. The final boss has officially entered the chat, y'all. The cops instantly lost their minds. No way, that thing could wipe out all of New York City. We're totally screwed. And yet, our boy Jake just strolls forward and says all hyped up, well, look what the cat dragged in. Finally decided to show up to the party, huh? The cops hear this and they are absolutely shooketh. They're all like, is this guy insane? That's the Demon General? How is he so chill right now? But before Jake can even pop off, Bella screeches, he's ours. Jake, don't you dare steal our thunder. And then she and Chris just full send it. Jake just sighs, looking so done, like, of course they did. Aw, man, they totally beat him to it. Jake's just like, whatever. I'm sure those two can handle some B-rank scrub. And you just see Bella and Chris go full-on Naruto run at this demon, with Bella practically vibrating with excitement. She's screaming, this is perfect, I'm gonna take out all my pent-up rage on you. And Chris is right there with her like, fact, you're getting bodied right here, right now. Then, Bella starts charging up her magic and yells, I'm gonna obliterate you. And Chris isn't just standing there for moral support, my guy literally summons a freaking boulder out of nowhere. In a split second, both the fireball and the rock are yeeted straight at the Demon General's ugly mug. But, hold up, this Demon General was not playing games. It just lifts one hand and bam, magic circles pop up everywhere. A whole Tier 5 fire spell just gets casually dropped like it was taking out the trash. And suddenly, a legit miniature sun just appears right there in the middle of Fifth Avenue. The heat is so intense that Chris and Bella have to bail, and even the cops are like, yeah, no, we're out, peace. But, get this, the only person not moving a muscle is our boy Jake, just standing there vibing. When the blinding light finally fades, the demon general is still standing there without a scratch, and the ground in a 10-meter radius around it is just a smoking crater. Bella and Chris are just staring, mouths wide open, totally speechless. Like it just straight up, Uno, reversed their attacks. What kind of busted magic is that? And right then, the demon general opens its mouth and speaks in this super smug, mocking voice. Are you pathetic little humans? Is there really not a single one of you who's even remotely decent at magic? Hearing this thing talk, the cops in the back just lose it. Absolute pandemonium. Let me know in the comments what you think Jake's next move is going to be. Wait, hold up it. Talks. Are you for real? I heard these things were smart for monsters, but yo, this is some next-level freaky stuff. Jake's just giving him the side-eye, probably thinking, man, if this was just some low-level goon from the Bronx, they'd probably be less shook. LMAO. But, nah, for real, when the villain actually has an IQ, you can't blame them for freaking out. Except, there's always asterisk, that one person asterisk, and here comes Bella just completely losing it. She's all like, you think I'm a clown? I'm about to light you up, fam. And boom, her power just erupts everywhere. And Chris wasn't just going to stand there and eat popcorn. My boy Chris grips his sword looking dead serious and starts prepping this insane Tier 8 spell called Spatial Blade. And get this tea, you guys. It's apparently some super secret family magic. Spill it. Jake sees this and is totally fanboying like, OMG, is that a custom-built spell? But, of course, he's totally ignored because Bella and Chris are too busy having a synchronized screaming match like, you are so going down. And the demon general's just vibing all like, not bad, that's some serious power. Bella gets all cocky, took you long enough. And then, plot twist, the demon's like, yeah, I wasn't talking to you. Ouch, the second-hand embarrassment is real. No cap, y'all, it was looking right past them. At Jake, just chilling in the back, it could sense this absolutely insane aura just radiating off of him. That main character energy is off the charts. Chris and Bella have zero clue who it meant, but they are absolutely triggered. They just go full-on beast mode, charging in and yelling, how dare you disrespect us like that, you freak? Bella hurls this massive, flaming ghost hand thing at it like kaboom, but the demon general just swats it away, like it was nothing. The disrespect is unreal. At the same time, Chris swings his sword, but the monster just vanishes. Poof! Then it teleports right behind Chris and starts throwing down immediately. So, Chris and Bella are trying to team up on defense, but this thing is just built different straight up. It's pushing them back step by step, and they are completely powerless. Then, look up. A ton of wild magic circles just pop into the sky. It's a Tier 6 fusion spell, a raging fire vortex, and this fire tornado just goes completely berserk. It's putting some insane pressure on Chris and Bella. Next thing you know, they're both slammed into the pavement on 5th Avenue. Yikes. But you gotta respect the hustle. They grit their teeth and struggle right back up. They were gearing up for round 2, but then Jake steps up like a total boss and is like, I got this. And Bella, in classic Bella fashion, just snaps back, be for real. There is no way you can fight that thing. Even we asterisk the so-called prodigies, couldn't even lay a finger on it. And Chris is just giving him this look like, bro, for real, bouncing right now is a totally valid option, just saying. But Jake is paying them zero mind. He just strolls forward, cool as a cucumber, and says, chill. A clown like this isn't even a proper warm-up. And Chris is just completely floored. He's like, dude, are you blind? Can't you feel that insane power level? Meanwhile, Bella is just starting to completely short-circuit. She's screaming, no way, this can't be real. I refuse to believe this, and then starts mumbling about how she can't disappoint that person and needs to prove she isn't a failure. Oof, the drama is so thick. Chris is just watching her looking totally lost. But Jake, he has absolutely zero time for their little soap opera. He walks right up to the demon general with a little smirk and goes, sorry to keep you waiting. The monster locks eyes with him, getting all serious. That power, it's unreal. Who are you? Jake just hits him with a little shrug, completely unbothered. And Jake just kind of pouts and goes, do I really have to tell you? The demon general doesn't even blink. Probably not. Taking out your type is usually just a waste of our time. The second he hears that Jake cracks a huge grin, his eyes literally sparkling with hype. The general ain't backing down an inch, and it slowly opens its mouth. If that's how you want to play it, then let's dance. And just like that, it lunges right for Jake, but our boy doesn't even break a sweat, just calmly lets his power flow. So the demon general starts going absolutely ham on him, just a blur of non-stop attacks. But its claws just keep slamming into some kind of invisible shield. It literally can't even touch Jake. But Bella, watching from the cheap seats over in Old Brooklyn, can't really see what's happening. She thinks Jake is getting wrecked and starts cackling. See, I told you so. You're pathetic. You can't beat it. But the literal second she says that she sees Jake move, and just deck the demon general with one punch. LMAO, talk about speaking too soon. He's just standing there looking bored out of his mind and says, "Man, what a chore." Chris and Bella are just absolutely speechless, jaws on the floor. After all that, he doesn't have a single scratch on him. Not one. But Chris snaps out of his shock real quick thinking, okay, blocking is cool and all, but that won't win the fight. That monster's defense is insane. How is he supposed to actually damage it? Meanwhile, Jake's in his own little world thinking about his own problems. He has this sick new spell he's dying to try out, but maybe now isn't the vibe. He's like, hey, whatever. Any old spell will get the job done. Yo, what spell do you guys think he's gonna use? Drop your wildest theories in the comments below and don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. So, with that in mind, Jake's just like, I'd bet, my turn, and whips out a level 9 void magic called Flowing Light. Bella absolutely loses her mind, screaming, a level 9 spell, OMG, our absolute max is level 8? But Jake Dude's got a PhD and unbothered. He completely ignores their freakout stays in the zone and casts his spell. And in like a millisecond, these insane streaks of light just start blasting all over the place. It was like a rave, but, deadly. Next thing you know, all those lights just dive-bomb the demon general. And when they fade, poof. The demon is literally just dust my guy. Gone. Not even a memory. The cops watching from the sidelines are completely shook. One of them is like, is it over? Another one is just whispering, bro, he just deleted something our top-tier mages would have had a meltdown fighting. That's insane. And right after that, they all run over to Jake ready to be his personal hype squad. But Jake just strolls right past them, no words, straight to Chris and Bella. And with this huge cheeky grin, he's like, see, told ya, no sweat. Bella is literally biting her lip so hard it's probably bleeding, just fuming. You can practically feel how salty she is about losing. Like he didn't just win, he made them look like total amateurs. They were completely out of their league and too exhausted to even argue. Seeing them just standing there totally wrecked, Jake goes, so, whew, ready for round 2. Chris immediately starts shaking his head like, nah man, it's a wrap. We lost. You passed the test fair and square. Jake just narrows his eyes and hits him with the eyebrow raise like, oh, for real now. So, you're gonna spill the tea now, right? The whole story? Chris just gives this tiny defeated nod. Yeah, bet. But for this, we're gonna need one more person. Hearing that, Jake glances over his shoulder, and what do you know, Nicole is walking up. She gives him this super skeptical look and asks, you knew? You knew everything from the jump, didn't you? Jake just nods cool as a cucumber. Duh, you guys are about as subtle as a foghorn. Then his whole vibe shifts and he gets dead serious. All right, start talking. Why the whole test? And while we're at it, explain why mages have been getting nerfed for the last 50 years. And why you decided to start playing footsie with the bougie elite mages. Jake is just dropping question after question and you can see Nicole just deflate, like she's totally over it. A minute later, she brings the 3 of them back to her place, probably some sick penthouse apartment over on Mercer Street in Soho. Jake sits down across from her. His voice is pure ice. All right, spill it. The whole story. He locks eyes with her. Nicole, you knew about these clowns, right? Nicole gives a little nod. I did. I even knew they were going to attack you before it happened. Jake's brow just furrows, then tell me why you let it happen. When he asks that Chris and Bella are quieter than a library during finals week. After a super awkward silence, Chris finally mumbles, We wanted to see if you'd use your power for yourself. To see if you were like legit. After hearing that Jake is still looking confused and hella pissed off, and that's why you dragged my friends into your little soap opera, Chris just shakes his head a little bit. It was just a threat, man. We were never gonna actually hurt anyone. Jake just scoffs so cold you could feel it. Man, the drama is thick. If you're living for this, go ahead and smash that like button, y'all. Then why even do it? Jake demands. Chris just slowly starts explaining everything one piece at a time. Turns out he and his crew were about to become a major thorn in the side of the magical nobility. It was a seriously dangerous situation for the entire country. But Jake is not having it shooting back. That's a mess of your own making. The Special Magic Squad never wanted static with the magic nobility. You are the ones who stuck your nose where it didn't belong. Hearing that Bella looks like she's about to flip the table and go off on him for real. But Chris quickly holds up a hand to stop her. Stop. He's not wrong. Deep down, he knew that when that first disaster went down, the nobility did jack squat. He had to admit their whole squad was a joke back then. Yeah, but, the world still needs the magical elite, doesn't it? Jake just gave Chris the most intense soul-reading side-eye, not saying a word. Talk about a cliffhanger moment. Then Nicole jumps in, cutting through all that tension. Okay, time out. This whole disaster started 50 years ago. It all kicked off with your asterisk death, Jake, which completely broke the US and let these so-called magical nobles take charge. With a crap ton of mages getting wiped out, including our boy Jake, and most of the superpowered demon generals just vanishing. The number of rogue mages in the US just went through the roof. During that whole nightmare, regular people and even the National Guard were stretched crazy thin. It was pure chaos, like the whole country just went feral. The real mages were out there fighting the good fight, trying to shut down all the chaos, but honestly, the entire country was one bad day away from just totally collapsing on itself. Everyone was just defeated, like there was zero hope for the future. And it all went back to Jake getting taken off the board. He was everyone's hero, their last hope, and then he was gone. And you could just see the pain on Nicole's face as she let out this huge sigh. The mages who were left had to figure out how to put the country back together and give people a reason to believe in something again. Nicole looked so beat telling this story. Jake, hearing all of this, finally gets the big picture. He just says all cool and collected, "So, that's how the magical elite got started. Dude is ice cold, I swear." So Nicole's like, "Yup, that's the tea." She spills that they literally invented this whole magic nobility crew, like some crazy MLM scheme just to get people to stop freaking out about them. They were throwing a total Hail Mary, hoping some new hero, a Jake 2.0, basically would show up and chill everyone out in New York City. 'Cause no cap mages back in the day were running wild and causing major problems. And, get this, the magic nobility went full-on gatekeeper mode. They literally confiscated every single magic book and scroll in the country. If you had skills, they were like, join us, or, yikes. Also, they could keep the magic secrets for themselves. Talk about shady AF. You could totally hear Nicole hesitating, like she really didn't want to say it. Apparently, a law got passed across the whole state basically making magic totally illegal. Any talk, any old stories about it, banned, canceled, poof, gone. And, okay, yeah, New York City did get peaceful again, but the price was that all the mages got nerfed into the ground. Jake just nodded like he understood the devil's bargain. The higher-ups started getting left in the dust with their tech and know-how. It's a tale as old as time, am I right? He was having major flashbacks to 50 years ago when so many normies and mages got totally wrecked in that catastrophe. Plus, a bunch of people were using magic for some seriously sus stuff. You can only imagine the pure chaos if he'd actually been taken off the board. But, still, Jake was giving the whole nobility situation some serious side-eye. He's like, wait a sec, does the magic nobility even have the juice to pull all that off? And OMG, when he said that, Nicole glanced over at Chris and Bella, who were just chilling a few feet away. Super sus, right? Let me know in the comments what you think she's hiding. So, after this crazy, awkward silence, she leans in and whispers, "Hey, you remember Director Collins?" Jake just nods and is like, "Yeah, I taught him." What? OMG, you guys plot twist of the century. That guy always had it out for Jake. He was a total tool, super arrogant and kinda pathetic TBH, but you gotta admit the dude was talented, Nicole said, keeping it on the down low. Well, now he's the CEO of Collins Industries, this giant corp headquartered at 1 Vanderbilt in New York City. He was already a big deal because he was the heir to the entire Collins Corp dynasty. And guess what he's been funding the magic nobility this entire time? When Jake heard that you could see the light bulb go off, he was like, "Oh, I see. It's about money, which means it's about politics." But I had zero idea he was the heir to that whole freaking empire. Nicole couldn't help but grin, shaking her head. Ha, classic Jake. You haven't changed one bit. You could not care less about money or fame. The only things you've ever been about are magic and keeping people safe. Jake just shrugged super chill and was like, "And what's the problem with that? Boom. Mech drop." Nicole glances over at Chris and Bella again. After a second, she drops this absolute bombshell. The number of mages in the US is like the lowest on the entire planet. We used to be top dog #1 back when you were the asterisk, Jake, but we've totally fallen off. Bella, who overheard, gets all salty and claps back. The US is peaceful because of the sacrifices our ancestors made. That's a fact, and it hasn't changed. Jake just hits her with this smirk and goes, "All right, bet. So, what's the plan for when the next disaster rolls through? You guys got a playbook for that?" Oof, that question completely owned Bella. She was shook, totally speechless. After the most awkward silence ever, Chris finally pipes up, "Look, back then nobody thought another disaster would ever happen. And even if it did, we figured the NYPD could take care of it. Worst case scenario, the magic nobility would just roll in and save the day." Famous last words, am I right, fam? Smash that like button and drop a comment if you've ever seen that movie before. Jake just scoffs completely over it. Every single one of those assumptions was dead wrong. What? Chris literally flinched like, "Okay, chill, I get it." Then he turns to Nicole and asks, You knew this was all happening, didn't you, Miss Nicole? Yeah, I've known for 50 years, she admitted, nodding. But for the record, I'm not actually asterisk and asterisk the magic nobility. My powers and my influence just aren't on their level. These days, I just design anti-monster gear out of my lab over at 123 Main Street in Queens. Hearing that, you could totally see Jake getting worried. So, that was the real scoop on the last 50 years. The whole magic nobility conspiracy, mages getting their powers capped, the public being kept in the dark, all the disasters. And the reason for all of it. But was that the whole asterisk story? Yeah, Jake wasn't buying it for a second. He narrowed his eyes and gave Nicole this intense stare. Oh, you're giving me the full story, right? Nicole literally jumped and was like, yeah, that's everything, I swear. Chris and Bella just gave him daggers but didn't say a word. Ooh, you could cut the tension with a knife. Jake looked from one face to the next, just sizing them up. After a long pause, he just sighed like he was over it. Then he dropped this, okay, we're done with this chat for now. I have a proposal. Bella scrunched up her face, totally suspicious, and muttered, a proposal? And Jake just casually says, how about we work together? And you guys? The look on Bella's face, she was absolutely not here for it. Jake totally ignored her bad vibes and just kept talking. Think of it as a collab. I'm not saying I'll be your employee or anything. You all saw what happened. During that last disaster. We need to team up. Hearing that, Bella literally laughed in his face. Huh, the legendary hero Jake needs our asterisk help. The shade is absolutely insane, you guys. Jake didn't even blink, he just calmly broke it down. I can't do everything myself. If the magic nobility was on our side, it'd be a game changer. We could handle literally any disaster they throw at us. Yo, if you think this is a good idea, hit that like button and let us know. Should they team up? So, like you guys aren't totally against helping people, right? After the most awkward silence ever, Chris finally pipes up, nah, pretty sure that's an offer we literally can't refuse. For real, we can't take down the big bad on our own, so we're kinda counting on you. Then another dude steps forward, totally ready to help. Look, I'm no fighter, but I can craft some seriously insane gear. And Jake, of course, was so here for it. He flashes this grin and is all, sweet thanks, you two. Then all three of them just pivot and stare at Bella. OMG, the look on her face was pure, unadulterated, you have got to be kidding me. And she just lets out this super frustrated scream. Ugh, fine, whatever you want us to team up, is that it? Bella totally snapped. But listen up, Jake, in return, you are never allowed to bring this up again. We clear? Ooh, you even think about whining about this and I swear I'll knock you out. Jake didn't even flinch, just gave a little nod. All right, bet, got it, and that goes for you too. No more taking hostages. Bella just scoffs all like, yeah, whatever. And just like that, boom, the Special Magic Squad and the Magical Elites were officially allies. For the first time in 50 years. You guys, they were working with outsiders. This is insane, smash that like button if you are living for this team-up. Then, Jake gets this look on his face like a hamster wheel is spinning and he whispers to himself, wait a sec, I feel like I'm forgetting something super important. Nah, it's probably nothing. LOL. My dude, that nothing you forgot was the entire squad of goons in black you totally wrecked at Tyler's place. Oh, yeah, and MIA and her sister, Whoopsie. When they were finally found, they were completely freaking out with zero clue what even went down. Anyway, cut to the next day over at the police academy on West Jackson Boulevard in Chicago. So, the second word got out that Jake was on the property, a whole crowd of cops literally mobbed him. It's an honor, Captain Jake. Our boy was completely blindsided by the hype, just standing there looking like a deer in headlights like, All of a sudden, this massive voice just booms, get in formation, you ain't rookies anymore. Hearing that, the whole crowd snapped to attention and fell into a perfect line like immediately. This older dude comes rushing out and he's like, my deepest apologies for this, Captain Jake. This is beyond embarrassing. Oh, hate for members of the force to be acting like a bunch of groupies. Jake just stares at the line of cops, totally confused, and mumbles something like, right. But the guy just kept on rambling. You can't blame them. What the Special Magic Division did during that whole disaster was so legendary that even *I* want to get in on this training. Hearing that, Jake just let out the biggest sigh. This was his life now, apparently, and it wasn't just the cops in the yard. Outside the gates on what looked like Michigan Avenue, a whole mob of people was gathering to watch the show. Everyone was trying to snap a selfie with Jake, but he was having none of it. He totally ignored them and just started the training for the officers. The second he gave the signal, bam! All the cops unleashed their basic level 1 spells at the exact same time, and not gonna lie, during the drills, a few of the female officers were totally thirsting over Jake. I mean, can you even blame them? Literally just put his head in his hands, so done with everything. Man, that media coverage really blew things up. He's thinking, they don't look thrilled about this workout, but hey, at least they've got some spirit. So still, doesn't mean I'm gonna go easy on him. And OMG, he was not kidding. A group of cops went through a day of training so brutal it was basically hell on earth. Meanwhile, Jake went full-on demon drill instructor mode, just standing there screaming, "This is to build your bodies and your power. Run and feel that magic move like your life depends on it." And the whole squad just kept running and running until every single one of them was soaked in sweat. All you could hear were groans and people begging for mercy all over the field. It was absolutely brutal. But Jake didn't pay them any attention. He just had this evil little smirk and said, "Hey, chill out. I've got healing magic so you can train till you literally pass out." What a total savage. Drop a comment below and let me know, is Jake the best or the worst trainer ever? Yo, suck it up, buttercups. If you get a scratch, I'll fix it. Stop your whining and move your feet. You think the bad guys are gonna call a timeout because you got a little cramp? Get real. And OMG, you guys. They look so completely defeated, but they absolutely kept pushing through it. Okay, so flash forward 1 week later and boom. Every single cop in that training program could feel their magic flowing. Like for real, and Jake, he was just standing there nodding like a super proud papa. He was all right, you guys absolutely crushed it. You're a completely different squad than you were last week. Then he told them to keep up the grind even when he's not there to hold their hands. He's like, "You're the ones holding down the fort and keeping Chicago safe now." And get this, these huge tough cops started bawling, like full-on ugly crying, and Jake, he didn't even crack a smile. Ice in his veins, I swear. And just like that, he peaced out, leaving them to it. So here's the tea. After he left, the Chicago PD's magic squad got so OP they were basically on the same level as the New York City division. We love to see a glow-up. Jake was thinking he needed to bounce back to New York City like yesterday. The dude could not deal with another press conference, LOL. So a few days pass and then the news channels went absolutely wild. Every single one was reporting that the Special Magic Division was teaming up with the Super Elite Homer and Kaichi families. The internet literally imploded, you guys. Literally, everyone was freaking out about it. The entire country was glued to their phones refreshing their feeds for the inside scoop. I bet even the kids at Westbrook Academy were skipping class to spill the tea about it. But, okay, let's spill the real tea. The stuff that has the paparazzi going wild. Why was Ashley's dad, Mr. Johnson, totally MIA at his own press conference like hello? And what is the deal with all these ridiculously rich magic families? For real, since when does everyone in New York City just link arms and sing campfire songs when things get real, LMAO? Anyway, let's cut to the NYPD training grounds over in Queens. Jake peeks over his shoulder at Mia and Lily and is like looking super sus. Yo, real talk, you two seriously couldn't get a hold of your dad. Mia just gives him this tiny nod like it's a whole mood. Dude, we blew up his phone like a bajillion times. Lily whines, sounding so over it. He completely ghosted us. Again. Ugh. Q. The major daddy issues. You can practically see the gears turning in Jake's head. NGL, it's kinda sketching me out that the head of your family is a total no-show. Jake admits. Lily just pouts, spilling the tea. We legit thought he'd finally show up after we sealed the deal with the other big shot families. Jake just goes dead silent, you know? He's crunching the numbers in his brain. Like if they were all good now, this whole beef between Mia Lily and their dad should be water under the bridge, right? But nope, Mr. Johnson is on full-on radio silence, so maybe Jake's gotta do his own recon. Our boy is just standing there having a total galaxy brain moment while the sisters are staring at him like he's their last hope. After the most awkward silence ever, Mia suddenly blurts out all hyped, "OMG, we heard you absolutely bodied everyone back in Chicago." Lily is right there with her nodding like, "No cap, for real." "Facts, we're so proud of you," she adds. A tiny smirk plays on Jake's face and he's all like, "Please, it was just one massive headache. But y'all get this." While they're having this cute little reunion, Detective Miller is in the back giving Jake the shadiest side-eye. He's thinking, whenever Jake isn't around, the mysterious black sorcerer also just happens to be gone. He can't help but connect the dots. Could Jake be the black sorcerer? Oh my god, the suspicion is so real, y'all. But wait, if Jake really is some evil, magic-wielding dude, Detective Miller would have to slap the cuffs on him. And you can totally tell he really does not want to do that. He's just crossing his fingers, praying his gut feeling is dead wrong. So, later that afternoon, Jake is walking home all by himself for once. It's kinda weird since Zoe and the squad are all busy, but hey, a lone wolf moment can be a vibe. Except, plot twist. Strolling down Fifth Avenue, his path is suddenly blocked. And guess who it is? The entire freaking Johnson family entourage. They all do this super formal bow and are like, "Mr. Jake Kusanagi, we're here to escort you." Is this a VIP pickup or a kidnapping? Drop your theories in the comments. A bit later, at the Johnson family's insane mansion on some private estate in the Hamptons, Mr. Johnson is giving Jake the literal death glare. So, I've heard my daughter is crashing at your place. Oof, you could cut the tension with a knife. If you have any shady plans for her, I will literally erase you right here. And boom! He unleashes this insane magic aura. Jake is just standing there totally shook and lets out a sigh. Bruh, we're just friends. Mr. Johnson is not buying it for 1 second. He squints his eyes and just keeps grilling him. You won't lay a single finger on her, understand? Our boy, Jake, cool as a cucumber, just nods. I would never do that to a friend. You just know he's thinking, did this dude really drag me all the way out here to give me the overprotective dad speech? Guess the guy has a heart. After all, who knew? But while Jake is just zoning out, Mr. Johnson suddenly yells, all right, let's take this to the courtyard. Wait, take what to the courtyard? Next thing you know, Mr. Johnson is just floating in midair and says all casual, let's have a little spar. And Jake, the absolute legend, doesn't even flinch. He's just like, bet. I'm so down. The instant Jake agrees, Mr. Johnson's magic just goes supernova. But Jake ain't backing down. His own crazy power flares up to match. This is about to be insane. Smash that like button if you are hyped for this throwdown. Oh, Mr. Johnson is not playing around. He immediately casts a freaking level 7 spell. A whole literal tsunami of water comes roaring right at Jake. Jake knows this is the real deal, so he's not holding back either. He claps back with his own level 7 spell. Kaboom! A massive explosion rocks the entire estate as their powers collide. It's totally wild. They both land back on the ground, and Mr. Johnson is just staring at Jake with these super intense eyes like he's actually impressed and can't even hide it. Oh, you countered my water magic's weakness with fire magic of the same level. Not bad. You're strong. Fine, I'll trust you with my daughter. And just like that, he strolls right past Jake. The most extra dad test ever, LOL. So, while Jake is just standing there watching him leave, probably so confused, let's cut across the country to a massive mansion in Beverly Hills where Derek is having a full-on epic tantrum smashing everything in sight. He's screaming his lungs out. All of you are a bunch of useless clowns. Tony is still alive and breathing. Then his face gets all twisted and demonic. But that's fine. I'll just have to deal with anyone who gets in my way myself. With that, he points at some guy standing next to him and aggressively orders, "You're going to handle my request, right?" The guy just gives a slight nod and replies, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the black mage." Derek glares at him and says in this super chilling voice, "Good. I'm about to start an all-out war between my little crew and this so-called black mage. Just you wait, black mage." So, the next day, back at Westbrook Academy, it's business as usual, which means Jake is immediately swarmed by his army of fangirls. The poor guy looks so done with it all. It's like the whole situation has spiraled even more out of control, and Ashley is getting the same celebrity treatment with students mobbing her 24/7. And you just know, this whole new vibe is getting the attention of another certain clique. Ooh, the drama is about to get spicy. Make sure you hit subscribe so you don't miss any of the tea. Okay, so get this. The whole squad was getting majorly salty because Ashley was stealing the spotlight like full-on main character energy. And let me tell you, they were not here for it. Ashley was so done with the constant side-eye from every direction. So she hits him with the classic "OMG, my bladder's about to explode BRB die" and just dipped. She slips into the hallway and lets out this huge sigh because like this high school drama is next level exhausting for real. She's literally thinking, I'm no stranger to haters, but having a personal paparazzi squad of them is draining my soul. And then bam, speak of the devil and she shall appear a whole posse of Regina George wannabes blocks her path. The head, mean girl, this fiery redhead with an attitude for days, pops her hip and goes, "Yo, Ashley, got a minute?" And you guys, you could just feel the drama about to pop off. It was thick in the air. So they haul her off to some sus corner of the school, the spot behind the bleachers where all the sketchy stuff happens, and Red literally pins Ashley to the wall with her foot. Gets right up in her grill and is like, "You are so extra, you know that. Like, how did a whole clown like you even finesse your way into the special magic squad? Don't think your Bouger Park Avenue address gets you a pass." Oof, the shade was thrown. You guys, it was brutal. And then her little blue-haired minion jumps in like, facts. She totally pulled some shady strings to get in. She's been a spoiled little princess since the first day she walked in here. Hearing this, Ashley finally has enough and claps back hard. "Excuse you, I earned my spot with my own skills. I have been grinding for this my whole life. Why would I ever need to cheat my way in?" But Red just scoffs, serving pure evil queen vibes. "Oh, for real? So you're telling me you're not crushing on Jake? You're gonna stand there and lie to my face that he's not your little boyfriend?" The tea from the top doesn't lie, does it? Ouch. Talk about a low blow, and just like that, Ashley goes dead silent, looking completely wrecked. And then, like a superhero swooping in, Jake appears out of nowhere. He yells, "What the heck is happening here?" The three girls practically jump to the ceiling. The redhead immediately starts rambling, trying to backpedal. We think it's so not fair that Ashley gets the red carpet treatment just 'cause her family's loaded." And her blue-haired sidekick is just nodding along like a bobblehead. Yeah, she for sure used her connections. Jake just gives them this ice-cold death stare, not saying a word, which just fuels Red's ego even more. She actually points a finger at him and says, "You probably pulled the strings to get her in, didn't you?" Can we talk about the audacity? The whole scene is just a hot mess. The girls are all piling on, screaming, "Yeah, for a big shot like him, it's nothing." It's so unfair. And poor Zoe, who's watching this whole train wreck, is just frozen and can't say anything to help Ashley. Ashley always clams up like that when people diss her abilities. Jake just furrows his brow, looking at her, and the silence just stretches on for an eternity. It was so beyond awkward, you guys. Seeing her freeze the three witches get even cockier, laughing like, whatever. We could do a way better job than her on the team easy. And that's when Jake lets out this chilling laugh. Oh, you guys, they done messed up now. Then he locks eyes with them, his face like pure stone. "I see, you're all very passionate. All right then, you can join the Special Magic Squad for a little training session." Jake lays it out, complete the training, and you're in. And just like that, the three of them are over the moon, swearing up and down they'll crush it. Oh, sweet summer children, you have no idea what you just signed up for. Watching this whole disaster unfold, Ashley felt her stomach drop like she'd been dunked in the Hudson River in the middle of January. She was completely lost on what to do next. So, later that afternoon on the training field, Jake marches the three newbies over and announces to the whole crew, "Aight, everyone listen up. We've got 3 new trainees joining us starting right now." Tyler squints at them, lets out a scoff, and is like, "Who are these randos? Never seen them in my life." Lily just nods, looking totally over it like she's seen better talent at a middle school play. They're not giving elite warrior vibes, and it looks like they have like 0 power. She deadpans. Meanwhile, Kyle is just standing there with his jaw on the floor, completely shook. Like, is Jake for real right now? But Lily just mentally shrugs like, "Whatever, not my circus, not my monkeys, gotta focus." All she cared about was absolutely destroying her own workout. These 3 clowns had no earthly idea what kind of fresh hell was about to be unleashed on them. They were just chilling, gossiping, and giggling like they were at bottomless brunch in Soho. And let me tell you, Lily was serving them the deadliest stink-eye imaginable. "They think this is some kind of joke," Lily muttered. Tyler was right there with her, grumbling, "What is wrong with these people?" But Jake could read the room and just said super casually, "Don't even sweat it. Trust me, this training is exactly what they need." Meanwhile, the ringleader redhead wasn't thinking about training at all. She was just totally stoked to be near Jake, but her little daydream got shut down real quick. The second the training kicked off, homegirl could barely catch her breath, let alone simp over Jake. You'd love to see it, right? If you agree, smash that like button for me. And Jake, he paid them absolutely no mind. He just kept powering ahead, shouting, "Run like your life is on the line. The bad guys aren't going to wait for you to catch your breath. Pretend some creature from the deep is chasing you down Broadway at rush hour." Lily's team was already used to this brand of crazy. They just kept grinding without a single break, but the 3 newbies, yeah, not a chance in hell. After like 5 minutes of running, the whining started. Then, after the run, Jake had them doing push-ups. The 3 of them couldn't even last for 1 minute before they all face-planted into the dirt. Total collapse. Drop a comment and let me know if you think they totally had it coming. Okay, so get this, next up was magic training, and OMG, the 3 plastics were literally about to dip, whispering like, "We are so screwed, we gotta get out of here now." But, like, they took maybe 2 steps before this arm just snatches them back. And who is it, Jake? And he's got this absolutely savage smirk like, "Hold up, where do you 3 think you're going? The party's just getting started, besties." And OMG, you guys, that was it. The floodgates opened. They were full-on ugly crying, screaming, "No sane person trains like this. This is literally abuse. You're just doing this to get back at us." But Jake, my guy, was completely unbothered. He just gestures over his shoulder real casual and says, "You think they could do this on day 1? Nah, fam. They worked their butts off every single day to get to this level." And let me tell you, the look on the mean girls' faces instantly curdled, like they just took a big swig of expired orange juice. But Jake just kept on spitting facts, totally ignoring their little meltdown. Zoe is out here grinding 24/7, always pushing her limits. And she still thinks she has 0 talent. Then his voice gets all sharp and stuff. And yet, you've got people thinking she just got a free pass. let's be 100% real, her looks and connections have absolutely nothing to do with her power. And as he's saying all this, he steps right into the redhead's personal bubble and, dude, she was literally trembling. Jake had zero chill, his voice going ice cold. Zoe is one of my most important friends, and I will not stand by while people drag her down. The three of them actually shivered and the waterworks started all over again. It was pathetic, honestly. Finally, they just cracked. They spun around and bolted out of there, whimpering for him to stop. Jake just watches them go and lets out this massive sigh like, ugh, what a bunch of clowns. So weak. They could have totally hung in there if they just tried for 5 seconds. Then Tyler strolls up looking all kind of confused, like, bro, what was their problem? Jake just gives him a shrug, totally over it. Don't even worry about them, man. They're just haters. And just then, as if on cue, it all clicked for Zoe. She finally understood why Jake put those girls through the ringer. So, later that day, walking home from practice down somewhere like Park Avenue, Zoe finally says something. Hey, I heard what you said back there. Thanks for defending me. And when she says it, she gives him this smile that's so pure and cute it could melt ice. Jake, being Jake, just plays it cool. I just figured a little reality check would get them to stop being so fake and dramatic. But Zoe is still grinning, and she laughs. But you literally just told me not to worry about it. Did I say that? Jake asks, pretending he has no idea what she's talking about. Oh, wait. Yeah, I guess I did. And you guys. The look on Zoe's face was pure joy as she mumbled under her breath. You know, I think you're pretty important to me, too. Oh, really? Jake says, just raising an eyebrow, trying so hard to act like that's no big deal. Seriously, if you ship these two, smash that like button and let me know in the comments. Okay, so Zoe gets that his version of important and her version are on totally different planets right now, but you know what? It was enough for her. The day she's strong enough to stand by his side as an equal, that asterisk would be the real glow-up. And with that fire lit inside her, she suddenly picks up the pace, her voice all playful and challenging. I'm gonna get so strong I can wipe the floor with you, Jake, so you better watch out. And she turns back with this smile that's so bright it's like blinding. Anyway, fast forward to the next day. Kaboom! It's chaos all over again, you guys. Freaking monsters are popping up out of the ground just trashing the place. But then, in a flash, two figures land on the scene. And it's our faves, Jake and Bella. They heard the citywide alert all the way from their spot in Queens and booked it over. Now they're teaming up and Bella, she's all fire and fury and just charges right into the fight, which, LOL, leaves Jake no choice but to sigh and run in after her. The two of them start slinging spells like crazy, absolutely annihilating these monsters left and right. And all the people scrambling for cover see this and are like, no way, is that the special magic unit fighting alongside those bougie noble mages? What is happening? And yeah, this little team-up was doing wonders for the noble mages' public image. The word on the street was that dark mages were the ones taking out all the rogue mages, so this was a good look. So basically, while the special unit handles the big disasters and monster cleanup, this other squad is a whole separate thing mostly run by students. Some people are calling them the magical police force, but because they're always late to the party, it's kind of making the real NYPD look bad, which is hilarious. Meanwhile, across the city at a hospital on East 121st Street, this little kid, maybe 9 years old, is laid up in a bed, totally out of it. And in that exact second, the window to his room slides open without a sound, and a shadowy figure slips inside. It's Jake, our secret superhero, and he starts using his healing magic on the little boy. In an instant, the kid is literally glowing with power. Now, here's the tea healing magic isn't supposed to work on coma patients, but Jake hoped it could still give the kid's body and mind a little boost. What a king. Let's get some appreciation for Jake in the comments. Oh my god, you guys, seriously, it feels like an eternity and absolutely asterisk nothing. Asterisk is working. Jake has been pumping nonstop healing magic into this dude, and it's like not doing a thing. Total radio silence. But listen to this. The only reason he's even trying this hard is because he can't get Leona's completely shattered expression out of his head. And the tea is, this guy is her little brother. I know my heart literally can't take it. No wonder Jake looks so totally wrecked. So Jake is in full-on savior mode like I am asterisk not asterisk about to lose. But then, boom, a sound from the hallway totally makes him jump. It's just Leona pushing the door open. But wait, she stops dead in her tracks with this super weird look on her face. She's whispering, hold on, is someone else in here, or am I tripping? Girl, you are not tripping. Jake was legit right there, but he pulled a full-on ninja move and bailed out the window before she could even look his way. So extra. Leona walks up to her brother's bed, super quiet, and whispers, how are you doing today? But then, She just lets out this heavy sigh like, then again, that's such a stupid question. I already know the answer. Oh, it's just heartbreaking. After that, she starts spilling all the gossip to Kai about the Black Sorcerer. Leona is just raving, saying the Black Sorcerer is a total legend. His magic is insane, like next-level stuff. He gets things done, and you can always count on him. She's basically admitting she's never met anyone as amazing as Jake, but after gassing him up for a solid minute, she totally flips the script and starts dragging him LOL. But for real, sometimes he is such a pain in the butt. Apparently, our boy Jake has been forcing her to train for like a gazillion hours without a break. She says he's crazy strict and pushes her way too hard. As she's saying all this, Leona just starts cracking up, but it's not a fun laugh, you know? It's so tragic, and her hand on the bed is literally shaking. The drama is off the charts, people. Leona bites her lip, whispering to herself, I'm not giving up. I swear I'm going to make sure nobody has to go through what you did ever again. She's making a promise to crush this black rebellion no matter what. Slay Queen. She just lowers her head, looking completely and utterly defeated. Then she reaches out and so gently touches Kai's super pale face while he's just lying there. After what felt like forever, she just whispers, I'm so sorry, Kai. And, get this, Leona literally sat by Kai's side like that the entire night. Meanwhile, Jake dipped out of that hospital so fast, probably to some secret spot he's got stashed away at like 250 Lafayette Street in Soho. The next evening, Jake pulls up to the seriously sketchy warehouse over in Red Hook, Brooklyn to meet with Leona. But, plot twist, a whole crowd of random people is already there. He's so confused, like, who the heck are all these people? Leona's just beaming, like, they're the new recruits, our squad, and you guys, Jake's face just falls. He is not feeling this at all. The look of pure annoyance, chef's kiss. He's like, where on earth did you dig up this crew? And Leona just gives him this little smirk, so casual. Oh, I didn't find them. They found asterisk us asterisk. I just posted your highlight reel online to see who'd try to hit me up. Jake just nods slowly. You can practically see the gears grinding in his head. I see. So, that's the play. He goes dead silent, and Leona immediately jumps in with, don't even trip. I already did my homework, ran checks on all of them, even got their pics from the DMV records. They're legit. And, like it was rehearsed, the whole room just goes wild, cheering their heads off. Okay, for real. What do we think of her hiring process? Let me know in the comments, because I am dying to hear. They're all losing their minds, like, no freaking way. It's actually Tony the Black Sorcerer IRL. Jake sees this, and his expression turns to solid ice. He shuts them down, saying, I'm here to get you battle ready. I'm not here to play games. Get focused. And instead of being terrified, they all start screaming like they're at a concert. We're so ready, we might not look like much, but we're overflowing with confidence. LMAO. Somebody's about to get a reality check. A tiny, wicked little smirk crosses Jake's face, and he just says, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And you guys, not even 2 hours later, every single one of them was passed out on the concrete floor. I am screaming. Jake's training was like something out of a nightmare, just way too intense. And he's still not satisfied, standing over them complaining, you guys are beyond pathetic. You need to train like your life is actually on the line. But even though the new recruits started out as a joke, you could tell they were dead serious. And honestly, with Jake's super tough love coaching, they started to level up like crazy. They put together a brand new strategy team that was all about snatching intel and playing mind games. Then there was the action squad who just went out and started tearing down the Black Rebellion's bases one after the other. The Black Sorcerer started getting support from all these shady groups from the criminal underworld, and Jake's influence just got bigger and bigger. My man is building a whole dang empire. Obviously, all this chaos gets back to the NYPD, and you just know the tea was hot over at the precinct on One Police Plaza. The cops are all gossiping about how the Black Rebellion's hideouts are getting completely trashed. You think this is just some turf war between rogue mages? A few of them were even saying the Black Sorcerer was some kind of neutral force in all this mess, and guess who's eavesdropping on the whole convo? Our boy, Detective Miller. And when he hears that, his face gets so dark. Neutral? Don't make me laugh. Those illegal mages are nothing but low-life criminals, he snaps, swearing he won't let them get away with their little games anymore. At the same time, clear across New York City, Derek is also having an absolute meltdown, gritting his teeth, and straight-up fuming. How dare he challenge us and disrespect us like this again? I'm not the same weakling I was back then. He's screaming at the top of his lungs, and just then one of his lackeys creeps in. Sir, we've made the preparations. Derek just scoffs completely over it. Took you long enough. You're all useless. I'll corner them myself and finish this with my own 2 hands. Just you wait. Jake or Tony or whatever lame name you're using now. If you think Derek actually has a shot, hit that like button. But if you're on Team Jake all the way, smash that subscribe button and let's go. Okay, So, get this. While the whole of New York City is basically having a meltdown over the news, everyone at the precinct is just training like it's a regular Tuesday, and the entire time Detective Miller is low-key burning holes into the back of Jake's head with his eyes. Part of him is like, damn, this Jake kid is legit, but the other part is totally convinced Jake is secretly Tony. I mean, the age, the insane powers, the timing of his arrival, the math is mathing, you know. It's making it crazy hard for Detective Miller to not be suspicious even though he really wants to believe Jake isn't this black sorcerer persona. So, while Miller is off in his own little world of conspiracy theories, the squad, Lily and the crew roll up on Jake looking guilty as heck. They're all tripping over themselves to apologize, and Jake's just staring at these completely fried bracelets in his hand like, so, what went down here? Mia immediately jumps in like, we swear we tried to fix them. But before she can even get the sentence out, Jake just shuts it down ice cold. It's whatever. Don't worry about it. They just couldn't handle the power. Then, he drops this bomb. Guess a rookie like you can't forge something that can actually handle monsters. You should probably just go to Nicole next time. Ooh, F. And Kyle is so not feeling that, muttering, yeah, this whole vibe is off. Lily chimes in totally annoyed. I bet they were sent last night just to cause trouble. And Mia's right there with her like, for real, who sneaks into someone's house on 123 Main Street in the middle of the night? So, not cool. Jake sees they're all getting heated and tries to play mediator. Look, I'm ticked off too, but if we're playing the long game here, we kinda need to cooperate with them. It's for the greater good or some crap like that. I'm sorry for real, but can we just let it go? And just like that, 'cause it's Jake, the three of them are like, say less, and nod 0 questions asked. Man, the influence is insane, y'all. Then, Lily's eyes pop wide like she just had a major flashback. Hold up. Now that I'm thinking about it, those magic-wielding jerks were acting super off. Like I wasn't hit by their powers or anything. But they were completely clueless about what was actually happening. Jake nods slowly, starting to explain, it's a type of siphoning magic. It drains your energy and even messes with your memories. Super nasty stuff. So, basically they have 0 memory of what happened after they got hit. In their minds, everything is just hunky-dory. Then he claps his hands. All right, training's done. Let's dip. But, plot twist. Lily and the others are all like, nah, we got other plans. And they all just scatter in different directions. Kinda awkward, I'm not gonna lie. Jake's just left standing there feeling like a total third wheel, but he doesn't say anything. Right then, Detective Miller pulls up and is like, yo, Jake need a ride home. And Jake, probably just desperate to escape the awkwardness, hops into Miller's car. So they're cruising, and Detective Miller from the driver's seat just casually drops. So, this black sorcerer guy has been making some serious waves lately. Jake literally can't stop himself from rolling his eyes and goes, are you still on that? You really think I'm him, don't you? But Miller doesn't confirm or deny, he just cracks this little smirk and says, Tony is a very unique individual. I'm just saying someone with his exact skill set would probably put 2 and 2 together eventually. Jake just shrugs completely over the conversation and pouts. Look, man, I don't know anything about anyone. Miller gives him this super intense side-eye and asks, and why's that? Jake just claps back real chill. Is this Tony dude even a villain? 'Cause from what I've seen, I haven't heard about him doing anything messed up. Miller answers without a single beat of hesitation. From what I can tell, he's a good person, but he's still a criminal. Jake hears this and is like, huh, that makes 0 sense. Why? And bam! Miller hesitates, then yanks the car over to the side of the road. The whole vibe in the car just goes dead quiet. Seriously, you could hear a pin drop. After what feels like an eternity, he finally spills the tea. My dad. He was a police officer, a really good one, always fighting for the little guy. He was my hero, and a man, I used to have this perfect happy family. Detective Miller's dad always told him that criminals are people too, that deep down they have a conscience. That if you could just talk to them on their level, they'd understand. And when Miller was just a kid, he looked up to him so much for that. He wanted to be a cop, just like his old man when he grew up. But Miller's dad was taken out in the line of duty. He was trying to de-escalate a situation with some guy who had hostages, but the dude just unleashed a magic spell on his dad. And since his pop couldn't use magic, he just dropped. Instantly. And you guys, the more he talks, the more enraged Detective Miller gets, biting his lip so hard it starts to bleed. He's gritting his teeth, saying his dad was just too naive and set in his ways. He put his trust in criminals, he says, and they repaid him by ending his life. That piece of trash got arrested for robbery and taking a life, and they threw him behind bars. And check this, when they asked him why he did it, he said he panicked and that it wasn't his fault, it was Miller's dad's fault for cornering him. Can you believe the absolute nerve? Every time he thinks about it, Miller just sees red. He's practically screaming now. That is absolute garbage. He said he was scared. The only person who had a right to be scared was the victim. And my father, who was ripped away from me for such a stupid, pointless reason. Miller swears he'll never ever forgive people like that. To him, all criminals are exactly the same complete and utter trash. He says even if they save someone's life, a criminal never deserves a second chance. And that's when Detective Miller finally shatters, just slumping forward and resting his head on the steering wheel. Whoa, that got heavy. Drop a comment below with a heart if you feel for Miller right now. He's literally just blubbering like, Dad, what was even the point? And Jake, bless his heart, just stood there and let him get it all out. You asterisk no asterisk, it's bad when Detective Miller gets that real. And then like a switch flipped, Detective Miller totally shook it off like he just realized he was having a full-on meltdown. He pops right up and is like, yo, my bad. Lost my cool there for a sec. Gotta be sharp tomorrow, kid. And just like that, Detective Miller fired up the engine, dropped Jake at his place on 123 Maple Street, and peeled off looking like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Okay, so flash forward to the next morning at Westbrook Academy, and Mia and Lily are tapping their feet waiting for Jake. He's like, asterisk, so asterisk late, and you can practically see the steam coming out of their ears. Honestly, same girl, same. So, get this, while the girls are fuming, Jake is absolutely asterisk, sprinting asterisk through the city, trying not to get detention. But then, as he's flying past some glass tower on 5th Avenue, he clocks these two super shady guys just posted up. Total creep vibes. Like you could just feel it in your bones, these guys were up to no good. And in that exact asterisk moment, the massive jumbotron on the building glitches out. When it flickers back on, you are not going to believe whose face is staring down at all of New York City. Freaking Derek. He's on there screaming, this broadcast is now owned by the Black Rebellion, and OMG, the whole street just erupts. People were screaming, running. It was absolute chaos. But, wait, it gets crazier. Some people in the crowd started whispering, recognizing him, like, MG, isn't that Derek from that major magic family that got, like, totally canceled? The tea is piping hot, you guys. So Derek's got the entire network on lockdown, right? And he yells, hey, a special magic unit, and Tony got a little surprise for you. And then bam, he drops the bomb that his crew has planted explosives all over the entire country. And he warns the cops not to even think asterisk about trying anything funny. He's like, play by my rules, or I'll start lighting these fireworks up one by one. This dude is completely unhinged. The second the words leave his mouth, Derek snaps his fingers, and boom, massive explosions just rip through the city skyline. Smoke and fire are everywhere, people are screaming and running for their lives. It was insane, yo. If you think Derek is the absolute worst smash, that like button right now, freaking chunks of buildings started raining from the sky, and like if you got smacked by one, you were toast. But thank the heavens Jake was on the scene. He whipped out his magic and threw up a shield to protect everyone. My hero. So, everyone's safe, they're all thanking Jake like he's a superhero. But at the exact asterisk, same time, word finally hits the police department about what's happening, and they are scrambling. But their intel is a complete garbage fire. You can just see Detective Miller on the phone, totally stressed out because both the NYPD and the Magic Squad are dead in the water. They literally can't do a thing. And while all this is going on, Mia is spamming Jake's phone, but he's not picking up. She is freaking out like, I can't get a hold of Jake. Where is he? What is he doing? Back at the station, Derek is just cackling, living for this chaos. Then he gets back on the mic and says, Tony, you and I have a meeting. I'll tell you where, and you better come alone. And if you're a no-show, I'll detonate everything at once. You wouldn't be scared, would you? And Jake, still on the street below, just stares up at that screen and his face is pure stone. Oh man, it is asterisk on asterisk. So, night falls. Jake gets into his all-black sorcerer gear, you know the fit is fire, and starts heading for the meetup spot. It's some creepy old warehouse district in old Brooklyn. He pops his earpiece in, you know he's about to get down to business. Leona's voice crackles in his ear and she sounds terrified. The location is an old port warehouse. It's a known hideout. Jake, you're not actually going in there, are you? And he just gives this little nod, cool as a cucumber. Yeah, I got this, he says back, and you can just hear Leona pause on the other end before she whispers, just be careful, Tony. Please don't die. Aw, my heart. If you're shipping them even a little, drop a heart emoji for Leona in the comments. Never. Jake shoots back, and you guys, he's got this little half smirk, totally confident. A minute later, he rolls up to the warehouse. And for a place that's supposed to be deserted, it's lit up like Times Square. Major red flag. And waiting for him right on the corner of Bedford Avenue and North 7th Street in Williamsburg is a whole squad of goons with crazy-colored hair. And OMG, the look on their faces. They were just itching for a fight. The instant Jake pulls up, they surround him. And who steps out of the crowd with this gross little smirk? Derek. He's like, I have been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time, Tony. Then he just throws his head back and laughs this evil villain laugh like, I have dreamed of the day I get to absolutely demolish you. Then he starts hyping up his goons, saying they're all like the strongest fighters ever. Apparently, this is the entire varsity squad of the Black Rebellion. Big yikes. But our boy Jake, he just lets out this little scoff and his voice is pure ice. He goes, so, let me get this straight. If I take out this entire crew right here, does that mean the Black Rebellion is canceled for good? And hearing that, Derek just dies laughing like Jake is a stand-up comedian. All his little minions start chirping in too, like, is this guy serious? He thinks he can take all of us alone. But Derek just bites his lip and you can feel the, I'm going to destroy you, vibes coming off him in waves. He actually snarls at them. Shut up, you morons. Underestimating your opponent is how you get wrecked, but I'm not that stupid. I'm going all out. I'm putting Tony 6 feet under period. Jake just lets out this cold little laugh and is like, you really think you're the one to do it? So Jake gets ready to throw down. But seeing this, Derek just starts howling with laughter. Not so fast, you can't fight back and you know why. Because if you do, I'll turn this entire city block into a smoking hole in the ground. Like, seriously, imagine the body count if that went off, and get this, our boy Jake just froze. Total deer in the headlights moment like he's stuck in traffic on the BQE. Derek gets this evil smirk and just screams, fry him. And boom! In like a nanosecond, all this magic crap starts flying at Jake, but you're not going to believe this. It just splats. Against an invisible wall. Like, what? OMG. Derek was so mad you could practically hear his jaw clenching. A magic barrier. He's calling Jake an annoying little roach. His goons just keep firing, but let's be real, their mana bars were hitting empty real quick. And Jake, he's just standing there, not a hair out of place, looking bored AF. He's like, yeah, this is pointless. Your little level 3 laser tag doesn't even tickle. The absolute sass on this man. Okay, so Derek just loses his mind. He straight up clocks one of his own crew and roars, you guys are useless, can't even give him a freaking paper cut. Jake sees this and is just like, trash, Mick drop. But Derek, being extra, just snorts back, nah, fam, you, the trash, and I'm gonna be the one taking you out, real slow and painful. Then he kinda admits it. Look, you're strong. Got tons of magic, all the high-level spells. Normally I'd be cooked. And then you guys... He pulls out a freaking heater with this wicked grin. But what about this? He sneers. And Jake, cool as the other side of the pillow, is just like, a gun. Yeah, that's not gonna work on me either, dude. Y'all? Famous. Last. Words. The second he says that a bullet zips past and actually nicks his face. We've got blood. Derek just starts cackling like a maniac. Yes, I just wanted to see that shocked look on your face. This bad boy, he says, is juiced up with magic that just cancels out all your little hocus pocus. It'll blast through anything, even your precious little force field. And then he just opens fire on Jake. Our boy is not messing around. Now he's dodging bullets like he's weaving through tourists in Times Square on a Saturday. Derek's just bitching about how slippery Jake is. It's been a hot minute since I used one of these. My aim is so rusty, he whines. But then, plot twist. He sees this glow on Jake and poof, the cut on his face is just gone. Insta-healed. And not just that one. Every other little nick and scratch was gone too. Derek's whole vibe just went from 0 to 100 real quick. You little punk. You're using healings magic, aren't you? And Jake, so chill, just goes, don't get it twisted. This is natural magic. It's on autopilot, I don't even have to think about it. Can we just talk about this absolute flex? I'm not even trying, he adds. Oh my god. Derek is fuming, biting his lip, but then this super creepy calm washes over him and he's like, you know what? It doesn't even matter anymore. Healing won't save you. In fact, this is even better. It means I get to hurt you over and over and over again. And just like that, he starts blasting at Jake again. This dude is a total psycho. He's literally laughing his butt off while pulling the trigger. Does it hurt? I bet it hurts a lot, huh? Even if the cuts disappear, you still feel the pain. But here's the real tea. Derek is so lost in the sauce he doesn't even notice his own crew is starting to wig out. Because the hits on Jake, they're just surface-level scratches, and with his Wolverine-level healing, they're gone in like a second flat. The more Derek stares, the more the panic starts to creep in. He's thinking, this is so messed up. Not a single bullet has actually hit him clean. Are you actually dodging them? No freaking way. And right then, a voice crackles in Jake's earpiece. He just nods and goes, is that right? Okay, copy that. Derek full-on explodes. Are you seriously taking a call right now? The utter disrespect, that's it. I'm so done with you, I'm ending you. But before he can even flinch, Jake hits him with a level 5 spell, and suddenly this crazy tornado just erupts inside the warehouse on Kent Avenue and starts sucking up all of Derek's little minions. Yeah, and just yeets them across the room. When the wind finally chills out, the whole crew is out cold. Derek is just standing there absolutely fuming. He whips out his phone like it's his last hope and screams, "Detonate the bombs now!" But whatever the person on the other end says makes his face go ghost white. Wait, what did you say? Then Jake just chimes in all casual-like. Yeah, about that. It's not gonna work. My squad already handled all your little party favors. Derek is just shook, speechless. Jake scoffs like he's totally not impressed. I'll admit that really did sting, Jake says, but I'm gonna pay you back for it 100 times over. Oh my God! Derek is grinding his teeth, screaming, "You son of a... I'll end you." And right on cue, Detective Miller and his squad roll up, guns drawn. "That's enough," he yells. He gives Derek the ultimate death stare and says, "All the bombs have been defused." Lily chimes in too, "Just stop this pointless resistance." But Jake's frowning, looking kinda sus. Man, they got here way too fast. Could they have been posted up just down the block this whole time? And then Lily looks past him and whispers, "Wait. Is that the Dark Sorcerer, Tony? The plot is getting so thick, y'all. Tyler's totally fanboying. Whoa, that dude's power level is insane. But get this tea. Only Sarah knew the whole time it was Jake, and she's getting super worried thinking, did he really roll up to this sketchy warehouse in Old Brooklyn all by himself? Guys, smash that like button if you think Sarah's right to be worried, and drop a comment below. Who do you think Tony really is? You guys, they had to move into this dump like yesterday. The second they pulled up to this sketchy warehouse at like 123 Fake Street, Brooklyn, Jake was all, well, how the turntables. And Derek, he was, straight up, seething, biting his lip so hard I swear it was gonna pop. I'm telling you, the secondhand rage was real. And just when you think the drama has peaked, hold my popcorn, 'cause this rando steps out of the shadows like, "Looks like you all are in a bit of a jam." And when they saw who it was, get this, the sisters were absolutely shooketh. It was Mr. freaking Johnson. Maya's all like, "What in the world are you doing here?" And Lily is giving him a glare that could literally kill, like, "Why are you hanging with asterisk, this clown asterisk? Oh, the betrayal is piping hot, people." Derek, with his stupid, punchable face, just smirks and goes, "Duh, 'cause we're on the same team, obviously." Bro. Lily and Mia's jaws hit the grimy Brooklyn pavement. You could hear a pin drop, they were that stunned. And they're practically screaming, "Dad, what is going on? What does any of this mean?" But Mr. Johnson's stone cold, dude, just hits him with, "I don't have to explain myself to you." Oof, that's a level of savage I was not prepared for. Like you could see the little loading icon spinning in their heads. Their own dad, the man they thought was a hero, is now sidekicks with some lowlife from the criminal underworld. Make it make sense. It's absolutely wild. Meanwhile, Detective Miller, bless his heart, is completely oblivious to this whole family therapy session from hell and starts charging at Jake, ready to slap the cuffs on. And Jake just gives him this look like, "Dude, read the room. Now is so not the time to be playing cops and robbers with me." Thank God for Sarah jumping in like the group's mom. "Hello, Jake is not the enemy here. We gotta team up." And Tyler is backing her up 100% like facts. We do not have the bandwidth for this petty beef right now. So, Detective Miller is still looking super conflicted, probably reevaluating all his life choices, but finally he groans. "Fine, we'll work together, but just this one time." And then literally out of nowhere, Jake just screams at the top of his lungs, "Everybody get down." And not even a second later, a whole cluster of those little spicy pineapples lands right at Detective Miller's squad's feet. Yikes. Talk about a close call. K-boom. The whole alleyway behind some bodega in Old Brooklyn just erupts in fire. A real 4th of July preview, you know? Thank God. Miller's team are basically ninjas, and they all dive for cover just in the nick of time. Lily is just standing there, eyes wide, whispering, "Okay, that was next level. Those were not your standard firecrackers." And Jake is like, "No cap, I didn't think they'd have anti-magic gear. That can completely neutralize our powers, and they're packing regular heat." And, of course, Derek lets out this disgusting hyena laugh like, "Oh, you sweet summer children, you haven't seen anything yet." Then he rips open his jacket and my guy is literally strapped with smoke bombs and a whole armory. He's a walking glitch in the system. Across the way, Lily and Mia are just staring at their dad and you can practically feel their hearts breaking. It seriously took Lily a full minute before she could even get a word out. "I actually can't believe we have to throw down with our own father," she whispers, and Mia's just shaking her head like, "For real, how did this become our life?" They looked so small just standing there completely lost in the chaos. And while they're having this tragic family moment, Mr. Johnson just goes for it. No hesitation. He launches this insane tidal wave of water right at them. But big sister instincts are a real thing, because Lily immediately leaps in front of Mia to shield her. She throws up a counterspell at the exact same second, and wham! The two water attacks collide in a huge explosion of spray. But here's the plot twist: Lily's power level, bless her heart, is nowhere near her dad's. He is completely OP. Her wave gets absolutely bodied, and Mr. Johnson's monster wave is still barreling down on them. But then, get this, Tyler swoops in like Captain America and slams a massive stone wall up to block it. What a total clutch play. Drop a W for Tyler in the chat, guys. After that, near miss, Lily gives Tyler this super grateful look like, "Thanks, you're a real one." And Mia chimes in, "Yeah, seriously, thank you." All while their deadbeat dad, Mr. Johnson, just stands there with absolutely zero chill, not even flinching at the fact he almost turned his own kids into a puddle on the street. He actually has the nerve to say, "You've definitely leveled up and your teamwork is cute, I guess. But compared to me, you're still just a couple of noobs." Ouch. Talk about the world's worst parental burn. And as soon as the words leave his mouth, Mr. Johnson's power just explodes, like full-on Super Saiyan glow-up. Lily starts properly freaking out, like, what is that insane power level? It's off the charts. Even Tyler was shook, whispering, "No way. Is that on the same level as Jake?" But then Mia gets this fire in her eyes, steps forward all bold, and is just like, "Okay, bet. It's our turn now." Mia says, her voice suddenly rock solid. "Let's go. We were playing nice before, but that's over." And Lily just gives this sharp little nod, totally in sync with her. "Heck yeah," Lily agrees, a huge grin spreading across her face. "We're so much stronger now. No more holding back." Tyler gets all hyped too, pumping his fist like, "We went through literal hell training for this, let's show this guy what's up." Mia stares down her dad. Her confidence is just radiating off her, and she declares, "I'm going to take you down, and then you are going to spill all the tea." And then bam! She and Lily start weaving this insane epic fusion magic. A level 7 spell just materializes out of thin air, and this massive pillar of water shoots forward. But Mr. Johnson just scoffs, "So predictable." And then he just flexes on them by casting a level 8 water spell. Level 8. Y'all smash that like button right now if your jaw is on the floor. He unleashes what is basically a literal tsunami inside a Brooklyn alley. The two spells collide, and it is just a massive kaboom. Water and energy everywhere. Total, beautiful chaos. The whole scene just turns into this crazy downpour, soaking Lily and her crew to the bone. And Mr. Johnson is just standing there in the middle of it all, completely dry, looking like this is just another boring Tuesday for him. He's like, "All right, you managed to cancel out my magic. A tiny bit. You two still have a very, very long way to go." Lily is just sprawled on the wet pavement, staring up at him like she's seen an actual ghost. And she's just thinking, a level 8 spell. He's not even playing the same game. He's on a different planet. And, of course, Derek sees this and just starts cackling, being the absolute worst. LMAO, this is a total blowout, isn't it? Ugh, what a tool. Seriously, let me know in the comments if you think Derek is the absolute worst character. Okay, so get this tea, y'all. For both Lily's squad and our boys, Jake was in a total stare-down with Derek, who was packing heat. And this dude, Derek, he's got this super punchable smirk talking mad trash like, "Yo, looks like the mighty Jake is totally useless against my anti-magic toys, huh?" He's all like, "Aw, little boy never had to look down the barrel of a 9mm before, has he?" And to make it even worse, Derek had some grizzled old-school warrior from like Bed-Stuy backing him up. Seriously, talk about an unfair fight. So, this absolute clown actually thinks Jake has zero chance, and Deadass tells him to start begging for his life. But our boy Jake, he's just standing there chill as a bodega cat, looking completely unfazed. Derek is totally losing his mind, like, "Bruh, why isn't he freaking out right now? This is not the vibe." Jake literally doesn't even give him the time of day, just glancing over his shoulder at Lily's crew. Seeing himself get straight up ignored, Derek throws a fit and screams, "Don't get so cocky, you little punk." So he starts unloading on Jake again. But plot twist. This time, Jake doesn't just tank it, he goes full-on Neo from the Matrix and dodges every single shot like he's dancing. It was sick. This whole scene has Derek's eyes popping out. He's screaming, "You dodged all of that, how?" Then he starts coping hard, telling himself, "Nah, that was just a lucky break. No cap, a normal person can't dodge that." All right, bet. How about this then? Seeing that his pea shooter was doing jack squat, Mr. Johnson whips out a freaking level 8 spell. An entire tidal wave like something you'd see at Rockaway Beach starts crashing right towards Jake. At that exact same second, Derek makes his move too. He pulls out a blade, casts some edgy level 5 darkness magic called Night Strike, and just yeets himself into the chaos. In a heartbeat, Derek is right behind Jake. On pure instinct, he slashes down with his knife, but Jake just sidesteps it like he's avoiding a puddle on Fifth Avenue. Not giving up, Derek starts popping off with his gun again. And again, Jake dodges like an absolute legend. The bullets can't even graze him. But just as he dodges the last shot, he's face to face with Mr. Johnson's insane tidal wave. What's he gonna do? Not trying to get washed away, Jake instantly throws up a barrier to block it. Mr. Johnson doesn't let up, just pouring more power into the spell, but Jake is just chilling totally safe inside his little magic bubble. The wave can't even touch him. Watching these two absolute units go at it, Lily's group is completely shook. They're whispering, "Bro, are these guys even human? They're built different." And just watching this makes us feel like total noobs. For real, they knew they couldn't even dream of taking on Jake. Meanwhile, Detective Miller is over there still scheming for a sneaky way to cuff our boy Jake. He knows if they fight him straight up, they're going to take a massive L. But right now, he's thinking he's not focused on us. If that dark mage gets the upper hand, we might have a shot to restrain him. Backup from the precinct will be here any minute, he thinks. Then Derek and Mr. Johnson will both get slapped in cuffs. We will never get a golden opportunity like this again if we blow it. OMG. The drama is getting so juicy. Thinking this, Detective Miller immediately shoots a look at Sarah. His voice is cold as ice. "Sarah, we are going to attack Jake." Sarah looks at him like he just sprouted a second head. But why? Yeah, he's a rogue mage, but he's just defending himself. You really think this is our chance to capture him? She's looking at him totally hesitating. She was about to argue more, but Detective Miller just cuts her off. "Please, this is our one shot." Sarah frowns, her eyes darting around like she's running a million calculations in her head. What's she gonna do, guys? Drop your theories in the comments below. I'm dying to know what you think. A second later, she suddenly gets to her feet. Miller is so hyped, yelling, "You're going to do it right. Let's go." And, sure enough, Sarah unleashes her spell. A massive blast of holy magic slams right into Jake, sending him flying across the pavement while he's in the middle of fighting Derek. Seeing this, Derek starts laughing like a total villain. Not surprising at all. Those cops are as useless as they've always been. And seeing this, Detective Miller gets this smug little smile. Good work. Now it's my turn. But wait for it. Because when he looks closer, he sees Sarah is using her magic to heal Jake. OMG, the ultimate betrayal. Derek is absolutely screeching, "Are these cops for real? Are they actually helping Jake, an illegal mage?" Even our boy Jake was a little surprised, not gonna lie. I mean, he could heal himself with his passive magic, no sweat. He didn't actually need Sarah's help. Unless... was she trying to send him a message? Oh my god, you guys, do we ship it? Let me know in the comments, #Jara. Detective Miller stares at Sarah in total disbelief and gets in her face. "Why are you healing him?" Sarah just replies, her voice dead serious, "Because he is fighting to protect us." When Miller heard this, he shouts back, completely losing it. "What the hell are you even talking about?" Sarah fiercely explains, "Are you blind? We can't even move, and yet we're still alive." Why do you think he hasn't moved from that one spot? It's because he's been protecting us this whole time. And she was totally right. Jake really was being their shield. I'm not crying, you're crying. But she was scared Miller still wasn't getting it. Sarah pressed on. If it weren't for him, we would have been their first targets. We'd be toast. That's why we can't run away. We have to have his back. But Miller just stubbornly shakes his head, still in denial. That's impossible. He's a rogue. There's no way he'd try to save a bunch of cops. So Sarah literally grabs him by the collar, her voice shaking with passion. Have you completely forgotten why he's even here? He came to this grimy corner of old Brooklyn all by himself to save everyone. He has always fought for other people. Hearing this, Miller finally shuts up and looks over at Jake. It was true. He hadn't been moving around. That was why he was so beaten up. Wow. If you think Jake is a true hero, smash that like button and hit subscribe for more. So, get this, Detective Miller is just standing there, mind totally blown. He's like, hold up, is a dark mage seriously running security for these kids? The more he thought about it, the more his brain started to hurt. He's like, wait a sec, did I have this dude pegged all wrong? I mean, for real, Jake was an unregistered mage, but he wasn't on the same level as those other jokers. Maybe Detective Miller was just capping to himself, you know? And just as he's having this whole crisis, Mia and her squad finally get back on their feet, looking ready to rumble. And you gotta remember, these guys don't care about teams. They're dark mages, and their whole vibe is basically fate on sight. Meanwhile, you got Derek over there cackling like a supervillain in some cheesy B-movie from the 80s. He's over there yelling, this changes nothing, y'all are running on fumes. But Mia's crew, oh, they completely ghosted him and just started firing off spells. Talk about a comeback story. Mia just yells, we might be low on gas, but we're going all out. And boom, Mr. Johnson, who was busy facing off with Jake, suddenly sees this insane tidal wave of water coming right for his face. And it's loaded with these nasty shuriken-shaped rocks. My dude, Mr. Johnson, was totally shook, but he somehow dodged it and was already winding up for a counterattack. But before he could even react, a freaking fire demon charges him. Not about to get caught slipping, Mr. Johnson drops a level 7 spell, creating this massive water vortex to block it. He's literally thinking, that sneaky little punk. Mr. Johnson is just standing there fuming, dead silent. He's realizing he can't get a clear shot at Jake. Every time he tried to aim for the crew, Jake would just dive in front of them like a Secret Service agent. Like, their teamwork was way too clean to be improvised. And while Mr. Johnson is trying to wrap his head around this, bam, Mia's crew unleashes another wave of attacks. Mia screams, "At least we can keep you distracted." And get this, Sarah is in the back hitting Jake with some healing magic. My boy was not out there on his own people. Drop a comment below if you live for a good team-up moment. The only one still on the sidelines like a mannequin at Macy's was Detective Miller. He's having this whole dramatic inner monologue, and then suddenly his face gets dead serious and he charges straight into the brawl. Let's go. This absolutely sent Derek over the edge. He starts screaming, "You disgusting freaks." Meanwhile, Jake's just frowning a bit, thinking, all right, with this magic squad running interference, Mr. Johnson's attacks are definitely nerfed. Which makes this whole disaster a little more manageable. But Derek, oh homeboy, was not having it. He just starts unloading his piece in Jake's direction, screaming his head off. He's just screaming, "You guys are so annoying." But like it's just another Tuesday, Jake goes full Neo and dodges every single bullet. Derek is just staring, eyes popping out of his skull like his brain just blue-screened. You dodged all of them. What is this, some kind of magic trick? An illusion? What spell are you even using? And Jake hits him with the most stone-cold line ever. Nah, man, I'm just dodging. Don't even need magic for something like this. Hearing that, Derek completely snaps. Just dodging. Are you kidding me? This isn't a Rocky training montage on the streets of Philadelphia. Jake just shrugs, totally unfazed. Then Jake kind of puts on this bored face and goes, "Man, it's been a while since I had to deal with a long-range weapon that wasn't magic. I'm not even warmed up yet." Oh, snap. In like half a second, Derek's eyes go completely unhinged. So he starts spraying and praying again, but nope, still can't hit the broadside of a barn. Jake's voice is pure ice as he says, "It's pointless. I've already read your whole game plan." But Derek is not about to take the L. He whips out this entire briefcase and yells, "Oh yeah, you want to play hardball? How about this?" And my dude pulls out an honest-to-God anti-magic rocket launcher. He's like, everyone's about to get blown to bits. But before Derek can even point that thing, Jake just blips right behind him. And, y'all, he has this super chilling smile on his face. "Gotcha!" Derek is just frozen. Solid completely shook and stammers out, You can flash step." But Jake doesn't even give him an answer. He just whispers two little words, "Wicked karma." Instantly, this bolt of dark magic just shoots right into Derek's body and he starts screaming his lungs out. Yo, no, Cap, this was some next-level dark arts business right here. So, get this, unlike other spells, this one was designed to make Derek feel that agony for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Jake just smirks, looking totally evil, and says, "A fitting punishment for a clown like you." Derek's just spasming on the ground, staring up at him in total disbelief. But Jake could not care less. He just shoots a look over at Mr. Johnson and says, "All right, your turn." Meanwhile, Mia and her squad are completely gassed, just trying to catch their breath on the pavement. Jake gives them a reassuring smile and is like, "Good work, y'all. I've got this." Then he puts his focus right back on Mr. Johnson. "So, you ready to go around?" Mr. Johnson just stares Jake down for a solid minute, then slowly raises his hand. You think he's about to throw down, but then he opens his mouth. "I surrender." Jake is literally like, Squeeze me, hold up what?" He is completely thrown for a loop. And right at that moment a voice comes through his earpiece. "Tony, you read me." Leona's in some serious trouble. Cops and the magic bigwigs are surrounding all of the Black Rebellion's hideouts in New York City from the Bronx down to the Bowery. She's sure they're about to make a major move. And get this, Mr. Johnson was the one who leaked all the intel. Hearing that, all the puzzle pieces snapped into place for Jake. He glares at Mr. Johnson and asks, "So, you're a narc. You infiltrated Black Rebellion." Mr. Johnson just gives a cold, hard nod. Something like that. But right then, Jake gets this super weird vibe and whips his head around to look behind him. Bruh, what is even happening now? Smash that like button if you're dying to see what happens next. Okay, so peep this. Somehow Derek just straight up shattered Jake's spell. My dude was grinding his teeth, looking absolutely feral, screaming, "Are you kidding me, you little wannabes? All of you." And Jake, he was just giving him the ultimate death glare, no chill whatsoever. And get this, it turns out he used some shady-looking gadget, like an anti-magic clicker or something. Wild, right? Derek was losing his mind, waving this remote around and screaming like a psycho, "I'm about to wreck everything. I'm detonating the bombs I stashed all over this block." Hearing that, Lily and her squad totally panicked, shouting, "We got a dip like yesterday," but, plot twist, they were totally stuck, couldn't even twitch a finger. That's when Jake and Mr. Johnson, like absolute heroes, jumped into action. Jake threw up this insane wall of fire to protect everyone. It was so lit. Even Mr. Johnson had his back throwing up a freaking wall of ice around Lily's crew. I mean, duh, he's got to look out for his two daughters, right? Kyle was completely shook, though, getting a front row seat to this whole dark wizard having a full-on meltdown. Derek was officially unhinged at this point, just yelling "die" on a loop. But, and you guys are gonna die laughing at this, he slams the button on the remote and nothing. Nada. Zilch. The silence was deafening. Mia was like totally bewildered, whispering, was that a dud?" And Derek was freaking out too, all like, "What the heck is happening? This is just gold smash that like button, if you're living for this drama." He's all like, "I swear I rigged this whole warehouse district in Old Brooklyn to blow." Then bam, Leona just kicks the door in and is like, hello, you missed the group text or something. We already took care of all your little party favors." The shade. Oh, Derek was asterisk, so asterisk not feeling that. He glared at her and let out this monstrous roar. "Talk about your textbook villain monologue. Am I right? How dare you insignificant little gnats band together against me?" The dude had completely lost it, just screaming, "You're all trash bow down before me, useless people are nothing but my personal playthings." But Leona, total queen energy. She was not even paying attention. Instead, she just sprints up and clocks Derek right in the jaw. Boom! He hits the deck and she's just like, "Phew, finally got my payback." But Derek's still on the ground, can't even compute, just mumbling with this shaky voice. "You're all being played for fools. I'm not the final boss. I'm just another piece on the board." And then he starts cackling like he's the only one who gets this twisted, universe-sized joke. So creepy. And just like that, after dropping that major T, Derek was out cold. Jake heard every last word, though, and you could just see it on his face, this deep frown, totally silent, the gears in his head turning like crazy. He's got to be thinking, so there's a mastermind pulling all the strings. What kind of next-level conspiracy did we just walk into? Jake just stood there lost in thought, not saying a thing. But then, super fast, his danger senses started going off. He probably heard the sirens from a mile away, maybe the NYPD, rolling up to the scene at 123 Water Street. So, Jake just scoops up Leona, ready to bounce. Mia shouts after him like, "Yo, wait up!" But, nah. In a blink, Jake was gone. Poof, vanished into thin air. Lily and her friends just stared at the empty spot, completely floored. He's just gone. Vanished like a ghost. So on brand for him. Sarah, though, finally let out this massive sigh of relief. For real, she was so incredibly grateful to Jake. The guy just saved like a dozen people's lives. So, boom. Next day, it's all over. Shantanwai. 1. They're reporting that Derek, some washed-up magic elite, got cuffed for a whole list of charges, including criminal conspiracy. And guess who just happens to be walking past a bodega down in Soho and clocks the news, Bella and Chris. But, y'all, the look on Bella's face was asterisk everything asterisk. She was so not having it, looking hella salty before she just stormed off. Oof, the tea is piping hot. What do you guys think her beef is? Drop your wild theories in the comments, I want to see them. Meanwhile, back with Lily's squad, they catch up with Jake later. They're all like, "Bro, where'd you disappear to? We were bugging out." After getting the whole story, Tyler's like, "Hold up, is something messed up going on with your family?" And Lily, looking super worried, chimes in. "For real, Jake, next time just drop a pin or send a text, okay?" Jake just gives a small nod, saying all apologetically, "My bad, y'all. Sorry about that. It's just been a whole lot of chaos lately." So, a little while later, they all pull up to the Ashley family mansion. We're talking some prime real estate on Park Avenue, and there are 2 maids waiting by the entrance. They spot Lily and the squad rolling up the driveway. Yeah, and they're all formal and proper, like, "We have been awaiting your arrival, members of the Special Magic Task Force." Inside, Mia doesn't waste a second and goes straight to her dad to confront him. "Dad, you need to tell me what is actually going on. Like, right now." Mr. Johnson was quiet for a minute. You could tell he was trying to find the right words before he slowly started spilling all the secrets. To restore the honor of the magic nobility and stop these rogue mages from absolutely destroying New York City, I had to go undercover. I had to pretend to join forces with Coy to get inside their little rebellion." He keeps going. "Derek is a disgraced ex-noble who's mixed up in some seriously dark business, and his little cult was growing by the day. He said he couldn't just stand by and let Derek's evil plans unfold. After hearing all that, Mia got super suspicious. She was like, okay, but why make your move asterisk now asterisk of all times? And Mr. Johnson explains it was a direct order from the cops. Apparently, Mr. Johnson got summoned down to One Police Plaza by the commissioner himself, who asked him to be their secret agent on the inside. Since Derek was already in cahoots with Fuka, they figured Mr. Johnson, as the head of a huge magic family, could get close to him without anyone batting an eye. And what do you know, it totally worked. Derek trusted him completely. Jake's just listening to this whole confession, frowning, staying silent. And man, all the puzzle pieces were finally falling into place. Mr. Johnson then adds, and even though I'm not officially a cop, they're basically treating me like one of their own operatives. An exception, like he was some kind of deep cover agent so he wouldn't get dinged for any crimes. Girl, when they heard the whole story, Mia and her sister could finally, breathe again. The relief was real. And you already know, they immediately started dragging the cops, for making someone go through all that drama, while they just sat on their butts doing nothing. But Jake was still low-key suspicious. He's thinking this magic task force is just the tip of the iceberg. They're probably going to fumble the bag again. But for real, why was Mr. Johnson being so extra? And the cops, they're always sucking up to the magic elite, but this time the script was totally flipped. For real though, why did the 5-0 decide to make a move asterisk now, asterisk of all times? That whole, we just couldn't ignore it anymore, line? Yeah, I'm not buying it for a second. Plus on the night of the big showdown right after they dipped from that warehouse, Jake hit up Leona and was like, yo, no cap, the cops actually made the first move. And Leona just nodded you already know. The cops, with their trash-tier intel, actually beat us to it. And get this tea, more than half the bombs were straight-up fakes. Hearing that Jake's face just scrunched up, you could see the gears turning in his head. So, they didn't even have enough real bombs to back it up. Leona just shrugged, gave a little pout, and was like, could be, but that's just sloppy. It wasn't even a real threat, TBH. The cops moved way too fast, almost like they had the mission's cheat codes. This whole case smells fishier than the Fulton Fish Market on a hot day. While Jake was thinking, Mr. Johnson kept talking, following Homer and Kai. I'm also going to start working with you guys publicly, and I am officially undisowning you two. I know I messed up big time, and I'm asking you to forgive me. MG, when they heard that Mia and her sister were absolutely losing their minds with joy. Seeing them, that happy Jake felt all that tension just melt away. We live for a happy ending. And after that whole heart-to-heart, the whole crew bounced from the mansion. Tyler was walking and just cracking up bro, can you even believe it? The Ashley family is back together, and they even promised to work with the Magic Task Force. With that Black Rebellion crew taken care of, all the drama is finally over. Sarah was just silently watching Jake from behind, and you could tell she was on Cloud 9 major hard eyes. The Black Mage and Jake were the same dude, and he was her hero. At the exact same time, Detective Miller was completely zoned out, just lost in his own little world. The Black Mage is a straight-up outlaw, a vigilante, but he saved their butts. If the Black Mage is actually Jake, is he supposed to slap the cuffs on him? What's the play here? This is getting complicated, y'all. After all, Mia was also tripping about the Black Mage's identity. She remembered she got a quick look at the Black Mage's eyes, and girl, they were a dead ringer for Jake's. The plot is thickening. So she was totally suspecting they were the same person. Jake, walking up ahead, could literally feel everyone staring holes into the back of his head and was just sighing on the inside. This is getting way too messy. Drop a comment if you think his secret's about to blow up. This is a huge problem. If this keeps up, things are going to get dangerous real fast. Later that night, Jake did his usual sneaky link and crept over to the hospital on First Avenue to work his healing magic on Kai's injuries. But the kid just wouldn't wake up, which was making him a little stressed. While Jake was right in the middle of it, Leona pushed the door open and walked in. Busted. Having no choice, Jake had to cut the treatment short and literally yeeted himself out the window to hide. I'm screaming. That's some action movie stuff right there. Completely clueless, Leona walked over to Kai's bed and whispered, "We totally kicked those bad guys' butts together. You don't have to worry about a thing." As she said it, she gently brushed the hair off the boy's forehead, whispering, "Nobody is ever gonna hurt you again." But before Leona could even finish, Kai's lips started moving on the bed, trying to call out for someone. In a split second, Leona's heart just exploded with joy, and she grabbed the kid's hand. "I'm right here. Your big sis is right here." Y'all, Kai had finally woken up. The boy smiled up at her and said, "Welcome home, sis. I tried so hard to be brave while you were gone." Leona, totally moved, pulled her little brother into the tightest hug and just bawled her eyes out. Pass the tissues. Finally, everything she fought for was worth it. Jake, watching this super precious moment from outside the window, couldn't help but smile for them. Smash that like button for wholesome sibling moments. A second later, he disappeared into the New York City night and headed home. The next morning, up on the roof of Westbrook Academy, Tyler was practically begging Jake and the squad for a massive favor. Please, you guys, I need you to watch my little sibs tomorrow. Hearing this, Jake was like, what's the deal, man? Tyler rushed to explain. So, check it, my shift is literally all day long, so I won't be back until super late tomorrow. Usually Tyler's part of the Special Magic Task Force, and just works whenever his mom has a day off. But it looks like this time their schedules totally clashed and nobody's free. Tyler said he can't just leave his siblings home alone in their Brooklyn apartment on Flatbush Avenue until late, so he was hoping Jake could look after them. And Jake, being the absolute bro he is, didn't even hesitate, and just nodded, "Yeah, man, we got you." Just goes, "Yeah, bet I'm a natural with kids anyway." And OMG, you should have seen Tyler's face, it totally lit up. "For real, bro, you're a lifesaver, thank you." But that's when Mia jumped in looking totally bummed.